Chapter 1 Stolen Loneliness, Request to add bookshelf collection. Kid, I advise you to hand over your stuff, or the consequences will be severe. A young man with a black rose tattooed on his hand viciously scolded the two young men across the street while rolling up his sleeves. Beside him were several other men in burlap shirts, their mouths slightly slanted as they watched the scene. Wanting something from my hand. Who are you? Lin Feng spat, indicating that he would never give in. Fengzi, don't talk nonsense with them. If you want to fight, fight. The fat man on the side agreed. Since you're not going to do anything until you've toasted, let's let you know what people can be offended and what people can't be offended. Give it to me. The tattooed man gave an order. The burlap-shirted men next to him immediately rushed Lin Feng and the two of them to fight over. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to blast his fist at the man closest to it. The wind of his fist caused the man's hair to fly. Boom! As Lin Feng expected, he was hit with a hard punch. He looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but lick his lips. Again! The fat man on the side. Due to his weight, that burst of power also made those people not dare to be too reckless. However, in the end, it was no match for the number of people. The other side had a lot of people, and soon the two men's faces were hanging in color. Kid, if you don't hand it over, the end will be more than just a little color on your face. Either I report you to the police for grave robbing, or you hand it over and I'll let you live. Lin Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind and didn't answer him, but the tattooed man didn't have the patience for this. Seeing that Lin Feng had been refusing to hand over his things, he yelled, in that case, then we'll fight until you hand it over. Hey, didn't we say 2 roads? You're not following the regular license plate at all. Fatty instantly shouted unhappily. A few people on the opposite side teasingly laughed, and eventually moved. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them were lying on the ground in a sorry state. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth were covered in blood. Even that gray t-shirt was stained with blood, and the stone box he was tugging in his hand. At the moment it also fell to the ground, and the pair of black and white beads inside were exposed. You few assholes, I curse you, you shall not die. Just as Lin Feng's words fell, a big foot kicked him in the chest. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out. It splashed right on the pair of black and white beads next to him. Immediately, 2 rays of light that were not easily noticed by normal people shot into Lin Feng's eyes, and then a burst of pain that drilled through his heart caused him to directly pass out, and the fat man at the moment saw that he was unconscious, also had no strength to continue fighting, directly lying on the ground pretending to be dead. The tattooed man could not help but frown when he saw the scene. Che, so unbeatable. He raised his foot and kicked Lin Feng's calf, and after seeing that he was truly unconscious, he bent down, picking up the pair of black and white beads beside him. What's this? These 2 guys robbed a tomb and came up with something like this? He glanced disgustedly at the duo lying dead, and fumbled around on the 2, finding a few more ancient jade pendants in the fat man's pocket. Ha ha, get rich, brothers, let's go. Seeing that there was nothing else, the tattooed man greeted the few people behind him and prepared to leave. An hour later, Sansan Town's Central Hospital. It hurts. Lin Feng grinned and screamed in pain for a while. Male main character Lin Feng reference illustration, from the internet, deleted if infringed. Asterisk. Where am I? He looked around and realized that he was in a rather cold room, and when he saw the striped cup he was wearing, he instantly understood. So this is in a hospital. By the way, where's Fatty? He looked around and didn't find Fatty. Then he touched his pocket and found that his cell phone was still there. Then he pulled it out. But the next moment he pulled out his cell phone. He was dumbfounded. Asterisk. Damn it! He angrily pounded the bed with his fist, and a wave of soreness spread throughout his body, causing him to shiver in pain again. Asterisk. How dare you lay such a cruel hand on him? Don't let me meet those bastards again, or I will beat him to death. Beat him to death? Can you beat him? Together with me? I can't beat him either. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out from outside the door. Then from the doorway walked in a man with a chubby figure and some scars of broken skin at the corners of his eyes. This person was the fat man who had sent Lin Feng to the hospital. Fatty, where have you been? Lin Feng said suspiciously. I went to pay the medical bills. Fatty nudged his mouth. Say, how come you're so unbeatable? You fainted straight away. Fatty scoffed. You still have the face to say that? You're such a thick meat shield, and you're still not beaten to a pulp? But to be honest, it was Lin Feng himself who didn't know why he was knocked out here. He only remembered a pain in his eyes and fainted. Fatty, do you recognize those people? This revenge must be avenged. Fatty was silent for a while, then spoke. This person, I seem to have some impression. It seems to be some rich second generation from this county. Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly after hearing this. Then, he remembered something. What about those things we brought out? That stone box and the black and white beads inside were taken away by him, and he also snatched a few jade pendants. Speaking of this, the fatty's face also began to show a look of hatred. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng once again pounded his fist on the hospital bed. However, I secretly hid a few pieces of good stuff, so we're not coming back empty-handed this time. As he spoke, Fatty pulled out a few old jade pendants from his pocket. One had a hint of blood red on it, so he thought it should be a blood jade. This is what I hid inside my shoes before I went out of the ancient tomb, originally to prevent the police, but I didn't expect to have prevented that group of guys. Fatty, how dare you? Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart was finally able to feel a little more at ease. If it was all snatched away by assholes, it would be really sad. Alright, if we want to take revenge, we should wait for our injuries to heal before we think of a way to take revenge. After dropping a sentence, Fatty intended to go out. What are you going for? Had, got a cigarette craving. After saying that, the fatty pulled out a box of Lacoon from his pocket. The cigarette boxes were all flat. Even the cigarettes were on the verge of breaking. Lin Feng didn't let him stay. He knew that this guy liked to smoke. A person who would rather quit women than cigarettes. He was left alone lying on the bed, recalling everything he had seen in that ancient tomb. Why is there no coffin in that ancient tomb? Since it's an ancient tomb, it can't be that the owner was cremated, right? Then there should be a coffin for the ashes as well, right? He was puzzled, and while he was agonizing, another female nurse in a white coat walked in the doorway, wearing a mask, and couldn't see if she looked good or not, but looking at her eyes, she was quite watery. However, just as Lin Feng looked up, his eyes blinked, looking at the person who came in. A picture that made his nose bleed appeared in front of him. Illustration here. See the comments section. Asterisk. What is this? At this moment, his mind was filled with that hot-blooded image. Chapter 2 Preliminary Examination Cheating Weapon. This nurse, what a great body, concave and convex. He swallowed a mouthful of water, eyes staring straight at the upper body of the nurse, as her line of sight moved down. An even more maddening picture, shaking in her. Those two big bulbs, flickering and flickering, were at least D-rated. After the nurse put down the medicine tray in her hand, she saw this guy with an extremely lewd gaze, looking at a certain place of his own, and a sudden blush came over her. Hey, what are you looking at, stinking rascal? She chided. She was especially ashamed when she saw that Lin Feng's nostrils were still dripping with 2 streaks of blood-red liquid. Ah, you asshole, where are you looking? Lin Feng, who heard the scream, instantly reacted. Feeling the hot stream in his nostrils, he immediately raised his hand and wiped it. It's over. It's embarrassing. Seeing this, the female nurse immediately moved away from him, while also covering her chest with both hands to prevent this guy from peeking again. Although she was wearing a low-neck t-shirt today, she had a white coat over it, so she was able to block it for a moment or two. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, even if he put on a down coat it wouldn't be able to cover it. Cough. That, nurse, I shouldn't be in any serious trouble here, right? He hurriedly changed the topic. Humph, can't die. The female nurse was obviously still disgusted with him and didn't want to give him a good face. Then she started to change and sterilize his medicine. Hiss, The female nurse didn't know if it was on purpose or not. She used a little bit of force when dealing with the wounds on his face, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Nurse sister, can you be a little lighter? You're such a big man and you still can't endure this pain. Lin Feng's shouting provoked a blank stare from her. However, when she once again turned her gaze to the female nurse, the hot-blooded scene reappeared. Since she was bending over to clean Lin Feng's wounds, at the moment, Lin Feng was viewing it from a close distance. Those 2 large light bulbs appeared wobbly and were very appealing to him. However, his nostrils were indisputably flowing out 2 reddish-red liquids again. You old pervert, I won't change it for you. The female nurse left in a huff after skimming off a harsh sentence, leaving Lin Feng sitting alone on the hospital bed, smiling bitterly. No, it was only at this time that Lin Feng reacted. It was impossible for a nurse not to wear clothes. Unless she was the pervert, or else she was a pervert herself. But why is it that what I saw of her was without clothes? This didn't even happen when Fatty was there just now. He then thought of a possibility. I wouldn't have been struck dumb, right? Immediately afterward, his line of sight was thrown to the table on the side, and immediately, some medical items in the drawer of the table appeared directly in his line of sight. How is this possible? I can actually ignore such a thick table board to see what's inside the drawer? The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He hastily rubbed his eyes and looked at the drawer again. Yet the medical items in that drawer then appeared in his line of sight once again. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Did I get hit by that bastard with an alien ability, or did I get hit with an illusion? Thinking about this, he still didn't believe that he had really gotten his psychic ability. Then, enduring the soreness, he walked out of the bed and pulled open that drawer, only to see that what was inside was exactly the same as what he had just seen. In other words, he was indeed able to directly see through this tabletop and see what was inside. This is incredible. In order to verify this fact, he did it again, and the results he got afterward all pointed to the magical supernormal ability of the seeing eye. A small difficulty will lead to a small blessing. No, where is this a small blessing? It's simply a great blessing. Lin Feng jumped up in excitement. Moreover, he hadn't realized that the injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed himself down. Right now he just wanted to go outside and experiment with his special ability. If he really got the ability to see through, then he wouldn't have to live this kind of miserable life anymore. Thinking about this, Fatty also came back at this time and saw Lin Feng standing by the bed like a nobody's business. Fatty, let's go back. Lin Feng was the first to speak. You're fine? Do I look like I'm not okay? Fatty hadn't noticed that all the superficial wounds on this guy's body were actually almost healed. Afterwards, under Fatty's astonished eyes, the two of them quickly went through the formalities and left the central hospital. Let's go back to Magic City now. Lin Feng still spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. Alright, let's go back then. This weekend has been so miserable. Afterwards, Fatty stopped a cab, sat in it, and left in the direction of Mordor. When the two returned to the dormitory of Magic City University, it was already 7 p.m. Feng Z, later on, I'll put up these 3 jade pendants in the online black market, see if anyone wants them, and sell them for a high price. Fatty laughed excitedly, as if he had already forgotten about being beaten up. Be careful, don't let anyone know where we got this thing from, otherwise if we get reported, both of us will be accounted for in the small dark room for the rest of our lives. Lin Feng solemnly instructed. Tomb raiding is illegal in today's society. Originally Lin Feng was extremely refused, but Fatty said that the tomb had already been stolen. It was just to pick up the pieces and see if there were any leftovers, and there weren't any more organs inside, so Lin Feng finally agreed with him. But who would have thought that in the end it would be intercepted? It really was like the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow being at the back. He had become the mantis himself. Everything was being done for someone else. Fatty, I'm going out. Lin Feng wanted to verify once again if his eyes had really gotten the perspective ability. Oh, you lost seeing your gold-digging girlfriend, right? Go ahead. Fatty threw him an I get it look. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and went out. Magic City University was quite big, but luckily, there were shared donkeys on campus. Otherwise it would take a while to get out of the campus by legs. Let's just go to the nearby lottery store first to try my hand. If I can really see through, then I'll be able to know which lottery ticket can win. He secretly planned. He then rode the shared donkey to the nearest lottery store. In this lottery store, there were several other men and women who were frantically scratching lottery tickets. This point in time was the start of the nightlife. Lin Feng temporarily parked the e-donkey in front of the lottery store and walked in. He wasn't in a hurry to buy a lottery ticket, but instead looked at the several people who were playing with scratch cards. His grandma's drops. I've scratched 20 cards in a row and none of them won. Me too. I've scratched a dozen or so. I only won 100. Too much of a loss. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard these people. This kind of thing, lottery tickets, was supposed to rely on luck, but more often than not, it was all about losing money, and buying was not as good as selling. After looking at it for a while, Lin Feng walked towards the glass cabinet in front of that boss, which had rows and rows of all kinds of scratch cards in all denominations. I'll buy this scratch card as well. It's efficient. If you win or not, you'll know once you scratch it. He then blinked his eyes and looked at those scratch cards inside the glass cabinet. Chapter 3 Handsome Guy, help me pick one? At once, the layers of protective film all disappeared, leaving only the patterns and numbers printed on them. Because every kind of scratch card is different, the reward limit is also different. There are 3 patterns that are the same in order to have a bonus. There are as long as the amount of the bonus appears it means that you have one, and vice versa. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Feng looked at several of them in a row, and realized that they all couldn't be won for a single penny, and were completely charitable. Finally, after looking at about 2 dozen of them, he saw one with the amount of 100 written on it. It seems that this one has a winner. The corner of his mouth slanted as he looked at the boss. Boss, get me this kind of scratch card. Okay. Upon hearing this, the boss happily took out the kind of card Lin Feng wanted for him. Tonight he had made a lot of money, thanks to the luck of the men and women next to him. If it wasn't for the fact that they kept pouring money in, he wouldn't have been able to make so much. Lin Feng looked at the stack of cards in the boss's hand, all of them with a face value of 10 yuan, then directly extracted the one he saw that had a bonus of 100. Just this one. The boss wasn't impatient with him for only buying one. If he could sell one more, he could also earn a few more dollars. So why not? Immediately afterward, Lin Su picked up a card scraper on the desktop and slowly scraped at the card in his hand. At this moment, His heart was overwhelmed with excitement, because this result would affect his whole life. As each pattern was scraped, the dreamlike number, 100, was finally scraped by him. Knock knock. His heartbeat was accelerating, but others definitely couldn't hear it. Surprisingly, it's real, he muttered secretly. He tried hard to calm himself down. Boss, I won $100. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Oh, let me see. The boss took the hanging look in Lin Feng's hand and took a closer look. Yoo-hoo, it's really hey, you're really lucky. You won $100 just by buying one. The boss's words directly caught the attention of the few people who were frantically hanging cards next to him. They all cast their eyes towards Lin Feng. No way. Jesus, this isn't fair. Damn it. I didn't win a 100 even after half a day of scratching. He won as soon as he came here, and he still only bought one. The man in the lead burst into indignation. Lin Feng wasn't upset by their words. He was still immersed in his inner joy and shock. Young man, do you want to keep scratching, or just cash in your prize? The boss asked Lin Feng with a smile, but he hadn't come back to his senses yet. Hey, asking you, the boss asked again. Oh sorry, didn't react. Lin Feng touched his head in embarrassment. Isn't it just winning 100? Why are you so excited? The woman on the side muttered jealously. I'll buy a few more. Saying that, Lin Feng looked at those scratch cards inside the glass cabinet again. Since I'm here, I can't return empty-handed. What's the point of keeping such a violent artifact if I don't use it? As his eyes swept over the cards, all the protective films were ignored. This one has 1,000. This one has 50. This one has 800. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one has 10. 000. Looking at the cards with prizes inside the glass cabinet, Lin Feng couldn't contain his inner excitement anymore. He decided that he would buy all of these, but he couldn't just pick the ones with prizes and buy them. He had to buy them together with some cards without prizes, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was found out. Even if the boss couldn't see it, he would probably say that he was cheating. Who could win 100 times by playing scratch cards? This is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As a senior student of Magic City University, he still has this point of mind. Boss, this kind of one, and this kind of one, take them all out. I'll pick a few. Lin Feng pointed to those cards with bonuses that he had just seen respectively. Okay. The boss diligently took them out for him as well. Afterwards, Lin Feng jumped out the ones he saw just now, the ones with prizes, and then also picked a few of the ones without prizes, as a cover. Alright, that's it. His hands were shaking a bit as he held those cards with bigger prizes. This was the first time he had ever won so much money, and his family wasn't rich, only able to solve the problem of subsistence. Since he was a child, both of his parents had died in a car accident, and he only had a non-biological sister who was currently working in Magic City to earn money. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was attending university in the big city of Mordu, and his tuition fees were still scraped together by his own hard work as a part-time job, his sister's salary, and a little bit of financial assistance from Fatty. So now that he was able to pick up more than $10,000 for nothing all of a sudden, his heart was incomparably excited. These cards' bonuses aren't particularly big, so scratching them here shouldn't cause too much of an impact. Thinking of this, he picked up the card scraper on the table again and began to scrape the cards in his hand one by one. Knock knock. Listening to the sound of his accelerated heartbeat, his hands shook as he scraped the cards. His first choice was a no-prize card, and to cover his tracks, he decided to intersperse the prize and no-prize scratches. First one, no prize. Second 500. As he expected, everything turned out just as it was supposed to, until he scratched the last one. There were 3 identical patterns, and the amount behind was 10,000. His hand shook and he dropped the card scraper on the table. Looking at the cards that had been scratched, Lin Feng excitedly handed them to the boss. Boss, I won again. The middle-aged boss took the card in surprise and looked at it. Worry, this luck of yours is too good. He gave Lin Feng an unbelievable look. This action drew the few people next to him over again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Why is it that I've scraped so much and it's not as good as one of yours? Handsome brother, can you help me pick one? Your luck is so good. The woman who felt that she was a bit posh shrugged her shoulders and looked at Lin Feng with a smile and asked, Chapter 4, Cuckolded? Please add a bookshelf. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. If I lose money later, you might scold me. Lin Feng decisively refused. Joke, even if he had perspective powers, he wouldn't just go and help others. Not to mention that he felt a bit nauseous towards the woman in front of him for some reason. He didn't want to get close at all. After the woman heard his ruthless refusal, she snorted coldly and stopped talking. Boss, you can cash in prizes here, right? Above 10,000 our kind of small stores are unable to redeem. We can only go to the center to redeem the prize, but I can help you to redeem it. He. Saying this, the boss's finger poked. Lin Feng instantly understood what he meant. Okay, then you help me to redeem it. You directly give me money on it. Alright, no problem. A total of $1,150. I'll give you $11,500, okay? Take the rest as a tip for me, the boss tentatively asked. Okay, no problem. For the 350 yuan tip, Lin Feng didn't care too much. Anyway, he could still earn more than 10,000 yuan and save the trouble of going to the redemption center to exchange it. Under the envious and jealous gaze of the men and women next to him, Lin Feng happily received the transfer from the boss. Afterwards, he left the lottery store with great strides. Ah, that's so damn cool, having this skill. Are you afraid of not having money to spend in the future? Lin Feng rode his electric donkey to the Huangpu River without realizing it. However, right at this moment, a ringtone rang from the cell phone in his pocket. What's Fatty calling for at this time? Although he was a bit puzzled, he still pressed the answer button. Fengzi, where are you? I'm at the Huangpu River. What's wrong? When I went to buy cigarettes just now, I saw that your little girlfriend ran away with a rich second generation. That man seems to be driving a Porsche. What? Lin Feng was surprised. His little girlfriend was also at Magic City University, but she was a grade lower than him. A sophomore. Slightly more attractive, but not much. Normally, his relationship with Lin Feng was also quite stable, and he almost never had any fights. And even if there were fights, Lin Feng let her have it. Now when he heard Fatty say that she got into another man's car, his heart thumped. When did it happen? He asked eagerly. Just 2 minutes before. I called you after I saw it. So which way did they go? Do you know where they went? No idea. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng hurriedly pressed his little girlfriend's phone. The beeping sound kept coming from the other end of the phone. Just no one answered. Then it automatically hung up. Ting ting. I hope it's Fatty who's looking at the wrong person. Immediately after that, he dialed Wang Tingting's phone again, and there was still a beep on the other end of the phone. The phone hadn't been able to get through and he didn't know where they had gone. Lin Feng's good mood was washed away in an instant. She shouldn't be so bad as to betray me, right? Ting ting, if she wanted to betray me, she would have already done so, not to mention that it's not like he doesn't know how my family is. Lin Feng kept comforting himself in his heart. Then he ran towards the school on an electric donkey, and in a western restaurant in the east of Magic City. Ting ting, when are you going to cut ties with that Lin guy? A man in designer clothes asked as he ate a steak while looking at the woman across from him. I'll mention it to him when I get back. What's your hurry? I'm your man now. You're afraid of him? Che, a poor just, what am I afraid of? Then don't be. This woman, with long hair to her waist, was less than 1.7 meters in height, but had a few moments of good looks, and only a few moments. She was none other than Lin Feng's little girlfriend, Wang Tingting. Then I'm relieved. Following me is better than following him, right? Look at him now. He has no house, no car, no savings, even tuition fees have to be earned by himself. But I'm different. I was born a rich second generation. When I graduate I'll be able to inherit my dad's company. At that time I'll get you a general manager's secretary. Lu Hao gradually tempted her to leave Lin Feng, but in fact, her heart had left Lin Feng a long time ago. It wasn't the first time that these two got tired of each other. Just look at that behavior. Half an hour later. Ting ting, are you full? Full. I have a small appetite. It's very well fed. Wang Tingting wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue paper pretending to be reserved. Then let's go to the hotel. I've already booked the room. He smiled wickedly. Why are you in such a hurry? I want you to buy me a bag. Okay, bye. Let's go. The two of them then drove their Porsche to Tianhong Mall. In order to get her, Lu Hao had to agree to her request. But no one knew that he, Lu Hao, had a bad habit. That is, he likes to break up people and beat up lovebirds. However, his method of breaking up is to seduce other people's women, use money to tempt them, and successfully seduce them over. He can get an indescribable pleasure, a sense of accomplishment. It is said that in the past, he also successfully seduced a married pregnant woman, and then he was found out, and almost didn't get beaten to death by that pregnant woman's husband. Before long, Wang Tingting's hand was carrying a currently hot expensive bag, and her face was still filled with a happy smile. Humph, stinking, if it wasn't for the fact that you still have some good looks, I wouldn't pick up a rotten cabbage like you that has been arched by a poor pig, Lu Hao secretly muttered in his heart. Buzz the Porsche made an ear-splitting sound and left, and by this time, Lin Feng had already returned to the school's dormitory. Peek, how's it going? Your little girlfriend isn't really running off with some rich second generation, is she? Fatty teased from the side. I've been calling her phone and no one has picked up, but I don't think he's like that. You're just too honest. Women change their faces faster than they change their clothes. It's not like you don't know, but if she really ran away with someone else, that's also her loss. Letting a man as honest as you not want She has to go with those rich second generation who are no different from assholes. Lin Feng didn't reply. Whether it was such a thing or not, he had to wait for her to come back. Besides, even if she really cheated on him, what could he do? Maybe people had already cooked rice. However, when I think of my own superpowers, what kind of woman can I get then? Since he couldn't get them, he didn't want them. He didn't have that kind of stupid idea that he had to bring hanged on a tree. Then he directly put this matter behind him. By the way, fatty, do you know which antique street in Magic City has more authentic pieces? Although he usually went to stroll around the antique street occasionally, but he really didn't know about which street had a high probability of authentic goods. Chapter 5, a scene in English class. Please add bookshelf favorites. What? You're going to Taba on Antique Street again? Fatty asked as he looked at him in surprise. This guy had only just come out of that ancient tomb. Why did he want to go to Antique Street to taunt again? Just tell me if you know. Don't talk so much nonsense. Lin Feng mainly wanted to go to the Antique Street to see if he could use his penetrating eyes to find some valuable stuff and then take it to resell it at a higher price to make a difference. Now that he had this magical psychic ability, he just wanted to change his living conditions first, as well as his sister's life, and help her buy a few sets of good-looking clothes. As for future plans, he would plan for them later. If you want to say that the probability of authenticity is higher, maybe that Yunzhou Antique City in the south of the city is a bit more reliable, as well as that Hongqiao Antique City. The other places have more forgeries. Most of them are pits for those amateurs, as well as crooked people. Fatty slowly said, the one in Hongqiao we've been to last time, but didn't finish shopping, then something came back. This time I want to go to that Yunzhou to take a look. Lin Feng recalled. Alright, I'll go with you when I'm free. There's one more thing. How are those jade pendants you put up on the internet? Lin Feng suddenly remembered this. Oh yeah, was about to tell you about that. There's a buyer who wants them, and all of them. But then I want to look again to see if there's a higher price. Fatty rubbed his chin. How much did he bid? He bid $300,000 for those 3 pieces. His Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. But after reacting, he also felt that it was just like that. 300,000 wasn't that much. But if this was before he got his perspective ability, it would be a huge sum of money that he wouldn't dare to think of losing. As for now, there are perspective eyes in what Jade do not have. However, as soon as he thought of Jade, he thought of another violent way to make money. That is, gambling. However, he didn't know anything about this aspect of gambling on stones. He only knew that gambling on stones was very lucrative. One cut is poor and one cut is rich. One cut is draped in sackcloth. Fatty, take it for what it's worth. If you end up selling it for an even lower price, it's not worth it. Fatty nodded. Well, we'll look at it again tomorrow. When we receive the money, we'll split it in half. This was the underground goods that they had risked to get. And after coming out, they were still intercepted. Even if they were intercepted, they were also beaten up. This was the most suffocating. Humph, I'll definitely find that bastard and beat him up hard. Lin Feng secretly fumed. The next day, it was Monday, another day with classes. Fatty, don't sleep, hurry up and go to class. Lin Feng patted the sleeping Fatty. What time is it? If we don't get up we'll be late. Why don't we not go today? I'm so sleepy. I played games too late last night. Today is the English teacher's class. Are you sure you don't want to go? Lin Feng looked at him with interest. What? Today is her class? As soon as he heard that it was the English teacher's class, Fatty immediately sat up. Then what else? Today is Monday. Did you forget? Fatty slapped his forehead. Yeah, really forgot. Then wait for me. I'll get up right away. After saying that, he immediately got up and went to wash up. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the classroom of the 20th Product Design Class 1. Fengzi, do you think our English teacher has a boyfriend or not? Ever since I enrolled in school, I haven't seen her hanging out with any man. Do you think she could be a lily? Fatty came close to Lin Feng's ear and muttered. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean she doesn't have one. Besides, whether she has a man or not is none of your business. Lin Feng gave him a blank look. I don't care about her. Roll your ass. Just your little mind. Don't think I don't know. Don't you just look at people with good looks. You don't know how many times you've why-why'd them. While speaking, Lin Feng's line of sight was directed to the English teacher, Su Jing, who was lecturing on the podium. Looking at it, he didn't realize that he couldn't help but open his perspective eyes, and the next second, the picture that made people's nose bleed wildly almost didn't make him spurt blood. Realizing that it was not good, he hastily closed his eyes to stop the damn perspective function. However, this scene happened to be seen by English teacher Su Jing. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Teacher, I'm fine. Lin Feng looked at her in embarrassment. Then tell me, what was it that I was talking about just now? Hearing Su Jing's question, the fat man on the side snorted and almost laughed aloud, and then one after another. He gave him a wink. So Lin Feng had no choice but to stand up helplessly. Teacher, What you just taught was advanced grammar. The English teacher listened to him say what he had just said word for word, nodded in satisfaction, and proceeded to continue his lecture. Ha ha, Feng Zi, why are you so unlucky? By the way, what were you doing just now? I didn't even see it. His words immediately drew a blank stare from Lin Feng, while in his head, he was recalling the heart-pounding scene just now. So round, so three-dimensional, it's like a work of art. Just now, he was talking about how Fatty often YYs English teachers, but in a flash, he was YYing himself, and he didn't notice that a boy in the back row was gloating at him. Humph, Su Jing is my dish. No one can take it away from me. A class period in college was the length of 2 classes in a normal course, which was about an hour and a half, but it still couldn't withstand those who were lazy and didn't study, and asleep past. Lin Feng had just 1 class today, the rest of the time was free to arrange. Fatty, go, let's go around the antique street, he, let's go then, let's see if we have any good luck this time. If we can pick up a big leak we'll be rich, Fatty said with his fists clenched. Scram, is your family short of money? You're still getting rich. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the school entrance. Peak, this Magic City University Girl Smash is really pretty each one is so watery, especially those sophomore female students, their freshman year, are still retaining the look of middle school, that shy, that dress taste is conservative, now after a year of transformation, now look much more eye-catching, he. Fatty looked at the student girls on that road, the saliva is going to flow out. With your demeanor, I guess you won't be able to find a girlfriend until you graduate, Lin Feng said disdainfully. Che, say it like you're good. Aren't you just a little bit better looking than me? What's so great about it? In today's society, most of those women can't withstand the temptation of money. They're all gold-digging women. As long as they give money, they can be with you. However, I don't need that kind of gold-worshipping girl. I still hope to meet a good girl. Ha ha. As he walked, he envisioned his future girlfriend. I shouldn't say he was dreaming. The bishop's building had a gate on this side and was close by, so it didn't take the two of them too long to reach the entrance of the school. Asterisk. Peek, look, who's that? Suddenly, Fatty burst into a scream. Chapter 6, Encountering the Best Schoolgirl, Picking Up Leaks on Antique Street. Lin Feng looked along with his pointing, only to see a beautiful girl in a white shirt and a short skirt, walking in their direction. Wow, that body, that face, absolute, worthy of being the ultimate schoolgirl. I didn't expect to be able to meet her here. Fengzi, I thank you, said the fat guy. He was swinging at Lin Feng. Extreme School Flower Xiaomingxue reference illustration. Very beautiful indeed. Lin Feng was also attracted to that beautiful woman at the moment. She was wearing a pair of small white shoes with this student outfit, incomparably pure, and that long hair, swaying with the breeze, was beautiful. Looking at the beautiful woman who was gradually approaching, the fat people all started to get restless, especially the little man at the fork in the road, who started to hold the flagpole high. Only Lin Feng on the side was considered more decent. In no time, the three of them met, and the disgusting and lewd side of Fatty fell right into her eyes, causing her to retch, and as she passed by Fatty, she didn't forget to mutter rascal. Ha ha, Fatty, when you look at you like this, you're really lewd. Lin Feng scoffed. May I ask how I'm obscene? The Fatty didn't seem to realize it. Here, look at this, isn't it still obscene? Lin Feng's eyes glanced at the small tent on his body, and the fat man instantly reacted, hastily revealing an embarrassed smile. Hey damn, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? It's all your fault for making me lose face in front of the school flower. Get lost, don't pretend for me here. You were already lewd. While the two were bickering, the Tic-Tac Express that Fatty called with his cell phone arrived in front of the two. Yunzhou Antique Street. Is the Magic City more lively at Antique Street? Some people say here out of the probability of authenticity is relatively high, but there are also people say that this is a little bit of a pit. Each have their own views. Taobao and the Antique Street itself is a matter of luck. If you are lucky, you can find good goods. Bad luck, good goods in front of you, you are not necessarily able to see through. And now there are a lot of fake goods. Realism is very close to the real thing. Even some professionals are likely to hit the eye, not to mention the general antique enthusiasts. But then again, if most of them are genuine, then even if you don't have much luck, you can still come across the real thing. It's just a matter of whether it's worth it or not. After almost half an hour of driving, the two finally arrived at Yunzhou Antique City. Fengzi, do you still have money? Fatty suddenly thought of a problem. That is to come to this antique city if they come across a fancy antique. The price is definitely not low. If they don't have money, they still buy the I still have a $10,000 on me. This is what he earned back last night when he went to the lottery store all night. For him who has perspective eyes now, this $10,000 is enough for him to earn a wave of money. It's just to see what good treasures he can come across in a while. In the middle of the conversation, the two of them had already walked into the door of the antique city. Antique city never lack of traffic. Almost every day there are a lot of people come here to pick up the leek. After all, not everyone is rich, but many people want to once and for all, thinking of picking up a big leek, able to eat on a year, and the antique world has a saying, called 3 years do not open, open to eat for 3 years, said that those who sell antiques boss, the profits of the rich, especially some of the black-hearted boss, specializing in fake goods, pretend to be antiques, special pit some amateurs, to the low cost of goods, sold at a high price, the profits in the middle of the enough to eat on him for a good period of time. Looking around, this antique street, a past, all kinds of antiques, there are old objects, there are porcelain, there are paintings and calligraphy, and jadeite jade, etc. And even some are foreign products, just do not know whether it is a work of art or a real old antique. Peek, how is it? Have you looked at anything? The fat man with a big belly crossed his waist to pretend to be a big spender. Let's shop around first. Saying that, Lin Feng's eyes blinked and his sight went to a stall in front of him, only to see that the old objects on this stall had looked as if they had shed their skin, and were displayed in their latest state in his sight. That ancient dagger, with its originally rusty sheath, was instantly transformed into a brand new tin shell. That grayish-black ancient coin that instantly turned into a shiny piece of iron, as well as that black with a hint of red pen holder, it also turned into an ordinary plastic product. All of this indicated that these so-called old objects had become new objects under Lin Feng's penetrating eyes, and if an ordinary person were to look at them, they might actually be able to hit their eyes, especially someone like Fatty who was stupid and had a lot of money, and didn't have excellent knowledge of treasure appreciation. Before Lin Feng had gotten this perspective eye, he wasn't much better. At most he was a bit more accurate than Fatty's vision. However, with the penetrating eye, Lin Feng's eyesight was greatly enhanced. All the antiques couldn't escape his fiery eyes, even the most powerful experts in the country had to be younger brothers in front of him. At this moment, he was seen picking up a string of coins with one hand, scrutinizing them carefully, and then placing them back on the shelf. Peek, what is it? This string of copper coins you fancy? Fatty came up to him and asked curiously. No, I'm just looking at it. This kind of copper coins, most of the ones on the market are worthless. The ones that are really worth it are tens of thousands of dollars apiece, and they usually don't show up in this kind of stall. The fat man came close to whispering next to his ear. You're right. Lin Feng nodded. Then he walked towards the next stall. This stall had more jadeite emerald things, but they just didn't know what kind of goods they were. Hey, two dudes. Here I am. Can be all good jadeite? The price is affordable. You can't lose if you buy it. The stall owner saw the two men stopping in front of his stall and hurriedly sold himself. Lin Feng squatted down and carefully looked at the antique goods on the stall. Lin Feng picked up a piece of jade pendant that was white with a greenish color and secretly turned on his perspective, scanning the jade pendant. These so-called jades are actually artificial. What a black heart! Looking at this piece of artificial jade in his hand, Lin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. This jade was artificial, but it had been processed to look exquisite. It looked just like the real thing. Those who didn't know about it really thought it was jade. Then he took a look at the other jades. Surprisingly, most of them were this kind of artificial jade. Only a mere 3 or 2 were made of real jade. Only 3 or 2 of them were made of real jade. They were just ordinary goods, not worth a few dollars at all. Although they were all artificial jade, Lin Feng didn't bother to expose him. This kind of thing is like this. If you can see it, you buy it. If you can't see it, you don't buy it. He's not the only one who is a counterfeiter. And anyone who specializes in fakes like this will have someone to clean them up. Some time ago there was a relevant agency that came over here and took away several people, supposedly someone from the political arena, who bought fake goods here, and as a result, they directly had the place checked. Please give a 5-star thank you if you think the writing is okay. Chapter 7, starting the pickup mode. What's the matter, little handsome? Don't you have anything you fancy? The boss was not happy that he didn't sell it, and hurriedly called out to the two who wanted to leave. Boss, although I'm an outsider, but you goods, seriously, I don't want to say anything more. The fat man's words caused Lin Feng beside him to look surprised. After the two of them left this stall, Fatty, you can tell that those jades of his are fake? You can tell at a glance, okay? I took 2 pieces and knocked them against each other. That sound is all different. Lin Feng reacted then. It's also true that this man-made stuff, and the real emerald stone, the texture is so different that sometimes you can indeed rely on the sound of knocking to recognize the real thing. In fact, apart from the sound, that hand feeling could also distinguish the real from the fake. Only that Lin Feng had used his perspective eyes to observe it at first after getting his hands on it, and hadn't felt it carefully. This time, Fatty's words had given him a piece of advice, making him feel the need to learn the basics in this area. He couldn't rely on this pair of perspective eyes for everything. After all, it wasn't everything. What if one day, this pair of perspective eyes failed? Fatty, go over there and take a look. Lin Feng pointed to a stall leaning to the side. The owner of this stall was an old man. There weren't many objects on the stall. He didn't know if they were bought away or if he didn't have much to sell himself. He doesn't have anything here. What are you doing here? What do you see? Fatty looked at the stall with a look of disgust. I've got my eye on a small wooden box. I think it should be worth a lot of money. Lin Feng said with a serious face. Oh, what is it? He obediently came up, wanting to see what contraption was the thing Lin Feng was talking about, only to see Lin Feng walk up to this stall, reach out and touch this wooden box, then slowly open the lid. Little brother, you can only look at it. You can't touch it, the boss suddenly reminded. Okay. Lin Feng nodded helplessly, then looked inside the box, only to see that inside, there was a pearl close to the size of a dragon's eye lying quietly. This pearl was crystal clear and had a golden color all over it. Ouch, I go. What the hell is this? Fatty came over head first. This is a pearl. What? This is a pearl? Made of gold? What do you think? Also made of gold. If this is really gold, people directly take to the gold store for money is not good? The two whispered. This should be the legendary South Seas gold pearl. This kind of pearl is very rare. It is the aristocrat of pearls. The price is not cheap. What? Southern Ocean gold pearl? Fatty was filled with surprise. His surprise wasn't that he didn't recognize this thing, but that he heard Lin Feng say that it wasn't cheap. Then, Lin Feng used his penetrating eye to observe it again and didn't find any traces that it was a fake. In other words, it was genuine. Back in the 9th years, there was a string of Nanyang gold beads auctioned in New York, country, and at that time it was auctioned for as much as over $2 million. At that time it was worth so much, not to mention that nowadays, resources were scarce and the environment was polluted, causing this kind of pearl to become even rarer, and production plummeted. Boss, how do I sell this? Lin Feng looked at the boss and asked. 4,000. So expensive? The one who was the first to speak out was Fatty. This is a golden pearl. If you can afford it, buy it. If you can't, pull back, the stall owner said nonchalantly. A string of pearls in the market is only a few $1,000s, right? You're 4,000 for this one. Fatty said too and then looked back at Lin Feng who was on the side. I say Fengzi, such a pearl. Are you sure you want to spend 4,000 on it? Lin Feng didn't say anything. Instead he was weighing the pros and cons, wondering if he wanted to buy it. After a battle of thoughts, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. After all, this thing isn't rare. Even if it's not that valuable, it's good to keep it as a souvenir or keep it to give to his girlfriend. However, as soon as he thought of his girlfriend, he remembered that he had been calling her phone last night and didn't answer, and he didn't know what she would be doing. Go back and call her again to ask. Boss, scan the code. When the boss heard this, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart, and then he immediately showed the collection code. After paying, Lin Feng stuffed the box into his pocket and continued walking forward. Fengzi, you don't think you want to give it to that little girlfriend of yours, do you? So what if it is? Lin Feng gave him a blank look. Just then, an item on a small stall in front of him attracted Lin Feng's attention. It was a folding fan. It wasn't very pretty. It was even a bit worn out. However, at the bottom of the folding fan, there was a piece of jade inlaid. It looked a bit old. Lin Feng slowly walked over. His eyes blinked and his perspective opened. I didn't expect that this fan was a real one. It's just a bit worn out. I don't know how much it can be worth. He muttered. He was just a little bit interested in this worn-out folding fan. It looked like it was still a plaything of some second generation a long time ago. Boss, how can I sell this fan? This broken fan, if you sincerely want it, 2,000 take it away. This is an obese boss. A look at this body type. This rich, no that usually certainly not less pit people. 300. I'll pay if you sell. If you don't sell, just keep the bug eyes. Lin Feng directly dropped a sentence and turned around ready to go. Feng, what? Is this broken fan also a treasure? Whether it's a treasure or not I don't know, but what I can say for sure is that it's genuine. I observed it and didn't see a trace of faking. His fatty took a deep breath and then asked. Then this broken fan should be worth money too, right? If it's rare enough, then it's worth money, but he's going overboard with this asking price of 2,000. Little brother, let's talk it over. How about 600? I see you really want it. Let's take a step back. The obese boss stretched out a 6 gesture and said with a smile. 400. No can do. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense with him and subtracted another half. You this. The obese boss clenched his teeth in anger. He hadn't put out a single thing today, and if he didn't open up again, he would really have to drink the northwest wind. This broken fan, he only spent $50 to collect it, and now he can sell it for a few hundred, and he has made a lot of money. It's just that at first he looked at Lin Feng and only felt that he was an amateur, a young man who didn't know his way around, so he thought he could pit a little more is a little. But whichever thought this guy cut the price so hard, for a moment he could not make up his mind, not sure if he is an insider. Okay, 400 take away. As a friend, come often in the future. The obese boss endured the pain and wrapped up the worn-out fan. Lin Feng's mouth slanted as he took out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. He then picked up the wrapped folding fan and left the stall. Ha ha! This little brat, although he didn't pit 1,000 or 2, but at least he sold it. This broken fan? Several people asked. Just no one wants it. The obese boss looked at the back of the two people leaving and cursed. Chapter 8, Magic Failure? Fatty, let's go. Let's take a look at those Jade stalls. You don't want to gamble, do you? We can't afford to play with this stuff. I do have this idea. Right, Fatty? Your family seems to be in this business, right? Speaking of this, Lin Feng remembered that the dead Fatty seemed to have said before that his family was in this business, related to jewelry and jade. What my family does is finished jewelry, the kind that leans towards export, not this kind of jadeite raw stone. Fatty said as he cupped his chin. Oh, then let's go. Go over to the front and take a look. There seems to be a stall there that sells jadeite jade or something like that. Lin Feng pointed to a stall in front. This stall was a bit bigger than the others. The owner was still a woman, estimated to be in her 30s or 40s, and she was quite mature. Yo, little handsome, come to see Jade? Come to take a look. After answering a sentence, Lin Feng squatted down and picked up a recent palm-sized jadeite raw stone, scrutinizing it carefully. This piece of raw stone had already been cut in half, directly from the center, so he could directly see how fleshy the inside was. This kind of jadeite raw stone was cut directly from the center, which actually hurt the integrity, if the structure inside was very special. However, this piece of material, it does not look great. The grade is very low, the body color gray and white, a lot of impurities, even the glutinous seed is not up to, not worth the money stuff. Saying that he was carefully scrutinizing it, it would be better to say that he was using his perspective eye to observe the internal performance. Under his penetrating eye, the inside of this piece of stone, which looked ordinary and incomparable on the surface, was instantly seen through by him. This material, I guess it's just thrown in the waste area. No one would necessarily find it. Then, he picked up another cut stone. Peek, these cut ones aren't really worth much. That kind of fully gambled material is only exciting. Fatty flipped through the unopened material on the side. That kind of risk is also big. A misrecognition is a huge loss. Lin Feng said so, but in his heart, he already had an idea. His purpose is also exactly the kind of full blocking material. This kind of stone, most of them have already become a foregone conclusion. How much money can it be worth or placed there? But the full gambling material is not the same. They have perspective eye. Inside is not emerald, cannot bet up, their own most clear. After looking at a few stones, suddenly, both eyes began to ache. His what's going on? Eyes hurt. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes with both hands. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that there was no more perspective ability. Asterisk. What the hell? This discovery almost made him scream out in shock. No, I have to figure out what's going on. If it's really gone just like that, then it's too pitiful fee. What just arrived hasn't even been warmed up yet. This scene really scared him. He was counting on relying on this super weapon and getting rich. This suddenly malfunctioned. Could it not make him go crazy? After going through several adjustments, he tried to open his perspective again, but he still couldn't see through any objects. This made him feel as if he had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, a roller coaster ride. And this burst of changing expressions from Lin Feng was just seen by Fatty, who turned back to him. Fengsy, what's wrong? Uncomfortable? No, maybe I squatted for a long time. A bit of vertigo. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up. Once again, he rubbed his eyes and closed them for a few seconds. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that his perspective eyes were working again. It really was a roller coaster ride. What the hell is going on here? He then thought of a possibility. This ability was like an electronic product. It also needed to be recharged. Except that this ability didn't know how to recharge it. Forget it, don't think about these things for the time being. Just use it sparingly in the future. Don't use it until it's necessary. Otherwise it'll be miserable if it falls off at the critical moment. Thinking of this, he directly picked up one of the few pieces of fully gambled material on this stall, lightly opening his perspective. Tisk luck is really good. The color inside is really beautiful. He held back his excitement and tightly pretended to put it down carelessly before picking up the other two pieces of fully gambled material and observing them for a while. And just then, his eyes suddenly produced a leap of joy, and a feeling of longing was born with it. What's going on? Why is there a strange feeling in my eyes? Immediately afterward, a sliver of green aura that was only visible to Lin Feng himself. It emanated from the stone in his hand, flowed through his palms, and through the meridians of his entire body to converge in his eyes. After absorbing this green airflow, his eyes felt incredibly refreshed, as if the earth that had been in a drought for a long time had suddenly encountered sweet rain. What's going on here? Why does this stone have this green airflow flowing into one's eyes? And after absorbing it, I seem to feel that my eyesight has been enhanced and I can see things more clearly, and I no longer have the same feeling of sleepiness that I had just now. While he was puzzled, inside the stone in his hand, there was a change that outsiders didn't know about. From the original green jade, it had turned into a stone that was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, and it was accompanied by cracks. And this scene was also discovered after Lin Feng came back to his senses. Hurriedly put the stone in his hand back to its original position. He wouldn't dare to say that there was no jadeite left in it at first shock, and that it was his own reason that it had become like this. Then picked up that piece of stone that he had seen earlier and looked at the female boss. Boss, what price for this piece? This piece, if you sincerely want it. This amount. She stretched out 2 fingers and wiggled them. 20,000? Lin Feng asked tentatively, only to see the boss's wife nodding with a smile. This is a very cheap price. Look at this crust. The possibility of betting on it is very high. This is material from Muna. Muna produces miracles. Too expensive. I can't see this price no matter how I look at it. Right, boss lady, don't think that we are amateurs. My family can do jewelry business. Don't give me an arbitrary price. Ah, Fatty chimed in from the side. Hearing this, the boss's wife revealed a helpless ant smile. Oh, little handsome, I didn't open the price indiscriminately. This price is also a fair price. The market price is like this, or else give it to you for a little less. If you sincerely want it, often come to me here in the future. Yes, as long as you give a favorable price. Definitely come often. Lin Feng secretly snickered. Just for the fact that you just had such a miraculous thing happen with a stone. I'll come to you often in the future. Boss lady, 2,000. I don't want it if it's too high. Besides, you're still a full gamble. The boss's wife froze, and after struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, old lady, I'm going out on a limb today. I hope you can gamble it up. Chapter 9, A knife is poor and a knife is rich. A knife is draped in sackcloth. After paying the money, Lin Feng picked up the piece of raw stone and left, fearing that the boss's wife would realize that the stone just now had become a waste stone. Hey, I say little Fengzi, when did your bargaining skills grow so much? I've always been this good. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the other stalls and take a look. You don't want to buy this kind of jadeite again, do you? I'm telling you, take it easy. Don't you have some money left on you to eat? You're so profligate. I can't afford to lend you money to keep a woman. Indeed, over the years, Fatty has assisted him a lot, financially, especially in the matter of falling in love. Lin Feng had spent a lot of money on his little girlfriend, but he hadn't gotten much in return, so much so that she was still a fledgling until now, which made the fat man laugh at him for a while. While the fat man himself had fooled several schoolgirls and cheated them out of their first time by virtue of his rich family fortune as well as his family's condition. Don't worry about it, the stone I just bought will definitely be able to gamble up. Saying that, the two of them walked towards the last row of stalls in this Yunzhou antique city. Hee, Fatty, quick, there's a stone gambler there. Go, let's go take a look. After saying that, he didn't wait for Fatty to react, and directly walked over quickly by himself. Here there is even a store specializing in gambling stones. The boss here there is also a narrow stone decomposition room. Inside there is a stone decomposition machine. I think it is used to give customers on the spot to decompose the stone. If the decomposition of high goods, he can also directly recycle it, and then make a profit. This raw stone is a bit big. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Lin Feng looked at the big piece of stone on that table and let out a bitter smile. I'll go. Fengzi, why are all these jadeite raw stones so big? Are you sure you want to gamble? There's a few smaller ones on that side. We can take a look. The big ones won't work, the small ones shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Subsequently, Lin Feng walked to the table, looking at only 4 smaller jade material, one of which is already unraveled, directly cut in half. A direct window, can see the inside of the jade flesh. There are 2 as the so-called full gambling material. The price is also marked on the top. The full gambling is 8,000 and 7,500, about as big as the palm of an adult's hand. That piece of open window price is 22,000, overall small on a circle, and that piece has been cut in half, almost the size of 2 cell phones, then the palm of the hand a little bit bigger. Price is 10,800, is the kind of water is not very good, otherwise the price of where to stop so point. Peak, you don't seem to know much about gambling, right? How sure are you? It's true that I don't know much about it, but I have a very good eye. If you want to enter the pit in the future, I suggest that if you have time, you should learn more about this aspect of emerald jade, as well as the common sense of gambling on stones, Fatty suggested while saying, Well, this is indeed. I will go and learn about it when I have time. Joke, even if he didn't study, he was also sure that he wouldn't gamble across. It's just that he didn't know enough about those varieties of jadeite as well as their grades. Between words, he has once again show his super god eye. Look to those few small stones. This does not look okay. This look really shocked. Good guy. These 4 stones, those 2 pieces of wool that were fully gambled were all trash. Not even up to the lowest level of bean seeds. Not worth a thing. On that piece of open window is still a little value. But there are 2 penetrating cracks, directly affecting the whole piece of jade. If there is no this crack, perhaps can barely do a bracelet. But now, even the brand cannot do is not good to say. And the piece that was cut in half, the inside was just like the cut surface. There was no change. The water in this gambling stone world is really deep. If I didn't have this magical perspective eye, I wouldn't dare to wade into the water. He then gave up on these several small stones. There is no way. Buy it and lose. That open window material is also meaningless. It will not rise greatly. Fatty, what do you think about these small stones? Lin Feng wanted to see how Fatty's vision was. This piece with an open window, I think it should still have a chance to rise. I just don't know how it is inside. He touched the piece of open window material and mused. As for these 2 pieces of all gambling material, I don't have much certainty. The crust is quite thick, and we didn't bring a flashlight today, but it's still very difficult to recognize it with the naked eye. Fatty pretended to be very professional and said, "Can't see, you still have some eye power." Che, who am I? Lin Feng's line of sight involuntarily swept towards the larger pieces of material. There were some that had also been opened, and there were also those that had been cut in half. This kind of larger material, cut in half, if the seed water inside is good, it does not affect the extraction of material in the slightest. No matter whether it is to make a bracelet or pendant or something is more than enough. And that kind of very small material is generally directly rubbed open. Will not choose to cut in half, otherwise the value will be directly discounted, or even less. Just then, a piece of pineapple-sized material attracted Lin Feng's attention. This piece of material is relatively flat in shape, gray and black in color, is a piece of all gambling material. Looking at the appearance, it was probably from the Mwanji field entrance. It's surprisingly full of green inside. This color, it should belong to Yang Green. Quite a good piece of material. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. Lin Feng tried to suppress the impulse in his heart. Boss, do you decode stones here? I have a piece of material here. Can you help me solve it? Oh, it's possible, but it's if there's a charge. Generally when you buy a stone here from the boss, you can decode it for free. But if you bring the stone to decode it yourself, you need to pay the labor fee. After all, people can't decode it for you for no reason, right? Especially deciphering Hi-Fi. No problem. How much? Depends on the size of your material. At that, Lin Feng took out the small stone he had just bought. So small? Lin Feng nodded. You need to use a rubbing method for this one. You can't just cut it in half. Otherwise it won't be worth much. Labor fee $100. Okay. The boss was also happy to take this job. After all, no one is buying stones right now. Besides, if he is lucky and can solve the rare material, then his fame will also soar. It can be said to be 2 birds with 1 stone. After paying the labor fee, the boss took the small stone and farted to the small decomposition room behind him, followed by a grinding sound. Peek, if you are really interested in gambling, we can both go to Yunnan together when we have time to take a look. There is the source of emerald. The probability of betting up is higher than here. Fatty muttered in a low voice. When the time comes you lead the way. Lin Feng had long wanted to go to the legendary Yunnan to have a look. Not only was the scenery beautiful, but more importantly, it was bordered by northern Burma. Jade and other precious stones were traded in large quantities, and if he was lucky, he could really find good goods. Moreover, now with this magical visionary powers, he is sure to earn it 100 million. If you let the fat man know that he has a heavenly perspective, but also want to earn 100 million, surely have to say that his pattern is small. But it's true, earn it 100 million without blinking an eye. Just at this time, the store's decanting room, came a burst of shrieks. Chapter 10, $2 million for a knife. My goodness, it's gone up. It's gone up big time. This shriek not only made Fatty look astonished, but also startled the passers-by who were passing by. What? The bet went up? Fatty looked at Lin Feng with surprise, as if he didn't expect him to have such a good hand, to be so good at picking. The first piece went up, and Lin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything more, because unsurprisingly, the result of the unraveling of the stone was just as he had seen earlier. Hurry, hurry, there's a gambling stone here. Gambling up? This is a big deal. Soon, several people surrounded this place, slowly, surrounding the place. The most exciting and bloodthirsty thing in the world of gambling is to bet on a stone that has risen, because it is possible to gamble out a piece of superb jade. and will also be subject to a whole lot of peers scrambling to buy. With the passage of time, this kind of jadeite jade has become less and less. Open a piece is less. So once encountered betting on the rise, it will alarm a lot of people. Looking at the group of people around him, Lin Feng knew that he was probably going to make a small name for himself today. Holy, it's gone up again. With the boss's relentless efforts, a burst of excited shrieks came out from time to time from the stone solving room. The people waiting outside, one by one, rubbed their fists together. And finally, someone couldn't hold back. A relatively thin man wearing glasses looked towards Lin Feng and the fat man. Two little brothers, I think the piece of jadeite that the boss is deciphering should be yours, right? This boss was the very first one to come here to spectate, so he could also guess that the owner of the jadeite raw stone was among them. Well, it is indeed mine. Lin Feng returned carelessly. Little brother, don't continue solving it. I see that the size of this stone is just a bit bigger than the palm of my hand. I'll offer 200,000 to buy it. How about it? His wave of maneuvering instantly attracted the attention of others. Little brother, he's too stingy. Looking at that color in seed water, I'm willing to offer 300,000. These people's eyes were quite sharp, and they could see it clearly from such a distance. Right, too stingy. I'm willing to pay 400,000. Lin Feng listened helplessly to these people's offers, but he didn't have the intention to sell it right now, because he hadn't finished polishing the crust yet. Right now these people were just trying to buy it at the lowest price because it was only half polished right now. There was still an element of gambling, that's why they were giving such a small amount of money. Ha, Feng Zi, get rich, you just spent so little money to buy a small stone, but in a flash it turned into hundreds of thousands of dollars, or maybe even millions of dollars. Fatty couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You cut the crap. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was also incomparably excited. I finally have money. I can straighten up and stretch out in the future. And, with money I'll be able to improve my living conditions. Sister, you finally don't have to work so hard. He thought secretly. This is ice seed? The boss's hands trembled as he held the jadeite raw stone that had been almost polished. Then, he picked up the flashlight and shone it at the small stone. Good lord, a greenish color. Oh my god, this is at least up to ice type. And this color, it's sunny green. He held the stone that had already been rubbed with a good crust according to Lin Feng's request and trembled as he walked towards Lin Feng. The onlookers, too, let out a gasp. Holy, I didn't come today for nothing. All of you don't gun with me. I'll offer $1 million. However, the boss didn't pay any attention to them, because it wasn't like it was his stuff. He wasn't qualified to decide and didn't have that right. This little brother, this is the emerald that has been polished. Congratulations, it's gone up big time. I wonder if I can sell it to me. I'm willing to pay $1 million. The boss's eyes were glowing. While Lin Feng was hesitating, a louder offer reached his ears. I'll offer $1.5 million. Little brother, $1.5 million. I'll take it. Sell it to me? I'm the manager of Lu's Jewelry. This is my business card. As he spoke, the man who made the offer pulled out a high-end business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't squirm. He took the business card and glanced at it before stuffing it into his mouth pocket. I'll think about it. I'll offer $1.6 million. Such a good piece of ice-seeded young green. You guys are even giving this much. It's too black. The faces of the surrounding people became ugly when they heard this. This was a disguised way of scolding everyone. Hey, I say Feng Zi, just take it for what it's worth. More than $1 million I think is already a very high price. Fatty came to his ear and whispered, looks like this $1.6 million is already tops. And just as Lin Feng was about to call it quits, a shorter-looking fatty finally gritted his teeth and shouted out a new high, $2 million. And when he finished shouting, the surroundings fell into a silence. This price was already very high, because this piece of jadeite wasn't particularly big. But Lin Feng didn't care about that. He was naturally happier when someone could offer a higher price. After a dozen seconds of silence, Lin Feng saw that no one was offering anymore. Okay, $2 million, sold. Ha, little brother, you made a very wise deal. Hearing this deal, the people around sighed. Some of them were not willing to take so much money out to buy this piece of small jade. There were also people who didn't have that much money. Of course, there were also people who couldn't see it. One hand to pay the other hand. The short fat man tore off a check to Lin Feng. Small handsome, this is my business card. In the future, if there is any good material, you can also find me, to ensure that the high price recovery. Then he took the jade and left. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. People have been sold out, but also onlookers why? Lin Feng apologized and passed a look to the boss of the decryption. Expressed his apologies, but this is normal. Whoever bids high will be given to whom? A very serious thing. Then, Fatty and Lin Feng left Yunzhou Antique City. Ha, Feng Zi, you're rich now. You've become a millionaire in one fell swoop. Let's see who dares to mock you for being poor in the future. Go, I'll treat you to a kebab. Lin Feng hooked up with the fat guy who was shorter than himself and walked towards the snack street on the south side of the city. Now that I have $2 million, I can transfer a sum of money to my sister first, and then the rest, improve things for myself, and then go figure out how to make more money. Now that he had such a large sum of money, he finally didn't have to hold back his life. Was that called living before? Now it should be called living. Fatty, why are you ordering all this seafood and stuff? Lin Feng looked at the plate of oysters and whatnot in front of him, very puzzled. These are all cold foods. It's not good to eat too much of them. Don't you know that these are male necessities? It's called a man's gas station. Fatty threw him a you-know-what expression. Che, still a gas station. Be careful not to plow yourself. Speaking of which, Lin Feng was starting to get jealous of him. He had been talking to his little girlfriend for so long now. He hadn't even given himself to her in full, while this dead fat guy, he didn't even know how many handfuls of the game of life he had experienced. And just as the two of them were eating kebabs and drinking a little wine, a beautiful scenery suddenly appeared, deeply attracting the two of them. Chapter 11, The Schoolgirl is Being Bullied. Worry, you pinched me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng on the side immediately pinched Fatty on his thigh. Ah, damn you, it hurts. You yourself asked me to pinch. Lin Feng looked at him for no reason. I didn't ask you to lay your hands on me. Looks like I'm not dreaming here. This Xia schoolgirl would even come to a place like this to eat kebabs? This is a rare thing. Fatty's eyes stared straight at the beautiful woman who had just sat down not far away. This person was none other than Magic City University's very best school beauty, Xia Mingxue. Hey, you say, aren't we destined to be with the school flower? Sooner or later, we can meet her. You should say it the other way around. How could she meet you sooner or later? It would be different if this sentence came out of her mouth. As he spoke, Lin Feng couldn't help but look towards her as well. He had to say, this Xia Mingxue was worthy of being the school flower. Those long legs, that small waist, that baby-like skin, the fair face, none of them were not labels of the very best. But fortunately, Lin Feng was trying hard to control himself, not letting his prospective eyes open indiscriminately. Otherwise, now he would be embarrassed again. As for schoolgirl Xia, who was sitting on the side row, she was currently looking at the kebab menu. Boss, help me get a serving of this, and this, she said to the boss. Okay, pretty girl. She then sat there and played with her cell phone. Feng Zi, do you think this Xia school flower has a boyfriend? You don't care if they have one, just have one yourself. Haha, if I can have a school flower so beautiful as a girlfriend, I will dream and wake up laughing. You're not dreaming, you're simply unable to sleep. The two of them ate and talked nonsense at the same time, quickly stripping the table clean of kebabs. Why don't we order another one? The school flower is here. It's a rare encounter. To be able to eat kebabs with her in one piece, I can blow it for a year. Lin Feng had no choice but to give up his life. This meal came down and it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. However, right at this moment, from the distance came 3 men wearing short sleeves with tattoos on their arms. Ha, brother Liang. Look, there's a pretty girl there. Hey, it's still true. Come on, let's go have a kebab too. Saying that, these 3 people accelerated their steps. Xia Mingxue didn't see these 3 people because she was eating with her head down while looking at her cell phone. The man who was called Brother Liang sat on his but opposite Xia Mingxue. What are you guys doing? She looked at the man across from her warily. Hey, beautiful, the other places are full. We have no place to sit. We're also here to eat kebabs, the man said in a gangly manner. Boss, give me 5 servings of every kind of kebab you have here, and then get a case of beer. The boss also saw the 3 men's actions, but he didn't make any moves for a moment, thinking that as long as these 3 men didn't do anything excessive, he didn't care. He then followed the man's order and started grilling skewers. Hey pretty girl, what school are you from? I haven't seen a pretty girl like you over here before. What does it matter to you which school I'm from? Do you care? Xia Mingxue disliked stiffly. Yoo-hoo, pretty hot, but, brother likes it. Ha ha ha, the 2 small followers on the side laughed in agreement. Beauty, I feel happy to be able to have a midnight snack with you here tonight. He then went so far as to pick up the bamboo skewer that Xia Mingxue had eaten and placed it in front of his nostrils to take a deep breath. It smells so good. A kebab eaten by a beautiful woman just smells a little better. You dead pervert. He after the man let out a laugh. He actually stuffed that bamboo skewer directly into his mouth and started licking it from end to end. This scene caused the 2 fat men who were watching the show next to him to have a chill. Feng Zi, I can't stand it anymore. Fatty grimaced. Don't be impulsive. Let's see it first. Lin Feng couldn't stand watching either. Although he said he didn't know the schoolgirl and hadn't crossed paths with her, but watching her being bullied by the 3 ruffians was hard on his heart. handsome guys, your kebabs are ready. Seeing this, the boss immediately brought up some of the grilled kebabs in an attempt to relieve this beauty. Leave it, beauty, you haven't settled the bill yet. The boss didn't answer the man's words, but instead looked at schoolgirl Xia. At the same time, he also gave her a subtle wink, and Xia Mengxue nodded her head lightly in gratitude, and was just about to get up when she was grabbed by a large hand. Hey, I say beautiful girl, don't be in a hurry to leave. We've only just come up with these kebabs. Won't you eat some together? Our treat. Sorry, I'm not interested, and I've already eaten. Xia Mengxue forcefully pulled her hand out, but the tattooed man would not let go of this opportunity to eat tofu and take advantage. Don't be in a hurry to leave. If you don't eat, you can sit down and talk about life. Give me to let go. Just at this time, a Porsche suddenly stopped at the roadside of the kebab store, and then from the car down a man wearing a big brand fashion. The appearance looks quite handsome, the height of nearly 1 meter 8, and Lin Feng is not quite right. He looked at Xia Mengxue's side and barked, "Let go of her for me. What are you? Driving a Porsche is a big deal?" The tattooed man let go of Xia schoolgirl's hand, then poked his finger at the chest of this man driving a Porsche. "Get your salty pig's hooves off me." The man in the limousine droned at the tattooed man with an expressionless face. It's normal for the one driving the Porsche to have a bit of a temper, but so what? The tattooed man smiled teasingly. However, the limousine man didn't pay any attention to him, but turned his head to look at Xia Mengxue in front of him. "Mengxue, he didn't do anything to you, did he?" "No." She shook her head. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I just happened to pass by here. I saw your wonderful figure all the way here, and guessed that it was you, but I didn't expect that it was something like this. It seems that the heavens are on my side. Ah, let me come to save you." Schoolgirl Xia looked at him half-heartedly. "Is it such a coincidence? I'm just like that Prince Charming, always appearing when you need it the most. Shameless. Still, thank you. Let's go. I'll send you back." Xia Mengxue reluctantly agreed after hesitating for a moment. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Fatty couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, I didn't expect that schoolgirl Xia would have a boyfriend. And it's still a tycoon. I see. Is not a boyfriend, right? Should be a licking dog one. Didn't you see her eyes? Where's the eyes of a girlfriend to someone she likes? There's no hint of love." Lin Feng skimmed his mouth. Chapter 12, Traveling to the City of Gambling Stones. "Yo-ho, you know so much, but if he didn't show up just now, I'm going to be on the stage. Side stage the hero saving the beauty. Maybe that schoolgirl will be open to me and give me a chance to pursue. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Just like you, she will look at you? But if she can look at you, I guess she will also look at your money. Hey, how is this Porsche a bit familiar, but I can't think of it for a while." Fatty touched his head and thought, He boss, we did well in this play, right? Well, it's not bad. How can we slack off on a task arranged by Xiao Su? We can get $10,000 just by pretending to harass like this. Where can we find such a beautiful job? Hey, brother Liang, then how much will the two of us get? Will it be less than you two?" This brother Liang blankly glanced at the duo. This scene, however, happened to be seen by the two Lin Fengs again. So these two were arranged by that asshole with the Porsche to put on a show. This guy is so shameless. Simply, Fatty said indignantly. Indeed, to actually use such means to win the heart of the schoolgirl. However, it seems that it wasn't very successful either. After eating the kebabs, the two of them walked towards the school. It was night. The night of Magic City was incomparably maddening. It was a veritable city that never sleeps. "Fatty, are you going to Yunnan together on the weekend? Let's go have a big time." Lin Feng's heart had already flown to Yunnan a long time ago. "Okay, just based on your hand today, I'll definitely go with you. Maybe we can make a big profit again. Quietly tell you, I still have an acquaintance in Yunnan. Let him take us both for a stroll at that time." At those words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "That would be great, but before I go, I have to catch up on knowledge about Jade and such. Otherwise when I get there, even if the bet goes up I don't have a concept of what it's worth." "Indeed, then you yourself slowly fill up it. I go to play a little bit of King to go." "Damn you, all you know is playing games all day long. No wonder that aspect is so not long-lasting." Lin Feng scolded with a laugh. Off. "Am I playing games? That's my..." Halfway through his sentence, Fatty didn't say anything further. After all, this was something that was hard to talk about. Lin Feng also did not continue to pay attention to him, but back to his desk, opened the old laptop, began to query the internet about some knowledge of gambling stones, jade varieties, colors, and species of water and whatnot, as well as the major origins, were all checked by him. Sai tomorrow will take this broken computer to change a new one, is really too stuck. Lin Feng a face of hatred. The next time, while he was attending classes, when he was free, he went out to the antique street to try his luck. and then he was popularizing some of the knowledge related to emerald and some other gemstone treasures. In these few days, what surprised him was that no matter what knowledge he inquired about, as long as he looked at it once, he was basically able to memorize it, as if he had the ability to forget it. This made him exceptionally excited. Could it be because of that perspective? Whatever. I'm lucky to get it. I'm lucky to lose it. To be able to get this heaven-defying psychic ability, maybe it's because I saved Manhwa in my past life. Or mom and dad. They've been doing good things all their lives. However, this supernormal ability of mine is just too heaven-defying. I have to be careful and use it cautiously outside in the future, or else I'll be screwed if it's discovered by those who have the heart to scoop me up and take me away. He thought secretly. Soon. It was Friday. Let's give Sis a call first. It's better to say hello to her when going out of town, lest she worry. Then, it pressed Sis's phone. Without two beeps, the phone rang on the other end. What's up, little phone? Coming back from vacation? Sister Lin Xian's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Sis, I won't be back on the weekend. I'm going out of town with my friends. Going out of town? Where to go? To a trip to Yunnan province. Going to play? Then take care of yourself. Be safe, and report me safe anytime. Lin Xian gently instructed. Don't worry, sis. When we come back, I'll give you a surprise. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Okay, sis, will wait for you. They then chatted for a couple sentences and hung up. Fatty, is everything ready? Don't worry, everything that should be used and shouldn't be used is ready. Fatty threw him a reassuring look. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early and after washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes. Fatty, you damn got to get high. Look at what time it is. Wait to take the airplane, tell you. To the fat man lying on the bed sleeping heard, immediately sat up. Why don't you shout me earlier? Why didn't I yell at you? You just sat up too. Then I went to wash up and you went back to sleep. The mirror was under Lin Feng's scolding. He finally ran into the bathroom with his tired body to clatter and wash up. After finishing, he looked at the mirror and narcissized himself, not forgetting to spray the tacky cologne. Narcissism. Then I picked up my backpack and went out. Domestic flights have to arrive at the terminal 2 or 3 hours in advance, and there is no check-in 45 minutes before takeoff, so the two of them arrived at the airport in time for 8 o'clock. Fellow travelers, the flight to Ruweli, Yunnan has begun checking in for boarding. A loud announcement rang out from the terminal. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng and the two of them got up and walked towards the ticket checking channel. After checking the tickets, the plane started taxiing for takeoff in about half an hour. Hey, Peak, is this business class comfortable? Well, it's quite comfortable, and the service is quite good. Lin Feng eased his seat down and half lay down, looking out the window. Fatty was a rich second generation. He never sat in business class. He couldn't even look at economy class. But Lin Feng was different. He usually chose to take the train when he wanted to go out, or the ordinary express train starting with K, just to save money. From Mordor to Ruweli, it takes almost 4 or 5 hours by airplane. It crossed half of China. Fatty, I'm going to sleep for a while. Yell at me when we arrive. I'm also going to sleep for a while. Don't worry, the beautiful stewardess will come to wake us up. He revealed an evil smile, causing Lin Feng to glare. Time, fading in the friction between the airplane and the air. The white clouds. Soon it was time for the big noon meal. The two were woken up by the flight attendant's call. Sir, lunchtime is here. Please eat. The flight attendant's charming imperial voice crashed in the fat man's heart, staring straight at the others. Hey, can you pour me another cup of coffee? Yes, sir. Fatty, can you not look like this to every beautiful woman? You really haven't changed a bit with this horny guy. What do you know? This is called appreciation. Lin Feng scoffed and stopped caring about him. But I have to say, this business class lunch was quite sumptuous. Drinking and eating. At around 1:30 p.m., the airplane landed at Ruweli's airport on time. Chapter 13, Meeting Mysterious Energy Again. Feeling the native atmosphere of Yunnan, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The air in Yunnan is different. Much fresher than Mordor. That's right. You don't look at it. What is this place? Mordor is by the sea. A plain. Here the mountains are beautiful. Can the air be the same? Two people from the airport directly hit a car to Ruweli's most prosperous place, and not directly taxi to the hotel booked when they came. The anyway on a backpack. Also not heavy. Along the way, can see a lot of roadside vendors, selling either antiques or jadeite jade. There are finished products. There are semi-finished products. There are also wool raw stone. Peak, like this roadside stalls. Almost all of them are selling material that has been cut. Some of them are a small piece cut off from a whole big piece of material, because only that one piece is barely usable. These people in order to return to the capital only, and some of them are the whole piece cut just like that. But what they all have in common is that the seed water and whatnot is not very good, and it's very ordinary. See, good stuff. People don't need to take it out to set up a stall. Others are door to door begging for goods. At this time, the driver also joined the chit-chat. Ha ha, too handsome, you are outsiders. Right, the specialty here is Jade. The street is naturally this kind of thing, but are ordinary goods. If you want to stimulate, but also have to go to Natalie Market, there is the key place, but play before you have to think about it. In case you lose, a family bankruptcy is not good. Be careful. Master, thanks for the reminder. We have our measure. The car quickly arrived at the Nathaniel Market. The two of them couldn't wait to get out of the car and walked quickly towards that trading market. Looking from afar, in that trading market, a big stone was placed on a long table, both big and small, and there were many people holding flashlights to scrutinize the surface of those stones. Gambling on such things, without guts and a certain amount of wealth, you really can't touch it. There is a saying in the gambling world, one cut is poor and one cut is rich, which says that gambling on stones is very risky. One cut goes down, either you lose your family's fortune, or you get rich overnight. Holy yeah, this really deserves to be a good place to gamble on stones. There are really a lot of these stones. Fatty sighed for a while. Fatty, didn't you say you have an acquaintance? Where is it? He said he's not available today, so let's stroll around on our own first, and he'll come back for us tomorrow. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Why are you so unreliable? Lin Feng said with his mouth, but in his heart he was thinking, it doesn't matter if there's an acquaintance or not. He has the heaven-defying penetrating eye. It's useless even if you have a titan of the Jade world coming over. It's better to rely on yourself. Who can recognize Jade when the penetrating eye is out? Subsequently, Lin Feng also took out the flashlight from his backpack, and pretended. Otherwise he would either draw attention to himself or be looked down upon. Thinking that he was a rash young man who didn't know anything, but also learned to gamble with other people. Hey, Fatty, this piece of moxisha material, looking quite good. You see this open window part? This flash. Yo-ho, Fengzi, how do you know that this is moxisha material? You these days of bad repair is not bad. Or a bit of results. Fatty deliberately looked for things. Lin Feng came up and didn't directly open the perspective observation. Remembering the previous scene of sudden malfunction, he decided that this perspective eye should require energy. Otherwise why did he suddenly see a piece of high fei last time? After directly absorbing a wisp of green air current, that jadeite turned into a waste stone. So now he wouldn't dare to use it casually. He couldn't conclude how much energy this perspective eye actually had, and when it could be used. Just can also test it. He these days frantically remedial jadeite jade and other knowledge, to verify their own learning. Peek, I think this piece is good. Look at this crust, this lightning effect, absolutely awesome. You only see the outside, but not the inside. How do you know the inside is bad? It's not like you have perspective eyes. At those words, Lin Feng shuddered. I don't have perspective eyes, but I just feel that this piece is nothing more than that. Just then, a pineapple-sized black stone next to him caught Lin Feng's attention. This stone was a bit strange looking, but was black all over. Lin Feng ghostly opened his penetrating eye. Asterisk. Inside this, surprisingly, he almost screamed out in shock at the interior of this stone. He struggled to control that excitement. Then his right hand touched the stone, and when he did, his entire body shivered, only to see, under the sight of the penetrating eye, that familiar scene happened again. A wisp of green mist wafted fragrantly to his eyes, which of course, was invisible to others. Hiss, so cozy, and it seems like I absorbed a little more of this strange energy this time than last time. Lin Feng secretly smacked his lips. This sudden surprise was something he hadn't expected. When the last wisp of mist was finished being absorbed by him, another familiar scene appeared inside this black jadeite raw stone. It began to crack, like a spider's web, spreading out from the center in all directions, but luckily it didn't crack to the outside. Otherwise Lin Feng would have to cry. The boss would also definitely find out and make him pay compensation. After getting a taste of it, Lin Feng couldn't wait to find this kind of jadeite with strange energy, but after looking around for a week, he didn't see any similar material. That's just it. This is something that can't be found. It's my luck to come across it. He then walked towards the other jadeite raw stones. The material here is just so much better than the ground goods outside. But this price is also ridiculously expensive. Hundreds of thousands and millions. Lin Feng kept observing these raw stones that had windows opened. After looking at them he used his perspective eyes to look at them again. The ones that weren't too stunning didn't interest him anymore. Fengzi, I've decided to buy this piece of material. Fatty was holding a piece of stone as big as half a head. Unopened window. 10 pieces of all gambling wool. Are you sure? Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Yes, Lin Feng didn't answer him back, but quietly opened his perspective eye and looked at this stone in his hand. How much is this piece of material? This amount. The fat man stretched out a palm. So expensive? I suggest you get another piece. I don't really see this stone as good. Lin Feng could only say this because under his overdraft eye, the internal structure he saw wasn't great. There was a crack inside, and this color band was through and through, which meant that not all of this piece of material was jade inside. The part that was green was very little, so buying it at this price would be a loss. Even if he made a profit, he wouldn't be able to make much, but the probability was that it would be a loss. How do you know? Fatty puzzled. Chapter 14, absorbed me like crazy. Just with the knowledge I've been cramming these days, I can see it. Shay, say it like you're a professional, but let me believe you for once, seeing as you were so lucky before. Fatty skimmed his mouth. In fact, he still wanted to buy and gamble in his heart. Let's go, Fatty. Let's take a look inside. Saying that, Lin Feng came to another row. A lot of the material on this side was grayish-white stones. Looking at the characteristics of the skin and whatnot, it should be material from Muna. There was a saying that miracles came out of Muna. The saying is that the material of this mouth is very easy to gamble up. Lin Feng picked up a palm-sized piece of window polish material in front of him, and shined a flashlight on it. The translucency was still very strong. This piece of material is good. It's actually a piece of violet. Fatty, take this piece of material. Lin Feng turned his hand and threw the stone to him. Are you sure? Seeing that he was going to buy it so hastily, Fatty was more or less skeptical, but Lin Feng ignored him and continued to look at the other materials. This Muna's material is indeed much better than what I just looked at, although most of the inside is with cotton wool, but nay high quality. There is a piece of poplar green, ice seed, and there are no cracks inside. Muna's material is this point is good. The cracks are very few. Lin Feng used a flashlight to pretend to be observing, while using a penetrating eye to constantly peek at the other materials. As for this fat guy, he was still flipping around after looking at a stone for half a day. He didn't know if he was really interested or confident, but Lin Feng didn't bother him either. The two of them looked at each other. Ha, I seem to have found something good again. Lin Feng resisted the urge in his heart and searched for that trace of mystery and came to the far right of this row of long tables. There were only 3 raw stones here, but they were all huge raw stones, all as big as a pineapple honey. One had a khaki-colored shell, and the other 2 had a grayish-black shell, and they were also all fully gambled material that had not been windowed. That marvelous feeling is here. Then, Lin Feng used his perspective eye to look at these 3 pieces of raw stone. Once the perspective eye was out, it didn't matter what kind of stone it was or how big it was. Seeing through it would be the end of the matter. This look really surprised him. This piece of khaki shell material inside, unexpectedly has reached the grade of ice seed or even high ice seed. The color is the kind of blue and white gradient. Is not uniform a color, but this color is also much loved by the people. This piece of raw stone, no matter from the performance of the outer shell or the internal situation, is a piece of good material. Is this price? A little unacceptable. He sighed helplessly as he looked at the string of numbers written on the notepad. 1 million. It was also a considerable amount of money. He then looked at the other 2 raw stones, which should have been unearthed from the same batch, from the same place, and surprisingly, the shape of these 2 stones was as if they were originally a pair, only forcibly separated by nature. Finally, Lin Feng passed his sight directly through the shell of one of these 2 pieces, only to see a turquoise-colored world unfolding in his sight. Asterisk. This color, this kind of water, this transparency, it's definitely a glass seed. It's not even a normal glass seed, not even a bit of cotton wool. However, just at this moment, another scene made him even more shocked. A trace of dense green mist, so thick that it seems to turn into a drop of green liquid breath, flowing in this emerald. His hand could not help but touch on this piece of raw stone. Immediately after, a wisp of green mist began to flow toward his palm, and finally along his meridians, toward his eyes' convergence. The constant flow of mist made him stifle a muffled grunt. But fortunately, this place was at the very edge, with less foot traffic, so no one heard his strange voice. It's just too good, this feeling, and I feel like my eyes are filled with power. My vision is much clearer again than before, while my entire body feels relaxed. As the last wisp of green mist disappeared, this piece of raw stone started to crack again like those before, and the original green emerald turned into a gray waste stone. There's another piece here. This one is surprisingly also using that strange energy again. Whatever, let's absorb it first. Lin Feng didn't move and absorbed these unseen and untouchable strange energies. The movements in his hand didn't stop, still holding a flashlight in one hand and touching it with the other. He started to absorb this energy. After a long time, finally, the 2 pieces of imperial green ice seed jadeite, under Lin Feng's efforts, turned into 2 pieces of waste stone. What a pity! These are 2 pieces of emperor green and it's still glass seed. But it's not worth mentioning compared to that mysterious energy. Although I don't know what this strange energy is, I'm sure it must be something good, or at least more precious than this glass seed emperor green. This is also the reason why he chose to absorb it and turn it into a waste stone. With a perspective eye. What kind of emperor green do you want that you don't have? But this kind of magical energy is not everywhere. 100 pieces of emerald may not be able to appear this kind of stuff. I have to hurry and get away from these stones. Otherwise I'll be in deep if I'm found out the end. I can't afford to pay for it. After saying that, Lin Feng immediately walked away. Hey, Peek, I picked 2 more raw stones. This time, no matter what, I'm going to take it. Fatty held 2 palm-sized stones and ran to Lin Feng with gusto and said firmly, these 2 pieces of material in your hand. How can I put it? Just this one is okay. Lin Feng pointed his finger to the piece of material that came from the mouth of the Kaika field. The other piece of material is moxisha. You look at the cracks above the crust, almost going through the whole stone. What did you buy it for? And in Lin Feng's perspective, this moxisha material, half of the inside is gray cotton, although the other half of the light effect is more transparent. But what is the use? Moxisha material. The risk of betting on the stone is to bet on the crack. The main thing is the variant. Moxisha variant is from the beginning of the cotton, because it is mostly gray cotton, unlike other field mouth characteristics. Once there is gray cotton, this part is considered waste. There is no excess. The gap is larger. So betting on moxisha to pay attention to the cotton. See the cotton carefully, consider only good. However, the fat man only saw the effect of the other half of the hit lamp, but ignored these aspects. It's okay, gambling on stones is in the word gambling. Anyway, it's not expensive. How about we just gamble? I'll buy both of these pieces. Fatty remained firm on buying them. Alright, if you don't listen to your brother's words, you'll lose out. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Since Fatty didn't listen to advice, what could be done? He could only let him witness the result of the betting cross before he would believe in himself. After all, he didn't have the psychic ability of perspective. He could only rely on the observation of the naked eye to determine. But it wasn't bad that he was able to pick a better piece of material. At least that piece of material was, in Lin Feng's opinion, a must bet across. Chapter 15 read? Let's go then. There's a live stone deciphering place right here. Let's see if we can get rich in one go or not. After saying that, Lin Feng took the lead and walked towards the stone deciphering room on the side of the wall. I've lost another bet today. What should I do? When I go back, my wife will definitely sit on my head with her ass. Alas, this guy is really, the luck is bad enough. Cut 4 pieces of material in a row are collapsed. I feel sorry for him. Come on, this is what happens when you gamble. 1 cut to heaven, 1 cut to hell. Not only does it depend on years of Jade recognition, but it also depends on luck. But I won't sympathize with this guy. If his family's condition is not good, he still comes here to gamble every day, and loses all his money. He is to blame. Lin Feng and the 2 of them had just arrived over here to witness a gambling collapse fiasco. Fengzi, I'm a bit nervous. Fatty let out a bitter smile. You know you're nervous now? Lin Feng gave him a blank look. He then lined up and waited for the stones to be unraveled. Due to the fact that this trading market was relatively large, the foot traffic wasn't small. Many people wanted to come here to get rich, and the area where the stones were being unraveled was full of people. Although there was more than one room, it couldn't handle the constant stream of gamblers. However, because the material in the hands of many people are not big, they are relatively small, so the speed of decomposition is also faster, and there are some are directly open a window, not completely unraveled, because sometimes, open window material is more valuable than fully unraveled. After all, completely unraveled is equivalent to the price of the clear. An open window material, there is a little bit of gambling component. During the time that the 2 people lined up to solve the stone, there are many people who bet on the collapse. Of course, there is collapse, there is up. Otherwise who would still go to bet? Just now, there are 2 people on the bet up. One is open the ice floating flower material. There is an ice azure color. There are these 2 big up cause. The enthusiasm of the back of these gamblers is even higher a lot. Even the fat man are rubbing their fists, but soon it was his turn. Peek, you said oh. This piece will bet up. I'll once again test the results of your these days bad. Believe it or not, at least it won't lose is. But the other piece, it's definitely a loss. Lin Feng clasped his hands together and quietly looked at the stone unraveling room. Barely sound continuously came out from the stone solving room, but no one felt that this sound was very noisy. Instead, they felt nervous. After all, once the sound of this stone solving stopped, it would mean heaven and hell. Gambling is not only about emerald, but also about mindset. Some gamblers will gamble down and lose everything, which will lead to various problems such as depression, and even the separation of wives. There are also jumping out of the building, so there is not a good state of mind. Really dare not go into this deep pit. Soon the sound stopped, and the people around them tacitly quieted down, wanting to see the outcome of this piece of material. Ha ha, this handsome man, good luck. Ah, even bet up. or a piece of glutinous ice seed to positive ice. As soon as the unlocking master's words fell, the fat man held up the unlocked stone. Haha Feng Z, it really went up. You are so right. Nah, it's you who guessed too right. He jumped up in excitement, almost to the point of kissing Lin Feng on the face. Surprisingly, the bet went up again. Yeah, this is really lucky. Although it's not that kind of big rise, it's still extremely good, the surrounding audience murmured. There were also some people who crowded towards the fat man, wanting to be the first to buy the piece of material in his hand. This handsome man, can you sell me this piece of material? I'm willing to pay $500,000. Sorry, Before the fat man could finish, he was interrupted by the other party. I'll offer 600,000. Do you think it's okay? You've only cut two sides after all. The rest of the part is still not sure of the specifics, so there's still a great possibility that 600,000 is not a loss. Handsome, he's offering too low. Sell it to me. I'll offer 700,000. Another man wanted to buy this piece of emerald from Fatty, and immediately after, there were several more competing bids, which made Fatty's vanity rub off on him. I say Fatty, you're just fooling around, but I think that this piece of yours is only a little over 1 million at the top. Don't believe me? Watch and see. Lin Feng smiled and said, he now also had a certain judgment on these Jadites. After a while, as expected, when a man bid up to 1,050,000, no one made a sound anymore, because at a higher price, they wouldn't be able to make any money. After Fatty gave him a thumbs up, he agreed to the man's bid. With a price of 1.05 million, he had already made a big profit, so let's take it as it comes. Next another piece, also quickly out of the results. See this result, the scene but not much people want to buy. Only a few people want to buy at a low price. After all, this piece of material there is a small portion of the seed in water and color is still possible. Feng Z, this piece of material of yours, sure it can go up? Fatty looked at Lin Feng incredulously. My vision won't be wrong. Joke, in his eyes, what stone are the same? Inside how a glance, the whole gambling material is equivalent to completely cut in front of his eyes. Let him say the color in seed water. If so we'll identify the wrong. But also bet what? Looking at Lin Feng's confident face, the fat man put his hands in his pockets and quietly waited for the results of the decryption. I hope I won't be too famous later. Lin Feng muttered secretly. People were afraid of being famous. Pigs were afraid of being strong. Barely. Lin Feng's piece of material was selected later. Also a piece of full gambling material. The head is not small, almost the size of a soccer ball. This kind of full gambling material is cheaper than the window material, but a carelessness will be finished. Suddenly, just then, a shriek rang out. My goodness, it's red. The onlookers heard the sound and immediately crowded over. What's the situation? Master, did it go up? Some people were finally unable to hold back. More than up. This is a big rise. The master stone decipherer excitedly took out the piece of stone stuck inside the stone deciphering machine. This little brother, are you sure you still want to cut it? Now if you choose to make an offer, I think the price will be beautiful. The stone disintegration master asked tentatively. Go on. Follow the line I drew out for you just now and completely unravel it. Go ahead and unravel it. You don't have to think too much, whether it goes up or collapses. I can accept it. Lin Feng firmly said back. Deconstruction master heard. Also no longer discourage. Anyway, he is only receiving money to do things. The customer's requirements he only need to follow. Collapsing and rising with him have half a penny relationship only betting on the rise. Some generous customers will give him an extra spending just. Those stupid bosses. Once Lin Feng insisted on continuing to decode the stone, they sighed, thinking that he is too young, do not know to take the good with the bad. I think it's a bit up in the air. I don't see any very good performance on the other few sides of this stone. Yes, this skin shell is a bit thick, just don't know exactly how much red fey. If there is only such a small piece, then it will greatly reduce the value. This kid is a sand sculpture. Someone to buy him but also so obsessive completely unraveled. Watch it, later he will certainly regret. Cut. Even if regret also does not care about your business this is someone else's stone. Lin Feng didn't care a bit about these people's taunts. Go your own way and let others talk. No, however, it wasn't long before the shrieks of that stone-solving master rang out again. Chapter 16, does the schoolgirl want this stone too? Surprisingly, it's gone up again. His expression grew more and more excited, yet without waiting for the onlookers to crowd over to see it he flipped the stone over and covered it again to decode it. I didn't expect to cut it up again. Yes, this is definitely more than double. Peek, you this hand and eyesight good even opened out the red fey. Awesome. Seeing this kind of result, the fat man had completely forgotten about the result of his earlier stone deciphering. That said, how did you pick this piece of red fey? Teach me. Fatty's shoulder squeezed Lin Feng. I've told you, I've been cramming my knowledge of jadeite in the past few days. Have you forgotten that I'm a schoolmaster? Upon hearing this, the fatty reacted. He had already mentioned more than once about mending his general knowledge of jadeite. Couldn't it be that he was really doing it because of this? No, this time when I'm free after going back, I have to read more about this area. Knowledge really is wealth. Feng Zi, you are my idol. Fatty secretly swore in his heart. Nearly half an hour later, finally, the whole piece of raw stone was cut out. The stone deconstruction master excitedly opened the lid of the machine, his booming voice once again emitting a tenor character. Oh my god, this is just incredible. He only saw that after he unlocked the calipers. He slowly walked towards Lin Feng with his hands holding the red stone that was like a watermelon. Holy, this is a red jadeite. Don't all of you grab it from me. I'll take it. Asterisk 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 off. You're the only one with money, right? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly when he heard these people's words. Asterisk 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 Feng Zi. You're really a ruthless person. Such a good piece of red fei. No, you can't sell it to them. Fatty was incoherent with excitement. What? Why can't you sell it to them? Lin Feng looked at him suspiciously. Such a good piece of red fei. Isn't my family in the jewelry business? I'll make the decision to buy him for my dad. At those words, Lin Feng fell into deep thought, considering what he said. This little brother. I'll offer $3 million. You poor bastard. You can't even take $3 million. I'll offer $4 million. I'll offer $5 million. There was an endless stream of people competing to bid. No one wanted to miss out on such a rare piece of red fei. However, right at this moment, a sweet voice rang out. I'll bid $88 million. At the sound of the voice, everyone looked backward to find the bidder. How is it her? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He only saw that graceful figure slowly walking towards him. That S-shaped figure, set off by that light yellow skirt as well as the white shirt. Asterisk 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 it's actually her. Fatty, who was addicted to red fei on the side, looked up and was also surprised to see the person walking towards him. Weren't you two the ones who bumped into each other at the school entrance that day? The fatty grinned, embarrassed as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. That, classmate, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Right, this piece of red jadeite is yours? This stunningly beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Yes, he nodded. The beautiful woman who had come was none other than the extremely talented schoolgirl that Lin Su had met twice. Xia Mingxue, I've got my eye on this red jadeite in your hand. I wonder if you're willing to sell it to me. Xia Mingxue looked at him with a smile on her face. Are you sure? Lin Feng looked incredulously at this superb schoolgirl in front of him. It was the first time he had looked at this pure schoolgirl so closely, and what he couldn't imagine was that this schoolgirl, who usually didn't move much, had opened her mouth to buy his red jadeite for $8 or $9 million. Could this not shock him? My family is in the jewelry business. So, you know. Xia Mingxue's words instantly made the fat man unhappy. Just now he said that he also wanted this piece of red jadeite. In a flash, this extremely good schoolgirl also wanted to take it. However, there were others around here. No, immediately someone was not happy. Little brother, I'll offer $10 million. This beauty. Sorry, I also have my eye on this red jadeite. I bid $11 million. These people's bids directly broke $10 million, so she could not help but be petulantly angry. She had thought that she would be able to take it at a low price, but now, it was raised again. Feng Zi, have you thought about it? Who to sell it to? Fatty came to his ear and whispered, are you going to stick a knife in your friend for love? Or give up love for friendship? You choose one. The corner of Fatty's mouth slanted into an evil smile. Soon, the bidding reached $13 million, but no one raised the price anymore, because no matter how much they raised the price, this beauty was always slightly higher at the back. Xia Mingxue looked at Lin Feng with interest. Classmate, no one has a higher price than me. How about it? Consider it? At the moment he was really in a dilemma, whether to sell it to the schoolgirl or to the fatty. Fatty, how much do you offer? Me? I'll have to ask my dad. He couldn't decide. After all, this tens of millions of business, he really didn't dare to start. Then he immediately went to make a call. And Xia Mingxue didn't rush, just quietly waiting. Not long after, the fat man returned to Lin Feng with a pitying face. Feng Zi, my dad said, you let it go to the schoolgirl. Xia Mingxue, who had sensitive ears, instantly revealed a happy smile. Classmate, then this piece of red jadeite will be yours. Lin Feng's mood at the moment was one of excitement. This was more than $10 million. He had never seen so much money in his life, and it seemed that he could still have a chance to have a touch of contact with this extremely talented schoolgirl. However, when he thought of his little girlfriend, until now there is no contact, he was annoyed. Is it really as the fat man said, ran away with someone? If that was the case, then there was no need for him to continue to spend time with her. Okay, tell me your card number. I'll transfer money to you, Xia Mingxue said generously, but she didn't notice the fat man on the side secretly glancing towards her. It wasn't just Fatty, the others were the same. What man could withstand such a superb woman? But that could only be seen from afar. Alas, it's a pity, such a superb piece of emerald. Isn't this just right? Beautiful Jade with a beautiful woman. A natural match. Ha ha, you're right about that. Soon, Lin Feng received a transfer message from the bank on his cell phone. Classmate, if you still have this kind of top quality jadeite in the future, you can look for me directly. Here's my contact information. As she spoke, Xia Mingxue directly took Lin Feng's cell phone and didn't care if he agreed or not. She directly established her contact information. Chapter 17, The Green Hat is done. After doing all this, Xia Mingxue directly left with the piece of red jadeite, as if it had never appeared, leaving behind the two Lin Fengs who were still in a daze. The other onlookers who were solving the stone continued to do so and dispersed. Fengzi, I'm not dreaming, am I? You actually got rich in one go, Fatty said while pinching Lin Feng's face with his hand. Get your paws off me. I didn't want to believe it either, but the call that the schoolgirl left in my cell phone just now tells me that it's true. Ah, I'm jealous. The school flower even took the initiative to leave you her contact information. Quick, send it to me. The fat man laughed thievishly. Damn you, just don't go wreaking havoc on people. Let's go. The money has been earned. This time it's time to go eat a big meal. Enjoy this Yunnan cuisine. After saying that, Fatty hooked up with Lin Feng and stopped a cab, heading to the busiest section of the street here. Along the way, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and pressed his little girlfriend Wang Tingting's phone. However, the opposite side still rang a busy tone, which made him incomparably angry. All to this point, the probability is that as the fat man said, with the rich second generation ran away, and so this time back, they intend to directly find her face to face to ask clearly. If this is really the case, then there is no need to stay in the new year. Directly dumped. Anyway, they have now become a tycoon. To what women do not have. This kind of woman with an unstable heart may just give you a green hat one day. However, on the other side, in the suite of a star hotel, Uncle Ming, keep this piece of red jadeite for me, and ship it back together after attending the public auction tomorrow. Okay, miss, have you made all the arrangements for tomorrow's fair? Already arranged. If miss can do well this time, then those people in the family won't have so much to say. Humph, a bunch of scum. With these side branches of theirs, they still dare to be so reckless. If not, forget it, it's useless to talk. We still have to use strength to speak. Alright Uncle Ming, you go down first, I'll call you if there's anything. Okay miss. Afterwards, this middle-aged man left, leaving behind this extremely talented schoolgirl of Magic City University. She sat alone on the sofa, not knowing what she was thinking about. That handsome guy today, I don't know which grade or major from Magic City University. This red jadeite of his has done me a big favor. Well, this stuff is delicious. Lin Feng looked at the fat guy on the opposite side of the table gorging himself. He couldn't help but feel amused. That's how this guy's body was eaten out. No moderation at all. The fat on that stomach was so bulging that he couldn't see his dick anymore. A big meal. And it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The two had booked a room online before they came, or a location closer to the city center. Looking at the traffic outside the window, Lin saw a burst of emotion. A week ago, I was still a poor. A week later he became a millionaire now, and so on this time back to the Magic City. It will buy a set of houses first, and then will be my sister to pick up and live together. Sister is working in a place not particularly far from his school, earning money to support the two of them. Normally, Lin Feng was living in the school dormitory. His sister was renting a house outside by herself. Renting a single room would be cheaper. Renting for two people would be a lot more expensive. So Lin Feng chose to live in the school to save money. Now also went to college. There is a lot of time. So a free time he will go to do temporary work part-time to earn some pocket money. More will be saved as the next semester's tuition. At the same time, he also applied for scholarships and poverty grants to reduce the burden on his family. But now, everything is changed. No longer need to live so hard. The hard life has come to an end. He wants to give his sister a cozy home. Now with this perspective psychic ability, in the future there is not a lack of money. There are many ways to make money. Gambling on stones is the most violent, and there are also lotteries, but this is not much money. If you really want to talk about money, it is estimated that going to the Australian island may be a big profit. In the future there is an opportunity to go and see. Lin Feng envisioned his future life. With his psychic abilities, he wouldn't even need to work in the future. He could lie completely flat, but would he be willing? Definitely impossible. His bones revealed diligence. How could he choose to lie flat? Even if he had money, he had to find something to do to kill time. However, just at this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Humph, now you know to call. After he saw the name on the caller ID, he let out a cold snort before pressing answer without slowing down. Lin Feng? Where are you? The voice he had longed for came from the opposite side, but there wasn't much elation. What's wrong? You know to call me now? What are you talking about? You're still not happy that I called you? Wang Tingting was dumbfounded. Oh, I've been frantically calling you for the past 2 days. Did you answer? That's because my cell phone is broken. Wang Tingting on the opposite side spoke in a much lower voice, obviously lying. Oh, so what? What's the matter with you now? Nothing, so I can't call you? Lin Feng, what the hell are you thinking? Are you trying to break up with me? She questioned in a burst. You're the one who wants to break up, right? Let me ask you, did you run off with a Porsche driver 2 days ago? Dang, Wang Tingting's heart thumped. How did he know? Could it be that he saw it? Impossible. I clearly didn't see him at that time. There was a flurry of speculation in her heart. Seeing that she had been silent, Lin Feng continued to ask, what? Don't dare to admit it? What are you babbling about? When did I run off with the Porsche guy? Lin Feng, I'm telling you, if you don't want to be with me then say so explicitly. Don't bull **** here. Then how can you prove that what I'm saying isn't true? Wang Tingting was speechless. She really didn't know what to say. Originally she wanted to call Lin Feng to come out for a date, but now it looked like she should know about all those things about herself. So she thought about it and decided to bring up the breakup now. Lin Feng, come out. Let's have a chat. Just as she was about to say break up, suddenly a voice rang in her ears. Tingting, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Wang Tingting hurriedly made a silent gesture. Shoo! However, this sound fell right into the ears of Lin Feng, who had great hearing, and he was suddenly furious. Wang Tingting, so what else do you have to say now? I didn't. That's my friend, she hurriedly explained. Humph, very good. You still don't admit what you did. In that case, then break up. I think it shouldn't be the first day you were together. When the man beside Wang Tingting heard this, he immediately snatched her cell phone over. Hey, you're Tingting's boyfriend, right? Let me tell you, Tingting is now my person. Thank you for taking such good care of him before, and leaving me with my first night. Honestly, that flavor is really delicious. Chapter 18 Emerald Auction. ******** Nima. As soon as he pressed end call, Lin Feng was so angry that he slammed his fist on the wall in front of him. Boom! The sound. *******. How dare you cuckold me? All of this had proved that she had indeed run away with someone. There was no need to say more. From now on, he was no longer her boyfriend. Lu Hao, what are you doing? How do you make him look at me like this? Hey, you never mentioned breaking up with him. What do you want to do? If you don't mention it, I'm going to give you more fire. Lu Hao hugged her from behind. At the same time, that evil fire surged up at once. Lu Hao, what are you doing? Let's go. The water is already put. Let's go play in the water first. Saying that, he then directly picked her up in a princess hug and walked towards the bathtub in the suite. Lin Feng stood quietly by the window, trying hard to calm the anger in his heart. This slap made his face hot and painful. The girlfriend he had held onto for so long. He hadn't even tasted the sweet fruits yet, but he had let someone else get there first. This made him feel worse than eating. I will make you regret it. The night sky in Yunnan was beautiful. One could see a faint nebula, and those stars were extraordinarily shining. As time passed, they slowly faded and finally disappeared into the sky. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up early. After washing up, he sat on the sofa and looked at the photos on his cell phone, and hesitated to press the delete button. It was their past. It was memories. Those bits and pieces. It's just a matter of time. Since it has become the past, why do you need to stay in love? In the future, I am destined to be extraordinary. How can I hang myself on such a rotten tree? After he sighed, he still pressed the delete button and deleted all those photos. Previously, when he was intercepted, his cell phone was trampled, or he purposely took it to the repair point to pay for the boss to help recover the data. If he had known that, he shouldn't have recovered it. Wasting money. Then he got up and went to tell Fatty to get up. This guy was still huffing and puffing. That snoring sound was deafening. Fatty, hurry up and get up for me. Didn't you say that your acquaintance would take us shopping today? Right away. It was already 8 o'clock when the two went out. Peek, we'll wait for him here. He'll be here in a while. Fatty hemmed and hawed. Well, Lin Feng answered and then didn't say anything else. He didn't know if he was still thinking about what happened last night. About a quarter of an hour later, the acquaintance that Fatty had mentioned appeared in front of the two. It was a man about 30 years old, wearing a white shirt and a short beard, but he was also quite handsome, the kind of uncle style that little Lolitas like. Hey, brother Biao, long time no see. How is it lately? Made a lot of money, right? Fatty came up and pulled a family affair. Not bad, business hasn't been that good lately. this is the Lin Feng brother you were talking about, right? Ha ha, old brother, since you're here, have a good time, just in time, there's a bureau tonight, it's an auction, or an internal auction, I can take you in. The man called Brother Biao by the fat man, smiled mysteriously. What auction? Could it be an emerald auction? Fatty's eyes lit up. Yes, and it's an internal auction, there will be some extremely high-quality emeralds. At those words, Lin Feng also revealed a hint of delight. Brother Biao, then I'll trouble you to take us there, he said politely. He, small matter. Then, the three of them began to stroll around the metropolis. It was a small city, not very big, but since it bordered northern Burma, the flow of people here wasn't small, and many people came here to seek the opportunity to get rich overnight. To say which place here is the hottest, no better than the Jade trading market, especially when the gambling conference. There will be some people hidden for 1 or 2 decades of rare jade out. The three of them came directly to a jade trading market. This market was a little bit smaller than the two of them went to yesterday, but the goods here were quite a bit better, and there were also more people. Let's go in and see if there's any good material. It just so happens that I also need to get a few pieces of material. There are a few customers who have booked some bracelets, and up until now I haven't been able to find the right emerald to make it out for him. Brother Biao patted the shoulders of the two men, then took the lead and walked in. Lin Feng and Fatty looked at each other and followed. The materials here were all placed directly on the ground. There were no tables to build on, but that didn't stop the jadeite enthusiasts from being crazily enamored with these stones in the slightest. Older brother, you first look at whether there is a material that you see. There are words, call me a moment. My experience is not as good as those of the Taido, but it is definitely not bad. If you cannot decide, you can ask me to help look at the power of many people. After saying that, Piao Gu squatted down and started observing the stones. Okay, Brother Biao. Fatty, give me a flashlight. Lin Feng took the flashlight that Fatty handed over and started to join the queue as well. The fact that he wanted a flashlight was nothing more than a cover-up, and at the same time, it was also a reason for himself. It wouldn't make others think that he didn't even have a device to pretend to be an expert. And there was also a live stone unraveling here, so if you wanted to be impatient to find out if it was up or down, you would choose the live unraveling. However, just at this moment, Lin Feng raised his head and saw the beautiful girl and schoolgirl who had walked into the market from outside. Xia Mingxue. What the hell? How come I can meet this superb schoolgirl everywhere? Is this my peach blossom? Then immediately shook his head. Who cares? I'm not very familiar with her either. I've merely met her a few times, and the suitors behind her can walk around Magic City. Then he proceeded to look at the jadeite raw stone on the ground. However, the other schoolgirl had no intention of letting him go, and even walked straight towards him. Ha, classmate, you're here too? What a coincidence. The sweet voice rang in Lin Feng's ears, as if his ears would get pregnant if he listened to it. The voice of the schoolgirl, it was really charming. No wonder it was able to make all those self-righteous schoolgirls swarm over him. Yeah, what a coincidence. Did you also come here to gamble on stones? When Xia Mingxue heard this, she paused. I sort of am. You didn't come here specifically to gamble on stones, did you? She looked at Lin Feng in front of her in surprise. No, came over here to play, just taking a look in passing. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to say that he really came here directly to gamble on stones. Otherwise, how would he let this pretty schoolgirl look at him? A good gambler? Alright, then you go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to take a look too. After saying that, Xia Mingxue walked away. Lin Feng stared blankly at her back for a couple of moments, and also turned back to look at the raw stone on the ground in front of him. Hey, Feng Zi, this schoolgirl isn't looking at you, is she? Fatty immediately came up when he saw the schoolgirl walking away. Chapter 19, Fatty sells Lin Feng. Scram, if she can really look at me, I'll be able to blow it for 100 years. Hurry up and look at the stone. Don't bowl asterisk here. Fatty sniffed, and didn't continue to make a fool of himself anymore. The two came to this Rueli is indeed specifically to gamble on stones, seeking to get rich. I have to take a closer look to see if there's that kind of raw stone that contains strange energies before I consider these emeralds. Lin Feng only wanted to first figure out what changes would happen if he kept absorbing this kind of energy, whether there was a degree. But what was certain was that the more he absorbed, the greater the benefits would be, because he had already tasted this sweet fruit. The first time he absorbed it before, it greatly enhanced his eyesight, and the second time he absorbed it later, not only did his eyesight increase, even his hearing became exceptionally sensitive. So the more he absorbed later, there would definitely be changes again. While observing the raw stone in his hand, his eyes also looked at those stones around him from time to time, but after looking at them a few times he didn't find that there was anything different about those stones around him, and those magical eyes didn't reveal a feeling of longing once again, which meant that there wasn't the kind of stone that he wanted here. and he was shocked to find that this circle around the neighborhood, there is not even a piece of emperor level. So he guessed that the kind of emerald that has mysterious energy, most likely only emperor green. After looking at so many stones, I've seen 2 better pieces of goods. How can I say the rest? They're not very good. I don't know if it's because I'm too discerning or what. Lin Feng muttered helplessly. If someone knew that this guy even said that those glutinous seeds, whatever, were not great, they might scold him for having a high vision. In the end, after thinking about it, he still took those 2 pieces of material. If he could make a piece, it was a piece. Then he ran to the other side. Hey, Brother Biao, what about this piece of material? Fatty took a piece of blackish stone and walked to Brother Biao and asked, this piece of material is wood that material? The skin shell lightning effect is okay. There is a comparative crack? Do not know how the inside. Brother Biao took the palm-sized raw stone handed over by Fatty and turned on the flashlight to observe it. Right. It's just that there's a rather obvious crack here. Other than that I don't see any major problems. If the price is cheap, you can try it. Maybe it can go up. This piece it has to be $80,000. That high? Then you'd better think carefully. 80,000 isn't a small amount. Brother Biao reminded. Brother Biao, my brother his vision is quite good. Yesterday bought a piece. Guess what? This mysterious look of the fat man successfully aroused Brother Biao's interest. Oh, what? Could it be that it opened an emperor green? No, the emperor green is not. It's a piece of red fei, or ice seed, very close to glass seed. What? A red fei that's close to glass seed? When Brother Biao heard this, he stood up immediately, and also attracted the attention of some interested people around him. Realizing the problem, he hurriedly lowered his voice and squatted down again. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Although I'm not a professional, I still know about this seed water, right? Don't underestimate me, okay? Brother Biao calmed down a bit. What about this piece of red fei? Is it still in your friend's hands? No, it was sold yesterday. Fatty looked at him apologetically and spread his hands. If I had known this, I should have pushed off that business yesterday and come directly to you guys. This is good. Painfully losing a piece of extremely fine jade, he painfully pounded his chest. He was also an unabashed lover of jade. With this kind of goods, how could he not pursue it? But it was clear that there was a chance for it to fall into his hands, yet he stayed away from it. Fatty, is this friend of yours a professional stone gambler? Or? Biao asked tentatively. Come on, he is just a few days before coming here to supplement the general knowledge of gambling stones. Before often and I go to the antique street Taba just. But seriously, his luck has always been very good, often able to find good goods. That's right, your friend is not simple. Let's take a look at the material he chose to go in a while. However, in a corner of this trading market. Big brother, what are we going to do in a while? A short and thin man was asking respectfully to a slightly fat bald man. You too, in a while. First follow her from behind. First see where he's going. If you pass by a place with no one halfway, directly get on the car, and then go back to the base camp. The bald man commanded to the 2 people in front of him. The target of the 3 of them was none other than Xiaoming Xue, who was in the pile of emerald raw stones. Beside him, besides the short and thin man, there was also a scar-faced man who looked incomparably sinister and ruthless, like a poisonous snake in the jungle that would take a bite if one wasn't careful. This kind of person looks like he has experienced many unknown secrets. In this Rueli, so close to the north of Myanmar, there are often criminals doing all kinds of illegal things. Although the border gate is strictly guarded, but due to the huge size of the country, it is impossible for every inch of land is strictly guarded. So this gives those criminals some opportunities to commit crimes. And recently I heard that a lot of innocent people from the mainland were abducted to the north side of Myanmar, was forced to join the pyramid scheme organization. And even worse, was directly karma waste, all kinds of organs. The means is extremely cruel, and even small children are not spared. After half an hour of selection, Lin Feng finally picked 5 pieces of material in his opinion is okay. 3 of them are all gambling material, a piece of material that has already opened the window, and a piece of material that is half cut. Only this piece of half-cut material, the cut surface looks very ordinary, is the lowest level of bean seed, only the middle to the edge of a little bit, there is a trace of more conspicuous green. The other places are ordinary bean seed. The color is not very good. Fengzi, are you sure you want this piece? You look very ordinary piece of stone and still cut. The value has been placed here. Buyback does not make much sense Fatty saw this and hastened to discourage it. Yes, old brother. This piece of material made out of the bracelet is not worth a few dollars. Why not take a look at the other? It's fine. I just have my eyes on this piece. Lin Feng didn't listen to these 2 at all. He was bent on having his way, and there was a slanted smile at the corner of his mouth. I'll surprise you guys later. He secretly laughed in his heart. In addition to that, Fatty also chose 3 pieces of raw stone, 2 of which were window material and 1 of which was full gambling material. Brother Biao is different. A piece of full gambling material are not, because he belongs to the kind of steady and steady. Do most of the finished products directly pick the unraveled material, rarely said to go to buy full gambling material. So this time he picked 6 pieces of 4 pieces are all open window material. 2 pieces are half gambling material. At this moment, the unlocking room, lively, surrounded by people. 3 people simply cannot squeeze in. Chapter 20 A Single Stroke of Fortune. I don't know when we'll have to wait here to decode the stones. Why don't we go back to my place? I have a stone decoding machine there as well. Brother Biao looked at the 2 of them and smiled. That dares to be good. Go go go. Fatty monkeyed around. That couldn't be better. Subsequently, after the 3 of them paid for the raw stones, they left in Brother Biao's Wuling car. Brother Biao. You're so rich. Why are you still driving such a ground-level car? Isn't this dropping the grade? Fatty spat for a while. This you do not know. Usually I come outside to pull the stone. Are driving this car. Space and even if the damage is not heartbreaking. Before I drove a big bend to go to the trading market to pull the stone. The trunk of my trunk are messed up. Spent a lot of money to repair. The 3 of them chatted while quickly arriving at Brother Biao's foothold. This is an ordinary small yard, which also planted a lot of flowers and plants. These flowers and plants were planted by your sister-in-law. She likes to mess with these things. Brother Biao immediately explained when he saw the 2's curious eyes. Let's go straight to the stone unraveling room and see if these pieces of material can give us a surprise. With that, the 3 of them headed towards a room filled with various stones. Big brother, that pussy is so pretty. After the captivity, can we? He the short and thin man revealed an evil smile. You brat better be quiet for me. Don't scare the snakes. However, when the conditions allow it, we can taste the flavor first before turning it over to those guys. It's too much of a shame to give such a superb pussy directly to them. Let's not talk about that much first. Follow her first. Don't let her run away. Saying that, the bald man fiercely stepped on the gas and directly rushed up. Today, Xia Mengxue came out alone. That Uncle Ming didn't follow out, but went to prepare for the evening auction. The material this time isn't great. Just pick 2 pieces that are okay. If only I could encounter another red fay like yesterday that's close to glass seed, she muttered as she drove, completely oblivious to the fact that there was an old van following behind her. This is really rich. Ha ha, this is rich. The bald man laughed out loud. However, these 3 men followed all the way, but found that there was no way to get down. This pussy kept driving the car to the busy part of the city center, where there was a lot of traffic, and there was absolutely no chance to get down. Boom! The bald man slammed his fist on the steering wheel. This stinking, just doesn't follow the routine. Then what to do, big brother? Humph, what can be done? See the opportunity to do it. Wait for the next opportunity. You 2 give me a close watch. I suspect that this woman is not a local. Otherwise how would live in such a luxurious hotel? It is likely to be outsiders to come here to pan for emerald. The bald man revealed the true situation of Xia Mengxue with a single word. Fortunately, Xia Mengxue lived in this star hotel. Security measures are strong. Nearby a circle have security guards patrol. Otherwise there is a real possibility that these 3 people will find an opportunity to do it. The schoolgirl who had already entered the hotel's range was completely unaware that she had just experienced a great adventure, and that a single carelessness could be the end of everything. Brother Biao, you go first, cut yours first. You should be able to bet on these pieces of material. You're so experienced. The fat man was still quite poised. After all, this was someone else's territory. At this, Lin Feng didn't have an opinion. Cutting early or late didn't have any effect on him, because the end was already set. That's fine. Then let's cut mine first. After saying that, Biao placed one of the raw stones on the stone-solving machine, adjusted the angle, fixed the calipers in place, and finally covered the lid and pressed the switch. The stone disintegrator began to work vigorously. Lin Feng didn't really have any comments when he saw this, although he had perspective powers and knew the structure inside. Whether there was any jade, what color it was, what kind of water it was, whether there were any cracks or anything, he didn't rush to instruct Biao. As a man who often walked in the jade world, he had his own dignity and his own experience, and in Lin Feng's opinion, there was nothing wrong with his kind of cutting, so there was no need to point out the cutting route. Since he was directly cutting off a layer of skin and using a normal cutting blade, he quickly cut off a thin slice of this stone. Seeing this, Brother Biao immediately walked forward, opened the cover of the machine, and excitedly picked up the piece of raw stone that had been cut on one side. Ha ha, it's not bad looking, it's just that this waterhead is not particularly good. I thought it could reach up to high ice variety. He smiled bashfully, and didn't feel disappointed because he didn't open the high ice seed emerald. This heart is enough to be admired. It's okay brother Biao. You have a good eye for this. This is definitely not a loss. Try cutting another side. Saying that, he put the raw stone in his hand into the stone decomposer again, jammed the calipers and covered the lid to continue cutting. Feng Zi, those stones you picked, the gambling is just too big, but I also believe in your vision. You never let me down. Ha ha, roll. When have I ever had an eye? Hey, you don't say. Have you forgotten? Before when we were in the antique street, you bought a cup. Then what? It was still not appraised as a modern work of art. Fatty scoffed at this. Get lost. Don't use the past to bury me. There's no such thing in the future. Absolutely not. 100 times. Lin Feng gave him a blank look. If the situation of hitting the eye still occurs in the future, that would really be blind. Having perspective eyes and still hitting the eye, it would be a big joke to say it. My plants are grassy. Who would have thought that this shell looks alright, but there is a crack inside. It is really an emperor crack. Brother Biao looked at the cut material in his hand and laughed bitterly. It's not a loss, although there is a crack, but it's still no problem to make a sign or something. Well, ice type with an aquamarine background, with a bit of cotton, but it's okay. The stone was unraveled on two sides and that was it. Biao didn't continue to cut it as he was already able to see the hole. He was going to continue to cut the other raw stones. There were two pieces that were used to grind the skin. Because the skin of these two pieces was very thin, it would be a bit of a waste to cut it directly, because from the surface, the water head of these two pieces of material was still very sufficient, and it was also an icy emerald. It took about an hour to unravel all of his several pieces of raw stone. Brother Biao, this piece of sky blue of yours is up big. Fatty's mouth was watering as he looked at the jelly-like jadeite. Lin Feng also thought it was very good. At least 2 more bracelets could come out, and the rest made rings and beads. Chapter 21 Shocking Fatty Brother Biao. He bought a total of 5 pieces of raw stone. There are 3 pieces of big rise. The rest can only be said to be not a loss, able to return to the capital. The question of how much to earn. Next it was the turn of the fat man's pieces of raw stone. 2 of them were still the ones Lin Feng had secretly suggested he buy. Fatty, these 2 pieces of material of yours, they look okay to me. I just don't know if they'll be mutated inside. Biao stroked his chin. Whatever. Open and cut it. This dead fat guy's vision is also okay, right? It's not bad that his family is in the jewelry business. I'm sure he wasn't irrigated with jewelry knowledge by his old man when he was a kid. Lin Feng speculated in his heart. Not a moment later. I'm sprouting. Fat man. Not bad. I've seen green. Ha ha. My fat master's hand has never been black. Che, don't be complacent. Maybe it will collapse later. At that, Brother Biao gave him a blank look. This guy just can't stand other people's praise. Give him a pair of wings, and really fly to the sky. Soon, these raw stones were unraveled, but the fat man's face could not see much excitement, because this guy's hand is too stinky. Originally a good piece of ice blue material, but because of his excitement, caused to fall on the ground, thrown off a corner. Alright, who can you blame for making it this way yourself? Let you fool around blindly. Lin Feng laughed and cursed. Older brother, come on, open cut your material. Lin Feng then placed his own raw stone on it as well, fixed it and started cutting. The lines for these cuts were all drawn by him with a marker pen just now. Bared. When the first thin slice was cut, Biao was directly stunned. I drop a mother Lu. This line you drew is also too accurate, right? Yes. Feng Zi, calling you Feng Zi is really not a scolding. Lin Feng's operation left the two stunned, and the experienced Biao was ashamed of himself. The next deciphering of the stone even made the 2 of them drop their jaws. Every cutting line that Lin Feng drew was accurate, and after cutting it just happened to be where the crust met the emerald. You kid, what a god! Brother Biao couldn't help but praise. No, I just guessed blindly. I feel. Lin Feng scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly. Come on, don't be modest. It's not something an ordinary person can guess, and every line is so accurate. Who can guess? Yes, Feng Zi. I was wondering if you have perspective eyes. Fatty's words scared him. No way. Did this guy see something? Lin Feng secretly screamed that it wasn't good. It seems like I really have to be more cautious and keep a lower profile in the future, or else if I'm really seen to see something, I'll probably have to live the rest of my life in hiding. Older brother, sell me this piece of emerald of yours. How about it? Such a good high ice type emerald. It's already hard to come across on the market. Brother Biao politely asked Lin Feng. Brother Biao, not to mention selling this piece to you. Even the rest of these pieces can be sold to you. He bought these raw stones originally to gamble them up and then exchange them for money. Of course he was happy to sell them. It was just a matter of making more or less money. And selling them to Brother Biao would also earn him a personal favor. So why not? Ha ha, really? That's for sure. Truer than pearls. Then thank you brother. With the appearance of such a piece of high ice jade, Diao was full of anticipation for the remaining pieces of raw stone that hadn't been cut, and he was getting more and more interested in Lin Feng. He always felt that this guy had an indescribable sense of mystery. On the other hand, the fat man who seemed to be left out on the side was having a hard time in his heart. Lin Feng was going to get rich. Fengzi, the auction at night. You pick for me. I'll pay for it. You help me shoot a few pieces? Yes, as long as you have the money, I guarantee to help you. Uncle Ming, you've inquired about what materials are in tonight's auction, right? Xia Mingxue asked lightly. Well, spent some money to finally get a little bit of information. I have to say, these organizers are really tight-lipped. However, it's an individual. There are desires. As long as you can satisfy them, you can get what you want. Uncle Ming nodded. This old guy still had some tactics in the Dao, and was also experienced. An old oil stick. Well, that's fine then. We've prepared $200 million this time. Hopefully we can take 70% to 80% of the raw stones. Miss, I think it's a bit up in the air if it's 80%. 60 or 70% would be a bit more certain. Do your best. We must have a full share in hand. Xia Mengshua's face was sad. The recent events within the family had caused her quite a bit of stress. If only we could have a particularly experienced treasure appraiser. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of Lin Feng who had sold her the ice-red fei 2 days ago, and the 3 people who were in the process of unraveling the stone. This is actually a glass seed. I say you Fengzi, how the hell do your damn eyes see It's either ice seed or glass seed. It's like you're just picking up stones randomly Lin Feng has gotten used to the surprise of these 2 people, every unlocking a piece of raw stone to be surprised, especially the fat man. That saliva are dripping to the emerald above. After so many hours of unraveling, Lin Feng's several pieces of raw stone, all completely unraveled, 2 pieces of glass seed, 12 pieces of high ice seed, one of them was even the legendary high ice seed Yang Green, just a little bit short of Emperor Green, which made Brother Biao incomparably crazy. Brother, these 2 pieces of ice seed, how about I offer $8 million to take it? And then these 2 pieces of glass seed, $20 million, how about it? Brother Biao, you can say as much as you want, we are also considered friends, aren't we? Ha ha, no, senior brothers, good, with these 2 glass seeds, I'll be able to blow another year in the Jade world here. These words made Lin Feng and Fatty both roll their eyes. Night fell. The moon stars were not sparse. The 3 of them had arrived at the place where this internal auction was being held. The Huang's Hotel, which was a star hotel under the Huang's group. It is said that this Huang's group, in this Rueli also occupy half of the river, mainly also rely on jade jewelry to become rich, now also become this Rueli's leading enterprises. Not only here, in the whole of Yunnan is the premier existence. Diao led the 2, into the Huang's Hotel, straight to the top floor of the conference hall. Hello, please show your invitation. There was a young guy in a suit at the door checking the invitations. This pushiness can be and you need an invitation letter. Fatty shattered a sentence. This can also show the status of this Huang group. Diao then pulled out a golden card from his pocket and handed it over. Chapter 22, Secret Bidding. The young guy took it and double-checked it before accepting it, bowing gently to Brother Biao. Okay, you please come in. Yo-ho, not bad this hotel. Truly worthy of being a star hotel. You don't even look at whose house it is. Lin Feng responded. Let's go look at the raw stones that are clearly labeled first. For this internal auction, there were 2 processes. The first one was to observe the raw stones on the display table first, and then put in a small slip of paper in the hidden box next to it, writing down the bidding price and name. Who bids a higher price, is who, compared to the open bidding. This dark bidding is equivalent to a price. An open bidding is a direct auction. Who bid the highest? No one bid again. It belongs to who. After the explicit bid auction, the host will count the highest price in the dark box of each piece of raw stone and announce the winner. This kind of dark bidding. It's almost like it's specifically for me to cheat. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh secretly. Other people couldn't see the highest price inside, couldn't he? Perspective eyes weren't something to blow off. And those raw stones that are clearly labeled, he can look at them first to see if there are any emeralds in them, weighing the pros and cons before deciding whether or not to participate in the bidding. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the open bid auction started at 8 o'clock. So there was now a whole hour for the people on the scene to observe the raw stones that were participating in the dark bidding. Alright then, let's each pick our own, and if we can't decide, we can ask this king of gamblers of ours. Ha ha, Brother Biao joked. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and didn't answer. Instead he turned towards those stone tables. I don't know if I can encounter that kind of raw stone containing mysterious energy again here. If I can encounter it, I won't absorb it this time. Will I just buy it? and bring it back to study it properly. If I can come up with any amazing information, I might be rich. There were 3 rows of display tables, which were arranged with full gambling material, open window material, and half gambling material. And since this was an internal auction, it wasn't going to be like the usual, where the observation period was just 2 or 3 days. Lin Feng took the lead and walked towards the row against the wall. Here was the full gambling material. He wanted to see if there was that kind of magical raw stone first. The quality of these full gambling material is even better than those outside the trading market. TSK, the first piece is surprisingly ice type. It's just that there is a bit too much cotton inside. The second piece is also ice type, or a piece of sky blue. Fatty and Biao each took a flashlight, respectively. In the other 2 rows, Biao went directly to the row of semi-gambling material. For him, only to seek the word stable. Fatty, on the other hand, wanted to put up a fight, so he came to the row of the open window material. Only Lin Feng, bold and daring, went directly to the full gambling material. The whole scene is still quite a lot of people, but there is not too crowded situation. I think the organizers are also taking into account all kinds of circumstances, otherwise it wouldn't be called an internal auction. The people who were able to be invited here were also relatively famous or people with status. Of course, apart from the 2 fat people, the fat man's family business was not here, so there was no one who knew him. That is, his father was not necessarily recognized by anyone. Hey, this piece is good. Looking at the window, it should be ice seat undoubtedly. Yes, this piece looks indeed okay, just don't know how the water head inside. The surrounding people are observing while whispering. Just at this moment, a man and a woman walked in the doorway. The woman was wearing a black dress, dignified and generous. The man was a middle-aged man, wearing a tang suit. How come it's her again? Lin Feng turned his head back just in time to see her, and at the moment, Xia Mengxue's gaze also happened to be opposite him. The 2 of them looked at each other with a slight smile and went about their business. Could this guy also be the son of some family? But looking at his dress, he doesn't look like it either. Is it possible that he followed someone else in? Xia Mengxue silently speculated about Lin Feng's identity and status in her heart. I didn't realize that another red jadeite had appeared. Ha ha, I'm going to be rich again. Lin Feng secretly snickered. Ice-type red fei was a rare commodity. It was in high demand. While he was observing with his flashlight, he used a small notebook to write down the serial number of the raw stone he was looking at. On the other side, Xia Mengxue was also recording the raw stones that she planned to bid on this time, and her figure attracted the attention of many people, who even put down the flashlights in their hands, and instead of observing the raw stones, they observed her instead. This was enough to see how beautiful this beautiful schoolgirl was, especially tonight, wearing a set of black skirts. That temperament was taken to death. Those long white legs were in stark contrast to the black skirt. Asterisk 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 asterisk, whose girl is this? So pretty. Indeed a special thing. Look at this body, this face, he. There are quite a few people around who are drooling and wai-waiing. To this, Xia Mengxue has long been accustomed to it. It's not her fault that she looks pretty. Who made her genes good? Time flies. At this moment it is already 7:40. Fatty, have you chosen yet? Brother Biao came to Fatty's side with a flashlight. Almost. Just picked 5 blocks. Let's see if we can win the bid. Brother Biao nodded at his words and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng, who at this moment had long since finished recording and was sitting on the side waiting for the last 5 minutes, showing that it wasn't the time for him to bid. With his penetrating eyes, he could have observed the highest price inside the dark box in the last few minutes, and then write a price himself and stuff it in, so he could make sure that his price was the highest, and also save a little bit of money. Fatty, Biao, which numbers are you both going to vote for? In order to not vote against these 2 in a while, Lin Feng decided to take a look at these 2's bidding numbers first. Well, I want to prepare to vote for the 3/8/10/16/29/34 once. Fatty looked at the record in his hand and whispered. Everyone in the dark bidding would not disclose the price and the bidding number individually, in order to prevent one more enemy. But to Fatty, Lin Feng wasn't an outsider. It didn't matter. I'll vote for 7/11/22/32. Biao's bid number didn't repeat any of Fatty's. What about you? The 2 looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, revealing a helpless smile. I have a duplicate piece with each of you. Which piece is a duplicate? It's July 16th respectively. Good lord, these 2 had their eyes on both of them. So forget it, they'll let them both have it. Alright, I won't participate in the bidding for these 2 pieces. You 2 go ahead and bid, but I have to remind you, the price of number 3 should not be less than 300,000, and the price of number 22 should not be less than 700,000. Listen to me right, Lin Feng whispered in the ears of the 2. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at him with surprised eyes. How did you know? Guess. It was impossible to tell him too that he had seen the highest bid in there? Alright, take your word for it. Win bet on 10 raw stones. Ha ha. Time passed by minute. Finally, there were only 5 minutes left to start the open bid auction. Lin Feng hurriedly wrote a note and threw in the pieces of raw stone he had recorded. I didn't expect this big schoolgirl to have a conflicting number with me as well. But here, I won't give in. And the price she wrote, at the present time, is surprisingly still the highest. Have to say, this is really rich. That's not a rich woman, but now, I'm the highest. Lin Feng's mouth slanted. Chapter 23, Emperor's Crack. Reminder from Lin Feng. Hastily, he wrote down a few slips of paper and threw them into the dark boxes of those fancy raw stones. Under his reminder, the two fat men also completed their bids. Peek, I suspect you're cheating. Are you sure you can win the bidding by throwing like this? Fatty looked at him half-heartedly. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. 8 o'clock had arrived. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to show your face to participate in the auction held by our Huang group. Although this is an internal auction, almost all of those present are dignitaries with extraordinary status. To be able to show your face to come here, I, as the general manager of the Huang group, am deeply honored. I won't say much about the next words. You all must not be participating in this kind of auction for the first time, so I'll just get straight to the point. The first stage is the open bidding. There are a total of 50 pieces of jadeite, including semi-gambling material, as well as fully solved material. These materials or goods are very little, even some are still collection level. It depends on you can have the strength to shoot to the hand. Well, the auction begins. After saying that, there was a little brother wearing a black suit in the background, pushing a small cart up. The first piece, semi-gambling material, weighing 20 kilograms, is a piece of Mwanji material. As he spoke, a screen projection appeared on the wall behind this general manager, which was the full view of this piece of raw stone. This is a piece of raw stone cut in half. The cut surface is surprisingly spring with colored ice, because it was a direct bidding auction. So none of the lots in this open bidding auction had a piece of all gambling material, because there was no way to observe it up close for fear that people participating in the auction wouldn't buy it. So the organizer simply transferred these all gambling materials to the dark bidding. However, this wasn't half as difficult for Lin Feng. With his magical penetrating eyes, he could see the inner workings of the raw stones on the hosting stage from afar even as he sat there. First piece, starting price, 5 million renminbi. Each increase shall not be less than 5,000. As soon as the words fell, someone started bidding. 51 million. 52 million. 55 million. Fingzi, this piece of material is good. Spring with color. This color is really dreamy. If you can get 2 bracelets to give to that schoolgirl, it is estimated that they will throw their arms around. You are just a toad. Still want to use this kind of thing to please her. People look at it? Have you forgotten what her status is? Lin Feng glared at him. The fatty stopped talking at once. This kind of ice-type spring ribbon-colored material was not very common in normal times, not to mention such a big piece. So the number of people competing to bid for it was getting bigger and bigger. But Lin Feng didn't have much interest. Brother Biao, you're not participating in the bidding? I'll forget about it. This piece of material is indeed good, but it's not what I want the most. I need to keep more money to catch the big fish. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately gave a thumbs up. A connoisseur. Soon, this piece of spring-colored icy jadeite was raised to a price of 3 million, and it continued to rise, only that there were relatively fewer people involved in the bidding now. 2 million. Hiss. Everyone sniffed. Surprisingly, it came from the mouth of a beautiful woman. This schoolgirl is so bold. Fatty smacked his lips. What? Is he from your school? Brother Biao was sitting next to Fatty. How could his voice escape Brother Biao's ears? Yes, this big beauty is none other than the school flower of our Magic City University, or the NO1 school flower. Can is indeed a superb item. Magic City University really lives up to its name. 5 million. Obviously, in addition to Xia school flower, there were still several people who were not willing to give up so much. There was another round of fiery bidding, until finally, it was raised to a staggering 6 million. Phew. For this reason, Xia Mengxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. This first piece of raw stone successfully fell into her hands. That's right, this $6 million was exactly what she shouted out. Miss, we spent $6 million on this first piece. I'm afraid the later ones are a bit difficult. It's fine, just go ahead and shoot. If it's not enough, I'll think of another way. Next, please have the second lot. That little brother continued to push up a piece of raw stone. This is a piece of Mwanji material that weighs 15 kilograms. The big screen showed a high-definition photo of this piece of material. The shape was very irregular. There were 3 sides that had been windowed with a small drill, so they were all able to see the jade flesh inside. Surprisingly, it was emerald green in color, like an imperial green. This piece of material is really good. I'll take it. Ha ha, it's very likely to be a piece of imperial green. I'll take it too. The crowd under the stage began to drool, and it had to be said that this piece of raw stone did let people see the hope of imperial green. Sigh, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint these people. Lin Feng secretly sighed. From the outside, this piece of Mwanji material had a high possibility of rising, but on the inside, after Lin Feng had taken such a look, it turned out to be an emperor crack. Starting price, 5 million. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Hiss. Damn it, it's really a good piece of material. The starting price is so high. Even if the starting price is high, so what? There are still a lot of people to participate in. This is a great opportunity to open the Emperor Green. Blast Seed Emperor Green is now a fey hard to find. Fengzi, are you sure you don't want this piece? Fatty Sigma, looked at Lin Feng on the side in surprise. I don't have the money capacity to compete for such a piece of imperial crack. What did you say? Imperial crack? Emperor Green. $6 million. $7.5 million. The auction was in full swing. The more favored the material, the harder the increase in price. This is not a moment to add up to 8 million, and still continue. And that very good schoolgirl is also in the bidding queue. Uncle Ming, what do you think of this piece of material? Miss, this piece of material, if you look at it from the surface alone, this color and seed water, it is indeed very little. If it is really imperial green, glass seed, then it will be too important for us. Yes, but the problem is, without knowing the specifics, we can't go up and take a closer look. It's hard to be sure just by looking at the pictures on this screen, and viewing it from such a distance. Let's take a look first, and see what price these people will raise to. If the price was not acceptable, she was going to give up. This kind of open window material, the possibility of betting on imperial green was very unstable. After some intense bidding, this piece of raw stone was unexpectedly raised to 16 million, terrifying as hell. The last bidder was a middle-aged man wearing a beige shirt, and at this moment, Xia Mengxue was ready to raise the number plate in her hand to bid again. The cell phone in her hand, however, suddenly vibrated. When she saw the message on it, with a puzzled look, she turned her gaze to Lin Feng at the back. Chapter 24, Giving Up to the Schoolgirl's Sister. Lin Feng saw her turn back and nodded gently, and didn't continue sending messages. That's right, the message that the schoolgirl had just seen was sent by Lin Feng. The last time she had left her phone number on Lin Feng's cell phone, she had gone back and added the contact information. And the message that was sent just now was for her not to continue bidding to participate in the auction of this piece of Mwanji's raw stone. Lin Feng knew about this piece of raw stone, but was afraid that this schoolgirl would suffer a dumb loss. So after agonizing over it, he finally decided to stop her. Then he edited a message on his cell phone. There is a problem with this piece of raw stone. It's not like what you see. If you spend a large sum of money and succeed in auctioning it, the result of the decomposition of the stone will be too much for you to bear. With skepticism, Xia Mengxue returned a message. How do you know? Don't you care how I know? Believe it or not? Lin Feng directly replied back with this. Oh, brother, I kindly reminded you, and still do not believe. Love to shoot it. In fact, I really don't blame people for schoolgirls, but anyone else would be skeptical. This is an open window material. Can see the inside of the jade flesh. The color is indeed emperor green undoubtedly. Yes, the surface of this point is indeed the emperor green, but inside is a black variant. The most fearful thing about gambling is to encounter this kind of variant of jadeite. It is true that the stone cannot be seen. Jadeite cannot just look at the surface. After Lin Feng reminded her, Xia Mengxue finally chose to believe. I don't know why. What Lin Feng said, she could not help but choose to believe. This is very strange. In the end, this piece of raw stone was sold for $21 million. The next raw stones were more average. There were half-cut ones and open window material, but Lin Feng still didn't look at any of them. They weren't as good as the ones that were secretly labeled. However, he could not see, but Biao looked at one of them, glass seed, with a little bit of snow cotton, but not much. This is a piece of half-cut material. The size is not big, a little bigger than a rice bowl. When the price rose to 2 million, no one continued to bid, and finally managed to fall into her hands. Next, the 21st piece of raw stone. This is a piece of material from Damakan, 6 kilograms, starting price, $200,000. Each increase shall not be less than 5,000 HM. This piece of material is not bad, but with only one window open, many people shouldn't be able to see much of the specifics, but it's hard to beat me. Brother Biao, you can shoot this piece of raw stone. If you can get your hands on it, you will definitely make a solid profit, provided that you shoot it at a price of 1 5 million or less. This piece of Damacan? Brother Biao asked half-heartedly. Yes, this is the piece. If you believe me, just shoot it. After freezing for 3 seconds, Brother Biao immediately decided to shoot it. Hearing Lin Feng say that, even if it was $2 million, after looking at the deciphering of the stones during the day, he had already developed a sense of trust in Lin Feng, so this time he wanted to bet on it as well. Furthermore, he still had $1 or $2 million. He could afford to gamble. However, strangely enough, there weren't many people bidding on this Damacan rough stone, only a few. In the end, Brother Biao managed to get his hands on it for $880,000. Older brother. Originally I also thought I needed to spend $1 million or so, but I didn't expect that it was only 80 to get it. Haha, if this piece of material rises, brother treat you to a big meal. Brother Biao, there is no share for me? The fat man was grumbling like a whiny woman on the side. Haha, you're a big eater. I'm afraid you'll have to eat me out. However, right at this moment, a black-skinned raw stone on the stage tethered Lin Feng's attention tightly. The 38th piece of raw stone, weighing 11 kilograms, proper Mo Wanji material. From the window you can see how beautiful the color of this piece of jadeite is. It is highly likely to open a piece of imperial green. Without further ado, the starting price, 2 million. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Uncle Ming, this piece of material must be taken. Yes, ma'am, this is surprisingly that kind of jadeite. I'll take it too. Lin Feng's eyes were glowing. That's right, he saw it again. Saw that inside that raw stone. It was a piece of glass seed emperor green. And his own eyes had another wave of unexplained freckles. Having tasted the sweetness, he knew very clearly that this piece of raw stone was important to him. So no matter what, it must be photographed. Even if there is no money, you have to get it. If he couldn't, he would have to do something bad. This piece of raw stone caused most of the people present to bid frantically. And in no time, it was speculated to $10 million. Feng Zi, you're such a Feng Zi. What are you following to raise the price so high? Fatty thought he was fooling around, but looking at this guy it didn't look like he was playing at all. Fatty, this piece of stone brother looked on. If the money is not enough, you lend me. Scram. I don't have so much money. Older brother one of the two of us bidding is enough. Shoot to get it. Brother Biao whispered. Right, Brother Biao must have money. Let him go and auction it. Then I'll find a way to get it from him. It's much simpler. Haha, Lin Feng secretly celebrated. Okay. Brother Biao, this raw stone must be auctioned, Lin Feng solemnly reminded. However, Xia Mingxue, on the other side, was equally determined and wanted to auction this piece of raw stone. The bidding was now $13 million. The remaining people were her and Brother Biao, and a few others that they didn't recognize, but looking at that stance, they must be on the verge of giving up as well. After all, not everyone has such courage. 2 to 3 million is not a small amount. This if the gambling collapse, can be really lose their families, wives and children. In the end, only Biao and Xia Mengxue were left bidding. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng was helpless. On one side were acquaintances and on the other side were classmates. Both of them had only met today. This gave him an immense headache. However, it didn't seem like it was necessary to keep fighting. He suddenly thought of something. Then he immediately called out to stop Brother Biao. Brother Biao, don't fight. Let her auction this raw stone first. There's no need to continue. He looked at Lin Feng's expression and agreed after hesitating for 2 seconds. Although it was true that he was also very optimistic about this piece of material, but since Lin Feng had said not to auction it, so be it, let's just give up. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Xia Mengxue, who turned back. She immediately handed him a grateful look. Lin Feng just smiled back. As of this moment, this jadeite raw stone belonged to the schoolgirl. The next stone, Lin Feng did not participate in the bidding. Encountered a good material or let to Biao to shoot. Fat man is completely a look at the audience. From beginning to end did not participate in the bidding. And Xia Mengxue, as expected, also shot a lot of raw stone. Good. Now that the raw stones for the open bidding have been auctioned off, below is the moment for the dark bid to be revealed. Chapter 25, the schoolgirl is the king of bidders. After saying that little brother opened the first secret box, took out the small slip of paper inside, and started comparing the highest price. After a minute of comparing, the highest price finally appeared. The first dark bid, the highest price is $310,000. Congratulations to Mr. Li XX for winning the beautiful Jade. The man called Mr. Li immediately stood up at the sound and looked at the host with grateful eyes before sitting down again. Number 2, the winning bidder, Lu XX, at $380,000. Haha, I didn't expect to actually win the bid. This was an exciting moment. It was even hotter than the open bidding just now. It was like a lottery. Yes, a lottery. the host loudly announced the winning bidder for each raw stone. Finally, number 18, the winning bidder, Mr. Lin Feng. The bid is 472,000 yuan. Peak, you actually won the bid. Fatty poked Lin Feng, who was on the side, in surprise. Isn't it nice to have one? He replied blandly. If this could be an accident, then it was fine not to have these penetrating eyes. Immediately after that, the two pieces of raw stone that Fatty and Gao bid on also won the bid. The reason is undoubtedly Lin Feng's reminder. Otherwise the two of them couldn't have won the bid. My mother Lu Fengzi, you are my own father. Hey, good son, finally willing to call dad. Lin Feng returned in a smooth manner. Scram, give you some color and you're brilliant? Shameless, ha ha, old brother, thanks to you this time. I won't say any more words of gratitude. Go back and we'll have a big meal together. The rest all hit the mark. This result made Fatty and Biao suffocate. 100 shots how this is. However, on the other side, why is it like this? I threw in a total of almost 20 pieces of raw stones. Surprisingly, I only won less than 10. Xia Mingshua's beautiful eyes knitted tightly, a fire creeping up from the bottom of her heart. Miss, will there be any backroom operations in these secret bids? If someone is making small moves behind the scenes, then it would be normal. Otherwise, our bids shouldn't be out according to reason. We shouldn't have one so few. Have you noticed? There's a person who has several winning raw stones. The bids are all just a little bit higher than mine. The lowest is surprisingly just one more. And the highest is just 1,000 more. You make it sound like there is such a thing, but this person didn't use his real name, and we don't know who this person really is. So, this person definitely has a problem. It can't be such a coincidence that there are several pieces of raw stones that are like this. And it just so happens that those pieces of raw stones are also the ones that I am most optimistic about, and the ones that have the most potential to go up big. Xia Mingshua's gaze revealed a hint of coldness, and with her black skirt, she appeared high and cold, not at all like a Magic City University student. The host quickly finished publicizing the secret bid this time, and the king bidder was also produced. It was this beautiful schoolgirl, Xia Mingxue, Fengzi. This schoolgirl is really rich. The king belongs to her. I've seen that piece of raw stone. It's not great, looking at the crust, although it says it's quite old, but after careful observation, I found that there's a place where an imperceptible crack has appeared, so I concluded that there's definitely an imperial crack inside this piece of raw stone. Lin Feng said in a serious manner, this piece of standard king, the head is quite big. If it can be opened full green, absolutely can shock the whole Rueli. But is it possible? If there is this possibility, he is absolutely impossible to let go. Even if he does not have the ability to borrow money, borrow him also have to borrow. Miss, fortunately this piece of standard king we took. It's just too much of a gamble. I hope I won't be disappointed. She lightly opened her vermilion lips, her face showing sorrow. All of this was seen by Lin Feng, who was not far away. This woman. This time I guess I'll have to die of sadness. But hey, I can sell those pieces of raw stone to her. I can earn favors, get a little closer to her, and even make some money. 3 birds with 1 stone. Not bad. He secretly thought about this beautiful thing in his heart. It was now past 9 p.m., and this auction had come to an end. Everyone, this auction will end here. I have prepared a dinner in the restaurant on the first floor. Please enjoy yourselves. Those who are interested can go directly to the restaurant. If they are not interested or have urgent matters, make your own arrangements. I won't force you to stay. Manager Huang this out. The scene of a burst of cheers. There is a free dinner said do not Besides, this is a star hotel dinner. How to say will not be too bad. However, came to the restaurant of the crowd. None of them were stunned by the restaurant's arrangements. Which is the dinner This is simply the landlord banquet. And it was still a buffet. There were king crabs bigger than their faces, bolognese thicker than their arms. There were also arm-thick pippin shrimps, what with the snowflakes and steaks, caviar, matsutake mushrooms, and so on. All of them were ingredients that Lin Feng usually didn't care to eat. Wow, I'm going to hold out this time. Don't you guys stop me. Fatty's mouth was watering. The two of them, Biao and Lin Feng, let out a helpless laugh before finding a seat and sitting down. Older brother, it looks like I didn't have the chance to treat you to a big meal tonight. I'll make up for it next time. It doesn't matter. I appreciate your feelings. The 3 of them walked to the seasoning area, matched their favorite flavors, and began to pick their favorite ingredients again. Anyway, it's a kingly meal that doesn't cost any money. Not eating for nothing. Especially Fatty this guy. Even directly every kind to come the same. Dead fatso. Are you a hungry ghost? Hey, it's free. If you can't finish it, you can take it with you. Go out and you can't say I know you. Lin Feng had a blank stare. The 3 of them happily nibbled on the king crab full of meat while drinking more designer red wine. Peak, I say, Go back this time and split up directly with that little girlfriend. What's the point of coming, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Must kick it. What's the use of this kind of green tea? Keep it to lose my face. Ha ha, older brother. Are you being green? Brother Biao almost spewed out what he had eaten in. Don't mention it. I'm afraid I won't believe in the so-called love anymore. They're all gold worshippers. Don't say that. There are still some good women in this world. Like my wife. Just control me a bit strict. Yeah, brother Biao. So you are a strict wife. Ha ha. Scram. I call this respecting women. Respecting my wife. Giving her face. However, right at this moment, a black figure walked over. And it was clearly that extreme schoolgirl. 3 of you. Can I sit here? Chapter 26, Private Meeting with the Ultimate Schoolgirl. She smiled and looked at the 3 Lin Feng who were present. The 3 froze at first, then Biao nodded vigorously. Yes, of course there's no problem. Having such a beautiful girl join us. Welcome to the core. He. The fat man on the side heard that the schoolgirl was actually going to join the eating team. That saliva drip drop on the pants are. Look at your lewd face. Don't scare other beauties away. Lin Feng slapped him on the back of his head. Xia Mingxue, on the other hand, sat on her butt next to Lin Feng and didn't pay attention to the 2 fat guys. Her purpose this time was also exactly Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I didn't expect to meet you at this auction tonight. It's quite a coincidence. Could it not be coincidental? Both of them were running towards the auction. But your harvest tonight is quite big. You actually auctioned off so many raw stones. Xia Mingxue said in a somewhat odd tone. It's alright, can't be compared to you. Xia Mingxue didn't continue to chime in. Instead, she took a sip of red wine, and then actually picked up a king crab leg in front of Lin Feng and started to eat it. Lin Feng looked surprised. What? Can't eat it? You've eaten it before? No, you eat it. He scratched his head helplessly. This niece was so bold. If he had really eaten it, wouldn't that be, indirectly, kissing? Thinking of this, his heart throbbed. The fat man on the opposite side of the table, on the other hand, was staring at this great beauty feasting with his mouth open and eyes wide open. After finishing this crab leg, she clapped her hands and drew a Kleenex on the table to wipe her hands. What about me? I came here because I want to do a business with you guys. I know that you guys have auctioned off a lot of raw stones, so I want to buy the raw stones that you guys are holding. I can add a little bit of money no problem, as long as you guys are willing to sell them to me. Xia Mingxue first looked at Brother Biao on the opposite side of the table, and then looked at Lin Feng beside her. Didn't you also auction off quite a few? Lin Feng had a questioning look on his face. It's like this, my family specializes in this business, but right now, some people have a disagreement, a difference of opinion, and they're doing whatever they can in order to compete for their grandfather's market share of the industry. And I, as the only child of this branch of our family, naturally, I have to compete for it as well. As for my grandfather, he let us have a competition within a month to see who gets more raw stones and of good quality. No matter if it's all gambling material or all solved material, it all counts. So you should be able to guess what's added down. That, beauty. I am also in the jewelry business. I also need raw stones on my hands. I'm afraid. Biao just wanted to refuse. Xia Mingxue stretched out a slender jade hand to stop. First, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I didn't even say my bid. You're in such a hurry to refuse to do what? Afraid that I will eat you? That's not true. Brother Biao shrugged awkwardly when he heard this. I can add half more money to the material you guys auctioned at the auction, but it's only half at most. I can't afford much more than that. Big deal. I'll think of something else. When this heavy bomb came out, several people were surprised. This was a deal that would not lose money. You guys can think about it. It's best to give me an answer tonight. Tomorrow I might change my mind. After saying that, Xia Mingxue got up and left, returning to the late seat she slept in before, leaving behind the 3 people who were dumbfounded. You looked at me and I looked at you. Asterisk. Feng Zi, the beautiful schoolgirl actually wants to buy raw stones with us? Fatty asked incredulously. Hearing her say that, it's understandable, right? Brother Biao, what are you going to do? I'm not sure, but the conditions she opened are quite tempting, although how it's all about business. It's all about making money. So be it, for the sake of you guys, sell her some of the material on hand. He sighed and eventually compromised. Or maybe it was because of Xia Mingxue's pretty face. Suddenly, Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Xia Mingxue just now. Seeing her give a sweet smile to himself, Lin Feng just felt like his heart was going to melt. I didn't realize that this schoolgirl looks so good when she smiles. He then immediately returned an okay. I say Fengzi, you don't really have your eyes on this extremely good schoolgirl, do you? Fatty snickered. Scram. Eating isn't enough to plug your mouth. The 3 of them continued to feast. It was rare to have such a sumptuous meal. How could they not eat more? Especially the fat guy. Eating looks as ugly as possible. Do not pay attention to the image. After one meal, it was already 10 o'clock. Fatty, brother Biao, you two go back first. I have something to do. I'll go back later. What kind of business can you have in the middle of the night? Then, Fatty thought of a possibility. You couldn't be. You're not going on a date with MS. Xia, are you? So what if I am? What can you do? Che, I don't care. He said this, with his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking, this guy, forget about his color. This guy said he doesn't care about it, but in fact, he doesn't know how much he wants to go. That's the famous no. One school flower of Mordor University, saying that he doesn't want to go and have a date with her? After saying that, Lin Feng left alone. The address of their date was inside a relatively quiet cafe. When Lin Feng arrived, Xia Mingxue, who was as pure as a flower, was already sitting in a corner, savoring a cup of cappuccino. Lin Feng walked straight to the opposite side of her and sat down nonchalantly. What do you like to drink? I'll buy you a drink, Xia Mingxue said generously. Looking at the extremely talented schoolgirl in front of him, Lin Feng was in a dreamlike state. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with this legendary extreme school beauty, the #1 ranked beauty of Magic City University. In Magic City University, the people who pursued her were able to go halfway around Magic City. Yet at this moment, it was sitting with a man who didn't seem to be a high roller, drinking coffee. Have a latte. Latte is more bitter. Oh, are you sure? Xia Mingxue gave him an interested look. Well, sure. First bitter then sweet. I hope that in a while you can let me taste something a little sweet. But she couldn't help but laugh. You guy, teasing me so blatantly, do you usually tease others like this? No. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. When did I tease you? I was implying that you'd be able to make conditions that would satisfy me later on. Of course, he didn't dare to say it directly, but what he was thinking about in the bottom of his heart was indeed about the business matter that he had just talked about in the hotel, and he really didn't think that he would actually be teased her by default. Waiter, please make a latte with normal sugar, she shouted at the receptionist. Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed when he was faced with this level of beauty. Still so close, the scent of her body, if anything, drifted towards Lin Feng. A light fragrance, charming and elegant, not tacky at all. This was the taste of an extremely beautiful woman. Unlike those rouge and commoners, the perfume on her body, pungent and tacky. What are you looking at? Xia Mingxue pouted when she realized that this guy was actually glancing straight at herself. Chapter 27, Schoolgirl Kidnapped. No, I'm thinking about things. Lin Feng's eyes looked a little flustered. He hastily dodged. But how could all this escape the eyes of a beautiful woman? Aren't all you men like this? You can't walk away when you see a beautiful woman? I'm different. Che, the crows of the world are generally black. She rolled her eyes in one, but in her heart, she was snickering. Humph, little man. My sister, I'm so good looking. I don't believe you won't have crooked thoughts. Just now that look. Definitely thinking nonsense. Soon, the latte that Lin Feng wanted was served. In order to ease the embarrassment, he immediately picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. He's anxious to eat hot tofu. This time it's good. Burned his mouth. Giggle you guy, don't you know that the coffee that was just brought up is hotter? Alright, tell me, what exactly are you looking for me for? It's not possible to just ask me out for a coffee, right? I don't have the confidence to be able to drink coffee with the extremely talented schoolgirl in one piece, so I'm called extreme in your mouths, she said indistinctly. This sentence made Lin Feng not know how to reply. Asterisk. Don't you have any idea in your own heart that you can be ranked #1 on the school flower list? In that case, I'll get right to the point. I asked you out because I want to talk to you. First question. During the open bid auction, why did you stop me from bidding on that 00 raw stone? Do you know something? Xia Mingxue looked at him with interest. Lin Feng's heart was startled when he heard him ask that. This woman wouldn't have seen something, right? No, it's just that my experience tells me that that piece of raw stone will definitely lose money if I auction it off, and it's the kind that will cost my family a fortune. Of course, for you it might be 9 cows and a dime, he replied gently. So, you're also a veteran jadeite and jadeite enthusiast? Sort of, Lin Feng undeniably replied. My family has been in this business for many years, and I've been inculcated since I was a child, so I'm also more familiar with the jadeite jade piece, but I didn't see any major problems with that piece of raw stone. How did you see it? Of course it is with the naked eye. You think I can have what special ability not? Alright, since you won't say, I won't force myself. The second thing, is that your hands are not raw stone? I want to buy all. Just now at the dinner party, I look at your friend's eyes, I feel that he is not very happy. There will certainly be certain difficulties, so I want to ask you to do a favor. Take a line. I am now in urgent need of good raw stone. At the moment her tone was gentle and calm. and listening to it made one feel a sense of heartfelt compassion. The ones I have in my hand can be given to you, but there is one piece I need to keep for myself, and all the others can be resold to you. Hearing this, Xia Mengshui paused. Okay, I'll leave a piece for you. Your friend there, please also help me say, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it. No problem. I'll talk to him when I go back. I'll text you back when I have news. Good. After saying that, Xia Mengshui got up and prepared to leave. Leaving right here? You still have things to do? She turned back with a light smile. No. Lin Feng touched his head awkwardly. Xia Mengshui then left without looking back. Looking at her stunningly beautiful back, her graceful figure, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Gulp. This Xia Mengshui, truly worthy of being the ultimate schoolflower. This body, this face, if I can have such an extreme girlfriend, this life, it's worth it. It's already 11 o'clock after a date. It's so late, take a car back to the hotel. Uncle Ming should also have finished handing over the auction raw stones at this moment, and is estimated to have gone back. Xia Mengshui took out her cell phone and looked at it. Big brother, that twisted out. Well, prepare to do it. This time it must be successful. These few people were exactly the bald men who unsuccessfully tailed Xia Mengshui yesterday. It was so hard to come across such a superb girl, how could they let it go? After seeing Xia Mengshui come out, the three of them immediately started the car and drove towards her. Xia Mengshui, who was standing on the side of the road waiting for the car, suddenly let out a shriek. Afterwards, it was gotten into the van by the bald man trio, and then, with a handful of gas pedal down, it rushed out. Old Sue, did you hear anything just now? A security guard at the entrance of the hotel asked suspiciously. Sound? What sound? Just a shriek. It should be a shriek, if I heard it right. Then let's look for it. People have been disappearing a lot over here lately. It's better to be cautious. After saying that, the two of them started to patrol around the hotel. Wasn't there a beautiful woman who went out of the hotel just now? There was indeed a pretty girl who came out. What's wrong? It can't be her, right? Didn't she just take a cab in this neighborhood? Probably already got a cab and left. Then the sound just now could have been a catcall too. The two of them, out of a sense of responsibility, toured around the hotel, and after not finding anything unusual, they returned to their posts. After all, if they were absent for a long period of time, they would be punished if they were found by the manager. But they did not know that under their noses, an extremely talented schoolgirl come rich woman, was taken away just like that. Boss, hey, I didn't expect to get it so easily this time. You'd better settle down for me. The short and thin man looked at the fainted Xia Mengshui with a lewd look on his face. Those old hands covered in scars and calluses were still roaming around her body, but at this moment, when he was glared at by the bald man's eyes, he immediately retracted. Only the scarred man who looked like a viper sat relatively quietly on the side. And it was after Xia Mengshui was captured in the car that Lin Feng happened to appear outside the door and saw the scene that shocked him. Asterisk. Damn it, I can still meet this kind of thing here. He cursed darkly. Then he hurriedly stopped a cab on the side of the road. Master, hurry up and follow that van in front. Lin Feng anxiously urged the cab driver. Good handsome, what's the matter? Daughter-in-law ran off with someone? This was said. His face darkened. What? My friend was taken captive. What? Aren't you guys together? How can this even be taken? She came out first, and I saw it when she ended up being taken captive. Lin Feng kept his perspective eyes on and chased after the van in front of him. He was able to clearly see that Xia Mengshui was lying unconscious in the car, and that short, thin man was still moving his hands, which completely ignited his anger. Asterisk. If you dare to touch a hair on her head, I'll make you sever your son and become a eunuch in the future. Let's see if you still dare to mess with women. Chapter 28, The Schoolgirl Lost. Handsome, then hurry up and call the police? Even if we catch up later, you won't necessarily be able to beat them, right? The driver kindly reminded. Lin Feng heard, immediately took out the phone to call the police. This time cannot play hero. A careless may become a bear. The loss is not worth it. The beauty did not save. He became a bear. Really is a loss of business. Just earned a huge amount of money, have not yet covered it. Master, speed up a little. This is already the fastest. Any faster we'll have to take off. I'm really going to fly out of this car any faster. And this road condition is not working. The driver let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it had now entered a one-way street, and the road condition was not good. It was already out of the city. Big brother, there seems to be a tail behind. Damn it, where did the tail come from? Could it be a cop? The scarred man's vigilance skyrocketed. Buzz the bald man directly slammed on the gas pedal. This mountain road bumped several people to the point of wanting to vomit. Even the reclining schoolgirl almost fell off the seat. Damn it, this van should have been modified. Otherwise how could it possibly outrun this small car of mine? The driver was helpless to the extreme. After driving a cab for so many years, he felt that he had good driving skills, but he couldn't even catch up with a van. But fortunately, there were no diversions on this road, so it was just a matter of following it all the way. Ruwali's Public Security Bureau. Captain, just received the alarm. Some criminals robbed a lady. Prepare to depart immediately. Never let them leave the country. These days there are often people smuggling and trafficking compatriots to northern Burma. Yes, Captain. After saying that, this captain immediately prepared his equipment, gathered his team members, and dispatched 5 police cars and 3 iron riders. While an alarm sounded, echoing through the streets. When Lin Feng had called the police just now, the wired police officers had already locked onto his location via satellite and were currently chasing after them in their direction. Why isn't their peek back so late? This kid couldn't have gone to a room with the schoolgirl, right? Fatty was alone in the hotel whining. No, make a call and ask. He, who was in hot pursuit of the robbers, felt a vibration in his pants pocket and hurriedly took it out. Saw that it was Fatty's phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, Fatty, you have a fart, hurry up. Lin Feng said without a good breath. Did you damn well go to a room with that schoolflower? Just as soon as he connected, he heard the fat man on the other side flirting. Asterisk 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 off. Old man is chasing her right now? What? Good off on Z. You have heterosexual but not human nature. So quickly start chasing. I don't have time to talk to you right now. She's been taken away. I'm chasing her. After saying that, Lin Feng directly hung up, leaving behind a dumbfounded Fatty. What? The school flower, taken away? He had a capitalized question mark on his head. But on second thought, this was a border city, bordering northern Burma. Being taken away was normal. However, the object of this taking away was the schoolgirl. This was excessive. Damn. Although there is nothing to do with the school flower, but I still hope she is okay. Otherwise, the Magic City school flower ranking will have to be updated. Fengzi, don't be a jerk. Don't fall into someone's hands yourself and get pulled to karma's internal organs. At this moment, the bald man's trio had already driven the van to the nearest village to the borderline. Hurry up. Go around them and get rid of them in a hurry. Otherwise, if we invite the police, it will be troublesome. Big brother, why don't we throw this woman down? What's the use of throwing it now? I suspect that the people behind that have already called the police. The only thing we can do now is to hurry up and get rid of them, and then enter the northern Burma region, so they won't be able to find us. However, just because the route of the village here was complicated, surprisingly, for a moment, they really lost Lin Feng and the others. Master, lost them? Yes, I didn't expect to lose them in the end. No, my friend is still in their hands. Big brother, ha, we lost that tail. Don't get complacent too early. The other side. What's going on? Why do I seem to see that van heading in this direction? Lin Feng was surprised to find that the van was running away from the road to their left. Although he was puzzled by this, half believing in it, he eventually chose to try it out, just in case he found it. Master, go in this direction. Okay, don't worry, the money won't be less for you. I'll charter your car tonight, Lin Feng said domineeringly. With a buzzing sound, the car took off, and the bald man and a few others had already appeared at the originally predetermined point at this moment. This was one of their bases. Then they directly drove the car into a garage and locked the door. Boss, let's play with ourselves first before we get her over there. Otherwise, if we get her over there directly, we won't have the chance to come across such a superb woman in the future. That's a must. Such a superb woman. It's the first time I've seen her. Not to play is to apologize for myself. Directly throwing it to that group of people is a waste. The bald man licked his saliva. Skinny guy, you get this woman up there. Remember, be quiet for me. No touching him before I come back, or else I'll break your lifeblood. Seiko, you go outside and stand guard. At the first sign of trouble, notify as fast as you can. The bald man commanded along with the 2 men. After saying that, the 3 of them immediately got out of the car. The scarred man was responsible for observing if there were any people in the vicinity, while the short and thin man was responsible for carrying Xia Mengxue into the house. Boom with a bang. The short and thin man directly threw Xia Mengxue onto a wooden plank bed. Drop it gently. This woman is so fine-skinned and tender. Breaking the skin would be a price drop. The bald man was cursing at the short and thin man, but the short and thin man seemed to be accustomed to it. It looked like he hadn't been cursed by the bald man much in his life. You two watch her here now. Don't let her run away. What need she is try to satisfy her, as long as you don't expose us. Big brother, you can't really look at her and sympathize with her, right? Since you want to play, you have to be a little proactive, okay? After saying that, the bald man went out and didn't know what he was doing, leaving only the short and thin man in the house. The scarred man also went out to the door to release the wind. Ha, little baby, to be able to meet an extreme product like you in this life, it's really a stroke of luck. The short and thin man licked his lips while approaching Xia Mingxue's face. In the end, he still didn't lay his hands on her, because with the bald man's warning, he didn't dare to mess around, and at most, he only touched her face. And on Rueli's side, the hotel where Xia Mingxue originally stayed. Chapter 29, the schoolgirl was stuffed into a suitcase? What's going on? Where the hell did Miss go? I just went to hand over the formalities with them, and in such a short while Miss disappeared, and no one answered the phone. Uncle Ming walked around anxiously. It can't be that something happened, right? How could he know that at this moment? Xia Mingxue was long gone from Rueli. No one would know what kind of a downfall awaited her. At this moment, those police officers who had been dispatched had also arrived over here. Captain, according to the positioning, they stopped at this place for a while, then went back in this direction. What? It's hard to believe that they were engaged? Nope, they want to exit the country. Quick, in this direction. The captain saw the direction that the team member was pointing to and immediately guessed the group's purpose. This was to exit the country, because this side was the direction of exit. When he came, he had already informed the border guards to stop that suspicious vehicle with all their might. Strange, why is that van looming before my eyes? Lin Feng was puzzled by this phenomenon, but didn't think much about it. It didn't take long to chase it to another village. The scarred man, who was letting off steam near that house, heard a car's gas pedal sound and immediately became alert, then took out his phone and called Shorty. There's a situation. Hurry up and hide the people. Upon hearing this, the drooling Shorty speedily blindfolded Xia Mingxue's eyes, as well as her mouth. She was loaded inside a large 28-inch suitcase and stuffed under the bed again. Soon, Lin Feng's car drove to the neighborhood of this house. Handsome, are you sure they're around here? I don't know. My seventh sense tells me that this is where that group eventually escaped to. As he spoke, he greeted the driver as he moved on while using his penetrating eyes to diligently look for traces of Xia Mingxue. However, when his line of sight happened to land on the building where the short and skinny man was, it instantly made him jolt. Damn it, finally found you bunch of bastards. The van, firmly parked in the garage. Although the garage door was locked, it was mercilessly penetrated by Lin Feng with his penetrating eyes. Immediately afterward, his line of sight continued to travel upstream, and when he saw the scene on the second floor, he couldn't help but be furious. This asshole, how dare he treat a woman like this? He then looked at the driver on the side. Master, wait here, I've found her. My friend is in danger now. She's in this house in front of me. She's being packed inside a suitcase by those guys. I'm going to save her. Lin Feng said to the driver beside him. Are you crazy? You're going alone? Well, master, don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Besides, I can't drag you down with me. I already don't know how to thank you for sending me here. But saving people, there are certain dangers. Looking at Lin Feng's determined eyes, the driver couldn't say anything more, but as a man, how could he be afraid of danger? Why don't you wait a little longer? The police should be here soon. Didn't you say that they would track your location? They should still be on their way at this moment. Maybe they will arrive soon. No, can't wait that long. One more second. One more danger for my friend. After saying that, he immediately opened the car door and got out of the car. Hey, you really have to go alone? The driver anxiously shouted. However, in the end, he didn't go after them, because, he suddenly thought of his family. He had a wife and child. If he really died here, what would they do? So out of this consideration, he finally chose to be selfish for once, and in his heart he was praying that Lin Feng wouldn't have an accident. After observing just now, in this house, there's a total of 3 people. Excluding Xia Mingxue, there's only that scarred man and that short skinny man. Where did that bald guy go? He quietly approached the gate while guessing. Second floor of the house. Siko, what's up with what you just said? There's a situation. Be careful, there's already someone coming this way. The scarred man said a few rare words. At the moment, he's staring vigilantly at the stairway. There was also a silver-white dagger in his hand, while the short and thin man was holding a black stick, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but there was no doubt that smashing it down would definitely hurt like hell. Have you notified Big Brother? Already sent a message to him, on his way back at the moment, and the bald man on the way back. Bastard, I didn't expect to still be found. Also, since the visitor is not good, then let you have no return. After this order, I will be far away from this land from now on. The north of Maine is at my mercy. There is such an excellent goods, afraid of not being able to sell at a good price. Jia. He was running quickly towards the house from a path, still covered in mud. The 2 people upstairs, they're both guarding the stairway ready to wait for a rabbit. But how can I, with my penetrating eyes, let you get what you want? Lin Feng wasn't a reckless person, so he could only do his best. Then he looked at the window on the side. This window is a bit high. It's impossible to climb up directly, and there's only one door, so it looks like we can only go into the tiger's mouth. He sighed. But I have perspective. I can see the movements of these two at any time. It's possible to anticipate a wave in advance. I have to hurry up. In case that bald man comes back, he can be really outnumbered. Thinking this in his heart, but his body did not drag. A stride came to the door, and then set his whole body strength in a leg. Boom, a sound, this tightly closed room door, but not the first time to be kicked open. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so tight? Then once again kicked to the door. 3 consecutive feet. Finally this door was kicked open. The first floor was dark. It must have been the lights that those two had turned off in order to catch a turtle in a jar. But they never thought that the person they were facing was so rebellious and fearless of darkness. Slim, as soon as he comes up in a while, give him a severe beating. Knock him out if you can first. No problem. Slim licked his lips as if he had seen a beautiful woman. These eyes of Siki's were more like fierce beasts at the moment. Sharp and incomparable. Lin Feng progressed slowly and gradually and didn't directly charge up. What a coincidence. Under this staircase, there's even a long stick. I really thank you guys for preparing me so well. This baguette. I guess it was the skinny two who didn't know about it, and they wouldn't have expected such a thing. Immediately after, Lin Feng picked up the baguette and quietly walked towards the stairs. Chapter 30, The Hero Saves the Day. Slim, he's coming up. Get ready. Siko gripped the dagger in his hand after making a gesture. The two upstairs, quietly waiting for Lin Feng to appear, wanting to kill him in one blow. Humph, little man, want to sneak attack me at the stairway? Dream on. Lin Feng's perspective was fully open, always observing the situation of the two people upstairs. However, Lin Feng, who possessed perspective, where would he fall for this kind of trick? Immediately, with an arrow step, he rushed up, causing the duo upstairs to freeze. His grandma, scared me. Seiko, let's do it, the thin man shouted. As soon as the words fell, a cracking sound could be heard and two figures came face to face. But was Lin Feng a vegetarian? With a nimble flash of his body, he dodged away. He was holding a long stick, while he had his perspective eyes on, observing the other party. On the other hand, the thin man was waving the iron stick in his hand and struck towards Lin Feng with a vicious face. This stick, if it hit Lin Feng's body, it would definitely break his bones. Ha ha! You think you want to hurt me with your little flowery fists? Lin Feng laughed and blocked his opponent's attack with a single stick. At the same time, the long stick in his hand made a direct sweeping strike, directly sending his opponent flying. Dang! The thin man hit the wall hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you! The thin man cursed and stood up again, hitting towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. This kind of fighting style of the other party was almost exactly like the Street Fighter on TV. Not only was he very powerful, but he was also very violent. At the drop of a hat, he would just start fighting. Looking at the thin man's attack that came again, he hastily took a few steps back and dodged the other party, only to see him reveal a sinister smile. A stick then smashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly dodged. The scarred man on the other side was also holding a dagger, looking for the right moment to try and give Lin Feng a slash. At the same time his legs and feet were constantly on the offensive. Kid, a little something, but, you think that's the end of it? The scarred man shouted. Immediately after that, one hand supported the ground and one foot kicked towards Lin Feng. This move was exactly the crotch kick stance. Lin Feng's face was cold. He didn't expect that this guy would be so obscene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To use this kind of move, you're too nasty. Lin Feng was furious. As long as I can beat you, I don't care what kind of tactics you leave now, we can still let you go. Otherwise you'll have to stay here. The scarred man laughed. Lin Feng didn't want to waste any more time. His body turned and rushed towards the skinny guy on the other side. The long stick in his hand swung and hit the skinny guy there in the bend of his knee. Ah, my leg! The thin man screamed miserably as he clutched his knees. At the same time, his entire body fell to the ground, no longer able to stand up, as his legs were now incapacitated, and he could not stand up, at least for the time being. Seeing this, the scarred man's face changed. He clenched his teeth and charged towards Lin Feng once again. Humph, as long as I settle you, everything will be fine. Lin Feng dropped a sentence and immediately swung his long stick once again. Clang! A crisp sound of a wooden stick colliding with a metal blade rang out. For a moment, Lin Feng's figure ghostly swayed, constantly dodging the other party's attacks before his palm reached out and directly gripped the other party's arm that was holding the dagger. Ka-ching! Lin Feng's then twisted, and only a bone-cracking sound could be heard. Immediately afterward, his hand loosened and the dagger came out of his hand. Ah! The opponent cried out miserably, covering his arm and kneeling on the ground. Humph! Insouciant thing! Lin Feng gave a cold snort of disdain. Both of them had lost their fighting strength now. Then he walked towards that room inside. That 28-inch suitcase was being placed under the bed in the room. Suddenly, just then, A sound of breaking wind rang out, and a bright short knife stabbed straight at Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng's eyes slightly stared, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. However, he was still a step too late. The blade directly cut through his clothes, leaving a blood trail. Bright red blood instantly flowed out, staining his sleeves red. Bastard! Lin Feng roared, a strong murderous aura flashing in his eyes. This person was none other than the bald man who had just rushed back. Kid, I didn't expect you to find your way here, but so what? Here, the police can't do anything about us. As long as we solve you, we'll immediately leave the country and escape. At this time, the scarred man also rushed over. He held a sharp dagger and stabbed towards Lin Feng. Looking at the dagger, Lin Feng's face sank. His reaction was quick. When the other party's dagger was only 3 centimeters away from the tip of his nose, he suddenly flashed and arrived behind the scarred man. Immediately afterward, he kicked the other party's waist. A powerful force instantly erupted, and the scarred man instantly flew backwards. Bang! With a sound, he fell heavily on the floor, making a loud ringing sound. Humph! Lin Feng grunted and walked towards the luggage in front of him. Immediately after, the bald man also attacked again. Seeing this, Lin Feng opened his perspective fully, raised the long stick in his hand and stabbed it with force. The bald man's eyes were startled, and he immediately felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, only to see that one end of the long stick was stabbing his second brother. Immediately after, a pungent odor emanated out. Lin Feng took the opportunity to grab the suitcase from the ground as soon as he could and walked towards the outside. Stop! The thin man attempted to stand up, limping as he chased towards Lin Feng. Humph! Just with you still want to stop me? Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at the other person, then continued walking towards the outside. However, right at this moment, a police car's siren sounded downstairs. Big brother, the police are here. The thin man looked at the bald man in horror. Run! Siko struggled to get up from the ground and tried to run towards the window on the second floor. At the same time, the bald man also covered some important part and limped towards a window on the second floor. Quickly jump down, the bald man urged sharply. Immediately after, Siko forced himself to endure the severe pain and flipped out, with the bald man following closely behind, leaving only the thin man behind. And when they jumped down, they were completely dumbfounded. A group of police officers were holding rifles aimed at them, and as long as they were in a running position, they would enjoy a rain of bullets. It's over. Lin Feng quickly pulled that suitcase open, revealing the emaciated Xia Mengshui inside. He then removed the ball of cloth from her mouth and tore off the tape covering her eyes. Schoolmate, are you alright? Lin Feng asked anxiously. Xia Mengshui couldn't hold it in any longer and cried as she jumped into his arms. It took a long time before she let go. Lin Feng, thank you. Xia Mengshui's voice was tinged with tears. At this moment, she no longer had that lofty schoolflower temperament, and had turned into a wounded kitten, quietly lying in Lin Feng's arms. In response to this, Lin Feng felt doubly helpless. His hands were nowhere to be placed. He didn't know if he should put his arms around her and give her comfort. However, just as he decided to put his arms around her, Xia Mengshui in his arms suddenly raised her head. Chapter 31. Back to the hotel. Rough thoughts. Just quietly looking at him like this classmate who she had only known for a few days would appear when she needed it the most, like a god descending from the heavens, saving her from being abused and being karma wasted. Well, it's alright, those 3 bastards have already been ambushed. Well where are they? I want to stomp on there. Thinking that she was almost about to be abducted to the north of Maine, her heart was on fire. As the big school flower of the Magic City University, she had ended up in such a state. If this was spread back to the school, his reputation would be ruined. Thinking of this, she just wanted to open her mouth to warn Lin Feng, while Lin Feng tacitly took the lead and said, "Don't worry, I won't let others know about this." Hearing this, Xia Mengshui looked at him dumbfounded, her heart indescribable. How does this guy know what I'm going to say? Moreover, there's no need for you to pop their eggs. I've already done this for you. Lin Feng smiled slightly. What? You've already? Yes, but I didn't realize you had such a rough side. Who encountered this thing doesn't want to take revenge. Thinking about it is a burst of fear. If really by this of the 3 bastards got their way, then the consequences are unimaginable. By the way, how did you know I was kidnapped by them? And how did you find this place? Xia Mengshui, who suddenly reacted, was suddenly surprised. When you came out of the hotel, the second you were captured by them on the car, it happened to be seen by me. Then I took a cab and chased after them all the way, and lost them halfway through. But then I still found them. So fortunately you're fine. Speaking of this, the impression of Lin Feng in her heart instantly elevated by a large margin, and at the same time began to give birth to an indescribable feeling. Alright, come on, let's go back. You still have to go with the police to make a statement. Well, then I'll go and take a statement first. Let's go back together later. After saying that, she walked towards the police car. She already didn't dare to be alone anymore. This time the matter was bound to leave her with an indelible shadow, not knowing how long it would take for it to dissipate. So strange. Why did I have so much strength just now? Surprisingly, I punched that wall with a dent? Lin Feng thought back to the battle scene just now and fell into deep thought. About a quarter of an hour later, Xia Mengxue came back. Come on Lin Feng, let's go back. Good. The two of them then directly got into a cab. Brother, admirable. It's extremely comfortable to be able to see these people get caught with your own eyes. The driver looked at Lin Feng in admiration and said, let's go back. The car buzzed and took off. It was now after 3 a.m. and there were far fewer cars on the road, especially since this was a border area and some places didn't even have a streetlight. After this incident, Xia Mengxue felt incredibly insecure, and then unconsciously closed her eyes and fell asleep against Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a stirring as he looked at this face that had retained its beauty even after the calamity, because at the moment, his line of sight could just see the convex outline of Xia Mengxue's snow-white skin with some strangulation marks. However, he did not open his penetrating eyes to view such a beautiful scene. This was an act of multiplying people's danger. If one wanted to see it, why worry about not being able to see through it? The car drove quickly on the highway, and in less than an hour, it returned to Ruweli city center. Handsome, it's here. Well, master, give me the collection code. I'll give you the fare. Forget it, this trip is not easy for you either. To be able to help you guys, what if I pack a run? No, you have to support your family too. Bring it over. I have money. Looking at Lin Feng with such a determined look, the driver had no choice but to pull out the QR code placed at the windshield. Alipay to the account, $2,000. Hey handsome, give too much, right? Do not need so much. Not much. This way also thanks to you. If you are too little I give you some more? No need. Then I'll send you here. I should go back too. Tough job master. At this time, Xia Mengxue was woken up by Lin Feng. Looking at the familiar metropolis was like a dream, a nightmare. Let's go. Where do you live? I'll send you back? I'm staying in room 608. Lin Feng then directly sent her to the door of her hotel room. Then he turned around and left. Looking at his departing figure, Xia Mengxue's eyes seemed to have something more in them. Then she took out her room card, and with a tick, the door of the room was opened. Just from opening the door, she suddenly heard such a voice, which initially startled her. Only then did she react to the fact that it was Uncle Ming. Miss, you finally came back. Where in the world did you go? I called your phone cannot be reached. I also asked the manager of Huang's hotel, also said that did not see you. Uncle Ming, I'm fine. I went out to do an errand. My cell phone ran out of battery, so I didn't receive your call. Sorry. Hearing her say that, Uncle Ming finally put down a heart that was hanging in the air. Miss, it's good that you're fine. Xia Mengxue, who had thought about it again and again, finally didn't tell Uncle Ming about her kidnapping. For one thing, she was afraid that he would be worried and even tell her father, so there would definitely be less trouble at that time. And secondly, do not want too many people know this matter? After all, this is not how honorable a thing. Feng Z, you're really a ing Feng Z, only coming back at this hour. Wait, did you tell me that the schoolgirl was kidnapped? Fatty looked sleepily at Lin Feng who had just returned. Yes, she. Lin Feng didn't reveal too much to Fatty in order to minimize the impact of this incident. He simply told it and added an adaptation. So you're a hero saving a beauty? Sort of. Holy, you kid will definitely get special treatment from the schoolgirl this time. But you saved her. So maybe, if she's touched, she'll give her body to you? At this moment, Fatty's sleepiness washed away a lot. Scram! I'm not that casual. After the two of them talked for a while, Lin Feng was too lazy to take care of this guy. So he quickly washed up and went to bed. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Fatty, hurry up. If you don't get up, the plane won't make it. Upon hearing the word airplane, the snoring Fatty sat up with a jolt. Uncle Ming, let's get ready. It's almost time to leave. Miss, everything is packed. Good, let's go then. Xia Mengxue had already changed into a clean set of clothes and had regained her usual stunning beauty. And at this moment, Lin Feng and the two of them had already boarded the airplane. Chapter 32, let's go. Get the car. Fatty, our harvest this time is good, right? Fengzi, to say that the one who gained the most, it has to be you. Not only did you earn money this time, you also earned people. Fatty with a slightly unconvincing look made Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Originally, last night, he was going to trade raw stones with Xia Mengxue, but after that incident, there was no further action. However, after a discussion between a few people, it was decided that the raw stones would be transported back to the Magic City side before trading. However, this task was handed over to Brother Biao, So Lin Feng and the two of them were left to their own devices. The two of them returned to the school and it was already 3 p.m. Hey, it's a pity that I missed the English teacher's class. Otherwise I could have had another eyeful. Fatty said lewdly. You this guy, everyday YY people, you like to go to chase no shame, as long as you can chase ground. I would like to chase but people must have had boyfriends a long time ago, or even married and had dolls. Lin Feng was also too lazy to bull ***** with him, and directly walked towards the dormitory. Now that I have money, I can buy a house of my own in this magic city, preferably a villa. Not so much a fan if it's a big flat, and then if I do, the car should also be arranged. He planned the things behind as he walked. However, tonight first transfer a sum of money to my sister. First make a 50,000 before saying, if the amount is too large, it is easy to cause her suspicion. Maybe it also thought that I went to Karma Kidney for money, and with her nature, she will definitely break the pot and ask to the end. There will be less trouble then. Anyway, now that I have money, I'll worry about it later. Lin Feng had just arrived at the dormitory when he received a message from Xia Mingxue. Lin Feng, thank you this time. Have you arrived at school yet? He replied back. Just arrived at the dorm. How about you? I'll be a while. When are you free? I want to ask you out to talk. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy when he saw this message. She's taking the initiative to ask me out. Hey, it's an honor to be dated by the #1 ranked schoolgirl, but before that, I have to settle the matter of that green tea. No, we should already be considered broken up, right? It's all like that. There's no need to be together anymore. But I still can't swallow this in my heart. In that case, in the future I'll let you know what it means to regret it. Lin Feng secretly resolved to let this stinking know how ridiculous her choices were. Originally, after he had perspective eyes, wealth was within his reach, but as a result, she even went behind her back and ran away with a rich second generation, which doomed her to not have a chance to get all she had. Calculate their hands now have 10 million assets. Think about it, think or too unreal. A few days ago, he was still a poor man, and as a result, he went with the dead fat man to rob tombs to pick up leaks, and after he was intercepted, he accidentally obtained this magical perspective ability, which can be considered as a blessing due to a disaster. However, this ability is too counterintuitive, so to death cannot let others find out, even if it is their parents. One more person knows about this matter. There is one more point of danger, especially the fat man. This guy never can control his own mouth. On the woman drops bed is even more. People are spitting out fragrance. He is spitting out the truth. Thinking carefully, this see-through eye, there is a possibility that it is related to that pair of black and white beads, because at that time, when I was knocked down to the ground, the beads in that box happened to fall, and after that, my blood. It seems that I splashed on that pair of black and white beads, and then I don't remember anything. So, my penetrating eyes must be related to that pair of black and white beads, but what exactly is that pair of beads? And why can they give me such an unbelievable ability? Lin Feng was puzzled. It seems that I have to recapture that box and that pair of beads in order to figure out the mystery here. But I can't go and settle the score with those assholes so soon now. I have to be prepared for everything. After having a plan in his heart, he secretly resolved to retrieve that treasure. Maybe there will be other surprises then. Fatty, I want to buy a car. Are you free? Come with me to the forest store to take a look? Egu, peak, rich now, marvelous, ha ha. Asterisk 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 off. Lin Feng glared at him. But it's true, haha, you've become a multimillionaire. It's time for a car. So have you thought about what car to buy? The fat man grinned lewdly. I realized that I'd become more discerning after I got rich. I always liked that big G from Big Ben before, so I think I'll just get this one. It's good off-road. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're so dirt cheap. Are you sure you want to buy this one? That's a lot of money, and you can't buy it now without raising the price by a couple $100,000. Fatty looked at him in surprise. Well, I'm sure, since I'm going to buy a good one. This is it. Lin Feng nodded firmly. Right now? Yes, right now. Then, the two of them went straight to the school entrance, took a quick cab, and headed to the nearest Big Ben 4S store. Humph, Lu Hao, didn't you say you would take me to buy a Big Ben? Are you true to your word? Wang Tingting pouted her lips and looked at Lu Hao. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you there. But before you go, you have to do a Yusi with me first. He laughed. What Yosi? Wang Tingting appeared to understand. You know, he. After hurriedly cleaning up, the two of them went downstairs and drove his Porsche Cayenne to the Big Ben 4S store. Although this time did not get satisfied. But this green tea he has not played enough. Can only fulfill the promise. Take her to pick the cheapest Big Ben. And then expensive he cannot spare. After all, in his heart, this stinking is worth this price. Want better. Only that the school flower list of beautiful women only have this value. Worthy of him to spend a lot of money. Peak. I still don't know if there is any stock in this 4S store. Whatever. Just wait if there isn't. Lin Feng and the two of them had already arrived at the entrance of the 4S store at the moment. The salesman, who was looking left and right at the entrance of the store for a suspected customer, saw the arrival of the two of them and immediately revealed a professional smile. Two handsome men. Are you here to buy a car? Do you have your eyes on any model? If you do, I can directly take you to see the current car. If not, I will introduce them one by one. The saleswoman was a beauty with a bit of poise. She didn't give birth to the mentality of looking down on Lin Feng because he was dressed rather plainly, because she knew that nowadays, there were many tycoons who liked to facepunch and hide their identity as rich people. Of course, this was still because of the lessons she had gotten when she was dog-eyed in the past, teaching her to be human. Chapter 33 Grievance. So now completely dare not be like this, because that is money. Dog-eyed words, is with the money, not to mention that here is a Big Ben 4S store. That luxury car commission can be quite a lot. Beauty, you ask him, hey, he buys cars. Fatty jumped the gun and struck up a conversation with her. Beauty, do you have a big G here? Lin Feng went straight to the point. What? Big G? Lin Feng's question really surprised her. Big G? How many men dream of toys? She had sold the most expensive car for just $600,000 or $700,000. And now, in front of her eyes, this handsome man who looks so ordinary that he cannot be ordinary anymore. Even one opening is the big G. This cannot let her be excited, but excitement to excitement. The salesman's surface quality should still be there. Handsome man, I don't know which model of the big G you want. Currently we only have one existing car here, and it's the G500. G500? Yes, take me to see it. Lin Feng's face was ancient, but his heart still had no small amount of excitement. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about a Grand Prix. The cheapest one would take $200,000 to get, not to mention this kind of $1 million luxury car, which wasn't always in stock, and it was hard to buy even with a price increase. Beauty sales led the two to another showroom. This showroom, there are only two cars, a famous G500, and a new SNV Maybach. The guide price of more than $2 million, against the Bentley SUV, but Lin Feng's eyes completely ignored the Maybach. His eyes only had the G500. Handsome man, this is the G500. You can sit on it and feel it. Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Feng had already opened the car door. Listening to the bullet sound of the door opening, he grew more and more excited and then sat his butt into the driver's seat, touching the steering wheel in front of him. He's scared. Not bad. This car suits me. Peek, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue with these words. What do you mean by suitable for you? This should be worthy of you. When Lin Feng heard the first half of the sentence, he almost didn't slap him to death. However, the second half of the sentence made him dismiss it. This fatty, what does it mean? Is he trying to insult himself? Or what? Beauty, how much does it cost to get this car all done? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the fatty, but directly asked the salesman. Handsome, this G500 is priced at about $2 million for the low end. The bare car price. The latter depends on which accessories you need to choose. Insurance, plus license plates and whatnot together to arrive at almost $3 million or so. Hiss, good guy. Although he now has $10 million, but heard this price is still a little surprised. But surprise after surprise, in the end still have to buy. Okay, then let's go and choose the outfit. Okay, handsome, this way please. The beautiful saleswoman gestured respectfully to the side. Peek, you really want to buy this one? What about otherwise? Do you think I'm joking? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, asterisk off. If you want to pretend, go buy one yourself. Lin Feng punched him. Hey, don't still not a friend? Do not bring so stingy It's not like your family doesn't have money. Buying 10 big GS is no problem. Fatty's bitter face made him want to laugh. However, right at this moment, in the main showroom, a familiar figure caught Lin Feng's attention. Yo ho, Fengzi, isn't this your little girlfriend? Haven't seen her for so long. I met her here today. The fat man had a beat-up expression on his face. It really was a pot calling the kettle black. She hasn't been my girlfriend for a long time. She split up when we were in Ruwali. Lin Feng didn't go forward, looking at that pair of dogs, even though there was infinite anger in his heart. But the rice had become porridge, so what could he do? Beat up that scummy guy and let off some steam? Or go over and slap this green tea to relieve her anger? In fact, in Lin Feng's heart, but also to thank this bad woman, so that he saw her, or else really do not know will be green until when. Look at the appearance of these two people, presumably screwed together already a long time. Let's go. Don't pay attention to them, we are here to pick up the car. After saying that, He just wanted to turn around and go with the salesman to choose the configuration, but things always go against his wishes. A teasing voice then came over. Yo, what a coincidence. Ting Ting, isn't this that ex-boyfriend of yours? Lu Hao mocked. Lu Hao. He's already a thing of the past. Wang Tingting tugged on his arm. However, he ignored this Wang Tingting and instead walked towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't have any interest in choosing a costume. What? A beggar like you even has money to come to a place like this? Buying a car is it? Or, rent a car? Wang Tingting on the side didn't stop him from mocking and slanted up her small mouth, as if in triumphant that she had found a rich man. What does my coming here have to do with you? What does it have to do with you if I have money or not? Indeed it has nothing to do with me. I'm just reminding you that a toad shouldn't presume to eat swan meat, Lu Hao said teasingly. Oh, toad? Are you talking about yourself, or this green tea whore next to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face instantly turned ironic, not expecting to be put on the spot here. The diction is quite eloquent. Just don't know. Is the outburst generous enough? What? Fancy the car here? Do you have money? Lu Hao, who had lost the war of words, wanted to get back on top of money. He was betting that Lin Feng didn't have the money to buy a car at all, or at most he would mention the cheapest A-class sedan. Sorry to disappoint you, I really did have my eye on a car. After saying that, he looked at the smelly bimbo again. Wang Tingting, your vision is really not that good, that you would even look at such a dude. I really don't know if you've been played silly by him, or I'm too stupid to look at such a green tea bimbo like you. He laughed at himself, then walked towards the front desk without looking back. You, oomph, damn Lu Hao, he even scolded me, you take it out on me instead. Scram. However, what responded to her was a furious shout. What are you doing? Where did I offend you again? Wang Tingting was aggrieved. Right now, Lu Hao was his lifesaver, so she didn't dare to resist at all. Immediately after, Lu Hao also walked towards Lin Feng. I want to see what kind of car you poor can actually afford, he pooh-poohed and said disdainfully. Seeing this, Wang Tingting also farted and followed. Worthy of being a green tea whore? This look really makes people want to vomit. Handsome man, this is the optional information. See what you need. Aha! Lin Feng took the optional list. After glancing at it, a decision was made. Chapter 34, hit your face. Leave it out. Then he picked up a signing pen and started sketching. That's it. Do the math for me. Okay, handsome. Then, the beautiful saleswoman started to calculate the total price. Little beggar. Can surprisingly still really have the money to lift the car from here. Just don't know which model to lift? Lu Hao asked with interest. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to him. Seeing this, the fat man wanted to add more fire to make this rich second generation ashamed of himself. Our young master Lin, is mentioning a big G, unlike some people who just drive a civilian model Porsche Cayenne. Oh, are you sure it's not an A-class sedan? Of course Lu Hao doesn't believe the fat man's words, because his own family is not even bad, but want to mention the big G is still a little difficult, not to mention this ordinary poor. Even Wang Tingting on the side is also a sarcastic look. When he was with Lin Feng, what kind of family he was? How thick the bottom? How could he not be clear? At this time, the salesman had also calculated the total price. Handsome, the total is 2 million. Will you pay a down payment installment or full payment? Full payment, right. Do you have any favorable policies here? If there were incentives, one would still be able to save some money. $1 is still money. Sorry sir, we don't have any incentives for this car yet. Alright, then make the payment. Okay, then do you swipe your card or how do you pay? Swipe your card. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out a freight bank card from his pants pocket and handed it to her. What? You actually really mentioned the big G? Lu Hao had an unbelievable look on his face. The seemingly ordinary Lin Feng, even still mentioning the car in full payment, or such an expensive one. To know, this car's insurance is enough for ordinary people to suffer, and car maintenance fees and whatnot. Add up the money. Ordinary people's salary for a year is not enough. How is this Lin Feng so rich? Did he win the lottery? Or did his family demolish the house? That's not right. His old home is in the countryside. It's generally unlikely that it's been demolished. And he's still paying the full price of more than $3 million to lift the car. It's just demolition. It can't be so luxurious, right? Wang Tingting was speculating for a while in the bottom of her heart. She was even thinking about whether or not to go back to Lin Feng's side. After all, when Lin Feng was with her, he was still very good to her. Unlike this dude in front of her, who only knew how to claim her and toy with her every night. And there were malfunctions in that area. Lately he couldn't get aroused. He was a proper 3-second king. What? Hitting your face? Lin Feng glanced at him disdainfully. Then he looked at the salesman again. Pretty girl, can I pick up the car today? Handsome. Due to these configurations you've chosen, it takes time to assemble them for you. so we might not be able to meet your needs today. We need to come pick up the car the day after tomorrow in the morning. Alright, then I'll come back the day after tomorrow. After saying that, he wanted to leave the 4S store. Lin Feng, the voice behind him still made him stop. Can we still go back to the past? Wang Tingting asked shamelessly in front of Lu Hao. Back to the past? What did you think when we were together? Thinking that I don't have money, a car or a house, right? And now that you see that I have money, you want to go back to me? Is that possible? I'm not going to be a receiver. Go over there with your rich second generation. He has money too. Lin Feng laughed playfully. Have you forgotten our days together? I just haven't forgotten. So now that I see your face, I regret that I didn't leave you earlier. However, it seems like it's not too late now. Lin Feng let out a laugh to himself. Stinking, what do you mean? Lu Hao was furious. This stinking woman. She even tried to kick him again in front of him. Lin Feng, I didn't do anything with him. I hugged and kissed him at most. Really nothing. Can you let me come back to you? Don't you like to eat my cooking? Her voice carried a sobbing tone as she pulled at Lin Feng's arm. Scram! Since you've already separated, don't try to go back to the old days. What flavor is there in a chewed dish? Chewing it again? Right now he felt sick just looking at this woman. Having been with someone else's man, how dare she think of returning to herself? How ridiculous. Still saying that you haven't done anything? You stinking. Weren't you very energetic when you needed me? And told me to hurry up. What? Now you've forgotten? Hearing Wang Tingting say this, where could Lu Hao hold back? I didn't. I really didn't. Lin Feng, please, let's make up. Tisk the fat man saw this and looked disgusted. Fengzi, if you want me to say it, let's go straight away. What's the point of sticking around here? After saying that, he pulled Lin Feng out. Lin Feng, don't go. Seeing that he was about to walk out the door, where would Wang Tingting be willing to do that? As she hugged Lin Feng's bare waist from behind. Get the hell out of here. He forcefully removed his hand and pushed her down to the ground, then left without looking back. The beautiful saleswoman who watched this, as well as the other salespeople, were all dumbfounded, not expecting to see such a dogged scene in the store. Lu Hao, I'm sorry, what happened to me just now? You still have the face to say? What's wrong? You less pretend with me here. Get lost. I don't want to see you again either. It's all like this. Lu Hao doesn't have the heart to keep her. So many people are watching. It's a laughing stock. After saying that, he also walked towards the door. Don't you go. Didn't you say you would buy me a car? You stinking green tea. Even thinking that I will give you a car. Where did you get the face? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. Do you have this qualification? Do you deserve it? You can't even satisfy me in that area. You still have the face to say let me give you a car. Dream on. You asshole. It's you who can't do it in that area. You bowed your head before you even entered the door. You 3-second king. Put. The onlookers who heard this sentence couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Lu Hao, who couldn't hold his face, became infuriated and directly gave her a big mouth, then ran out, leaving her alone, sitting on the ground and crying. She was in a sorry state, making people feel pitiful and hateful. All of this was her own doing. Who could blame her? If she had been with Lin Feng at the beginning, not greedy for money and not worshipping gold, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Maybe she could even enjoy glory and wealth with Lin Feng. But now, both men don't want her, and she has lost her face. This not only didn't make her more saved and sad, but instead, a malice grew in her heart, wanting to take revenge on the two men. Lu Hao, you wait for me. I will make you lose your reputation. Dare to make me lose face like this. I'm going to make you eat your words. Chapter 35 Planning for the Future. And Lin Feng, it's good that you don't want me. Then you don't want to find a woman in the future. Find one. I'll destroy one. Wang Tingting secretly swore that she would make these two pay. Fengzi, ha, well done. This kind of woman, only that sand sculpture rich second generation wants. Don't you have a school flower? Bring it out at that time. Brighten up their dog eyes. I said can you stop? The school flower said she's with me? Why don't you stop causing trouble here? Let's go. Let's go to Riverside. Eat barbecue and drink. Okay, tonight, I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman. The two of them went towards the Bund. Fengzi, you said you plan to stop looking for a job in the future? What's the point of looking for a job when you have money? Looking for abuse? Don't you know what the job market is like now? That's also true. You've already become a tycoon. Why do you still need a job? It's more like you're offering a job to someone else. But you can go and specialize in playing with emerald. That stuff is what's called violence. In fact, there was no need for Fatty to say. Lin Feng also planned to keep doing this business, especially since he now had unrivaled perspective eyes, gambling on stones, one bet at a time, wealth at his fingertips, and he also had a plan, which was to look for Jade that had that mysterious energy, and then absorb that energy to upgrade his perspective eye. As soon as he thought of being able to upgrade his perspective eye, his heart was incomparably excited. I also don't know what will happen when this perspective eye is upgraded to the back, not to mention how far it can be upgraded, and if there is a limit. In addition to that, he also thought of a question. That is, in this world, is he the only one who possesses this kind of magical ability? Are there other people who also possess or have other abilities? In fact, this idea of his was right. To think of danger in times of peace, a little bit of this meaning. For example, some people can have a mind reading. Of course, this is not the kind of what look like something, look at your face, expression to know what you are thinking, but the kind of real mind reading, look at you a glance, know what your heart is thinking, and even be able to penetrate your past and future. This kind of person is more scary, but whether there was such a person in existence or not, he didn't know. He might have read too many novels to have such thoughts. The two of them were nibbling on grilled chicken wings while drinking Coke. It was a nourishing experience. 2 days later, Lin Feng's batch of jadeite raw stones also arrived at the airport in Mordor. It wasn't just his raw stones alone there. There were also Fatty's as well as Biao's own. Fatty, there's no place to put these stones now. Fatty scratched his head. How about moving back to the dormitory first? Are you stupid? How can you move it back to the dormitory? I can't move such a heavy thing. And just then, jingling the cell phone in his pocket rang for a while. Xia Manchua's call? Why are you calling it this time? Although he was puzzled, but there was no reason for the schoolgirl to call and not answer, so he directly pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Feng, those raw stones of yours should almost be shipped back to Magic City, right? Why is this woman so well informed? It had only just received a text message saying that it had been shipped over, and she was calling to ask about it. I was about to tell you about this. The raw stones just arrived at the airport, but we don't have anywhere to put them, so we haven't moved them back yet. No place to put it? Yeah, can't we really put it in the dormitory? Let me think about it. Xia Mingxua gently rubbed her chin. How about this? I'll give you an address. You send the original to this address, and you people come over. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he immediately received the address sent by Xia Mingxua. Songjiang District, Magic City Zun. This is the neighborhood? Could this be Xia Mingxua's home? What? What address did the schoolgirl give you? It gives you such a look. Fatty asked curiously. The address of a neighborhood. Not sure if it's her home address. Oh, then are you going over there? Bring me along, right? It's boring here. Take me to see the world. Don't you just want to see the schoolgirl? Don't talk to me about this nonsense. I can't see through the little things you think about in your heart. It just so happens that there's nothing going on today. Lin Feng plans to go over there in a while and get this over with early. After all, he just doesn't like procrastinators, which is one of the reasons why Wang Tingting looked at her in the first place. Right, Fatty? Today's the day to pick up the car, right? Almost forgot about this. In that case, let's go and pick up the car first, then drive to the airport and save ourselves the trouble of taking a taxi. Ha, I forgot if you didn't say it. I'm too tired these 2 days. My memory isn't too good. You're tired? You're tired my ass. All day long you're addicted to games and beautiful women. You call this tired? This you do not understand. I play the game energy do not consume Don't I spend money, time and energy on girls? At these words, Lin Feng snorted. This guy is really shameless. Every day he asks a girl to play the game, and he also rushes gold coins to make her happy. After a bout of bull *******, the two of them took another quick cab and arrived at that forest store. Oh handsome, you can finally come, just waiting for you to pick up the car. The beautiful saleswoman greeted them with a smile. It was as if she had already forgotten everything that happened yesterday. Can I drive away today? Of course you can. The car was fully assembled last night. Afterwards, the beautiful saleswoman brought him to the car pickup site. I have to say that this scene was still well decorated. Very grand. 2 rows of flowers, a clean red carpet in the center, and a billboard in the back. The big red Big G, parked firmly in the center, was also covered with big red flowers. Well, satisfied? The beautiful sales professional line of smile out. Actually quite good looking, just people slightly shorter. Well, not bad, have a heart. The next thing was that the entire store staff came to congratulate. After all, such a luxurious car. Only a small salesman came to congratulate. It was really a bit demeaning to the value of this brand. For this reason, Lin Feng had deliberately worn a clean white shirt, and looked exceptionally handsome today. This guy, properly dressed up, is still very handsome, okay? That woman yesterday, she even cheated on her husband. Letting go of such a dirt cheap handsome guy. No, it should be called a high-flying handsome. If I can meet this kind of tycoon, this life, it's worth it, she was comparing in her mind. However, now this handsome man should not have a girlfriend, right? So do I have a chance to get close to him? Chapter 36, Team up to go to the school's great home. Thinking of this, confident a little bit of posture, she immediately decided to try, in case it came true. Yesterday she had already compared herself with Wang Tingting. In terms of looks, she might be a little bit more flirtatious than Wang Tingting, a little bit more temperament. Her body is not inferior to her. The only thing that is missing is that kind of pure flavor that only student girls have. Feng Zi, this color scheme of yours, it's really flirty. You're a big man, but you chose this big red color scheme. It's really flirty. Fatty mocked. Roll. I just like this color scheme. Isn't it good to be red? Lin Feng glared at him. Fine. Your car. Your call. In fact, this car was originally black with original paint, but Lin Feng just loved big red and insisted on giving it a red car film. But this car model can be expensive. There is no kind of glue in it, so if you don't like it in the future, you can just tear it off. It won't affect it at all, and you won't say anything that will leave traces. Absolutely crowds of people enjoying the silky smoothness. Congratulations Mr. Lin, happy to have a big G. The salute exploded at the same moment, and with a bang, a sky full of colored flowers landed on his head. Then, a few more pictures were taken of him. After doing all of this, Lin Feng carried the gifts that were presented to him, pulled open the car door and sat in. Phew, finally, having a car of my own, or a dream car. Go, fatty, let's go make another fortune. Okay, Lin Feng driving the big G, galloping in the street, that sound wave, and body color matching, in the street caused a small sensation. Passers-by have taken out their cell phones to shoot. This turnaround rate is high. The high turnover rate is only in this not busy street. If you go to the busy bund, you are driving two big G side by side, will not cause much waves, because there are a lot of rich people. Moving is what Lamborghini, McLaren, Ferrari, and even the legendary car, Bugatti. Really exciting. Fat man, your family's broken car should also be changed, right? I'll change to a 911 to drive when I make money from this Emerald Primal. The forest store wasn't particularly far from the airport Lin Feng was going to. It was about half an hour or so away. When signing the receipt, Lin Feng also deliberately opened his perspective eyes and checked it, for fear of being switched. After all, this is a valuable emerald. Although it was said that a layer of adhesive tape was stuck on the surface, but it was difficult for him. After confirming that there is no problem, all of them were moved onto the trunk. Snap, he clapped his hands. Let's go, fatty, let's get rich. Are you sure you're willing to spare the schoolgirl's fortune? To be precise, it's not her money, it's her family's money, so what's not to give up? Besides, it's not like I have any relationship with her. We've only known each other for a few days, so what's to stop me from making money? The address given by Xiaoming Xue, there is also a distance from the airport, and at this time of the day, it happens to be the off-work rush hour. The road is full of cars, dripping. Fengzi, we didn't catch the good time. This off-work rush hour. Want to reach there smoothly? It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 bells. You see what kind of traffic jam this has become. However, your car, with its own aura, no one dares to get too close to you. This feeling is really cool. This car is indeed good. Wide field of vision. The two sat in the car, and from time to time, there were still gazes from the surroundings thrown over. Asterisk Mercedes Big G, TSK, landlord. I want it too. Little brother. Can you give a WeChat? Yeah. Can you give a contact? Next time I'll ask you out for coffee, yo. Lin Feng was helpless and at the same time felt a leap of joy. This is the life of rich people. So it's like this, as long as you have money, beautiful women are all backwards. You don't have money, just like that one Tingting, instantly cheating. After experiencing this, Lin Feng had also become mature. Not to mention, now he was also a rich man. He had to pay more attention to his speech and behavior. However, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to these women. How long can a relationship that can be exchanged for money last? Maybe one day, like Wang Tingting, she will run away with an even richer man and won't even know it. The car slowly traveled on Riverside Avenue. After about an hour and a half, Lin Feng and the two of them finally got out of the traffic jam on the road. Fengzi, why do you think you're so stupid? So many beautiful women are grabbing for your contact information, but you didn't even give one. Aren't you short of women right now? You think they're all like you, love one after another? And they are all gold-digging women. What's the use of having this kind of women? Also yes, but you already have a school flower. Really unnecessary, but you cannot think about brother me? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Fatty wailed a face. Okay, next time there's something like this, I'll let you have it. The two had already arrived at the entrance of Xiaomangshue's neighborhood. I go, is this school beauty's home here? I didn't think that we would have this kind of honor, to be able to come directly to the school beauty's home. How many men can only dream of this? Fatty had a lewd look that was truly disgusting. Pay attention to your image, okay? You don't want your face, I want more. Looking at this luxurious neighborhood in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This schoolgirl is indeed a rich woman. But right now he couldn't get in. He was stopped outside by the security guards. It was obvious that the management of this high-class villa neighborhood was still very much in place. Now he could only call Xia Mengxue to let her come out to greet the two newly minted tycoons. Hey, Xia Mengxue, we are now at the door of this address you gave. The security guards are not allowed to enter. Can you come out to pick it up? Oh, I know. Sorry, forgot about this. I'll come out right away. You wait for me for a while, said, hung up the phone. It didn't take long to see a bright figure coming towards the door in the direction of the door. When she saw Lin Feng and Fatty sitting on top of the big G, her eyes were filled with surprise. This Lin Feng, he doesn't usually look like a rich kid. Why is he driving such a nice car? But think about it, he's pretty good at gambling on stones. A few stones can make him rich. It's normal to be able to drive a big G. Lin Feng, school beauty, your family lives here? Lin Feng looked tiny at Xia Mengxue in front of him. At the moment he actually had an urge to buy a house in this neighborhood as well. When that time came, wouldn't he be able to see his schoolgirl sister often? It could even be strung out. Well, this is a villa where I live by myself. Usually in this magic I live here. Wow, okay, let's go in then. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Afterwards, under Xia Mengxue's access card, the two of them smoothly passed through the gate of the neighborhood. When they left, the fat guy even dejectedly gave a smug look towards the big brother security guard. Che, marvelous. The big brother security guard's mouth broke, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After arriving at the entrance of Xia Mengxue's villa, Lin Feng got out of the car and opened the trunk. Chapter 37, The Schoolgirl's House Deconstruction Site. This is those raw stones shipped back from Rueli. Well, then can you help move them inside my courtyard here? I'm afraid I can't move it as a small woman. She smiled helplessly and apologized. Okay, no problem. Fatty, get to work. Okay. Fatty was also happy to do this job. This is for the school beauty service. Is his honor. Asterisk. So heavy. You two be careful. Don't fall on the ground, or you'll lose a lot of money. I say school flower sister. Shouldn't you be worried about us smashing our feet? Is it important to have money in life? Fatty heard this straight blowing his beard. Of course, this good's also not much beard. Just shaved off when he came. Giggle Xia Mengxue couldn't help but laugh out. Instantly this smile stunned Fatty. The lewd cargo. He swallowed his saliva and quickly adjusted his lewd appearance. He couldn't be too embarrassed in front of the school flower. Otherwise it would be embarrassing in the future. Finally, the raw stones in the car were moved down. Phew, so damn tired. Fatty panted and sat directly on the floor with his butt. LOL, isn't there a chair here? Here, have a sip of Coke. Xia Mengxue took out 2 bottles of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and handed them to the duo. Thanks. Thank you schoolgirl sister. Don't keep calling me school flower sister. Do I look small? Or is it childish? No. It's just a mantra. Don't take it seriously. Fatty hurriedly explained. Xia Mengxue, these raw stones are all top quality. Why don't you open and inspect them? Lin Feng pointed at the large and small raw stones on the ground and said, alright, then I'll inspect the goods. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'll be able to give you an accurate price to acquire them. After saying that, she took out another strong flashlight and began to tear the adhesive paper off those raw stones one by one and began to observe them. As she continued to observe, her face revealed various expressions, wonderful and incomparable, from surprise, to doubt, to excitement and joy. Lin Feng, these raw stones of yours? There are several pieces that I think are very good. The seed water is very good. They are all of ice type, and glass type, but there are a few pieces that look just like ordinary stones to me. I don't see a reason for them. This you do not know. Those pieces are the main event. I don't know if you have a stone-solving machine here? There is one. Are you going to just cut it up? She looked puzzled. Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't believe that there's emerald inside. Lin Feng said confidently. Those pieces of raw stone were exactly what he had picked through his penetrating eyes. Otherwise he would have really missed out. Xia Mengxue also wanted to see if this handsome man's vision was really that accurate or not, so she brought him to a stone-solving room on the first floor. This room was originally a utility room, and then there was really no place to put it, so they put the stone-solving machine in this room, and it became a stone-solving room. Lin Feng casually picked up a piece of all gambling material, and after simply making a cutting line, he fixed the raw stone, covered the lid of the machine, pressed the switch, and the stone deciphering machine ran vigorously. You're the only one living in this villa? Bored. Lin Feng started to find a topic to ease the awkward scene. Well, currently I'm the only one living here by myself. My parents aren't in Magic City. If I'm free on the weekends, I'll go home. My hometown is in Jingnan. Oh then you live here alone in such a big villa. Won't you be afraid? There are times when I will be, but most of the time it's okay. I go to bed early, and I've asked someone to look at the feng shui of this house, so generally there won't be any problems. Feng shui? Lin Feng pondered. Things like feng shui did exist. It couldn't be said that it was superstition. In the current era, there were still a lot of phenomena that science couldn't explain. For example, in Lin Feng's hometown, some small children often cried, and it was the kind with regularity. Then the village elders would take the child's clothes to the goddess and beg for divine tea, and after coming back, they would brew it for the small child to drink, and when they drank it, they wouldn't make any noise. That's the proverbial scared. The soul wouldn't be able to do so. There is also a way to carry the child outdoors and shout his name, which can also solve this magical crying. These were all currently unexplainable phenomena, not to mention something as nebulous as feng shui. What's wrong? Could it be that you are also interested in feng shui metaphysics? Xia Mengshua's pure and innocent face put him in a trance and he forgot to answer her. It hasn't been involved, but it does have some interest. Lin Feng laughed awkwardly. Fatty was listening to the two chatting from the side, even helplessly, feeling like a light bulb. As the two were idling the stone solving machine gradually stopped working. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly opened the cover of the machine. However, the next scene shocked Xia Mengxue. It's not. This is a glass variety? She exclaimed. It had to be said that she was still quite knowledgeable and had solid general knowledge about jadeite jade, and with a single glance, she could tell that this was a glass-seeded jadeite. Then excitedly picking up the flashlight, rubbing the flashlight frantically against this piece of primitive that was cut on one side, that expression became more and more excited. Oh my god, this is a glass seed seaweed flower. Lin Feng, I didn't expect that this piece of raw stone that looks plain and ordinary could open out such a superb jadeite. You're really great. Hearing Xia Mengxue praising himself so much, Lin Feng touched his head in embarrassment. Hey, Feng Zi, your ability to gamble on this stone, it's really awesome. This piece of raw stone I looked at isn't anything outstanding. You were even able to fish it out, and also opened a glass seed. I guess that boss will have to vomit blood when he knows about it. Is it so exaggerated? But this piece of material is indeed quite good. Should we continue cutting? Lin Feng looked at Xia Mengxue and asked. What's your opinion then? She asked in return. At this time, she didn't have the slightest doubt in Lin Feng's ability to appraise treasures anymore, so she was very receptive to Lin Feng's suggestion. I think we can continue cutting. Joking aside, if this piece of raw stone was all cut, it would definitely be able to brighten her eyes. Alright then, let's continue. Lin Feng then drew the cutting line for that piece of primitive to continue, refixed it, covered the lid, and began to kill time again. What followed were various cries of astonishment. Oh my god, Ice Blue Fei, Chapter 38, $10 million. Ice type spring color, glass seed with clear background. What's this? Ice seed yellow Fei. Even Fatty was blinded by the brightness. This piece of ice-grade yellow Fei was still discovered by Lin Feng inadvertently, otherwise he would have really missed it. The color, unique, orange, like jelly. Lin Feng, are these all sold to me? Xia Mengxue asked excitedly. Are you sure you want them all? He looked incredulously at this extremely talented big schoolgirl. These were all valuable emeralds. Could she really afford them? No. Behind her was the Xia family, so it wasn't a piece of cake? Of course. What? You don't want to sell them to me? Or do you think I don't have the strength? Xia Mengxue crossed her arms with a look of petulant anger. How come? If I can exchange it for cash, of course I'm willing. Then it means you think I can't afford it. Not really. Then what is it? Nothing. It's just that for a moment. Suddenly getting rich. It's a bit unreal. Lin Feng's mind at first was indeed wondering if she could afford it, but as soon as he thought of her background, he immediately dismissed it, but it couldn't be said explicitly. Alright, these emeralds of yours, I'll buy them all. According to the market price, half the extra price to you, okay? Don't. Just according to the market price. I'm not that kind of insatiable person. Peek, there's money to be made and you still hate it. Fatty came to his ear and whispered, your damn skin is itchy, isn't it? Next, let's talk about the price of these emeralds. Xia Mengxue sat her but on the sofa behind her and took out a notebook and a signing pen. Alright, just make a bid. Lin Feng said casually, as if he didn't even look at the money. How about I offer $2 million for this piece of blue jadeite of ice seed? No problem. How about this glass-seeded seaweed flower? $5 million? Okay. The next emeralds, one by one. She gave prices higher than the market price. Lin Feng nodded his head in affirmation. It wasn't that he really didn't care, but these prices, indeed, were almost equal to the market price plus half. He only earns no loss, not to mention that some of the raw stones are still a few $1,000s to buy back. A change of hands to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars has been very anticlimactic. Moreover, for this extreme schoolgirl, in the bottom of his heart, he also began to birth a strange feeling, and couldn't bear to let her hemorrhage. Alright, that's it, a total of 46 million. Send me your bank card number. I'll have someone send you the payment for the goods in a while. Xia Mingxue said generously. Tens of millions of goods money said transfer. No delay at all. A quick batch. Alright, just do the math. Lin Feng looked indifferent, like he was treating money like dirt. Immediately met the fat man's blank stare and disdain. This is tens of millions of dollars, big brother. You are not even a little bit moved? Fatty secretly spat in his heart. Lin Feng, I see that your ability to identify treasures is very good. The circle rarely see characters that can have your ability to gamble like this. How can I say this? Is that I feel that you are a little mysterious, and a little indefinable. Can you tell me why every piece of raw stone can be bet on a big rise? Of all the people I've seen, there's no one like you who can win 100 times. Even those bigwigs of the Jade Association and the titans of the gambling world can't compare to you. I really don't know what kind of supernatural ability your eyes have, seeing stones so accurately. After the cutting of the raw stone just now, Xia Mingxue had already discovered something. For example, the cutting lines drawn by Lin Feng. Each one was extremely accurate. The waste stone was just separated from the emerald. This kind of precision, even if one had a high-end machine, couldn't do it. However, Lin Feng was able to draw such cutting lines with precision and accuracy. On top of that, every piece of raw stone here was of top quality. Although not all of them belonged to Lin Feng alone, none of them had been gambled down. What she didn't know was that these raw stones, the part that belonged to Biao and Fatty, were also all purchased under Lin Feng's reminder and guidance. So of course the goods were fine. After these performances, and what happened in Ruili, Xia Mingxue had already given birth to a strange feeling towards Lin Feng, between favor and affection. However, she didn't realize it herself. She was just incomparably grateful to Lin Feng in the bottom of her heart for saving her life when she was at the border. Fatty Wang, give me your bank card too. I'll transfer it to you together. Well, I'll give it to you right here. The moment Fatty heard the schoolgirl speak to him, his heart was that excited. This was a transfer from the schoolgirl. Could he not be excited? Lin Feng, that friend of yours, I'll transfer the payment for the goods directly to you. You can transfer it to him then. I don't have his contact information. Okay, no problem, he answered. In the west direction of the city of Magic City, a luxurious neighborhood. This was also a villa area, but it was a townhouse duplex. But even this, in this prosperous Magic City, it was as good as gold. Uncle Hai, can you do me a favor? Lu Hao had a gloomy face. What is it that young master needs my help? An uncle, whose age seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, sat opposite Lu Hao. Help me investigate someone. Oh, investigate a person? What kind of person? He is a Magic City University student. Family background is average. As far as I know, he is just a poor man in the countryside. But now I don't know how. Very rich, became a tycoon. You help me to investigate. See his real identity. The opposite side of the sea uncle did not rush to agree, but fell into a deep thought, as if weighing the pros and cons, and Lu Hao didn't rush, quietly looking at him. He knew the nature of this Uncle Hai. After all, Uncle Hai didn't belong to his control. He didn't have the right to directly order him to do something. After a long time, he finally spoke. Just investigating him? Investigate for the time being, and then make plans after I know his exact information. Alright, I'll help you investigate. Wait for my news. Uncle Hai picked up the ceramic teacup on the coffee table and took a sip of the reddish tea, then got up and left. Looking at his departing figure, Lu Hao's mouth resounded with a sentence of harsh words. Humph, surname Lin, wait for me. Dare to make me so humiliated, I will make you pay a painful price. Just thinking about this made him hate his teeth. Bang with a bang, a fist smashed on the coffee table in front of him, shaking the tea on the table and spilling his face. Damn it, if it wasn't for my bad condition these past 2 days, I wilted before I could fully lift it, or I would have ed you to death. You stinking tch. He hated it. Humph, you're stinking Wang Tingting. Although the person is general, there is so a little bit of posture. The body is quite good. The main thing is to live well. Jade, yeah, but this stinking woman is also a waste, but also really an unabashed gold-digging woman. See, you have money again, actually want to devote themselves to you again. He then decided to seek medical treatment to cure his obstacle problem. Otherwise, how else can he play with women in the future? Chapter 39 Perspective Eyes choosing the absolute number plate. And in a girls' dormitory at Magic City University, dead Lin Feng, stinking bastard, and that scum Lu Hao, even abandoned my mom like this after playing with her. Still an obstacle man. Humph, Just like that and still want to play me? How ridiculous. I'll make you pay for it. I'm going to post your photos and videos online and ruin your reputation. And Lin Feng, did I treat you badly before? Didn't I just cheat on you? Now that I willingly want to return to you, you even don't want me. In that case, you don't want to be good either. So she decided that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in his life. And even if he did, she would find a way to break them up. I have to say, this woman, it's really vicious. She cheated on her husband. It's already considered normal to be abandoned. If she meets a tougher one, she'll still directly give her 2 slaps on the face. Lin Feng are considered to be mindful of the old feelings, did not treat her unkindly, but also fortunately she derailed, so that Lin Feng clearly recognized what kind of woman she is. Alright then, I won't keep you too. Drive carefully on the road. Xia Mengxue gently waved her jade hand and bid farewell to Lin Feng and the two of them. Fengzi, the schoolgirl invited us to eat at her house. Why did you still refuse? You're really a crazy person. As your name suggests, other people who want this kind of opportunity don't even get it once in their lives. But you're so good, you even rejected it straight away. Fatty scolded with hatred. What do you know? We stayed at someone's house on our first time. It will make her feel that we are very purposeful. We have to know what is called to capture the enemy. Ah, brother da. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, stepped on the gas and drove straight to the cell gate. What? You want to catch me? Hey, you're good. I can't imagine. You kid actually played this hand. It's still you. He gave a thumbs up to Lin Feng who was driving. I say, you brat, you can't really be looking at Xia Mengxue, right? What do you say? How would I know about you? If I can get her favor. It's not bad. The first school flower of Magic City University. Just this name, it's worthy of her. To have a figure, to have a face value, to have money. The most important thing is, character so far, not bad, and not the kind of Missy style I imagined, and not the kind of lending themselves to be the identity of the school flower. So high and mighty. I don't feel this kind of thing from Xia Mengxue, so if I can become a pair with her, it might not be impossible, Lin Feng said in a serious manner. You're observing quite carefully, but there's still a long way to go to be able to take her down. But you saved her, so I think the possibilities are still very high. He, the fat man said jokingly, asterisk off to the side. At that time, if it really came true, after you tasted the flavor, remember to tell me. What exactly is the flavor of the school flower? I also want to taste. Go back and I'll go to see the movement of those school flowers now. Fatty licked his lips obscenely. Damn you, don't go around flirting, okay? You're just a stirrer. Any woman would want to scourge some. In the middle of the conversation, the two had already driven back to the entrance of Magic City University. However, since there was no license plate yet, and they couldn't go to the university administration office to register the vehicle, so they just signed a name and the security guard let them go. No, I have to get a license plate right away, otherwise it's inconvenient to drive out. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Feng took out his cell phone, ordered a takeaway of fried bacon with garlic, and went to work on the license plate. Such a nice car. The license plate number has to be a good one. Now you can also pre-select the license plate on the phone. The opportunity is fixed. Not always did not choose the preferred can always choose, so you have to seize the opportunity, and at the same time, it is also to see the luck. However, the next scene shocked him greatly. Geez, just now all these numbers were jumping so fast that I couldn't even see them. What's going on? Now they've suddenly become so slow? Isn't this just waiting to pick the best for me? Looking at the slowly bouncing license plate numbers in front of him, Lin Feng's heart was thrilled. Wait, shouldn't it be? As soon as he thought about this, he became even more excited, and at the same time, he became even more certain that this was definitely the result of that magical perspective eye. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this situation. It couldn't be this number selection system that was malfunctioning, right? How could there be such a coincidence? Since that's the case, then isn't this number plate my choice? This has to be the best number plate. He held back the excitement and carefully looked at the license plate numbers displayed. There are 5 chances to pre-select the number, which means you can pick 5 different numbers. Just choose one of them in the end. So, Lin Feng started picking the number. The first one, Shanghai D74520, HM? This one's not bad. And this one. Finally, before the takeout arrived, 5 alternative numbers were chosen. They were Shanghai B74520, Shanghai B66799, Shanghai B96896, Shanghai B99966, Shanghai B66666. After eating takeout, he turned on the computer again and started playing online games, hacking with Fatty. The next day, Lin Feng went to the DMV early in the morning to line up for a license plate. Originally, the 4S store could help do it for him, but thinking about the license plate number, Lin Feng still planned to do it himself, to see if he could choose a better license plate number. After all, vanity is not an option. Since he came early, The people at the DMV hadn't even gone to work yet, but even so, there were still quite a few people waiting in line. When those who were waiting in line for the license plate together saw that Lin Feng was driving a big G, they all showed a look of envy, and even jealousy, but they didn't dare to show it too obviously. Holy, this guy actually drives such a nice car. Landlord, if I can drive, this life is worth it. Che, as far as you're concerned, it's good to be able to drive a BMW. Young people nowadays, Coco is really rich. This car must cost quite a lot of money. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lin Feng could only pretend that he didn't hear it, and played with his cell phone on his own. More than 20 minutes later, the door to the DMV finally opened. Hey, it's finally open. Go go go, do the license plate. I'd been waiting all morning. Pick a good license plate number. As soon as these people saw that people were working, one by one, they squeezed and ran over to line up, not caring about what came first, because the person who made the selection first could possibly pick a better license plate away, so no one gave in to each other. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. After some maneuvering, through the power of the penetrating eye, Shanghai B99999 actually appeared here today. In the end, he decided to go with this one. This result experienced everyone present, including those staff members, none of whom had envious expressions. After doing all this, Lin Feng drove off. Young master, I've already found out the information you wanted. Chapter 40 Conspiracy. Uncle Hai sat on the sofa with his butt, nonchalantly. No, I should say, he was not polite at all to Lu Hao, the young master, as if he was in his own home. In response, Lu Hao, however, didn't have any displeasure or objection. Who let him be Uncle Hai? This Uncle Hai existed when Lu Hao was born, has been following his father, and is still here now, just like his own uncle, so he couldn't afford to have any rebelliousness, more likely to be respect, because he knew that this Uncle Hai's methods could be described as cruel to the extreme. Oh, Uncle Hai, you found out so quickly? How hard is it to find out information about such a brat? He said with a disdainful face. He, that's right. What could be difficult for you, Uncle Hai? Nah. Lu Hao shamelessly kissed his ass, but this Uncle Hai still ate it up. Okay, this kid, just like what you know, grew up in a small rural village near Mordor. His parents died a long time ago, and he doesn't have any hard background. There is only one sister working in Magic City for him to go to college. To really say what background he has a relative who is currently working as an assistant director in Huanglong County. Other than that, there's a fat guy who was his college roommate and has a good relationship. As far as I know, this fat man is called Wang Fushan. His family background is not bad. His family is in the jewelry business. Oh, he has a dirtbag roommate. This thing I didn't know. Wang Tingting that stinking didn't mention it to me. Then that explains it. I said how this kid surnamed Lin could suddenly be so rich and buy big G in full. It turns out to be that dead fat guy who was helping behind the scenes. Uncle Hai, is there any other information? He continued to ask. This Lin Feng's sister isn't born to his parents, but, what? So this kid is actually, but what use is this to me? No, I can use this to insult him all. Lu Hao's face began to show a vile expression. Nothing else, right, Uncle Hai? Well, that's all. A poor cub. What too much information can there be? Alright, thank you, Uncle Hai. Young master, Grandpa told me to tell you. Save your money. The family's business is at a critical juncture right now. The shareholders in the company now have all kinds of opinions. If you're not careful, your father is going to lose this chairman's position, and also asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't get into trouble lately, and be peaceful. Uncle Hai looked at him seriously. Got it, Uncle Hai, I've always been peaceful. After Uncle Hai left, he clenched his fists. Humph, kid, since you don't have any overly impressive background, it's not my fault. I'll let you know that people at my level are not the kind of people that poor people like you can mess with. So what if you have a relative who is some kind of assistant director? What can he do? Under the temptation of money? Nothing. Besides, it's just a director's assistant at the county level. And that dirtbag roommate of yours? There's nothing to be afraid of. You're just roommates or friends too. Under absolute interest, no one will remain sane. No one knew what calculations this Lu Dasha was playing in his heart. It's finally my turn. At this moment, the person handling the license plate business at the DMV could finally take Lin Feng's turn. After waiting for such a morning, Lin Feng stuffed his car purchase certificate and other formalities to the staff in his head, and it didn't take long for the number selection stage to begin. I wonder if there's a better number. Then, Lin Feng turned on his penetrating eyes and carefully stared at the number selection screen. Those numbers were really like last time, slowly pulsing. After some maneuvering, through the power given by the penetrating eye, Shanghai B99999 actually appeared here today. In the end, he decided to go with this one. This result experienced everyone present, including those staff members, none of whom had envious expressions. After doing all this, Lin Feng drove off. Kid, it's not good for me to personally take a shot at you, otherwise the consequences will still be a bit troublesome, even though I have connections, but right now it's not necessary to deal with a poor person like you. Lu Hao's mouth is evil beyond measure. After considering it, he decided to spend money to hire someone to deal with Lin Feng. That was his idea, to avoid responsibility, but also to achieve his goal and get the thrill of revenge. Then it was on a hidden website. A post was published. The topic was called "Spend Money to Eliminate Disasters. Those who have the ability to do so will take it." The content was not written clearly, and it was directly posted. On the internet, it is better to be careful, or in case it is found out, it will not be good. The next step was to wait for others to take orders to contact him. The corner of his mouth curved up in a weird arc. However, not even half an hour later, someone had already contacted him. What kind of disaster do you need to eliminate? After seeing this private message, Lu Hao immediately replied, "Help me deal with a student from Mordor University." A student from Mordor University? Right. How are you going to deal with it? Kill it? Or, no, don't kill him, otherwise the trouble will not be small. Just punish him, and he didn't have any huge influence on me, and it's not worth killing him. Then pick off his arms and legs? Or cripple him? Seeing this reply, Lu Hao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This guy, he's quite ruthless. Sure enough, he's a person on the road. He's definitely done this kind of thing a lot. Just teach him a good lesson. There is no need to cripple him. Just warn him. If he still doesn't know how to converge afterward, it's not too late to punish him heavily. Okay, how much money are you going to pay? 5,000. Dry or not? Just as Lu Hao would have thought that the other party was too little. However, he immediately received a quick reply: no problem. Pay the deposit first, half, then tell me his information. Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you right away. Afterwards, Lu Hao immediately transferred half of the deposit over, and by the way, sent Lin Feng's information over as well. After doing all this, he easily exhaled. Kid, just wait. If you still don't know how to restrain yourself, if you mess with me again in the future, I don't mind calling even harder. Magic City University. You guys are about to enter the internship stage. Are you ready? The class teacher looked at the students under the podium with interest. Teacher, what if I can't find a suitable company? Right, teacher, can you help us find a job? Roll. You guys do what you like. Graduation is your own business. I'm not obligated to find you a job. There are so many companies in the school recruitment. You guys go and put in your resumes and attend the job fairs on your own. The class teacher scolded with disgust. This class teacher, or a beautiful young woman the age already has more than 30, but the years still can't wear down her this beautiful face, as if always stay in more than 20 years old appearance. Her full name was Yang Gardenia Lu, but was nicknamed by others as Yang Zhigan Lu. Chapter 41, Taba to go. You don't study properly. All you know is to why the teacher here all day long. Be careful, I'll tell him to go. Lin Feng threatened. Come on, you kid is ruthless. Fatty instantly conceded. However, class teacher, this person, right, is indeed like this name of hers, just like Yang Zhigan Luo is sweet. Just don't know who her husband will be, so blessed to be able to marry such a superb person like her, with a convex front and a curvy back, is really a proper siren. Dead Fatty whispered, but Lin Feng simply ignored him. Teacher, can I not go to the internship? Yeah, I don't want to go to the internship either. My family is in business. I can totally work at my own company. Whatever you guys. Good, hey, ow. A cheer went up from those gangly male classmates. It wasn't long before it was time for class to end. Let's go. Feng Zi, Yang Zhigan Lu are gone. This woman comes to class once in a while. The person looks like a leprechaun. It's this temper. It doesn't seem to be very good. I guess it's early menopause. Oh, you this guy, really is a unabashed scum. See one love one. Scram. When did I see one love one? I call this appreciation. Do you understand? Don't understand. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and headed towards the school gate. Hey, what are you doing, Fengzi? The dormitory is over here. I wanted to go out for a walk. Oh, then I'm going back to play games. Lin Feng then walked towards the school entrance. Want to? Go check out the gambling stones? I'm free now anyway. Lin Feng thought about it and finally decided to try his luck again. Although in this magic city, the jadeite raw stones mostly changed hands several times, but with a bit of luck he was still able to come across some good goods. This time he was going to go shopping by himself. He couldn't be with Wang Fushan, the dead fat guy, every day, right? It seemed to be a affair. Lin Feng went to the Changshan roadside this time. It was said that there were some specializing in playing with gambling stones here. He just didn't know how the quality of the raw stones was. Half an hour later, Lin Feng then appeared here. There's quite a lot of popularity. It seems like this gambling stone thing is still very popular in Magic City. He then arrived at this gambling store as well. It must go up. It must If I gamble it down again, I'll be kneeling on a durian today. A man with glasses kept praying. At this moment, the boss was unraveling the stone, and that jadeite raw stone was none other than the glasses man's. Do you think he can cut this piece up? It's hard to say, just by looking at the performance of the skin. This piece of material should be able to open a glutinous seed to glutinous ice seed it. I think it's possible to get an ice seed. Just wait, facts speak louder than words. The surrounding gamblers were constantly talking about this piece of raw stone from the man with glasses. Lin Feng was also among the onlookers, but didn't speak. He wasn't a gossip. However, he still couldn't help but open his perspective eyes and take a look towards the raw stone that was being cut. After taking a look, he shook his head helplessly. Decaying goods. It's better to go back and prepare to kneel on a durian. He cursed in his heart. There was nothing special inside this piece of wool at all, except for a layer of crust. Then, Lin Feng also simply stopped spectating and instead looked at the raw stones on the ground by himself. These raw stones were both large and small, and there were several fields of them. The smallest was the size of a duck egg, hundreds or thousands of pieces. The largest was only as big as a baby's head, and the bigger ones, the owner didn't quite dare to stock them, in case they smashed in his hands, or gambled them down. It wouldn't be good for him as a store. This small stone is quite good, surprisingly full of green, or an ice seed. He picked up a half palm-sized raw stone and looked at it. The other raw stones? Can't look at them. I should say that they are not worth buying for me. Either they are gambled down, or they can't make much money. Immediately decided that it would be good to buy the small stone in his hand, and not far from this gambling stone store. A woman wearing a jacket and a black duck-tongue cap was staring at this gambling stone store, and didn't know what she was monitoring. Boss, how do I sell this piece of raw stone? Let's give you 4,800. Alright, I'll pay you then. Lin Feng then took out his cell phone and directly scanned the code to pay. VX collection 4,800 yuan. Young man, want to solve the stone on site? The boss asked with a smile. Lin Feng thought about it and finally decided that he could just unravel it here. Help me unpack it. Lin Feng nodded, then handed the small stone in his hand to the boss. Boss, just grind the skin. It's too wasteful if you cut it in half. Lin Feng admonished. Got it. The boss didn't say anything. He directly picked up the small stone and started to decode it. Grinding the skin is to polish off the surface of this layer of black skin shell, exposing the jade flesh inside. Lin Feng also quietly stood next to watch. At the same time the mind relaxed, carefully observed. Soon enough, a trace of white mist drifted out from inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but gulp as well, feeling that this stone was really superb. This piece of raw stone, the surface appeared black, while the inside was wrapped in emerald. This young man has even started playing this business. Isn't this normal? After all, this business is too violent. Yes, if you're lucky, you won't have to worry about food, clothing, and transportation in this life. Soon, the raw stone was ground down on one side. The boss rinsed it with water and then shone a flashlight on it. Only the ground off side was crystal clear, as transparent as ice. Within it, green emerald could be vaguely seen. This is ice seed? Asterisk. It's not? Is this young man really that lucky? These people hurriedly surrounded the boss, wanting to take a closer look at the small stone. Lin Feng was shocked in his heart and his face changed a bit. Although he had already known what exactly was inside, he was still a bit surprised to see the actual result, because the way this piece of jadeite looked after it was cut, it felt a little bit better than what he could see with his perspective eyes, and he didn't know if it was because of the water that had been rinsed out. This is an ice seed. Ice seed. If it's ice seed, it can be sold for at least 50,000 to 60,000 dollars. The group of gamblers around them immediately became excited, their eyes straightening. I didn't expect this young man to be so lucky. The boss laughed bitterly, but in his heart, he was a bit relieved, because this was opened in his own store. More gamblers would be attracted to the stone in the future, which was a good thing. Young man, how about selling this very piece to the old man? I'm willing to pay $40,000. Old man, you're too stingy, aren't you? 40,000 and you want to take it away. Handsome, I'll give you 50,000. I'll give you 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. For a while, the price kept soaring. This boss gritted his teeth and directly shouted, I'll offer 100,000. Chapter 42 robbed? $100,000? 100,000. The surroundings fell silent. The crowd was shocked. The price of $100,000 was simply maddening. After all, the size of this piece of raw stone was just that big. Grinding off the skin made it a circle smaller. However, this boss was also desperate. If he couldn't make this $100,000, then it was a big loss. However, Lin Feng's words made the crowd stutter. Sorry everyone. I'm not selling this piece of jade. I wanted to take it back to make my own. He looked at the people apologetically. Alas, pity. Yes, such a good piece of emerald. It's a pity. These people sighed, but there was nothing they could do. They weren't expert stone gamblers, so they could only stare, secretly envying this young man's good fortune in their hearts. If people don't sell, they can't rob them, right? Gamblers still have to have the virtue of gambling, right? Afterwards, Lin Feng directly took the emerald and left. The boss gave a gift of a handbag. However, the woman in the jacket not far away, seeing Lin Feng walking away, also followed behind without slowing down. He, who was considering what to do with this piece of jade, didn't even notice the tail behind him. Let's make a peace sign for sis with this piece of emerald. All this time, she's been the one who's been raising me. Now, it's time for me to change. However, right at this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and a black figure, as fast as lightning, shunned the bag of things in Lin Feng's hand. There's still forceful robbery in broad daylight. At once, Lin Feng spread his legs and chased after him. Don't run! Stop right there! He shouted as he ran, but the speed of that black shadow was just too fast. But Lin Feng, who had transformed his meridians through the mysterious energy he had absorbed through his penetrating eyes, wasn't much weaker. One person ran and one person chased. The passers-by who passed by turned back, but not a single person called the police. It was strange. Only people took out their cell phones to take pictures and send them to their friends, and some people thought they were making a movie. Eventually, he chased him to an alley, but the man was gone. Right, just disappeared. What's going on? Wasn't he just here? How come it's gone in the blink of an eye? While he was wondering, he thought of a way, and immediately, opened his perspective eye. Those walls around him became transparent under the perspective eye, and the figure that disappeared just now reappeared in his sight. Humph, found you. Dare to rob me. Are you tired of living? However, the next scene made him hesitate. That woman, surprisingly, pushed a wheelchair out, and on top of the wheelchair sat a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with an emaciated face, but looking at the outline of his body, he appeared incomparably sturdy. Brother, your legs. I will definitely get the money together, and then take you to the best orthopedic hospital abroad, so that they can cure you, the woman said comfortingly. Silly girl, don't waste your efforts on my body. My body I know. It's quite good to live like this, although I live in a wheelchair nowadays, but I can still take care of myself. You should be busy with whatever you want to go. You are not too young anymore. You should find a man of your choice to marry. With your good looks, finding a slightly richer one is still not a big problem. Brother, my affairs don't need you to care. Besides, I have little interest in the matter of marriage now, and I don't have that mind. I just want to gather money as soon as possible to help you cure your legs. Lin Feng, who was watching this scene from outside the wall, instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that this chick robbed herself in order to cure her brother. But so what? Robbing your own stuff is wrong. To get money together you have to use formal methods, right? Directly robbing other people's things, that is against the law. No, I have to go in and get a statement. I'm not a good person. Saying that, he walked towards a worn-out iron door on the side. Knock knock. Lin Feng knocked hard on the door. Who is it? The woman gave a startled cry. Ruyan, go see who it is. The man in the wheelchair ordered, and the woman reluctantly walked towards the iron door. Crunch! That ear-piercing sound was truly annoying. You? How did you chase me here? Seeing that the person at the door was actually the owner of the object she had robbed, she immediately wanted to slam the gate shut, but at this time, the man's voice once again came from behind her. And, Ruyan, who is it? Brother, it's nothing, it's just a... Before she could finish, Lin Feng pushed the door open with a force, and the woman accidentally fell to the ground. Ah! What are you? The man in the wheelchair was clearly enraged by Lin Feng, who had suddenly barged in. Who am I? Ask this good sister of yours. She forcefully robbed me in broad daylight and was chased home by me. At those words, the man immediately shifted his sight to his sister who was crawling up. Ruyan? What happened? Brother, she stammered, stiffly failing to say anything. But when the man in the wheelchair saw this, he also became more certain about what Lin Feng had said. Humph, how many times have I told you not to do this again? You just don't listen. He really loved and hated this sister of his, but no matter what, she was doing all this for herself. This brother, I'm really sorry, it's my sister who was in the wrong first. I'm here to apologize to you on her behalf. As he spoke, he sat on the wheelchair and bowed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't refuse. There was a mistake first. Being able to apologize was considered him being sensible. Alright, just give me back my things. I accept your apology. Ruyan, why don't you return the things you snatched to this little brother? Hearing her brother's words, the woman had no choice but to concede and went inside to bring out that bag. Here, Lin Feng took the bag. He didn't need to look at it to know that the things weren't missing or switched. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, he walked towards the door, but when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, your leg. I'm afraid that even if you go to the best hospitals abroad, they won't be able to treat you. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. However, once the woman in the room heard this, where would she let him go? Wait, what did you just say? My brother's leg can't be cured even abroad? Yes, Lin Feng sighed. He knew that he shouldn't be nosy, but out of compassion, he still told the reason. Your brother's leg, if I guessed correctly, it should have been crippled by someone, right? How do you know? Chapter 43, Giving a Secret Book. I said it was a guess. Lin Feng gave her a blank stare. Oh, then you've said it's crippled. So there's still a cure. Only, the medical skills in the country don't seem to be very good. You think it's okay to go abroad? Our old ancestors' Chinese medicine, although it's declined, but it's so much better than those so-called Western medicine. Then what you're saying means you have a way? The woman looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. Even the man in the wheelchair showed a puzzled expression. I don't have a way, but I know it can be cured. Lin Feng's voice was slightly colder. She brightened up, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, fearing that he would run away. Let go. A man and a woman are not related. Ruyan. At this time, the man in the wheelchair snapped. This little brother, could it be that you're able to tell something? Hearing Lin Feng's words, a glimmer of hope flared up in him at this moment. Once he was so brilliant and dazzling, but now he was. I'm just guessing. Don't think I can cure it. But where would these two believe it? Since he could see the problem, he must have a way. Handsome man, please save my brother. As long as you can cure his legs, I, Lu Ruyan, will be an ox for you for the rest of my life. After saying that, she wanted to kneel down towards Lin Feng. The quick-eyed Lin Feng immediately dragged his arms. Ruyan, as a member of my Lu family, you must have backbone. Seeing this scene, the man in the wheelchair was a little displeased. Little brother, let's put it this way. If you can cure these legs of mine, I will be grateful. These words made Lin Feng freeze. These two siblings were having an incredibly difficult time living on their own nowadays. They couldn't even afford to see a doctor. What kind of heavy thanks could they have? Seemingly seeing Lin Feng's doubts, the wheelchair man explained. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, and when I say thank you, I don't mean in terms of money. Money is not the same thing compared to this. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately became interested. Oh, then tell me, what kind of heavy thanks is it? And I'll reconsider whether or not to tell you the method of healing. When they heard him say the method of healing, the two people on the opposite side of the room looked at each other and smiled. Good guy, finally fishing you out. It's good to have a method of healing. The wheelchair man's heart trembled violently. His mouth said that he got used to it and that's it, but in reality, he still hoped to get back on his feet one day. The heavy thanks I'll give you is a martial arts secret book, plus me working for you for a year. A secret book of martial arts? Working for me for a year? Lin Feng looked at him curiously. Yes, he nodded heavily. But I don't need you to do things for me, because I don't even need to do things for myself. I don't lack money. At once, both men's faces darkened. You guy, you know what? My brother is. Ruyan Lu was just about to say something when he was interrupted by the wheelchair man. Little brother, first don't rush to reject. When I say help you do something, it's not to help you make money or something like that. Aren't you curious? What will I be? The wheelchair man began to sell a secret. What would you? The wheelchair man was speechless. This guy is still really pointing a finger and worshipping it. Ahem, this way. If you have a way to cure my legs, I'll be your bodyguard for a year. Oh, so that's what you mean? Lin Feng hesitated. If I have him as a bodyguard, it will indeed be much safer. Since he has this confidence, he must have extraordinary hands. And looking at how strong his bones are, I think he's also a martial arts practitioner. And with the martial arts secrets he gave, if I can practice them, I won't have to be afraid of others in the future. And at the same time, I'll be able to have the confidence to get back that pair of black and white beads. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Feng finally agreed. Alright, no problem. I can promise you, but I can't make sure that I'll be able to make you stand up. Hearing this, the two siblings were so excited that the wheelchair man almost fell off the top of his wheelchair, or his sister held him up. Really? Handsome man, if you can cure your brother's leg, I can be your girlfriend. Towards the end, her face started to turn red. This woman was really something. Although she did look very pretty, could she be a little more reserved? Ahem, it's not impossible, as long as you two are in love. The wheelchair man also agreed with what she said at the moment. After all, just now Lin Feng also said that he didn't lack money. Moreover, through this conversation, he was able to feel that Lin Feng wasn't a bad person. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Relying on my current abilities, it's still a bit difficult to completely heal his legs, and if I'm not careful, it could make his condition even worse. And then, there's nothing that can be done about it. That's just it. For the sake of this so-called martial arts secret, fight it out, Lin Feng secretly decided. Then he said to the wheelchair man, right now I can't think of a way to help cure you. Give me some time. I need to prepare. Good. No problem. In that case, I'll go back first. I'll come here to look for you when I'm ready. My name is Lu Wenyuan. This is my own sister, Lu Ruyan. Lin Feng. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and shook the two. It could truly be said that they didn't fight without getting to know each other. Oh no, they didn't chase each other without getting to know each other. After saying that, Lin Feng was ready to go back. After all, it was getting late. Wait, the wheelchair man called out to him. Ruyan, go under the pillow in my house and take out that secret book. Yes, it didn't take long for Ruyan Lu to walk out with a small wooden box. Brother Lin, this is that secret book. I'll give it to you first. You can take a look at it when you are free. There are some martial arts moves recorded on it. At the same time, I also have a method of vomiting here. This will wait for you to come back here when you are free after you finish reading the secret book first. I'll teach you. In the future, if there is something you can't understand from reading it, just come here to find me. As he spoke, he handed that wooden box to Lin Feng. I haven't even treated you yet, and you're giving it to me now? You're not afraid that I'll run away? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's not a problem. Take it first. Besides, if you really run away, then I'm looking at the wrong person. I believe in my vision. The wheelchair man looked at him with a smile. Alright, I'll take it then. After taking it, Lin Feng opened the box and looked at it. A worn-out blue-gray book, lying quietly in the wooden box. The three big words formal fist could still be clearly seen on the cover. He then flipped through the first page. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He only saw some small figures drawn inside, which were some punching movements, as well as some difficult movements. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes immediately burned. Good stuff. Chapter 44 Researching Xingyi Quan. After reading the first page, he closed the book, saving it for when he got home. Alright, then I'll leave first. When I'm ready, I'll come and treat you. Good. Thank you Brother Lin. Ruyan, go see Brother Lin off. Afterwards, Ruyan Lu followed Lin Feng out the door. Alright, pretty girl, don't do this kind of thing again in the future. You've only met me. If you meet someone with a ruthless heart, maybe you'll destroy the flowers with a hot hand. Che, but thank you for today. Thank you for being able to. Stop. Don't say any unnecessary words. It's just a matter of getting what you need. Alright, I'm leaving. After saying that, Lin Feng walked towards the outside. Looking at his figure, Ruyan Lu fell into a brief moment of contemplation. This guy, it's a good thing he didn't call the police and hold me accountable. Otherwise brother would have definitely broken my legs. After secretly celebrating for a while, he returned to the courtyard. Brother, your legs are saved. However, what responded to him was a soft shout. Kneel down, brother. After she squirmed, she saw her brother's gloomy, watery face and had no choice but to kneel before him. That look, like a junior made a mistake, confessed under the teachings of the elders. No, this is what it is, but this look is quite similar to that so-and-so who eats salami. Have you forgotten the ancestral training? Brother, I'm not trying to save you. I know I'm wrong. You, Lu Wenyuan just wanted to raise his hand to hit her, but in the end, he stopped in midair. Ugh, don't do it again in the future. Hee brother. Don't worry, there's absolutely no more future. Besides, isn't there already a way to cure your leg? Brother, after your leg is cured, those people, it's time to meet the king of hell. Hearing these words, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through Lu Wenyuan's eyes. Humph, those people, sooner or later, they will have to get my crazy revenge. I didn't expect there to be this kind of windfall. This secret book looks a bit powerful. It shouldn't be one of those fakes on the market that are just drawn randomly, right? After all, there's no need for a fake to be stored in such a nice wooden box. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Feng's mouth. I just didn't expect that there really is that group of people in this world. It seems like I still don't have a big enough vision. This matter can be taught more about that big brother Lu in the future. He surely knows a lot of things. Thinking of this, his heart inexplicably grew in anticipation. Ever since he was little, he had fantasized that he would one day become a supreme powerhouse. Ask which man doesn't have a dream of being a martial artist? After returning to the dormitory, Lin Feng then directly climbed into bed, sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the worn secret book, starting to browse page by page. The more he read on, the more shocked he was. I didn't expect that this fist technique is actually so incredible. A simple punch is able to transform into so many kinds of attacks. The more he read, the more excited he became. Already completely immersed in this secret book, even Fatty didn't know that he had fallen asleep until 2:30 in the morning. Phew, this is really a good book. Haha, I've earned a lot. If I can learn all the martial arts, plus this pair of magical perspective eyes, in this world, what else is there to be afraid of? All of a sudden, he became magnificent. He then dove headfirst into the quilt and began to fall into sleep. The next day, I happen to be free today. Study what to do to treat his leg. Through his penetrating eyes, Lin Feng saw that on the part of Lu Wenyuan's knee, there were two streams of qi that were invisible to the ordinary naked eye, so he thought that was the legendary qi energy, and in fact that was exactly what it was. That was his enemy, left in his body in order to make him never be able to stand up. If you want to remove those two qi energies, you need to find a breakthrough to safely allow the qi energy to be released, and it must not impact the other meridians, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, after the long stay of those two qi energies, the meridians in his body were in a state of paralysis at the moment, tantamount to being paralyzed for a long period of time, and to put it bluntly, they were wasted. This person is really ruthless. Doing this, not only can't the current domestic medical technology check it out, even some of the top medical equipment abroad can't detect it, let alone treat it. That's why Lin Feng said that even if he went abroad for treatment, there was no hope. It seems like I have to use the method of acupuncture to help it release those two qi energies, so isn't this me having to go and learn a set of acupuncture methods? Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. Alas, this job is not easy, but the thought of the reward makes it impossible to refuse, so I can only put up a fight. Afterwards, he then decided to go and find a more famous Chinese medicine master, specializing in acupuncture. Having perspective eyes, he definitely learns a lot faster than others. There is a national medical center near this school. I don't know if that old Chinese medicine doctor is still around. If he is, I can go to him and try, but I don't know if he will be willing to teach me. If not, I will just pay some tuition fees. A bar in the southern suburb of Magic City. Old 4, you've done very well. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. A grim-faced fat man was coiling two shiny cultural walnuts in his hands, looking at a tattooed man in front of him with a smile on his face. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize him. Yes, this tattooed man was the one who had surrounded the two of them that day and robbed them of the underground goods that they had brought out of the ancient tomb. Big brother, can you tell the origin of this pair of black and white beads? The fat man called Big Brother sitting on the sofa, looked at the two black and white beads on the table and shook his head. Can't tell. It doesn't look like jade. I don't know what material it is. Why don't we take it to Yulan Xian to have it tested? There is a more powerful treasure connoisseur there, the tattooed man proposed. No, this belongs to the underground objects. It shall not be taken to those places to be tested, or else if you are not careful, something will happen. Big brother is right. There is indeed this risk. It's me who didn't think it through. Put it here with me first. I know some people on the road. One or two of them are a bit capable. I'll ask them at that time. Fatty picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. Did you find the entrance to that ancient tomb later? Big brother, truth be told, we later sent people to go there several times, but we didn't find the entrance. I think it might be at the bottom of that lake, but we brought our diving equipment with us, and we still didn't manage to find any entrance to the ancient tomb when we dived down. We didn't even see a mound. That's strange. You find an opportunity. Find those two people. Let them lead the way. If they dare to disobey, humph, cut off their fingers directly. Speaking of this, a hint of sinister on Fatty's face appeared. Chapter 45, 9 Needles and 12 Origins. Yes, big brother, I'll turn around and go look for them. It's just that we don't know where he is, but it's definitely in the vicinity of this magic city. I have some manpower under my hand. You bring a few together to look for them. In this magic city, I still have quite a few eyes and ears. Otherwise how did I become the number one person in this southern suburb? Thanks big brother. After saying that, the tattooed man left this bar, ready to go look for Lin Feng and the two of them. And at this time, Lin Feng also arrived at that national medical center near the school. When he walked through the door of the medical center, there was a female doctor in a white coat inside, who was grabbing medicine for a patient, and that old Chinese doctor, who happened to be inside the treatment room at the moment, was treating a patient with acupuncture. Lin Feng didn't disturb, but leaned against the doorway, quietly waiting, took out a pack of Huazi with only one cigarette left from his pocket, lit it and started to gulp down the smoke. After waiting for a good half hour, the inside of the medical center was empty. Lin Feng found the right moment, so he went in to find the old Chinese doctor. Sir, are you looking for something? The female doctor asked politely. I'm here to see Dr. Wang. Can you inform me? Lin Feng touched his head in embarrassment. Alright, I'll go in and talk to him. After saying that, she walked towards the inside. This female doctor's figure is really good. Even though she's wearing a white coat, she still can't hide her enchanting figure. This guy still didn't forget to get a little horny even at this point in time. Not long after, the old Chinese doctor followed the female doctor out. Young man, do you have any difficult cases? The old Chinese doctor asked curiously. Don't look at him as old, but his medical skills were really good. especially that handful of acupuncture skills, which traveled in a stream and removed illnesses, so the wall was full of brocade flags presented by others. Old sir, I'm not sick. I want to come and learn acupuncture from you. Oh, not sick? Learning acupuncture? The old Chinese doctor was suspicious for a moment. Hearing this, not only did he freeze, even the female doctor froze. I've only heard of those who learn medicine, but I've never heard of those who only learn acupuncture. After saying this, he sat his butt down on a wooden chair. Old sir, it's like this. I want to learn acupuncture professionally. I'm a student of Magic City University. I wonder if you can guide me. Don't worry, I'll pay the tuition. The old Chinese doctor pondered for a while, then said, it's not impossible to teach you, but you have to promise me a few conditions. You say it, old sir, Lin Feng said excitedly. The old Chinese doctor was willing to teach. Could he not be excited? Let me ask you first, do you like Chinese medicine? That's for sure. It's the old ancestors' craft. It's so much better than those bull Western doctors. Well, good. There is awareness. If you tell me that you don't like Chinese medicine or something, I definitely won't teach you. My condition is, you come to me every day to help me with the hands, and then when I perform the needles you pay attention to observe and learn how to find the acupoints. Acupuncture, the most important thing is the acupoints. You have to recognize the acupoints and find the right acupoints. The two chatted for half a bell. It was also fortunate that there were no patients at this moment, otherwise Lin Feng would not have been able to talk for so long. Alright, that's enough for today. Starting tomorrow, you'll come to me for an hour every day. Thank you, old sir. Lin Feng left. This old Chinese doctor is still good and is willing to teach me. Otherwise I'd have to look elsewhere. National Medical Center. Elder Wang. This young man, he's quite vain. Oh, the heart is indeed not bad. I hope he can learn well. Healers are kind. It's good to be able to pass on my Chinese medicine in Greater China. In fact, he was willing to teach Lin Feng to learn acupuncture for another reason. He was old, but the medical skills in his hands couldn't be passed on. If he was able to pass on a few more people who wanted to learn during his lifetime, he was willing to pass it on. He was willing to pass it on if he could pass it on to a few more people who wanted to learn it in his lifetime. From then on, Lin Feng would come to the National Medical Center for an hour every day, just to learn the magical art of acupuncture, and then when he had extra time, he would go and study the secret book. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. I have perspective eyes, and I actually memorized master teacher's needle technique and where those acupuncture points are in one go, just so I don't blow him off and leave a good impression on him. Besides, about the acupuncture points and these things, I've already learned about them online, and I know most of them, but this kind of thing is still a little better to be instructed in reality. And now, for the art of acupuncture, I've already grasped it more or less. Now I've got some grasp on it. It's just a matter of practicing it. But with my perspective eyes, it's not a big problem. I'm able to clearly see the structure inside my knee. So tomorrow I'll go to find Big Brother Lu to take a look. In addition to going to show him the leg. In fact, there is also a small mind. That is to ask for advice on some of the essence of this Xingyi Quan. After all, what is drawn in a book is still not as good as someone else demonstrating it directly in front of you once. The next day, Lin Feng then came directly to Lu Wenyuan's residence. Lu Ruyan was also there. Brother Lin, you're here, come sit down and talk. Looking at Lin Feng's arrival, a trace of excitement rose within Lu Wenyuan's heart. But Brother Lin is sure about this? A little bit, but not much. Well, it's fine. I'm used to it, even if I can't cure it. It's fine, you can try as much as you want. Lin Feng, you must cure my brother's leg, otherwise, I'll keep pestering you. Ruyan Lu threatened. Ruyan, what's it like? Lu Wenyuan glared at her. Slightly she made a face at Lin Feng and walked away to the side. Big Brother Lu, roll up your pants leg. I'll show you. Okay. At this moment, his heart was racing and he immediately rolled up his pants leg. Lin Feng's penetrating eye opened. And instantly, that kneecap was in sight. A grayish-white stream of qi was attached to that tendon. The only way to get rid of this qi was to stab it with a silver needle and then find an optimal acupoint to draw this qi out. Afterwards, he pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, which was a pair of silver needles he had purchased online, specializing in acupuncture. If I could use the legendary qi to control needles, I guess it would be much simpler, but I can't reach that kind of point right now, so I can only find a suitable acupoint and exclude a little bit of the Jin qi first to see if it has any effect. Lin Feng said solemnly. Well, good. When you're done later, I'll teach you the method of vomiting, so you can master it as soon as possible as well. At those words, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Immediately, Lin Feng directly drew out a silver needle and stabbed it at Big Brother Lu's knee. Fast and accurate. Using the 9 needles and 12 originals, acupuncture method at the 2 important points of the calvaria and the sea of blood, The silver needle was then used to apply needles using the needle scratching method as well as the continuous stabbing method. These were some of the needle techniques taught by that old Chinese doctor. When the silver needle entered his body, Big Brother Lu immediately felt a heat sensation. His eye was able to feel a strange sensation. It's too incredible. This Brother Lin, he is really powerful. At such a young age, he actually has such means. Chapter 46, First knowledge of those things outside of the secular realm. Previously, I had sought out some other doctors. None of them could make me feel this way. Brother Lin is really something. Lu Wenyuan secretly smacked his lips. On the contrary, Lin Feng was not at all relaxed. His forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. One because of nervousness, but because this moment was surprisingly extremely draining of mental energy, while his eyes felt a wave of fatigue. I didn't expect that the first time I had acupuncture. It was so energy-consuming, even the penetrating eyes are a bit overwhelmed. After 10 minutes, Lin Feng turned the silver needle on his knee counterclockwise and then finally pulled it out directly. And right when the first silver needle was pulled out, Lin Feng almost didn't get hurt by this silver needle. Between the silver needle being that forceful chi inside, it directly collapsed out. Hiss. There's pain. Brother Lu only felt as if there was an ant inside his flesh that was constantly biting. Immediately after that, the second silver needle was also pulled out by Lin Feng. None of them were bounced out by that strong chi. As the last needle was pulled out, he felt the pain getting stronger and stronger, but his leg still couldn't move. He was shocked that he could feel pain. He knew that over the years, he had run around looking for a doctor, but he had never gotten a solution. But now, in Lin Feng's hands, he felt a hint of pain. Could this not shock him? After the left foot was finished, it was the right foot's turn, and with the previous experience, this time when he performed the needle again, he was even more skillful. Watching Lin Feng with this hand of acupuncture, Lu Ruyan only felt dazzled. This guy, I didn't expect to have this skill. What kind of person is he? Why is he rich and has this kind of skill? And he's also a nice guy. At the thought of this, her face started to redden, but no one noticed her. Finally, after half an hour of struggle, Lin Feng pulled out the last silver needle as well. Phew, this is too much effort. Sweating profusely, he let out a long breath. Big Brother Lu, how does your leg feel? I feel an aching sensation and a hot current, Lu Wenyuan said excitedly. Then that means it's working. Lin Feng also smiled happily. Lin Feng was also very happy in his heart. It seemed like he didn't have any major problems. As long as he came a few more times, he should be able to recover very quickly. Big Brother Lu, this time I can only go so far. I really don't have the energy. Looking at Lin Feng's tired face, Lu Wenyuan also knew better. Not to mention that being able to cause pain had already raised his hopes of standing up. So what was the harm in trying a few more times? Sitting in a wheelchair for so many years already, he wasn't afraid to sit there for a while longer. Lin Feng, thank you. The usually arrogant Lu Ruyan came over, looking grateful and arrogant, making Lin Feng feel helpless for a while. This niece, is the word thank you so embarrassing? It's just a matter of getting what you need. Brother Lin, don't say that. If it wasn't for you, maybe I would have to sit in a wheelchair forever in my life. Lu Wenyuan burst into emotion. Ruyan, why don't you go and pour a cup of water for Brother Lin? Lu Wenyuan turned his head and glared at her, blaming her for not understanding. Oh, she then twisted her enchanting body and walked into the dilapidated kitchen to boil water. Big Brother Lu, about that secret book, I want to ask for some advice. Well, there's no harm in asking any questions. I've read this secret book from beginning to end a few times. It's indeed a rare secret book. You told me earlier that there's also a method of vomiting that can work with these moves to bring out a more powerful attack. I don't know what kind of vomiting method is it? Lin Feng asked the questions in his heart together. Brother Lin, Big Brother Lu, it's fine to call me Little Lin if you don't mind. Ha ha, good. Lu Wenyuan laughed out loud. The friendship between the two climbed rapidly. In fact, on this earth of ours, there is that group of people who have already detached themselves from the mundane world, and will not appear in the mundane world on weekdays if they don't have to. They are also a group of cultivators, improving themselves through cultivation to become stronger, and at the same time, with cultivation, the realm will also rise, and the higher the realm, the lifespan will also increase accordingly. What? Increased lifespan? Lin Feng almost jumped up from his stool when he heard this sentence. He had a shocked look on his face. His heart had already set off monstrous waves. Even his breathing became rapid. It's really like what is said inside the novel. Cultivation can increase longevity and strengthen the body, not to mention becoming incomparably powerful. He thought secretly in the bottom of his heart. Well, cultivation truly exists in the world, just not known to outsiders. Moreover, the state also prohibits cultivators from interfering with the secular world. These people are generally great hidden in the city, or change their identity and exist in the city also. Otherwise, the street also still able to see some love to pretend to be a young cultivator. Then Big Brother Lu, you were once a cultivator too? Lin Feng looked at him curiously. Yes, I was once a cultivator as well, but then I met the calculations of my enemies. Alas, I ended up in this situation. Lu Wenyuan sighed helplessly. However, my cultivation tips and whatnot are still there. It's just that I may not be able to cultivate in this lifetime. Why? Don't you have a problem with your legs? It shouldn't be in the way, right? No, my dantian, too, was shattered. When he said this, his tone was tinged with a hint of anger and helplessness. What? Dantian shattered? Lin Feng looked at his chest in surprise. With that, he immediately opened his perspective eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really like this. I haven't seen the so-called dantian yet, so it looks like this. Alas, it's a real pity. Big Brother Lu, what kind of person is so ruthless? Surprisingly, your dantian was shattered? Speaking of this, he was beginning to hold his tongue. At the same time, he was also regretting that if Lu Wenyuan was still able to cultivate, he would be his first cultivator friend. So wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally in the future in this, the magic city? But still he took it for granted. There are people outside the mountain. Ah, a mountain is higher than a mountain. Naturally there are people who are more powerful than Lu Wenyuan. Otherwise, how would he get his dantian shattered? It's one of my enemies. A few of them teamed up to attack me. Saying this, Lu Wenyuan's voice all became clear and cold, and the aura on that body also climbed steeply, causing Lin Feng, who was sitting in front of him, to lose his concentration for a while, and more than anything else, he was shocked. When Lu Wenyuan saw this expression on his face, he realized that he had been abrupt and immediately recovered his state. Little Lin, I've made you laugh. It's fine. Big Brother Lu, this is really too bad for you. Have you ever sought a method of recovery? It's useless. When the dantian is shattered, it's the same as wasted. This kind of thing is originally something ethereal. How could an ordinary person have this kind of ability? He shook his head helplessly. Chapter 47 Pointers on Shape. Maybe the heavens want me to return to my normal life. Big Brother Lu, there will definitely be a way to recover. Don't give up so easily. Lin Feng comforted. Come on, brother, Lin Feng, drink water. Ruyan Lu carried 2 disposable paper cups and handed them to the two. The two took them and took a sip. Brother, I'll go cook. Well, go ahead. Make it for one more person. Xiao Lin can eat here too. Don't. I'll go back and eat. I won't bother you siblings. Lin Feng quickly excused himself. Hey, if you treat me as a friend, stay and drink a few cups with me. Usually Ruyan doesn't let me drink. This time I'll make an exception and drink a few cups with you. Alright, then I'll stay. Lin Feng couldn't afford to push back anymore. Afterwards, the two of them started chatting about cultivation. From Lu Wenyuan's mouth, Lin Feng knew a lot of things. In this whole of China, there were many hidden families. They all focused on cultivation. Of course, there were also some loose cultivators, those people who didn't belong to any family, alone and without relatives. Take this magic city for example. There are some shadows of cultivators. For example, that underground black boxing boss, Lu Laohui, is a cultivator. His cultivation has reached the 4th realm of qi refining. After Lu Wenyuan's revelation, he learned that in this world, the cultivation realm is divided into qi refining stage, foundation stage, jindan stage, yuanying stage, spirit transformation stage, void refining stage, the spirit transformation stage, the void refining stage, the harmonization stage, the Mahayana stage, the transitional hijacking stage. Big Brother Lu, then what realm were you originally in? I originally was in the middle of the foundation establishment realm. Lu Wenyuan let out a bitter smile. What? Foundation establishment realm? Awesome, my dropping brother. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. This cultivation level of mine, it's okay if you put it in this magic city, but if you put it in the whole of China, it's not worth mentioning. But no, the foundation establishment realm, this kind of low realm, in a certain city, it still carries a lot of weight. If you look at the whole country, it's just not worth mentioning. There are a lot of cultivators who are higher than this realm. After eating I'll teach you the basic cultivation method. Learn it well and be able to defend yourself. Rich people like you, I guess there will be more or less some enemies, right? He. Big Brother Lu guessed right. I do have a few enemies. Speaking of this, remembering that the pair of black and white jade beads were still in that bastard's hands, he hated his guts. I hope it's still in that bastard's hands. If I lose it for me, just wait for me to cripple you as well. He secretly fumed, bound to make him pay. From this perspective he was sure that that pair of black and white beads definitely still had unknown secrets, so he must get them back, soon. Ruyan Lu made a colorful and delicious lunch. Come, let's have a few small drinks. Lu Wenyuan picked up his small wine glass and was about to toast with Lin Feng, but he got a blank stare from Lu Ruyan. Brother, can't you not drink? Isn't there little Lin here? Besides, there's hope that your brother's leg will be cured. Shouldn't we celebrate? I'll just drink a little. Okay, just a little. She couldn't afford to spoil Lu Wenyuan's fun. After all, there was now hope of getting back on his feet. Otherwise she would have stopped her brother from drinking even if it killed her. Come, try this. This is Ruyan's specialty. Big brother Lu pointed at the braised eggplant on the table and said. Lin Feng couldn't resist the hospitality, so he had to clip a handful and put it in his mouth. Not bad. Quite a meal. This girl's cooking was indeed okay. I didn't realize that you, this niece, would still be cooking, and it's not bad at all. What? Underestimate me? Your auntie I can do a lot more. What's so great about cooking? Ruyan gave him a blank look. Big brother Lu laughed as he drank, and the three of them ate together happily. Once the meal was over, Lu Wenyuan had Ruyan clear the grounds and prepared to instruct Lin Feng to practice boxing. Little Lin, you still remember all those punching styles of Xingyi Quan, right? Remember. Good then. Why don't you fight once and show me? Then I'll instruct. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to follow the steps drawn in the secret book, first warming up and then starting the starting stance. Xingyi Quan was one of the traditional Chinese martial arts sects, and it had a wide variety of specific punching and kicking stances. The general ways of making moves are poking, palming, pounding and smothering. They were techniques that used the fingers, palms, fists and elbows as offensive tools respectively. And what Lin Feng was performing at the moment was the blocking and pounding style of Xingyi Quan, which was a more practical method of offense. After a set of boxing techniques, Lu Wenyuan, who was sitting in the wheelchair, nodded. I didn't expect you to be able to memorize all these punching styles, punching trajectories one by one. It should have taken quite a bit of time, right? Indeed. How is it? Big brother Lu, what's wrong with my punching style? Regarding how he memorized these punching styles, Lin Feng didn't want to explain too much. With his own perspective eyes, he had the ability to forget everything, and these punching styles were naturally no big deal. Your punches are not coherent enough. The speed above is too slow. There is no explosive power. The posture is not sharp enough. Big brother Lu pointed out his shortcomings without mercy. So there are so many flaws. Lin Feng scratched his head. Just now he had smugly thought that he had fought well. Ruyan is probably even playing better than you. Ruyan? She can too? Hearing him say that, Lin Feng was stunned. He couldn't imagine that this girl would be able to do it too. But this also explains why he couldn't even catch up with her on that day. So it turns out that this girl is also a bit capable. Come on, look at the way I throw my punches and compare it to yours. After saying that, Lu Wenyuan made a starting gesture, and then started practicing Xingyi Quan, although he was currently sitting in a wheelchair, but surprisingly it didn't affect his punching at all. However, there were still 2 times in the middle when he almost fell out of the wheelchair due to excessive force. This scene really made Lin Feng admire him. First, he put his body weight on his left leg, his right arm stretched forward, his fist palm down. Then, while the right fist was rapidly punching forward, the left arm was also stretched forward, palm forward. Brother, be careful, don't twist it, Ruyan reminded from the side. It won't get in the way. Worthy of being a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, he could still fight with this kind of momentum. Looking at Lin Feng was also a surge of emotion. Unexpectedly Chinese Kung Fu. There really existed a lot of places worth learning. A complete set of Xingyi Quan was played. Lin Feng's eyes were glowing. Just ask, which man didn't want to be strong? Afterwards, Lin Feng followed his punching style and started punching here. And with every punch he threw, Lu Wenyuan would give instructions. Here, raise it up. The fist should be hard. Waist should be straight. Both legs should be stable. The punches should be fast and accurate. Chapter 48, The Method of Exhaling the Spiritual Qi of Heaven and Earth. Alright, little Lin. Is there anything you don't understand? Lin Feng shook his head. I seem to know how to do it. With his penetrating eyes, he had already seen clearly how Lu Wenyuan's punches were thrown. How to exert force and how to throw a punch in order to save energy and have a big attack. Understood. Big brother Lu. During the afternoon, both of them were immersed in Xingyi Quan, even Lu Wenyuan himself, as if he had returned to the time when his master taught him to practice boxing, a scene that was generally the same as the current one. Lu Ruyan, who was watching from the sidelines, engaged in a small thought in her heart. Stinking man, you are also quite handsome. Character bar okay, if you can cure brother's leg and let him stand up, it's not impossible for me to consider going out with you. Thinking of this, her little face started to blush. Little Lin, the practice of Xingyi fist, let's end here. I'll now pass on the basic method of vomiting, and you'll see if you can step into the realm of cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart began to stir. This was a method that could become stronger. Just the ordinary Xingyi Quan alone would be similar to those masters inside the armed police SWAT or the army, who could only mingle in the secular world. But this learned the method of vomiting and entering the cultivation world. It's different. To be able to rely on realm enhancement to increase life expectancy, this is absolutely shocking to the world. Big brother Lu, that would be hard on you. It's no bother. This is what I promised you before. After saying that, he began to explain how to exhale, absorbing the invisible and untouchable spiritual chi in the heavens and earth to be stored between the dantian, and then how to utilize it through the stances in the gong method. Chi practice stage is mainly to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The human body is transformed into yuan power. The dantian is in the form of chi, and the lifespan can reach up to 100 or so years. What? This can reach 100 or so years? Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Yes, but the first level of chi refining definitely can't reach it. You need to cultivate to the full extent of this chi refining realm. Of course, this is ordinary cultivation. Some geniuses, perhaps cultivating to the peak of chi refining, can live up to 200 years of age might be possible. Lin Feng nodded, saying that he kept it in mind. Cultivators inhale slowly through the mouth and nose to inhale the spiritual chi from the heavens and earth into the body, and remove the turbid chi from the body through abdominal breathing or chest breathing, etc. Lu Wenyuan carefully taught Lin Feng how to breathe in and out the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The afternoon went by very quickly. The sky was gradually turning dark and Lin Feng had finished this practice. This practice had benefited him a lot. Being able to be guided by this former strong man, his boxing skills had risen by a big step. And he also knew how to exhale the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Lin Feng went straight back towards his dormitory, the new night bar in the southern suburb of Magic City. Big brother, our people have found out about that kid, the tattooed man Susan said to the bald fat man. Oh, not bad. Your speed of doing things has improved a lot compared to before. This is still the cultivation of Big Brother. The bald man smiled with satisfaction. You find a chance to lure him out. Then set out information about that ancient tomb of his. If he doesn't cooperate, then just kidnap him. Drag him back. I have ways to make him soft. Big brother, actually don't need to be so troublesome. He has a sister, currently still single. We really can't. We can think of ways from her off. Ha, your kid is trying to get over it, right? I've seen his sister's picture. She looks so beautiful. I'm drooling. I've never seen such a superb woman. Susan had a lewd look that was disgusting to see. Okay. These things you look after yourself. I just need that news about the ancient tomb. I'm sure there are still treasures hidden inside. Up to now, the pair of black and white beads you gave me haven't been appraised to find out what kind of stuff it is. He shook his head helplessly. Big brother, those friends of yours on the road also failed to identify it? Well, even they failed to identify it, but are certain that this thing is a treasure, and that there is no record of this thing in Chinese history. That's really strange. Alright, you go ahead and get ready. Remember, don't go too far, or else my connections won't necessarily be able to protect you. After all, there are still quite a lot of people who can overpower me in this magic city. Yes, big brother, I'll pay attention to the proportion. After saying that, Susan left the bar. Humph, kid, count your bad luck. You met me when you finished robbing the tomb. Otherwise maybe you are now where you are getting away with it. You can only blame yourself for rushing out to rob the tomb without some strength. But that sister of yours, to be honest, Long is really excellent. 2 days ago I also secretly tracked her for a while. That curvature, that small savage waist, simply even that pair of small feet, all reveal the flavor. Walking out of the bar, he had a lewd look on his face, and his mind was constantly calculating how to deal with Lin Feng, as well as getting his sister Lin Xian into his hands. Little Lin, I have a friend who heard that there is a possibility of my legs being cured and immediately asked me how and where I was treated. I told him and he wants to meet you as well. I wonder if you have this idea. Lu Wenyuan asked tentatively. Oh, big brother Lu's friend? Could it also be a cultivator? Lin Feng's heart started to move. If this was another cultivator, if he was able to heal himself, this would be the same as having 2 cultivators as backing. No, he's not a cultivator. However, this reply from Lu Wenyuan left him dumbfounded. However, his identity, it's not simple. He's a son of the capital. His family is a red family, and his power is so great that I'm afraid he occupies a significant position in the entire capital. His next words made Lin Feng's eyes light up. Oh, a red family in the capital? That's interesting. Most of the people who can land in the capital are dignitaries, or people from the red family. Lin Feng immediately became interested. Big brother Lu, it's still you. With such a wide range of connections, you still have this kind of powerful energy in the capital. That's not true. This friend of mine also met by chance. How's that? Do you want to consider meeting him? He's waiting for your attitude right now. See, of course I'll see him. There's such a chance to get to know the red family's son. How can I miss it? Lin Feng got excited. Haha, good. Then I'll talk to him and see when he'll ask you out. Big brother Lu, I'm not going to run off to the capital to meet him, am I? Chapter 49 Reiki. There is no need to run that far. He is in Magic City right now. I heard that he came to Magic City this time for some things. It just so happens that he talked to me on the phone yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that he was here. Okay, then you reply to him. After the two agreed, Lin Feng hung up the phone. I don't know what that so-called capital prince is seeing me about. Could it also be a medical treatment? But my current medical skills, they're pretty average. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the lobby. Forget it, I'll see you then. I happen to have some free time today. Why don't I continue to study acupuncture? But it's also true that these things in Chinese medicine need to be refined some more. Thus, Lin Feng spent the day drilling the art of acupuncture and moxibustion. And when he was tired, he looked at the knowledge of Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine, as the oldest medical art in China, was profound and had a long history, and had many doors, and different diseases could be treated with the same means, which was beyond the reach of those Western doctors. At night, he ran to the nearby park alone, to practice boxing, not only to strengthen his body, but also to strengthen himself. If he encountered danger in the future, he could still cope with it. Although in China is safer, the social security are better, but it is not absolute. Still will often appear some robbery kidnapping these things. What's more, he has an extremely beautiful sister. If he does not have a little strength, how to protect her in the future? Xingyi Quan is an ancient boxing, passed down to this day. There are still a lot of people practicing it. The fact that it had been passed down to this day was enough to show how powerful it was. Drink! Boom! Lin Feng punched out, tigerishly, the air dancing with his fists. After one round, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat and felt very comfortable. This is just learning a little bit of skin and it's already had such an effect. If I really practiced this kung fu to the point of perfection, wouldn't I be able to ignore bullets and explosives and sweep the world? Thinking of the images that were portrayed inside those movies, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a strong fervor rise in the bottom of his heart. And according to what Brother Lu said, at a certain level, it was indeed possible to ignore bullets. It was easy to dodge bullets, but it was hard to say about those bazooka cannons and whatnot. But think about it, these are technologically advanced and powerful, and they also come with a high-precision targeting system. Once they hit the target, even an Iron Man can't withstand it. Let's go back and take a shower first, then try that method of vomiting. It was night. The night in the Magic City was not calm at all, unlike in the mountain village where it was peaceful and quiet. Instead it was the time for certain people to come out and move around. Cultivators, that is to love that heaven and earth aura inhaled into the body through a certain method, stored in the dantian, to open up the dantian, to strengthen the physical body, to make themselves strong. This is what every martial arts cultivator must go through, the chance to reach heaven in one step. Only when they make a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation, then they will become martial arts cultivators, true cultivators. I'm actually able to see a trace of aura in this air? Lin Feng, who was breathing in and out, was surprised to find that his penetrating eyes were able to directly see this kind of nothingness, which made him excited. As he ran the method of exhaling that Lu Wenyuan had taught him, the incredibly thin spiritual qi in the air began to slowly converge towards his dantian. Nowadays, the aura on earth was incredibly thin, so it would be hard to break through to a higher realm. Lin Feng was constantly absorbing this spiritual qi, completely forgetting himself. Early the next morning, Lu Wenyuan's phone call came. Elder brother Lin, my friend said, are you free tonight? If you are, come out for a casual dinner together and have a chat. His voice with a smoky wine voice was mature and steady. Okay, no problem. I'll come over to your place to look for you at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, right? Okay, come straight to my place then. He then hung up the phone as soon as he could and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Today is Friday. There is no class in school. I was thinking of going to the park by myself to play boxing. Just then, Fatty proposed to go to the Antique Street Tabac. I say, Fatty, are you so short of money that you want to pick up leaks for 3 days? This you don't understand. I'm advancing my career. You're going to keep running antique streets to pick up leaks after you graduate? Lin Feng looked at him in surprise and asked, my family situation and you are not unaware of. After I graduated I guess it is back to their own company to go to work chanting, but I do not like that kind of life that is bound. I like freedom. You know. Alright, master will accompany you today. Lin Feng helplessly agreed with him. He don't worry, lunch is on me. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared in an antique street in Magic City. Fengzi, can you teach me your treasure identification skills? For Lin Feng's skill of identifying a treasure, there was no way he wouldn't be envious and jealous, except for the fact that he didn't hate it. What? You want to learn? Who doesn't want to learn? Fatty beamed. Okay, no problem. Pay the tuition fee first, and master will teach you. Scram. You still want tuition? Have you forgotten who relieved you when you were in trouble? Oh, why does this dead fatso keep bringing up the past? Chairman Mao said. Don't forget to dig a well when you eat water. Don't you understand this principle? Alright, you win. I'll teach you. Lin Feng really can't take him. Who let this fat man did help himself a lot. However, this how to teach the problem again. His own treasure so accurate reason is because of a pair of magical perspective eyes. Throw away this pair of magical eyes. Can he have such a powerful technology is hard to say? Forget it, perfunctory first. Let's go. There's a calligraphy and painting store here. Go in and take a look. I'll teach you how to appraise. Good. The fat man followed into the antique calligraphy and painting store with a fist in his mouth. The store's walls, hanging surfaces, hung with all kinds of antique calligraphy and paintings. There are landscape paintings. There are also figure drawings. There are also some are pure words of calligraphy. There were some painting papers that were black and yellowed, making people look and feel old. Fatty, look this kind of landscape painting. First look at his paper, the difference between it and the current paper, then touch it with your hand and carefully observe his texture, as well as these pigments. Lin Feng pretended to be serious and taught the fat man to appraise the painting and calligraphy, but in fact it was all done with his perspective eyes on while looking and making comparisons. Hearing the boss on the side frowning. This kid, he looks so young, but this appraisal technique, it's really good. There are some places where even I don't necessarily have him so insightful. The store owner's ears were calloused from listening, continuously giving him guidance on 3 or 4 antique paintings and calligraphy. The fat man listened so attentively. Thank you, brother. You really are my own brother. Well, old brother, learn well. Chapter 50 Capital Red Family Yin Family. Scram, give you the pole and you're really climbing up? Fatty laughed and scolded, but the boss on the side wasn't happy, because the conclusion of these 4 paintings and calligraphy that Lin Feng had given to the fatty were all fakes. Wasn't this smashing his signboard? I say you too, are you still buying? Please leave if you don't buy. Don't affect my business. His tone was not very good. What, boss, are you driving us away? Where would the fat man stand this anger? Yes, it's driving you guys away. If you guys are sincerely coming to my place to buy calligraphy and paintings, I welcome you in a million ways. But what are you doing? Taking the things I have here and making them the opposite of what they are? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the two of them were immediately embarrassed. Boss, that's indeed embarrassing. We'll leave now. Lin Feng glanced at the boss apologetically, but Fatty didn't think so. Boss, how dare you? You have so many fakes here. If you don't have some strength, who can buy the real thing? What? Fatty, you don't have the ability to authenticate yourself and you're blaming me for the fakes? Doing business is all about what you want. Did I force you to buy it? You. He was just about to open his mouth to curse, when he was pulled away by Lin Feng and directly walked out of the store. There was also a cold grunt coming from behind him. Obviously it was the store owners. Fengzi, what are you pulling me for? This old guy selling fake goods has a point? Come on you can't with him? Besides, it's true that he didn't force you to buy his stuff. It's true that it's a bit unorthodox for us to do so. After all, there are other people in his store. Che, hearing what Lin Feng said, he reluctantly accepted this and could only swallow his anger in his stomach. The two of them then continued their tabaw in this antique street. Time flew by and half a day passed in a flash. Fengzi, you've already gotten so many pieces. Fat master, I've only gotten 3 things. Fatty looked at Lin Feng unconvincingly. Pure luck only, Lin Feng said modestly. Surprisingly, none of them found anything heaven-defying anymore, or else I would have made a huge profit again. Brother Lu, I don't know when the Lin Feng brother you mentioned will come over? A gentleman sat across from Lu Wenyuan and asked. There's no rush. Looking at the time, he should be coming soon. And at this moment, Lin Feng was in a traffic jam. Brother Yan, how is Elder Yan's health? Has it gotten better in the past 2 years? Lu Wenyuan asked while drinking tea. Sai, don't mention it. Grandpa's health is getting worse by the day. Ever since that tea party 2 years ago, Grandpa's body has been like this. Every night he would have nightmares, and after seeing all kinds of doctors, none of them could see whether it was due to the body or the spirit. Even, I secretly checked the people who participated in that tea party, but the results were not abnormal. Yen Yu said helplessly. Don't be in a hurry. Illnesses can't be rushed. As the saying goes, treating an illness in a hurry will only backfire. Elder Yan's body can't afford to be tossed around. Brother Lu, I heard that your leg was able to heal. Is it because of that Lin Feng brother? Lu Wenyuan nodded. Yes, elder brother Lin's medical skills are more unique. Unlike those old Chinese doctors who only know how to collect consultation fees and have no skill at all in seeing patients. No matter what, I'm willing to agree to any conditions and ask him to go and take a look at my grandfather. Otherwise I really can't rest easy. Chapter 51, The Powerful Yin Family. Well, wait for old brother Lin to come and see what he says. Lu Wenyuan said as he took a sip of tea. He couldn't make the decision himself. After all, It's not like he can do medicine, otherwise he would still be sitting in a wheelchair? Another half an hour passed. Finally, Lin Feng pushed open Lu Wenyuan's door, only to see he was sitting in a wheelchair is sipping tea. Opposite is sitting a gentle and elegant. Looks quite bookish that man. The age looks than their own to be older than 2 or 3 years of appearance. Seeing that it was Lin Feng who pushed the door in, Lu Wenyuan immediately turned his head and greeted him with a smile. Big brother Lu, elder brother Lin is here. Brother Yen, this is Lin Feng, elder brother Lin. Have a seat. Lu Wenyuan introduced each other. I heard brother Lu mention you. I heard that you have excellent medical skills. Mr. Yen happened to be in Magic City, so I stopped by to get acquainted. Yen Yu says politely. Big brother Yen is overrated. My medical skills are just a state of not being on the top of the heap. Lin Feng directly called him big brother. After all, he seemed to be a little older than himself and had a pretty good first impression. It was not bad to be able to make friends. Mainly, he believed in Lu Wenyuan's vision. This you're being modest, to be able to heal almost ruined legs. This medical skill, even if it's placed in the country's top celebrity doctors, it's not necessarily done. Yes, Shaolin, with you helping me with the needles, I've been feeling more sensation in my legs for the past 2 days. More soreness than the first time. Lin Feng sat down on a worn-out chair on the side, not minding it in the slightest. Little Lin, Yen Yu is a certain red family in the capital. The power in the capital is not to say that it can cover the sky with one hand, but it's not much different. Lu Wenyuan took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. Hiss, covering the sky in the capital? This right, really stunned Lin Feng. The capital was the ancient capital of many dynasties in the history of China. It had a long history, and it was also the political center of China nowadays, an international metropolis. To be able to be powerful in such a place, that background was unimaginable. Big brother Lu, it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be, especially when my grandfather's body started to go downhill. The family's situation wasn't very good. There are always some people making small moves behind the scenes, Yen Yu said helplessly as he held his forehead. Sigh, the people who want my grandfather to die. The entire capital. Account for at least half of them. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Yen Yu in surprise. In the capital, half of the powerful people wanted the Yen family's old man to die, so he had too many enemies, didn't he? Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't say this. It would easily offend people. It wasn't that Elder Yen had many enemies, it was that his existence affected a lot of people. Those people who wanted to do something had to be careful of their Yen family. One slip and they fell into an abyss of 10,000 feet. So it made sense that many people wished for him to die earlier. After all, with the old master gone, some people would be able to let go of their hands. Elder brother Yen, doesn't the Yen family still have your father? There's also your mother. Her voice in the capital isn't small. What's more, your achievements are there for all to see. How dare these people be so arrogant? Lu Wenyuan was skeptical. Regarding the situation in the capital city today, he had little understanding of it. Big brother Lu, you don't know. Especially the Lu family in the capital. It's not easy to deal with the Lu family's people. Their power is not much smaller than my Yen family. Yen Yu let out a bitter smile. Lu family? Is it that elder Lu Guofeng's Lu family? Lu Wenyuan looked skeptical. Yes, that old fox Lu Guofeng. His body and bones are much better than my grandfather's. Lin Feng was quietly listening to the duo's conversation from the side and didn't feel like ignoring himself. Instead, he fell into deep thought. This Yen family, wouldn't it be that old Yen Fuan who was often on CCTV? If it's really him, then this big brother Yen Yu in front of him could be his grandson? At the thought of this, he sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air. This energy, it's really amazing. I didn't think that big brother Lu would have this kind of connections. Cultivators are just different. Elder brother Yen, Shaolin's medical skills I think are very good. Why don't you let him try? It depends on whether or not old brother Lin is willing. After saying that, Yen Yu and Lu Wenyuan's gazes looked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew that his choice this time was related to his connections in the future, and he also knew that Lu Wenyuan was building bridges for himself, intending for him to make friends with this kind of powerful people, so that whatever he wanted to do in the future would be much easier, especially, if he wanted to become a proper cultivator, he would definitely have less trouble in the future. Big brother Yen, I'm just afraid that I'm not capable of doing anything. I've only stepped into the medical world for a few days. My medical skills are limited. I'm afraid I won't be able to cure Master Yen. Lin Feng arched his hand apologetically. For this kind of power level figure, he really didn't dare to treat him indiscriminately. In case there was a slip-up, his own responsibility would be huge. Besides, he knew in his heart how many kilograms he had. Well, it's me who's in a hurry. Yen Yu let out a bitter smile. Elder brother Yen, don't be anxious, there will always be a way. Lu Wenyuan comforted. I'm just afraid that time waits for no one. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred and he immediately looked at Yen Yu. Big brother Yen. I don't know what kind of disease Elder Yen has. I won't hide it from you. Grandpa's body. Looked for a lot of doctors have seen. Can't see exactly what kind of cause of the disease. Those famous hospitals in the capital have also checked. Chinese and Western medicine are not able to check out exactly what causes Grandpa's body to be so weak and feeble, but also have nightmares every night. We, the children and grandchildren, also have a heart and can't do anything about it. Those famous doctors and hospitals can't check it out either? How can this be? Lin Feng opened his mouth wide in surprise. Then what was the old man dreaming about in his nightmares? We don't know exactly. It's just to the point that when he has a nightmare, his mouth will shout, "Don't come over. Please don't come over," or something. Surprisingly so bizarre? Lu Wenyuan also had a shocked look on his face. He had never really heard of this kind of disease. I didn't think that Grandpa Yen would even be subjected to this kind of torture. Lu Ruyan had a heartbroken look on her face. She was fortunate enough to have seen Grandpa Yen twice, and he was still fond of Lu Ruyan, and had even intentionally or unintentionally set her up with Yen Yu, only it hadn't succeeded. Could it be that he was frightened by something? Shouldn't be. What kind of person is Grandpa? There should be very few deliveries that can scare him. What kind of disease is old Master Yin suffering from? Surprisingly, he still has nightmares? Lin Feng pondered carefully. Big brother Yin, I've never heard of this kind of disease either. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. It's fine. Let's listen to God's will. He sighed helplessly. Perhaps leaving would be a relief. But, however, Lin Feng's words changed, causing both Big Brother Lu and Yen Yu to be moved. Chapter 52, Healing Again. What's wrong? I can take a look at the old master's condition before saying anything. If I can treat it then it's fine. If I really can't, then I can really only say sorry. Ha ha, old brother Lin. Don't worry about this, even if you can't be cured. You, Lin Feng, are still my brother. From now on, as long as you're in the capital, no one will dare to bully you. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart was incomparably excited. He was waiting for these words, although there was no certainty that he could really cure Elder Yen, but it was worth a try. After all, this was an unrivaled network of people. Seeing this scene, Lu Wenyuan was also happy from the inside. In this way, the bridge he had the intention to build was also considered built. Come, let's drink tea instead of wine. Dry up. Lu Wenyuan picked up the clear tea on the table and said to the two. With that, the pair drank into three. Lu Ruyan also twisted her charming body and ran to the kitchen to cook. The three of them drank tea and chatted at the same time. Unknowingly almost an hour had passed. At this time, Lu Ruyan, who was cooking in the kitchen, also came out with fragrant braised fish and oil drizzled lettuce. He, two old brothers, I don't have much to entertain you here. Just make do, Lu Wenyuan said politely. Ha ha, big brother Lu, this is already very good. Moreover, Ruyan, this braised fish I think is better than the ones eaten inside those stores outside. On top of that tea of yours isn't just any tea. It's costing you a fortune. Yen Yu is a person of the Red family. How could he not know what kind of tea he just drank? As soon as he smelled the fragrance, he guessed that the tea was precious. Yes, big brother Lu, to be honest, eating here in your place is much better than eating a luxurious meal outside. There is no hustle and bustle. There is only cordiality. This serenity is already rare. In this magic city. Ha ha, Ruyan, you sit down to eat too. Yen Yu said towards Lu Ruyan who was standing at the side. Oh, good. After she answered, she brought a stool and sat in the middle of Lin Feng and Lu Wenyuan. She didn't know if it was deliberate or unintentional, but she also stole a glance at Lin Feng. This guy, so straight. There were 4 people at a table. It's happy people, feasting. Big brother Yen, when will you return to the capital? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Not too sure exactly. I guess within a week. I came over here for an inspection. Someone reported that some people in Mordor are dishonest. There are especially a lot of small actions, so my father sent me here to monitor it. I see. That's fine. When you go back then, bring me along. I'll go to the capital with you and show the old man. Elder brother Lin, I won't say any more words of gratitude. Wherever there are any difficulties in the future, just look for me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you. As long as it's not something that goes against your heart. Of course, illegal counts as well. Ha ha, don't worry. I'm a good citizen. Che, okay citizen. Ruyan Lu muttered in a small voice. Big brother Lu has this friend. Why would he still be reduced to the point where he can't afford to see a doctor? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of this question. Could it be that big brother Yen isn't willing to help him? It shouldn't be. Looking at their relationship, it shouldn't be so bad that they won't help with this favor, right? As someone from the Red family, it's even more unlikely that they don't have any money, right? Lin Feng, where to know? In fact, is not Yen Yu is not willing to aid. Is really Lu Wenyuan does not want this help? because once Yen Yu many times to help him, privately give him money and even help him to find famous doctors to see, all said that cannot be cured. So, later Lu Wenyuan also gave up, came to this place of seclusion. As for Lu Ruyan put together money to his legs, that is her wishful thinking, is said to have heard of a person who can cure 100 diseases, but the diagnosis to hundreds of thousands of dollars, so she did not dare to give up the heart of the sneak, began to think of ways to raise money, because Lu Wenyuan warned her, not to ask for money from Yen Yu and so on, otherwise it will harm him. After some deep thought, she did not call to Yen Yu to ask for help, but secretly raise money by herself. A meal came down and took nearly an hour and a half. Big brother Lu, let me give you another look at your leg. I came by today to take another look. Good, I won't say any more words of thanks. You know, since you treat me as a brother, there is no need for words. Yen Yu was also watching carefully from the side, wanting to see how brilliant Lin Feng's medical skills were, to be able to be esteemed by Lu Wenyuan, who, in his memories, rarely complimented others. Immediately, Lin Feng blinked his eyes and his perspective eyes opened. The internal structure of his knee was completely displayed in sight. That massive energy has indeed become a circle smaller. I think that when it's completely cleared, that's when it's healed. I still need acupuncture to assist in the rebirth of the cells and the reappearance of vitality in order to make his leg stand and walk normally. With the experience from last time, this time should go much smoother. Under the trio's watchful eyes, Lin Feng took out the pack of silver needles from his pocket, rolled up his pants leg, and began to concentrate on applying the needles. Surprisingly, it's acupuncture. So this old brother Lin is a Chinese medicine expert. Yen Yu secretly marveled. As the silver needle entered the acupuncture point, Lu Wenyuan immediately felt that familiar soreness come back. The 9 needles and 12 original stitches were once again performed. Although this kind of stitches were not very skillful, not the legendary lost stitches, but the effectiveness of the effect depended on the person performing it. Those who would not use it, even if it was good, could not be cured, and those who would use it, could be cured of 100 illnesses with just one kind of stitches. Lin Feng's set of needling techniques had become more and more skillful. The flowing and flowing needle sticking techniques dazzled the 3 of them. TSK, this old brother Lin is really powerful. I've seen acupuncture healing. Very few people can do it as fast and accurate as he does. Even those old Chinese doctors who have been practicing for many years may not be able to do it. This state of mind of his is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Yen Yu had already given birth to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he can really cure Grandpa's illness. This guy's speed is getting faster and faster, and I don't know if that kind of speed is also. Ruyan Lu began to think about it. A comfortable and slightly painful feeling appeared in the knee. Immediately after that, a wave of vigor chi that was invisible to the normal human eye emerged. Looking at this vigor chi, Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to stick needles. Next time, I'm going to try the legendary chi to conquer needles. That effect is definitely better than this one. It's just that right now I've only been practicing for a short while and I don't have enough energy in my body. I'm afraid I won't be able to firm it up. In the real world, using chi to control needles, this kind of acupuncture technique almost can't be seen, because it needs to cultivate the internal energy of the medical practitioner to be able to perform it. The ancient martial arts world cultivator is not too much, but the cultivator who has the medical skill is rare. Even if there is, wanting to look for this kind of person to cure the disease, the price paid is not something the average person can afford. Chapter 53, Talented. Using chi to control needles was an advanced method of acupuncture, which could be done by mobilizing the energy in one's body and injecting it into the needles, thus giving the needles more power and therapeutic effects. Among those Chinese medicine practitioners in the secular world, almost no one was able to achieve using chi to control needles, and once it appeared, it was definitely a sought-after item, with a large number of patients coming to the door to seek treatment. After half an hour of effort, finally, all the needles in the right leg were removed. When the last silver needle was pulled out, a wave of excitement appeared on that face of Lu Wenyuan. Elder brother Lin, I feel as if I have so much chi. What, brother, are you telling the truth? Ruyan Lu was the first to ask. These words meant that it wouldn't take long for his leg to be able to heal, get back on his feet, and revitalize his strength. Big brother Lu, you can really feel the power? Big brother Lu, this is a good thing. It will take 2 or 3 more treatments and your leg should be able to heal. By then you'll be able to walk on the ground after some good conditioning. Lin Feng said with a smile. Is this true? The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Yen Yu was aware of how Lu Wenyuan's leg was doing, but now that Lin Feng said that he would be able to get up and walk in the near future, he was of course shocked inside, and the first thing that came to his mind was that his own old man might be saved as well. Big brother Lu, congratulations. Haha, it's thanks to old brother Lin. Lin Feng, thank you, Ruyan Lu said as she excitedly hugged Lin Feng's arm. This scene fell into the eyes of Yen Yu and Lu Wenyuan, and it was a little bit that way. Ahem. Lu Wanyuan coughed lightly twice. Ruyan immediately let go of her hands. Just now when this girl hugged Lin Feng's arm, her arm just happened to be on that mountain peak, which made Lin Feng's heart beat faster for a while. This girl is really... I don't know if Big Brother Lu and the two of them noticed, but it's quite soft. It's really a bit of material. Right, Elder Brother Lin. I just seem to have felt a seeming aura on you. Have you cultivated internal energy? Lu Wanyuan looked at Lin Feng curiously. Big Brother Lu? You can tell this too? Lin Feng was instantly surprised when he heard his question. Don't forget. I used to be a cultivator as well, so of course I can feel the changes in you. Our body. I see. I won't hide it from you. This cultivation talent of mine is a bit poor. I've been cultivating for a day or two, but I haven't even cultivated that internal energy yet. Ugh, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. What did you say? Lu Wanyuan was instantly shocked. What's wrong? Yan Yu and Ru Yan looked at him, wanting to know why he was so agitated. You said that you've only been cultivating for a day or two? Lu Wanyuan asked again. Yeah, what's the problem? Big problem. Lu Wanyuan held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked puzzled. Could it be that my talent is so bad? 2 days and I still can't get into your eyes? Or is it that you all cultivate for one night and then cultivate to take it out? No, Elder Brother Lin. You are very wrong. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate my internal energy in the first place? Lin Feng shook his head. It took me almost a whole month. A month? Lin Feng then realized that it seemed like it wasn't that he had bad talent, but, rather, extremely good talent. Yeah, it took me almost a month to cultivate internal energy. That's already considered to be good talent. And you, surprisingly, after only 1 or 2 days of cultivation, you're on the verge of cultivating internal energy. Even though it's not complete yet, it's still a leg up. With this talent of yours, I guess even if you put it in the entire ancient martial arts world of China, you'd be able to be ranked amongst the top. TSK Lin, old brother. I didn't expect that this is not only a great medical skill, but also a cultivator, and this talent is still so good. Really, even the heavens are favoring you. Yan Yu was on the side with a burst of exclamations. Wow, Lin Feng, I didn't expect your cultivation talent to be so good. Then you can definitely become a super powerful expert in the future. Ruyan Lu made another nymphomaniacal mistake. Really? It's that good? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Old brother Lin, don't be in a state of bliss. You're in Versailles. You have this cultivation talent. I'm sure it won't take you more than a few days to actually cultivate internal energy. It's only a matter of time before you step into the chi refining realm. And you have good talent. In the future, on the road of cultivation, you will only go farther. And the speed of cultivation is not something that ordinary people can catch up with. I think, as long as you cultivate well, within a year, you should be able to hopefully cultivate to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Lu Wanyuan said enviously. Then how long did it take you to cultivate to the 11th realm? Big Brother Lu? Hearing Lin Feng ask this, Yan Yu also looked at him. More than 10 years. 10 years? Lin Feng was stunned. Then according to this speed, cultivate until when can you reach that fairy stage? Fairy realm, you don't want to think about it first. This legendary realm, the last 100 years no one has cultivated to it. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was making huge waves. According to this, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate to the peak in this lifetime. I guess I'll live for a few hundred years tops at most. But if that was the case, he would live a long time. But what about the people around him? They were all a bunch of ordinary people, and it would be a miracle for their lifespan to reach 100 years old. But even if that was the case, wouldn't he himself still have to end up alone at that time? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of desolation. Brother Lu seemed to see what he was thinking. Lin, old brother, in fact, you don't have to think so much. To be able to cultivate is already a lucky thing. Many people can't cultivate, or even cultivate this kind of thing, don't know. Always think that it will only appear in the TV. You are able to cultivate to be able to strengthen yourself. Yourself become stronger. To be able to protect the people you want to protect is enough. Don't think too much. As for that higher realm, can reach to reach, can't also don't force. Cultivation, pay attention to down to earth. Can't be achieved overnight. Just like pulling up seedlings to help grow a reason. The foundation is not strong enough. Even if you cultivate to a higher realm, in the future will also still appear some foundation is not stable problem. Really listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Big Brother Lu, you have a lot of experience. In the future the path of cultivation, can't do without your guidance. Lin Feng also relieved. Yes, life has a few autumn. Cherish the moment is true. Lin, old brother, you are not yet deep in the world. A lot of things do not understand is also normal. In the future there are any problems, as long as I know, although come to ask me, must know everything. Elder brother Lin, Big Brother Lu was a powerful man back then. If you can cure his leg and make him stand up, In the ancient martial arts world in the future, very few people will be able to do anything to you. Yin Yu said enviously. Chapter 54 Lin Xian's Captivity. Big brother Yin, you're not bad either. You have acquaintances in both the official and ancient martial arts worlds. It can't be helped. Being in this position, the people we come into contact with are very mixed and messy, and it's only natural that mysterious cultivators like yourselves are also in contact. Moreover, in some red families, there are also some cultivators of. What? There are also cultivators in the red families? Lin Feng really didn't know there was such a thing. Generally speaking, shouldn't cultivators be in the ancient martial arts world? Seeing Lin Feng's doubts, Lu Wanyuan continued. Generally speaking, cultivators are indeed hidden in the ancient martial arts world. They won't intervene in the open, much less in the political arena. It's stipulated by the national leadership. As you know, cultivators have a power that is beyond the reach of very human beings, and once they intervene, the country will step in. Hiss. Those cultivators inside the red families are secretly looking for powerful cultivation sects to be their backers, and then send their excellent sons and daughters in the family over to train them so that they can better inherit the family in the future. On the one hand, in order to give themselves a stronger backer, and secondly, in order to deal with hostile forces or enemies to have a card. Of course, there are also some people who purely want to become powerful only, so the water in the ancient martial arts world is so deep. Lin Feng, it's enough if you can protect yourself and those around you, Lu Ruyan said as she looked at him with blinking eyes. Well, that's also true. Elder brother Lin, cultivate well. I believe in you. You'll definitely be famous in the future. Yes, elder brother Lin. In the future, if you're powerful, maybe I'll have to look for you as a backer. Ha ha. Yin Yu said jokingly. The four of them gathered around the table and drank tea while chatting. One moment they chatted about the political arena. Another moment they chatted about the ancient martial arts world. And the next moment they chatted about the matters of marriage between men and women. Soon, the day passed in this way. Fatty, I'm going out. Lin Feng just wanted to go out. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang. It's a call from my sister? Without hesitation, he directly pressed the answer button. Hello, sis. However, the response that came from the opposite side was a man's voice. TSK, kid, I have to say, you're really lucky, having such a beautiful sister. You didn't have a lot of eye candy at night, did you? As soon as he heard this, Lin Feng couldn't sit still. Who are you? He asked vigilantly. Who am I? You don't know? Can't you hear me? The voice on the other side carried endless teasing. Oh yeah, you probably forgot. So I'll give you a hint reluctantly. You still remember that ancient tomb over in Pine Mountain Town, right? You? Having said that, how could he not guess who the other party was? Yes, it's me. How is it? Are you better from your injuries? Why do you have my sister's phone number? Guess? The tattooed man on the other side said with a playful smile, as if everything was under his control. Bastard, did you take my sister captive? Ha, count on you being a bit smart. Your sister is indeed in my hands right now. At this moment she is kneeling in front of me begging for mercy. Do you want to hear it? You bastard. You'd better not touch a single hair on my sister's head. Otherwise, you'll just wait for my crazy revenge. Lin Feng roared. Seeing him so angry, the fat man at the side quickly asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? However, Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to him. He just made a don't disturb gesture. The fatty immediately closed his mouth. He also knew that the situation wasn't quite right. Is it? With just you? Want to retaliate against me? I'm afraid that by the time you retaliate against me, your sister will already be my woman, and by then, you won't be allowed to call me brother-in-law? Lin Feng tried hard to suppress his anger. Now that his sister was still in the other party's hands, he couldn't provoke the other party, otherwise there would really be no room for maneuver. He took a deep breath before asking, say it, what do you want? My request is simple. You give me everything you got from that ancient tomb. I'm sure you went in there more than once. And also, tell me the location of the tomb. This time Lin Feng kind of knew. So this guy wanted to get the exact location of the ancient tomb. Also, the location of that ancient tomb. It's really hard for ordinary people to find it, let alone get the things inside. Both himself and the compensating fat guy spent a lot of effort to find the entrance. But it turned out that the things he got were intercepted by this guy. It's okay to tell you. You have to send my sister back first. Yes, you can tell me the entrance first. I'll arrange for my men to confirm it. And after confirming that it's correct, I'll send your sister back. Otherwise, the consequences you're afraid that you can't afford it. The tattooed man licked his lips. His appearance was obscene. Lin Feng was instantly furious. His veins bulging, his fists clenched, his nails snapping into the crevices. No, his sister was still in his hands. He had to think of a way. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, if you don't honestly tell the exact entrance, You'll hear your sister's screams of pleasure. You asshole. Lin Feng was furious. He was really furious. Hey, don't scold me. It's useless to scold me. Hurry up and think about it. If you don't listen, I don't mind having more brothers-in-law. Jia, calm down. I must calm down. Lin Feng kept calming himself. He kept calming his anger. A minute had already passed. The opposite party urged, but Lin Feng still didn't answer. He was recalling the information from that ancient tomb. There's still a minute left on the clock. Just as the other party was about to say that time was up, Lin Feng finally spoke. You let me hear my sister's voice first. Otherwise you'll never want to know the information about the ancient tomb. Fine. Then let you hear that haunting voice. After saying that tattooed man Su San said to Lin Xian, who was sitting on her knees in front of him, come, call out a sentence to hear it. Xiao Feng, don't mind me. Go call the police. You mustn't. Lin Xian yelled with a crying voice. That voice made Lin Feng's fists tighten, and the anger in his eyes was about to burn out sparks. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su San once again shoved the cloth ball into her mouth. Woo, bastard. Alright, you've heard her voice. Can you say it? The entrance to the ancient tomb. It's on a black stone under the water. That's the organ. Lin Feng finally said that location. Ha ha, good. Count on you to be sensible. Wait for me to arrange for my men to go and verify it. If you dare to lie to me, then you'll wait to be my brother-in-law. Afterwards, the other party hung up the phone. Fengzi? Fatty touched Lin Feng. My sister. She was kidnapped by that asshole. Chapter 55, Lin Feng's plot. Looking at Lin Feng's look like he was about to spit fire, Fatty knew the seriousness of the matter. Brother, don't be anxious. Since he dared to call you to ask about the entrance to the ancient tomb, that means your sister hasn't been done anything by him yet. If he dares to touch my sister, I swear, giving up this life, I will make him go to hell. The priority now is to find his location. Fatty suggested. Find a fart. From the beginning to the end he never said where he was. I'm so stupid. I actually forgot to ask him where he was. Nope. Since he wants information about the ancient tomb, then he will definitely go to the tomb. Then I'll go there and wait for him. After saying that, his eyes revealed a ferocious light as he secretly swore in his heart that he would make this bastard pay a painful price. Fatty, let's go. Let's go back. Bro, I'll go with you. After all, he's my enemy too. I do remember how he beat me up. Good. We have to prepare properly before we go. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer. He little lady, I've wronged you this time. Susan gently caressed Lin Xian's face with that salty pig hand. However, what responded to him was a pair of blank eyes filled with anger and aggression. At the moment, her mouth was still blocked by the cloth ball and she couldn't speak. All her grievances could only be contained in her heart. At the same time, she was praying that Lin Feng wouldn't come to her rescue. Otherwise she would be in trouble. Just now she had heard Susan talking with that big brother of his about making a move on Lin Feng. Little lady, be good and wait here for us to come back. Oh, if your brother cooperates, I can arrange for the two of you to meet. If he refuses to cooperate, TSK, then I'll just have to force myself to be his brother-in-law, so that he can have one more family member. But if he dares to call the police, I don't mind wiping him out of this world. Hearing these words, a hint of fear appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To her, in this world, Lin Feng was all she had. If Lin Feng was gone, then there was no point in her living. Afterwards, Susan and the others left, leaving Lin Xian alone, tied to a chair. At this moment, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. On the other side, Fengzi, my side is all ready. How are you prepared? I have nothing to prepare, just a dagger. How good it would be if Big Brother Ryu was cured by me now. Maybe with him around, things wouldn't be so troublesome. But this can only be thought about in the bottom of his heart. And it is not possible to seek the help of others as soon as you encounter a difficult problem. Others can't help you all the time. There is always a time when others can't help you either. So it is still necessary to become strong by yourself in order to solve the problem. When he thought of this, he was even more determined. When this time after the return, must intensify the practice of martial arts. Of course, the premise is to be able to come back alive, and will bring his sister back safe and sound. Afterwards, the two of them set off, traveling once again to that ancient tomb hidden under the lake bottom. Susan and his group were also on their way, but compared to Lin Feng and his group, Susan's lineup was much stronger, with 3 SUVs, and all kinds of grave-robbing equipment in the car, such as Luoyang shovels, military shovels, ropes, flashlights, etc., and scuba diving equipment, so it could be said that they were fully prepared. Lin Feng and Fatty, just a car, not too much equipment. After all, that tomb they have been once, can see things have been taken away, and this time is to save people. To be more accurate, is to go to the hostage that Susan, so as to rescue Lin Xian. Songsan Town. This was the geographical location of that ancient tomb, surrounded by mountains, like a magnificent barrier. Due to the excellent feng shui here, there were many dignitaries buried here in ancient times, but many of the ancient tombs were on the mountains, and a few years ago a few of them were stolen, and then all of them were arrested by the Public Security Bureau. The only unique ancient tomb was at the bottom of the lake, and I don't know how the ancient people at that time buried the owner of the tomb underneath. After a long trek, Lin Feng and his two men finally arrived near the ancient tomb. Since they were one step ahead of Susan, they also arrived here before them. Fengzi, it looks like they haven't arrived yet. Let's hide first, otherwise we'll be in trouble if we're discovered. Well, let's find a place to hide first. We'll see what happens later. Not long after, a sound of a biker engine and brakes rang out. They're coming. Lin Feng's perspective eyes opened and he clearly saw 3 SUVs parked by the lake, and about 10 people came down from the vehicles. Bastard, this guy even brought so many people here. Still, he was hasty. Third brother, that kid said that the ancient tomb is underneath this water? A horsey henchman looked at Susan and asked. Right, you guys put on your equipment and go down to take a look. According to him, there is a black stone under the lake. That's the tomb door switch. After saying that, half of the dozen or so henchmen began to equip themselves, putting on their diving suits and preparing to go into the water. The rest of the manpower stayed on the shore for the time being, ready to take over for the few of them at any time. Peek, they're getting ready to go into the water. Fatty observed with his binoculars. Wait until they go into the water. There are still quite a few people on the shore. We have to think of a way to lure them away. Otherwise it'll be hard to capture that bastard. Then, Lin Feng had a brainwave and came up with a good idea. That was to call that Susan and tell him that there was a coffin inside that ancient tomb, and that it would take at least 10 people to lift the lid, and at that time, that would be the time for him to make his move. Although this method was a bit childish, it seemed that this was the only way at the moment. Wanting to do it, he signaled Fatty to keep quiet, then took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Xian's number. He had already seen through his penetrating eyes that his sister's cell phone was on this guy's body, so he dialed him directly. On the opposite side, as soon as he heard the cell phone in his pocket ring, he took a look at it and saw that it was Lin Feng's call and immediately answered it. Hey, kid, what? Missed your sister? Susan teasingly laughed. Let me remind you of one thing. There's a huge sarcophagus in the ancient tomb. It takes at least a dozen people to lift it. Last time the two of us went, we couldn't move it, so we didn't bring out much. Yo, are you so kind to tell me this? Believe it or not, I'm just trying to make you feel better about me and spare my sister. Haha, okay, count on you to be sensible. Since you're willing to tell me this information, then I'll definitely treat your sister well. However, it'll have to wait until I go down to look at this ancient tomb first, so I hope you won't lie to me. But it had to be said that this guy was really a one-track mind, believing it just like that. LOL. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart was shocked. This guy wanted to go down too? If he went down, then how would he tackle him? Chapter 56, Holding Hostage. Role swap. Immediately, Lin Feng said again, there are some organs down there. I hope you don't die in the tomb. Oh, there are actually organs? Don't worry, this kind of thing, let my men do it. They have experience. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally sighed in relief. As long as you don't go down there, then you'll have a chance to make a move yourself. Then he hung up. Are you guys ready? Third brother, we're ready. All of you go down. I'm alone up there. No, leave one person to stay up there with me. Everyone else goes down. That kid said there is a big sarcophagus down there. It needs 10 people to move it. All of you go down there to take a look, and come up and tell me immediately if there's anything wrong. He was scared after all. Originally he wanted to go down and take a look himself, but when he heard Lin Feng say that there was a mechanism, he immediately wimped out. Yes, third brother. One by one, all the ponies prepared to dive. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Fatty, who were hiding in the shadows, even breathed in sharply, because it was about to be their time to strike. Whether or not they could avenge their past shame depended on this time. It didn't take long for the men Susan brought with him to go down, leaving only one of his men to stay on the shore with him. Fatty, go, quietly, soundly no. Understood. The two men quietly walked towards Susan's direction, and those two men didn't have the slightest idea what they were about to face. Third brother, do you think they can really find the entrance to the ancient tomb? The horseman's henchman asked. Wait and see. If they can't, then that kid is lying to me. I'll let him know the consequences of lying to me. However, right at this moment, two figures flashed past. Bang! These two people then fainted. He peek. How was it? I cooperated well, didn't I? Fatty looked at the two people who fainted on the ground and smiled. He. Well, not bad. Hurry up. Tie these two up. Gag their mouths. Let's get them directly into the car and bring them back. What about those people under the water? What do you care about them? The mastermind is in our hands. What do we need those minions for? Also immediately after, the fat man went to drive the car that was only in the woods, and then the two of them got the two heads into the car, and with a foot of the gas, drove towards the outside of the mountain peak. Where are we going now? Just go to that abandoned factory in the western suburb of the county. It's a good place, and the pigs won't draw attention to themselves even if they squeal loudly. Lin Feng smiled wickedly. This place wasn't far from the county town, so the two of them quickly arrived at their destination. This place was originally a processing factory. Then the owner went bankrupt and ran away, and no one wanted this plant, so it had been abandoned here. After parking the car, Lin Feng and the two men directly lifted the two unconscious people out of the car and carried them into the abandoned factory. Bang with a bang, Lin Feng directly threw the two on the floor, raising a puff of dust, and then fanned them with his palms. This damn thing has to be so dusty. Lin Feng looked disgusted. Fatty, it's time to wake this pig up. Ha ha, okay, bastard. Let you dare to make a move on the fat master. Now I'm here to take revenge. Speaking, removing the cloth from his mouth, he lifted his fat leg, and slammed his foot down towards Susan's fourth brother, and immediately, a miserable pig squeal echoed throughout the plant. My fourth brother, but no matter how much he screamed, he couldn't reach it, because at the moment both her hands and feet were tied up by Lin Feng. Even her eyes were blindfolded. Cough. Who's messing with me? He shouted angrily, a look of horror on his face. Lin Feng ripped the cloth from his glasses again, revealing those eyes with tears in them, and what met Susan's eyes was a young, handsome face. It's you? He turned his head and saw the fat man on the side again, as well as the horseman lying beside him. Bastard, how dare you strike at me? Aren't you afraid that your sister will die? He shouted angrily. Now, you dare to be so arrogant in my hands. Aren't you afraid that you'll die yourself first? Lin Feng's palm slapped his face with not too much force. What do you want? He just reacted. Now the roles of himself and Lin Feng had swapped. He had become the prey. What do you want? Lin Feng grinned. I'll give you 10 minutes to release my sister and send her back home. Otherwise, I'll make you never be a man again. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise my big brother won't let you go. Susan tried to bring out his boss to make Lin Feng let him go. But was that possible? Yo, there's a big brother? It's useless even if you call your grandfather now. Fatty laughed from the side. Fatty, this guy doesn't listen. Come on, make him listen. Lin Feng ordered. Alright, after saying that, he raised his leg once again, towards Susan's fourth brother where he was ready to kick again. After enjoying the pain, how would Susan still dare to be arrogant? He immediately changed his appearance. That big brother. Don't. I'm convinced. Please let me go. I won't dare anymore. I'll give you 10 minutes. I want to see my sister appear in the house. Otherwise, go be a eunuch. Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly and said, Yes. I'll call now, he said, but realized that his hands were still tied. Seeing this, Lin Feng untied one of his hands so that he could make a call. The guy immediately took out his cell phone and started making calls, asking the people over there to release Lin Xian. The other party thought that they had found the entrance to the ancient tomb and had honored their promise to release Lin Xian. Alright, as you can see, I've already had someone release your sister. Can you release me now? Don't rush. You can't leave before I've seen my sister, Lin Feng said unhurriedly. Moreover, I still have one more thing. Hearing this, Susan's face instantly drooped. This guy even didn't count his words. Where's the thing you robbed us of earlier? Take it out. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a dagger that was stuck in his waist and shook it in his hand. This scene startled Susan, who was lying on the ground. What do you want? He was so scared that he looked horrified. Give me back my things. Otherwise, you'll still be a eunuch. You're talking about those things that robbed you last time? And what else? That, I've already given him to my big brother. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng when he spoke, afraid of what the other party would drop. What did you say? Hearing that he had given that thing away, Lin Feng was on fire. How important that pair of black and white jade beads were. He knew, and it was because of that pair of black and white jade beads that he had such a heaven-defying perspective eye again. Lin Feng took the knife and slowly walked towards him. When Susan saw this, he immediately clenched his legs. Don't come over. Chapter 57. I'll give you half an hour to return the things to their rightful owners. Otherwise, I'll castrate you and feed you to the dogs, Lin Feng said as he looked at him with a murderous look on his face. Fine, don't be impulsive. I'll call my big brother and ask him to send it to me. Under Lin Feng's watchful eye, he obediently called the bald man, his boss. Hello, well, an abandoned factory building. 2. Peak, this guy isn't calling for a delivery. He's calling the police? Realizing this, Lin Feng was quick on his feet and kicked Susan's phone away, followed by another stomp on his hand. Immediately after that, the fat man remembered that last time this guy punched and kicked himself. Now he had the chance to take revenge. Rolling up his sleeves, he punched Su-san on the ground. Ah, the pig-killing sound rang out again, but it was far too much louder than just now. Seeing this, Lin Feng also became interested and joined the revenge team. Ah, you guys, don't fight. I know I'm wrong, in no time at all. The bastard turned into a national treasure, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his body a bruise and a reddish color. Looks like you still don't realize what you're in for. Lin Feng twirled the dagger in one hand. Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat. Please let go of your foot first. He cried out as he used that already loosened hand to forcefully break Lin Feng's foot, but what he got in return was an even bigger surge of force that hurt so much that he broke out into a sweat. Today, if you don't hand over the stuff, you can prepare for the aftermath. Lin Feng threatened. Feng, if I say, why don't we just chop off a finger for 10 minutes? I don't believe this guy won't hand it over, Fatty suggested. Well, that's a good idea. The two looked at Su-san with an evil smile, but this smile fell in Su-san's eyes, but it was as terrifying as a demon descending into the world. Big brother, I'll hand it over. I'll let my big brother send that thing over right now, but I'm not sure if he'll send that thing over right now. Su-san is really afraid. These two guys are completely unlike the last time they were robbed by themselves. I don't care. 10 minutes to chop off a finger. You're on your own. Su-san gritted his teeth, suddenly thought of a way. If he directly let him send it over, it is definitely unlikely. At that time maybe these two bastards will really chop off a finger. So he thought of a way to get the bald head to send the thing over. And that is to tell him that he has found a professional treasure connoisseur, and was able to appraise what that pair of black and white jade beads is. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the cell phone on the ground and made a call again. This time he didn't play tricks. He was really scared. And at the lakeside of that ancient tomb, those few horsemen who went into the water had all gone up to the shore at the moment, but they didn't see Su-san and the two of them. Where's third brother? And Lao Jiao? Could they have gone to let the water out? It's possible. Let's wait here for a while. However, this waiting they did was half an hour. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Yeah, it shouldn't take this long to release the water, right? These few people looked at each other and realized something was wrong. Then they took out their phones and started to dial Su-san's number, but all they heard was a busy tone. Can't get through? What's going on? Can't it be that something's wrong? In the abandoned factory building, Su-san had finally tricked the bald man, and the other party had promised that he would send over the pair of black and white jade beads within 2 hours. Two big brothers, the stuff will be sent over in a while. Can you untie my hands first? I'm going to go pee. Pee my ass. Why are you so nosy? In your pants yourself, Fatty said impatiently. I think you just want to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, right? I'm telling you, no way. Before the stuff is obtained, then you can only stay here. If you want to pee, just settle it where you are. This completely dispelled Su-san's thoughts of wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. It seems that these two are still not low on alert. Alas bastard, after I manage to escape, I will definitely make you guys pay back this humiliation twice over. He secretly swore in his heart that he would make sure that Lin Feng and the two of them would not be able to eat anything. In Mordor, he had a bald man to cover him. Afraid of two college students? This time when he fell into Lin Feng's hands, he was completely careless. He didn't expect that he would end up in this situation. Even now he couldn't figure out why these two would get themselves here. An hour had passed and the stuff still hadn't been delivered. The two men had gotten a little impatient waiting. Kid, are you lying to me? Stalling for time? Lin Feng shook his knife and walked towards Su-san. I'm not lying to you. It's probably on its way. Humph. From Magic City to here, an hour is almost enough, right? I'll give you another half hour. If I still haven't seen anything, I'll never show any mercy. By then, it will be time for your fingers to fall to the ground. Is that thing finally going to be returned to its rightful owner? Thinking that he would be able to see the pair of black and white beads in a little while, Lin Feng's heartbeat was accelerating. Time passed slowly, and Fatty didn't know how many times he had whined. Fengsy, I feel like this guy isn't quite right. How so? Think about it. Normally speaking, shouldn't one be fearful when encountering danger? We've scared him so much, but look at this guy. On the surface, he's acting scared, but in reality, he's not very scared. I know what you said. Don't worry, this guy is in our hands now. He wouldn't dare to do anything. Well, hopefully I'm overthinking it. Half an hour passed again. Kid, alright, no need to wait. Get ready. Master will let you know the consequences of offending me. Saying just that, Lin Feng was about to chop off his fingers with a knife. Don't, big brother, spare my life. I beg you to wait. No, I can't wait. I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half and the stuff hasn't been delivered yet. Now I'm out of patience. Lin Feng raised his knife, ready to chop off one of his fingers first. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. Stop. The three of them simultaneously turned their gazes to where the voice came from, only to see an inch-haired man, wearing a black shirt, his waist bulging, and they didn't know if he was hiding a weapon or something. "Brother Tiger, save me," Su-san desperately shouted. "Fatty, watch this kid. Friend, I've brought the stuff, let the man go, right?" Lin Feng looked at this man and immediately felt a wave of pressure. It was because from his body, an aura, if anything, emanated, which pressed people a little. This man is a bit dangerous. He seems to be a ruthless man. I have to be careful. "Humph, you son of a, I knew you didn't have good intentions." The fat man raised his foot and kicked Su-san's side waist, instantly causing him to scream in pain. This scene fell in the man's eyes, and his anger intensified. "Friend, I've brought the things, what else do you want?" Chapter 58, The Secret of the Black and White Jade Bead. Afterwards, he gently opened the stone box. As soon as Lin Feng's perspective opened, he looked at the stone box in his hand, and with a glance, he knew that the thing wasn't broken. It was still that pair of black and white jade beads. Seeing this, he finally sighed in relief. "Fatty, you come over. Look at this ground. I'm going to hand it over." "Good." Afterwards, Lin Feng took a step towards the man. At the same time, his hands and feet had already begun to prepare for battle. Seeing this, the man also clenched his fists. And finally, the two of them stopped when they were only half a meter away. Delivery with one hand, release with the other. "Okay, Fatty, bring the person over." "Okay," Fatty yodeled. Then he kicked Su-san on the ground. "Get up." And just then, another horseman lying on the ground, sniffed and got up faster than Su-san. The next scene shocked Lin Feng as well as Fatty. "Yeah, this asshole has been playing dead." The next thing he knew, the fat man was bringing the two men to Lin Feng, ready to hand over to the man. "Alright, hand it over." The man also knew that the only way to save Su-san was to hand over the item to Lin Feng, but at this moment, he had another thought in his mind, and the corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible arc. And right at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Wait, I can only give it to one of you. The remaining one, I'm going to keep it for now. After we leave safely, then I'll release him." Hearing this, the man was instantly furious. "No way, you don't have a choice. Either you agree, or these two, I'll take them back and torture them slowly. I don't believe that they'll be able to withstand it." Lin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest now, because from the man's eyes, he saw a hint of scorn. After some hesitation, the man finally chose to compromise and, "Alright, I promise you, kid, you'd better not play tricks on me, otherwise, you won't be able to go back peacefully. Don't bull. Hurry up and deliver." Immediately, the man finally just handed that stone box to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly took the stone box and put it into his pocket. The fat man saw this and kicked Su-san to the opposite side. Asterisk 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 your grandpa. Dead fatso. You're addicted to kicking, aren't you? Su-san had a fierce look on his face. "Why don't you obey?" the fat man said as he looked at him playfully. After exchanging the people over, the man immediately untied Su-san. "Bah, little bastard. You wait for me. If I don't get you killed, I swear I won't be a man." Su-san put in a word. He looks like I shouldn't have let you go. I'm a person who hates threats from others." Lin Feng wiped the knife in his hand. "That look, like a punk. What the hell? The roles are switched again, aren't they?" "Alright, shut up," the man shouted at Su-san, who instantly lost his arrogance. "Friend, got the stuff too. Hurry up and release him. You think I'm stupid? Fatty, let's go. Let's go back. When we get on the car, we'll throw him off." Lin Feng beckoned, strutting towards the car outside the plant. "Brother, just let them go? You're capable of going after them? Useless thing, brought so many people here, but still got sneak attacked." The man was cursing at Su-san. Before he came, the bald man had instructed him to be careful. The bald man had always felt a bit strange then, but he didn't think much about it. After all, this douchebag brought a dozen or so brethren over shouldn't be able to get into trouble. That's why he sent him, an expert, over. But he didn't expect it to be such a scene. Outside the door, Lin Feng and Fatty Lai both had gotten into the car. "Fatty, kick the people down. Get lost. You." Another kick. This guy was really addicted to kicking people today. Seeing this, Su-san's two men finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go. Let's go back. This time, it won't just be over. Big brother will definitely find a way to get these two killed." After the man threw down a sentence, he pulled open the door of another car at the entrance. Immediately after the three of them sat in it, they left this abandoned factory building. "Peak, we still have to wait for these bastards to retaliate at any time. Water to cover earth, soldiers to block. In Magic City I don't believe they dare to be so reckless." The one driving the car was Fatty. Lin Feng was sitting in the co-pilot. Then he took out that stone box in his pocket. "It's finally back in my hands." Looking at the stone box, his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. The secret to unlocking the perspective eye was in this box. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the box. A pair of lychee-sized black and white jade beads, quietly placed inside. There were also some obscure patterns on the surface, couldn't quite understand what they were. These beads looked so special, like natural. Then, he ghostly opened his perspective. And at the very moment he opened his perspective, a black and a white, two rays of light invisible to the naked eye shot out from his eyes and shot towards the black and white jade bead in his hand. At that instant, Lin Feng felt that his entire body was empty. Then, his consciousness detached from his brain and was taken to a magical space by these two rays of light. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where is this? He looked around, but he didn't see anyone existing. A piece of white on one side, and on the other side, a black world, mysterious and incomparable. Suddenly, a few lines of words floated in the void in front of him. This is the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Eye. The white bead is the Yang Eye, which records some medical techniques, as well as alchemy and other information, while the Yin Eye records a cultivation mind method, as well as some special knowledge. Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye has the function of perspective, able to see through all illusions, and this Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye also has a grade, absorbing a certain amount of aura, will gradually unseal the grade, divided into a total of 6 grades, respectively, is the initial vision, internal vision, small adult. The first level is the first sight, inner sight, small success, big success, peak perfect, and the power of each level is different. The primary vision level is able to see through the thickness of 1 meter. Internal vision is 100 meters. Minor accomplishment is 1,000 meters, and so on and so forth, and, when the level is unsealed, it can also correspondingly unseal the sealed information that is sealed in the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Eye. After reading this information, Lin Feng only felt that he hadn't fallen asleep in the car and was dreaming. Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye? What is this thing? Could it be that this is my perspective eye? And right at this moment, his consciousness returned to his body, and the sound of Fatty's incessant shouting rang in his ears. Feng Z? Peak Z? What's wrong with you? Feng Z, what the are you gawking at? As soon as Lin Feng came back to his senses, he heard Fatty calling out while pulling himself. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Feng was puzzled. You said what's wrong? I thought you kid had lost your soul with that soulful look you had just now. I was just thinking about things. Fatty saw that he was fine and continued to drive. Strange, just now where the hell was I? I seem to have seen a black and white world. Chapter 59 Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye. This perspective eye of mine, its original name is called Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye? Thinking of this, he immediately turned his perspective on again and looked at the white jade bead in his hand. This time, his consciousness didn't appear in that one black and white world again, but a white light shot into his brow, and immediately afterward, a massive amount of information wildly surged into his mind. The medical book Bible, which records the Ghost Valley medical scriptures, Hua Tua, Bien Magpie, and many other medical saints' brilliant medical skills. This is actually medical arts. It's the same as what I just saw in that black and white world. It's real. His heart was flooded with shocking waves. This information completely shattered his previous 3 views. Oh my god, this is actually the Ghost Gate 13 needles, a long-lost stance, and this, the marrow-cleansing divine needle, the 9 young poison needle. He flipped through the sudden medical information in his mind and went into a frenzy. And the technique of using chi to control needles? Getting rich. This is really getting rich. This is a priceless treasure. He forced himself to hold back his excitement, combing through the pile of information in his mind. Finally, it took nearly half an hour to slowly take it all in. That part of the vague information must be that so-called alchemy. But there seems to be no way to view it now. I didn't expect that there really is such a thing as alchemy in this world. No wonder in ancient times, emperors and kings were seeking longevity. It seems that it's not an empty cave. Right. According to the hints in the black and white world, this Yang Eye records medical arts and alchemists and such, and that Yin Eye records cultivation methods and these. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at the black jade pearl. As expected, a black light shot towards his brow, followed by a stream of information pouring into his mind. At once, he felt like his brain was going to explode. Just for a moment, this little head had received such a large amount of information. Strongly enduring the pain, he let the information imprint itself in his mind. After a long time, the pain finally dissipated. Phew, it's finally over. Immediately, Lin Feng started combing through the large amount of information from the nether eye again. Among them, the first piece of information, Chaos Scripture. This was a basic cultivation method, used for daily cultivation and for absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a cultivation method? Based on the word chaos alone, it already seems awesome and bombastic. This must be an advanced cultivation method, right? Otherwise it wouldn't have been sealed in this Yin Eye. And then, when he wanted to inquire about other information, he realized that it was so blurry that he couldn't even look at it. That is to say, not qualified enough? It seems that the grade of the penetrating eye is still too low, and according to the information shown in this record, this penetrating eye of mine, it seems that it's only the grade of the third layer of the first glimpse. If I want to unseal the other information, I still have to absorb more energy. No, now I should be called aura. It turns out that those strange energies are called aura. Lin Feng, who had learned all of this, finally had a rough idea of some of the things that cultivators had, and at the same time he secretly sighed that there were those unknown things that actually existed in this world. Although a large portion of the information in his mind was in a sealed state and couldn't be viewed for the time being, he wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, being able to be sealed meant that the amount of information was absolutely powerful and mysterious, and that one was not qualified to know it, because the less one knew, the better, and there was a saying that if you know too much, you must die, and that was the truth. Besides, the information that was currently unsealed was already shocking enough for him, and enough for him to dominate in this world. Not to mention anything else, just that medical skill alone. I'm afraid that all the medical skills in the entire world combined wouldn't be enough to lift Lin Feng's shoes. There were also a lot of medical techniques that he had never even heard of, that were simply not medical techniques that a normal person could perform. For example, drawing a line on a piece of white paper could reconnect a broken meridian. If this was taken out and placed in current medicine, it could be called a miracle. Lin Feng took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the shock in his heart. These things, I must make good use of them. I can't tell anyone. A piker can't be held responsible. Besides, some things involve cultivation. It's even more important to keep them secret. From now on, I'm afraid that my life is going to change a little bit again. With this chaos scripture, it's time for me to explore that legendary cultivation. If I can make myself strong, no one will be able to bully me and my sister in the future, as well as the people around me. Brother Lu taught me that cultivation method compared to this is not a great at all, and what he cultivates seems to be not quite the same as this. Thinking about it, the car had already entered the third ring road of Magic City. It seems that taking back this pair of black and white jade beads is the most correct choice in my life. If it falls into the hands of that Wangba, I don't know what will happen, and except for me, there is no one else in the world who can access what is in that Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye. Peak, where are we going now? Fatty asked while driving. To the Haitian Pavilion. Let's go have a meal and talk about it. Lin Feng said happily. Getting back this pair of magical jade beads was worth celebrating. Alright, this trip is really exhausting, Master Fatty. Let's go and have a good meal. Buzz the engine let out an explosive sound and took off. At this moment, the southern suburb of Magic City, Xin Bar. Woo, big brother. You must help me take revenge. Susan hugged the bald man's thigh and shook it, crying, "Humph, useless thing. What's the use of having you? You brought so many brothers to rob the tomb. But what happened? You didn't bring back a single thing, and you yourself fell into someone else's full set, and returned that pair of beads to someone else. Are you a pig brain?" The bald man poked Susan's head hard. Big brother, I also didn't think that this would be that bastard's plot. Who would have thought that they would actually hide in the dark, knock us out and threaten me? The bald man hated him and kicked him away. Lao Air, keep an eye on that surname Lin for me at all times, and that fat guy by his side along with him. Report back to me in time if there's any news, the bald man said to a slightly chubby man in black short sleeves behind him. Brother Panther, just staring, not making a move? Well, don't do anything for now. I need to think about how to deal with these two little bastards first. Can't let the police find out our heads. Yes, then this old man went out. This bald man was the boss of these people, known as Brother Panther. Full name Sun Hu Bao. The one who went to save Susan in front was the oldest three, called Wang Shan Hu. There was also an oldest two, Yang Zijiang. However, this person usually didn't show his face. Lao Si, you let me down too much. You know, that pair of beads is a rare treasure. You even, just give it away. Brother Panther, I will definitely find a way to get it back. Just by you? You stay here with me honestly and wait for my news. Yes, Brother Panther. Being able to do this without having to do it himself, Susan was happy and then left the bar as well. Humph, little bastard. Wait for me, I will definitely make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. No, that would be too cheap. I want you to become my dog. A hint of shade appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 60, Dusty Martial Artist's Heart. Lin Feng and the two of them drove back to the Magic City University after rubbing their hands together hard at the food street. I need to seize the time to strengthen myself now in case my enemies retaliate against me again. Susan, the person behind him, will definitely strike when the time comes. Just that what's his name Tiger alone is enough to scare me. And the big brother behind him is definitely no good either. So I need to get stronger in the shortest time possible. And the only option is cultivation. All the information was now deeply imprinted in his mind, and it only took a little bit of recall to know what he wanted to know. Regarding the chaos scripture, this was a heart method that specialized in cultivating vomiting. It was many times more advanced than ordinary basic cultivation methods, and the word chaos was not something to be ashamed of. I also have to take time to learn the medical arts, as soon as possible for Big Brother Lou to heal his legs, restore his strength, so that there can also be one more card. When the time comes the safety will be more guaranteed. After all, 2 hands are hard to beat 4 fists. One more person has more power. A cultivator who could heal. The weight was much heavier than the average cultivator. Therefore, he dedicated the past 2 days to harboring at home and learning the medical arts recorded in this Yang Eye. In a flash, 2 whole days passed and Lin Feng was immersed inside that profound knowledge of medical arts. With my current medical skills, I should be able to cure Big Brother Lou's legs. Let's go and treat him tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng drove to Lu Wenyuan's residence, parked the car and then lightly knocked on the door. Knock knock, Ruyan, someone's knocking on the door. Go see who it is. Lu Wenyuan was sitting inside the courtyard drinking tea. Lu Ruyan sniffed and immediately ran to open the door. Crunch. Ha, Lin Feng? When she saw Lin Feng, her heart was first so happy that it was almost written on her face. Then she immediately returned to normal. Come in quickly. After Lin Feng came in, Ruyan Lu closed the door behind him, and also poked her head out to see if there was anyone else outside. She didn't know if she was checking to see if he'd brought anyone over, or to see if there were any suspicious people. Ha ha, old brother Lin. You're here. Come on, sit down. Taste how this tea of mine is. Lu Wenyuan hurriedly greeted him and sat down. Big brother Lu. Lin Feng sat his butt on the stool next to Lu Wenyuan, casually took the cup of tea he had poured and took a sip. Ma'am, this tea is quite good. When Lu Wenyuan and Ruyan saw him down a cup straight away, Ruyan had a look of disgust on her face while Big brother Lu laughed out loud. Lin Feng, you really don't know how to taste tea. You're a roughneck. Hey, Ruyan, old brother Lin is called straightforward and decisive. This nature is quite good. This is the special grade Longjing tea that friend of yours gave you. What's wrong? Is this tea expensive? Lin Feng looked skeptical. It's not very expensive. It's like tap water for you. Brother, this tea is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. 1 or 2 tea leaves, you need tens of thousands of dollars. This cup of his, it's a few $1,000s. But he didn't even blink. He directly sipped it. Looking at Ruyan, this mouth puffed up. Lu Wenyuan helplessly smiled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. So expensive? Lin Feng almost spat out what he drank in, but swallowed it back as soon as he heard it was so expensive. It's not a problem, old brother Lin. Come on, have another drink. Lu Wenyuan poured him a cup again. This time, Lin Feng didn't drink it in one gulp anymore. Instead he picked up the cup and took a small sip, holding it in his mouth, carefully feeling the specialness of this tea. There's a fresh fragrance in the mouth. It also moisturizes the throat. Not bad. Good tea. Looking at Lin Feng with this look, Ruyan really wanted to slap him over. Hypocritical. Elder brother Lin, are you here this time? To help cure my leg? He. Big brother Lu, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm now very sure that I can heal you. Oh, really? Ha ha, Lu Wenyuan, am finally going to straighten my back and be a real man again? He laughed out loud, but these words in Ruyan's ears caused a burst of shame and anger. Brother, how do you talk like this? Dead pervert. Ahaha, the 2 men laughed in unison. Big brother Lu, don't worry, I'll make sure you stretch straight. Haha, Lin Feng said confidently. You brats are making fun of me too, aren't you? Ruyan, go get a clean towel and wash it with hot water. Wipe your brother's leg. Lin Feng looked at Lu Ruyan squarely. Oh, it didn't take long for her to come over with a blue towel, roll up Lu Wenyuan's pants leg and wipe it clean for him. The acupuncture that she had given him a few times last time had discharged quite a bit of the power chi, and the remaining, it was estimated that she would be able to discharge all of it today. After all, her own medical skills had improved a lot after these few days of deeper study. Not to mention, she had mastered a few of the lost needle techniques. After pulling out all the silver needles, Lin Feng once again told Ruyan to bring over a clean towel to wipe Big brother Lu's leg. Big brother Lu, try standing up and see? Hearing this, Lu Wenyuan's dusty martial artist heart that had been sealed for years once again beat. Good. With a face full of excitement, he slowly got up under Lin Feng's assistance, then tentatively lifted his right foot. Even Ruyan, who was on the side, had a look of nervousness on her face, only to see that after Big brother Lu lifted his foot with force, that right foot, which hadn't been used for many years, actually began to slowly move. Woo! Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan choked. So many years, she lived inside the pain every day, not only to take care of this crippled brother, but also to earn money to support the 2 people. But it is always not enough to make ends meet. Get a lot less than what you pay for. How did these years come over? The brother is aware of it. This moment, She pressed in the bottom of the heart of the pain, and finally released. This, I can really move, although it's only moved a little bit, but this is already a miracle. The corners of Lu Wenyuan's eyes also revealed 2 bright teardrops due to her excitement. Big brother Lu, if you get up and walk more every day, I think it won't take you more than half a month to fully regain the functions of your legs. When I was administering the needles just now, I have already helped you activate those necrotic cells on your legs, and they have been revitalized at this moment. Yes, I can already feel that vitality. Elder brother Lin, thank you this time. From now on, this old life of mine will be yours. If you have any matters, just look for me. I will definitely do whatever I can. Big brother Lu, this is serious of you. Since you treat me as a brother, between brothers, why talk about 2 families? When Lin Feng heard this, he instantly gave a blank stare and said without any good humor, ha ha ha, yes, okay, then I won't be polite with you. In the future when you have a need for old brother, feel free to come and find me, or find Ruyan. This girl, don't look at her like this, she's actually still good in some ways. After following me for so many years, she knows a little bit of shaped fist as well, although she doesn't fight as well as I do, but it's estimated that it's better than you. Oh, is that so? This surprised Lin Feng, but no wonder, otherwise why did he run faster than himself that day? Chapter 61, Confessing with Sister. Lin Feng, I told you, if you can cure my brother's leg, from now on, I'll call you brother. Ruyan blushed and said, fine, call one to hear it. You, big brother Lin. Ruyan Lu called out shyly. Hey, Lin Feng answered with a smile. Lu Wenyuan was in a good mood when he saw this scene. Having such a brother with great medical skills by his side was better than having a strong person by his side. In a person's life, who didn't get injured and sick, that's when you need to have someone like Lin Feng. After the 3 of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Lin Feng proposed to leave. Alright, elder brother Lin, if you have something to do then go first. I won't keep you for lunch. Come to my place often when you have time to sit and drink tea. Good, I'll definitely come to your place when I have time. Let's practice boxing. Ha ha, good. After bidding farewell to the 2 siblings Lu Wenyuan, Lin Feng went straight back towards the dormitory. Today there was nothing to do. Lin Feng planned to practice Xingyi Quan. This Xingyi Quan was one of the traditional ancient martial arts of China. It was much more powerful and profound than that little Japanese taekwondo. This kind of boxing has many variations and many different types. Not only can it strengthen the body, but it can also strengthen itself. Let's try that, blocking punch style. First, this stance should be a bit simpler and easier to practice. The rest is more demanding. Speaking of practicing, let's have a starting stance first to warm up. The intercepting whacking style is a more practical way of attacking, and the main point of the punch is to first place the body weight on the left leg, with the palm of the fist downwards. Immediately after, the right fist quickly forward, the left hand straight forward, palm forward. When the right fist close to the opponent's face or body, the left hand immediately cut inward. At the same time, side attack on the opponent's side waist and arm, or backward surprise attack on the opponent. This is how the punch is thrown, and after the fist is withdrawn, the center of gravity is shifted to the right leg again, and this sequence of movements must be balanced and flexible. If there is a stagnation or slow reaction, the other party's attack will be faced. This is a special taboo. Once the other party catches the gap handle, the consequences are unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng practiced this stance intently. At first, it was a bit stiff, stopping and stopping, but with a few round trips down, his movements became more skillful and coherent. The target of his practiced punch was the tree in front of him. If there was no target, it would indeed be a little bit more difficult, but with the target, the movements of the punch would be more standardized. As time passed, he had already practiced for 2 hours. Retracting his fist, he took a deep breath. This Xingyi fist looks simple, but is actually unpredictable. If I can practice it well, it will definitely have good benefits in the future. In the future, take out 2 hours every day to practice boxing. I want to improve myself as soon as possible. Magic City, a villa in the southern suburbs. Dad, I found out about that kid. Recently he also has a grudge against that Four Tigers gang. This is a fiery punch to that Four Tigers gang's old face. Ha ha, I think he definitely won't let Lin Feng go just like that. Can we cooperate with him? Play with that kid Lin Feng to death. I didn't think that this little even offended brother Bao of the Four Tiger gang? His hair isn't even long and he's offending people everywhere. Fine, this time I'll see how he still copes. Is the old man scolding me? Hearing his father say that, Lu Hao's face darkened. Kid, let's forget about offending us. That brother Panther is a ruthless character. Even I don't dare to mess with him easily. You're just waiting for destruction. Don't make any moves first. Let's see how that brother Panther deals with Lin Feng first. With his vindictive nature, I'm sure he'll make a move soon. Lu Hao's father, Lu Qingtian solemnly reminded. Don't worry, Dad. There are other people who will make a move against him. We don't need to make a move yet. Just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Lu Qingtian gave him a satisfied look. Little Feng, where did you get so much money from? Tell sister, did you do something unspeakable? Lin Xian asked as she looked at him seriously. Protagonist's sister Lin Xian reference illustration. Sister, just don't worry. How could I possibly go and do those things? I promise. I earned this money myself absolutely clean. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Fatty. Lin Feng said in a serious manner. Don't lie to me, or I'll never ignore you again. Don't worry, sis. I'm honest as hell. He. Looking at her playful brother, Lin Xian instantly lost her temper. The two had been dependent on each other for many years, and she knew how deep that bond was. Then tell sis, how did you earn it? Lin Xian intended to break the sandpot and ask to the end. It seemed that there was no way to hide it. It was better to confess. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, you know about antiques. I earned it by picking up antiques. You know, there are some antiques that are objects from thousands of years ago. They're very valuable. I happened to come across a few of them on the antique street and I bought them. At that time, no one knew that these things are the real thing. All thought it was a fake. Think I was pitched, but only I know. These are absolutely real. Later, through my verification, it proved to be the real thing, so it was bought at a high price, so I made so much money. Really? Lin Xian stared at Lin Feng with seeming faith, wanting to see something, but Lin Feng was so good at pretending that she didn't see any dodging colors in his eyes. Alright, let's trust you for now. I'll tell you, you mustn't do anything illegal or criminal, otherwise, sister won't have the ability to save you. Besides, if anything really happens to you, what will sister do? Sister only has you as a relative. Don't worry, sis. How could I possibly go back and do that kind of thing? Lin Feng promised with conviction. Sis, after dinner, let's go buy a car. You don't want to go squeezing the bus to and from work anymore. It's more convenient to have a car for yourself. No, although you now have so much money, but also to save a little spend. Antique pickup is not so good pickup. Not every time can encounter pickup big leaks this kind of thing. So now you also first save up. Later married and had a child. You shall not spend a lot of money. When she thought of Lin Feng getting married and having children in the future, she remembered what her father had said before, that when he grew up, he would marry him and take care of him for the rest of his life. If this kind of words were put on someone else, it would be a chaotic L against the heavenly Tao, and on top of that, they would be ridiculed and net-bombed. But for Lin Xian, this had nothing to do with her. She wasn't Lin Feng's real sister. She herself was merely adopted by his parents, so she didn't have any blood relationship with Lin Feng. Chapter 62, Bringing a Car for Sister. Moreover, from a young age, she had Lin Feng in her heart, and had been taking care of him until now. She had never been able to fit any other person in her heart, even though she had met a lot of suitors before, and she had rejected them all one by one. Sis, money can be earned again in the future. It's time to improve our immediate life. My wealth in the future. It's definitely more than this much. You believe in me. Good. Sis believes in you. Then let's go to the forest store to buy a car in a while. Then I also want to buy a house. I don't want you to keep living inside this kind of house, and the supporting facilities here are not good. Little Feng, let's not buy a house for now. Let's talk about it later. This is the magic city. The prices of houses here, where do we dare to think? Even if it's a remote place, it's still not something we can afford. Sister, leave this matter to me. You don't need to think too much. When the time comes, I'll choose a few houses. You make the final choice. Seeing Lin Feng with such a determined expression, Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. She didn't realize that Lin Feng actually didn't have more than this amount of money on hand. It was more than enough to buy a suite here. Besides, with perspective eyes, something like wealth, it was just too simple, like drinking water. If you don't have money, you can go to gamble on stones, pick up big leaks. Yes. After the meal, Lin Feng directly brought Lin Xian downstairs, and when she saw the big G parked downstairs, she froze. Auntie? Whose car is this? Parked here. I remember that only one of the tenants of our house has a car, and moreover it's the cheapest Wuling. Lin Xian was envious. Sis, this is my car and one of the surprises I gave you when I came back this time. Lin Feng touched his head and said, what did you say? Your car? You didn't lie to me, did you? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This car, she recognized it. Often working at the Grand Hotel, she could see those rich people driving all kinds of luxury cars to the hotel every day. So naturally she recognized many kinds of luxury cars. Little Feng, this car shouldn't be cheap, right? $2 to $3 million. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air. This was too extravagant, right? Little Feng, you're making me a bit unresponsive. Yesterday we were still living the life of a poor person, and today you're telling me that we're a rich man? Hey, sis, in the future, let me support you, even if you don't work, Lin Feng said as he looked at his gentle, watery sister. Bastard, how can you not work? Besides, you raise me, I'm your sister, sooner or later you still need to get a wife, Lin Xian said tentatively. She wanted to see Lin Feng's attitude. Sister, I'm serious, in the past, it was you who fought tooth and nail to bring me up, even though you're not much older than me, but I can see all the suffering you've suffered. In the future, let me as a younger brother raise you. Don't worry, even if I get a wife, I won't forget you. You've always been my sister. Forever. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. He, after all, was going to marry someone else, but right now she couldn't directly say, sister likes you, sister will give you a wife. This kind of words, now is not time. It is also not good to say. She is afraid that once she said it, Lin Feng will change his opinion of her. It is better to find a suitable opportunity to confess later. The two of them then drove the big G to the 4S store. After some discussion, Lin Xian wanted to buy a Beetle. This kind of car is slightly smaller in size, and also suitable for her to drive. Without saying anything, the two went straight to the Volkswagen 4S store. 4S store salesman saw a big G drove in, immediately small cannon out to meet. Beauty, handsome, may I ask if you're here to buy a car or for some other business? This sales clerk was a beautiful woman, and a somewhat attractive one at that, wearing a small suit, with a ponytail and a melon face. We're here to buy a car. Then, Lin Feng and the two of them got out of the car. Okay, sir, pretty girl, this way please. I don't know what kind of car you two are looking to buy. What's the approximate price? You can state your requirements and I can provide you with some referenceable models. By the way, my name is Zhao Jing. You guys can call me Xiao Zhao. Sis, you're sure you want that Beetle, right? Lin Xian nodded her head slightly. Then her gaze went to those new cars inside the showroom. Xiao Zhao, I don't know if you have the Beetle model here now? Sir, yes, please follow me. Then, the three of them arrived at another showroom, where all the cars parked here were small cars. There were minis and there were also Beetles. When Lin Xian saw the pink Beetle against the wall, his eyes lit up and he walked over. When Lin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but be happy as well. Xiao Zhao, how many configurations does this Beetle have? Sir scold us. This car has a total of 3 configurations, low, medium and high. How much is the highest configuration? Around 260,000, all down. The price of arrival, including insurance licensing these. Xiao Zhao looked at Lin Feng with a professional smile. She was skeptical if Lin Feng's big G just now was bought by himself, or was it rented somewhere? If it was his own, why did he buy such a low-end car for his sister? Well, let's go with the highest trim level then. Little Feng, actually there's no need to buy the highest match. The lower match is fine. The car is just a transportation tool. If it accidentally touches somewhere, the repair cost will cost a lot. Lin Xian walked over and said, sis, a high-end is more comfortable to sit in. It's fine. It's not bad for that few dollars. Hearing this, the sales clerk was speechless. You drive a big G yourself, but you only buy a Beetle for your sister. It's too stingy, right? But she didn't dare to say this. Otherwise, in case Lin Feng directly didn't buy it, she would lose a penny of commission today. The duck in her mouth would fly away. You know, he had been a week and hadn't sold a single car yet. Okay, listen to you. Lin Xian's eyes overflowed with happiness. Are the bitter days finally coming to an end? Little Feng, sister didn't misjudge you, and I'm glad that I, too, persevered to the end, and I hope that we siblings will always be able to be together. She thought secretly. Then Lin Feng directly paid the full amount to do the formalities. To this, Zhao Jing also relied on your helplessness. If Lin Feng chose to installment, her commission could still be a little higher, but the full amount, not so much, because the profit was low. But you can't tell him that you don't accept full payment, right? The formalities were done quickly, but there were a few things that took time. But the car could be driven away directly. Right, sis, you don't know how to drive yet. Why did I forget about this? Lin Feng slapped his head and chided himself. Chapter 63, Purchase Plan, above. He, you don't have to worry about this. Sister will be a little bit, but not very skillful yet. You happen to know how to drive. You teach sister. Sister, you've learned? Lin Feng foxed a bit. No, but the sister who works in the hotel with me knows how to drive. She taught me some before. That's much better. Okay, then I'll teach you. You'll never have to squeeze the bus again. The car went straight on the road. However, Lin Feng chose a less crowded road. This place was by the suburbs. There were fewer vehicles and practicing driving was not easy to get into accidents. Sis, this is the gas pedal, and this is the brake, and this is the... Lin Feng carefully went over all the electronic buttons and whatnot so that his sister could memorize them. Half an hour later, Lin Xian sat herself in the driver's seat. First, she familiarized herself with the steering wheel. Then, starting the car, she slowly stepped on the gas pedal and the car slowly moved forward. After driving for about a kilometer, Lin Xian's skills were more proficient. The car's speed was getting faster and faster, and it didn't need Lin Feng's assistance too much anymore. At first, she also had to have Lin Feng correct the steering wheel for her from time to time. After an hour or so, the car was parked on the side of the road. Sis, how was it? Not bad. Two people just like this quietly sitting in the car. Lin Xian's beautiful face, in Lin Feng's opinion, not the least bit inferior to those school flowers of the Magic City University, just usually very little carefully dressed up, wearing more ordinary, but still cannot block her stunning beauty. What are you looking at? Is there a flower on my face? Lin Xian pouted. He. Sis looks so beautiful, it's normal for me to look twice more. At hearing this, Lin Xian's heart burst with joy. Ask, which woman doesn't like to hear others say they are beautiful? Not to mention a man that she likes. Look at you, thief. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's go home. Afterwards, the two drove in the direction of the rented room. It was night. Sister, I still have quite a lot of money in my hand now. I'm going to buy a suite of rooms. In the future we'll live in a new house. Do you have any comments about the house piece? As soon as Lin Xian heard him talking about buying a house, her heart couldn't help but get excited. Little Feng, just how much money did you make? You bought such an expensive car and still have money to buy a house? Lin Feng mysteriously hemmed and hawed. Sis, this you just need to know. I can afford to buy a house. Moreover, the head of the household of this house. Write it down as you. Right. Right me? Lin Xian was instantly shocked, but in her heart, she was touched. Lin Feng being able to make such a decision made her very relieved and happy. Yes sis, let's do it this way. Tomorrow we'll go see the house. Okay then. Lin Xian happily agreed. It's just a matter of writing my name since my oldest brother wants to write my name. So let's do it. It'll still be his in the future anyway. What's his is mine, and what's mine is his. There's no distinction between the two. The two of them then went to wash up. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth slanted. Then she walked into the room. Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and cursed himself for being a pervert. Not even sparing Lin Xian. But how could he know that this was actually Lin Xian deliberately dressed like this? In order to see Lin Feng's reaction, wanting to test whether he had any charm or not. The next day, the two of them woke up early, and just as Lin Feng was about to go out, Fatty's phone rang. Damn Fatty, if you have a fart, let it go. I don't have time for you right now, Lin Feng urged. Damn you, what are you going to do? Still don't have time to pay attention to me. The fat guy on the opposite side couldn't help but have a black face. I'm going to buy a house. Holy, you're going to buy a house just after lifting the big G. You're really a tycoon. Fatty skimmed his lips. What kind of house do you want to buy? Let's see if there's a suitable villa. Buy one. I don't really like big flats. The privacy isn't good enough. Besides, I live with my sister. Lin Feng spoke his thoughts out. This idea was there before. So he decided, just buy a villa. Even if it's a little bit off in location. In a place like Magic City, the location is off. It might even become a new city center in the future. Fengzi, which building market are you going to? Wait for me, I'll come to you. Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Maybe this fat guy could give himself a reference. Then he agreed. Charming sound waves exploded on the street. That 200% turnaround rate let Lin Feng two siblings too earned a lot of eyeballs. Little Feng, you've got a high turnover rate with this car. Lin Xian looked at those envious gazes around her, and suddenly a happy look appeared on her face. Sis, for the turnaround rate to be so high, it has a lot to do with you as well. Sis's looks are enough to pour over the city. Just you can talk. Drive well. Lin Xian's heart was happy. Lin Feng's destination this time was a villa area in the north of the city. He had already looked at the listing information on a certain shell last night. Today was the day to go over and see the actual situation. The car quickly arrived at the sales department. The two men parked the car at the entrance and then walked into the sales hall. The receptionist at the door, once he saw that the two people actually came down from the big G, his eyes were glowing. This is a tycoon to buy or not to buy a house. It's just a matter of thought. However, at this time, the two just got off. Another car slowly parked next to the big G. From the car came down a fat man. Fengzi, am I on time? Just in time. Okay, it's good to be here. The sales saw that the three knew each other and hurriedly greeted them warmly. Mr. Beautiful woman, how are you? May I ask if you are here to see the house? The beautiful receptionist looked at the two with a professional smile and asked, aren't you talking nonsense? Come here to play if you're not buying a house? Fatty was the first to laugh and curse. Sir, do you have an appointment then? The beautiful receptionist did not feel embarrassed and continued to ask. No, Lin Feng continued to ask. Do you still have villas in this Shanghai garden? Take me to see it if you have it. Upon hearing this, the beautiful receptionist nodded excitedly. There are still a few more, sir. This way please. I'll first take you to understand the overview of this Shanghai garden of ours, as well as some of the surrounding supporting facilities and whatnot. Sir, you can call me Xiao Chui. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Okay. Afterwards, Lin Feng and the two of them followed this beautiful receptionist towards the sand table in the hall. The sand table of this neighborhood was exquisitely done. It was just a scaled-down version of Shanghai Garden, which was all villas and still detached. Chapter 64, Home Purchase Plan. Next. Sir, this is the outline of our entire Shanghai Garden, covering an area of 200,000 square feet. The neighborhood has an independent kindergarten. There is also a living supermarket. There are also supporting medical facilities in this neighborhood. Xiao Chui spoke about the neighborhood in one breath. Well, these are not big problems. What else is empty now? Lin Feng asked, pointing at the sand disk. There's about 6 more buildings right now, and the house types and sizes are all different. Then show me the floor plans of all these buildings. Okay, you come over here and sit down for a while first. I'll go get you the floor plans. After saying that, she led Lin Feng and the two of them to the customer reception area on the side. She also poured a cup of hot tea for the three of them. Fatty, what do you think of this Shanghai garden? Lin Feng asked as he blew on the tea in the cup. Looking at this sand tray, the layout of this villa is quite good. The spacing is suitable. The privacy is quite good. And it also has a yard. I just don't know what the actual existing house is like. This has to be seen to be known. To Lin Feng's question, he gave a pertinent answer. Sister, what do you think of the villa here? No matter how good the fat man said it was, Lin Xian had to like it. After all, the name of the head of the household was going to be written in his name alone. It should be very expensive here, right? Lin Xian really didn't dare to imagine. It's alright, can afford it. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Sir, this is the house plan of the few remaining villas at the moment. Take a look. Xiao Zhao brought the house plan over. Lin Feng took the house plan in her hand and looked at it carefully. The house types on top of this house plan were really all different. The size of the area was also different. In order to fulfill the various needs of others who were buying a house, some people like a bigger house, more people at home, and some people like a small house. Cleaning will not be so tired. Anyway, there are various reasons. Sir, this type of smallest, the area is about 115 square meters of built up. Does not include the garden, just house built up. The garden area has nearly 50 square meters, a total of 3 floors, 2 floors above the ground. The first floor, the price is about 9.68 million. The largest building, the built-up area has 248 square meters. The garden area also has 150 square meters. The price is about 16.88 million. Xiao Zhao solely introduced the information of these houses, while Fatty, who was idly at the side, was secretly glancing at her. TSK, this Xiao Zhao, good-looking and great figure. This waist section, simply, this curvature, at a glance, it's a person who loves sports. He couldn't help but gulp. His appearance was obscene. Are these all finely decorated? Lin Feng raised his head to look at Xiao Zhao and asked. Right, all of them are finely decorated. And the decoration materials are all chosen from the finest materials to ensure environmental protection and no formaldehyde. You can rest assured about this safety aspect. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Can you take me to see the field? No problem. Then I'll take you to see it now? Alright, just go now. Xiao Zhao then got up and led the three to the door. Sir, why don't I drive you there? Good Lin Feng didn't say that he looked down on Xiao Zhao's ordinary car and showed off his big G. After all, he couldn't even afford an ordinary car before he got his perspective eyes, let alone any toys like a big G that only rich people could have. And this behavior also made him leave a good impression in Xiao Chui's heart. This handsome guy isn't the kind of vain and arrogant person. Even though he drives a big G himself, he doesn't look down on me in any way. In reality, there are already very few high-quality males of this kind. I don't know if he has a family. Just now, she heard Lin Feng call sister Lin Xian, so she knew the relationship between the two of them. In an instant, she had already thought of many things in her mind. In about 10 minutes or so, the three of them arrived at the gate of Shanghai Garden. Look at this construction. It feels pretty good, that's for sure. Our location here, it's close to the park, so the air is much better than anywhere else. Hearing that, Lin Feng took a deep breath and felt it carefully. Indeed, the air is a bit fresher. Let's go in then. The four of them then walked into the gates of the neighborhood. Holy peak, this neighborhood is indeed very nice. Fatty also sighed at this. Sis, how is it? How do you feel about this place? Lin Feng looked at the hitchhiker, and looked at his sister. The neighborhood had a large green area, and many large trees that must have been directly transplanted. Walking into this gate, it felt like walking into ancient times, because the villas here are all that kind of Chinese courtyard. Instead of the current style, it's a different kind of flavor. Sir, this is courtyard number 3, currently priced at around 12 million. Hiss, peak so expensive? Fatty was surprised. When Lin Xian heard this, she was also surprised and couldn't speak. In Magic City, this kind of courtyard of more than 10 million is already considered normal. There are many more expensive than this. Little Zhao Tiny replied. Let's go in and take a look. Coming to the field to see the house. Without going in to take a look, what the hell is there to see? No problem. Little Zhao smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. Afterwards, the 3 of them directly walked into this Chinese-style courtyard. Xiao Zhao opened the gate, and immediately a beautiful Jiangnan flower scroll was displayed in front of Lin Feng and the 2 of them. There were flowers and trees, water and rockeries. There was also a pavilion. In the middle was the main building. On both sides were pavilions and side rooms, and in the middle was a small pool, which also had lotus flowers planted in it, and large carp of various colors were placed in it. Not bad. This kind of Chinese compound is just better looking and pleasing to the eye than modern-style villas. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was really surprised. Then, he walked into the main floor, strolling from the living room to the kitchen, from the bedroom to the bathroom, from the basement to the upstairs. Each bedroom was a suite, with a separate bathroom. The kitchen was also large enough to accommodate 3 to 4 people cooking at the same time, and the master bedroom had an oversized bathroom with a large fish tank that you could stretch out and lie in. The balcony on the second floor is that kind of semi-enclosed type, also gave a small terrace only with a hardtop. Xiao Zhao, show me the rest. I'll pick it out. Yes sir. Then, she led the 3 of them, building by building, down the list, of which, in terms of comfort, it was definitely the one with the largest area. In addition to the large size of the built-up area, the garden was also large, so not only could they roam around, but they could also grow some vegetables or something. But Lin Feng shouldn't be idle enough to grow vegetables. The most he could do when he had the money was to hire an ant to take care of it. What's the price of that biggest set? That price is a bit high. It's going to be nearly $20 million or so. That expensive? Yes then. Although he is now a multi-millionaire, he can't afford to buy this set of courtyards for that tens of millions of dollars at once, right? Peek, the money in your hand is more than enough to buy this set of courtyard, right? Fatty's words directly stunned Xiao Zhao. Geez, can't see it, this guy is so rich, taking it in full is not a problem in the slightest. And the person is also handsome. The key is that the character is not bad. If she played a small plan in the bottom of her heart. No discounts? Lin Feng frowned. Chapter 65 10 million real estate. I'll have to ask the manager for the discount. The discount is definitely there, but I'm not sure how much it can be discounted. If you're a full payment, I think the discount is still quite big. Well, then you ask for me first. Let me know in time if you have any results. Lin Feng still liked this set better. The point was, he saw that Lin Xian was quite fond of this place as well. It's fine. I'll take you back to the sales department now, and I'll have the results right away. This duck that was about to come to hand, how could he be allowed to run? Only to get the hand to feel at ease. This is a big customer. If the transaction, her commission, can pay a down payment to buy a suite. Okay, then let's go back to the sales department first. Peek, you're still really going to buy this most expensive courtyard? Fatty looked at him in surprise. What? You have a problem with it? He. How dare I have a problem with it? You spent your own money to buy the house. It's only natural. This yard of yours, I like it too. I'll come to visit often in the future. You have to leave me a good room. He laughed thievishly. Then you have to pay the rent. You, don't. What is our relationship? Still need to pay rent? Have you forgotten? When you were poor in the past, who relieved you? Fatty will start to rehash the old accounts. Okay, just kidding. It's okay to leave you a room, but you have to get the room hygiene right for me. Otherwise I'll directly blow you out. Lin Feng laughed and scolded. Lin Xian didn't interrupt when he saw the two fighting like this. It's not bad to have more friends when you can play well with your brother and seemingly a rich second generation. He. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it clean for you. He patted his chest and assured. After returning to the sales office, Xiao Chui went directly to the sales general manager. Manager Wang, there's a customer on my side. He wants to buy the biggest set of courtyards inside Shanghai Garden with full payment, and asked to what extent the maximum discount can be offered. Xiao Zhao immediately consulted the manager of this house sales department. Oh, buy the largest courtyard with full payment? When manager Wang heard this, he was immediately energized. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a bold customer. Go, take me to meet. Okay. Afterwards, Xiao Zhao led him to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, this is our general manager. Manager Wang, these two are the customers who want to buy a house. Hello there. Hello. The two parties shook hands respectively. Please have a seat. Let's sit down and talk. Manager Wang said politely. Two gentlemen, are you buying the largest set of courtyards? He looked at Lin Feng before looking at the fat man. It's not me. It's this tycoon who wants to buy it. Fatty hurriedly pointed at Lin Feng. Oh, sorry. Yes, buy it in full. However, not the biggest one. I'll go with the 6th courtyard. The area is more suitable. Not too big and not too small. Any discounts? Lin Feng cut straight to the chase, not dragging his feet at all. Oh, you want no 6 courtyard ah? Upon hearing that Lin Feng actually didn't want the most expensive set, he glanced at Xiao Zhao. The latter directly returned him a look of incomprehension. We're able to give a discount if you buy it in full. I can make the call and give you a 10% discount. Hiss. What a great discount. Even Xiao Zhao was surprised by this. This total price was more than $10 million. Ah, a 10% discount was equivalent to a discount of more than $1 million. This 1 million or so would be enough for her to buy an ordinary house. But in this magic city it was estimated that she could only buy one at most, and it would have to be in a more remote place. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This discount wasn't too small, but he still wanted to strive for a bigger discount. Just 10% off? This question of his made Xiao Zhao almost stare out with a blank stare. This guy, with such an expensive courtyard, giving him a 10% discount was still not enough. Could it really be as the legends say? Rich people are all stingier? This is already the highest discount. The kind with just a down payment doesn't have a discount yet. Alright then, when will the house be delivered? The house has been completely renovated. Any time. It depends on when you pay for the formalities. Okay, then help me handle it now. The manager sniffed and immediately revealed an excited smile. Then this way please. Hey, sis, let's go. You do the formalities. Since you're the head of the household. Lin Feng's words made her more or less stare. At first she thought it was nothing more than a joke. But now, it was starkly sincere. Lin Feng followed him to go through the various formalities. This one formality took most of an hour to complete. Ha ha, Mr. Lin, congratulations. Don't forget to apply for the real estate license then. The manager reminded. I know. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Feng and the two of them got up and left. Little Zhao ah, not bad. This should be the biggest order you've closed since you've been here, right? Yes, Manager Wang. He held back the excitement in his heart. Alright, I'll give you some more bonuses this month. Manager Wang said with a smile. As he spoke, he even patted her shoulder with his hand, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Seeing this, Xiao Zhao hastily brushed aside her shoulder. Thank you Manager Wang then. I'll go to work first then. After saying that, she directly left, leaving Manager Wang, who had a gloomy face, standing in place. He raised his hand and sniffed. His appearance was disgusting. This guy didn't expect to look quite decent on the surface, but behind the scenes he was so lewd. This Manager Wang always looks at me with that kind of eyes, although others can't see anything. I know. Humph. Stinky man, just with you want to get me. Dream on. Compared to this Linda handsome just now, you don't even deserve to give someone a shoe lift. You're nothing. She thought so in her heart, but she didn't dare to say so on her lips. Otherwise if this asshole knew, he wouldn't give her small shoes every day. Sis, how about this? Little Feng, do you really have this much money? She still didn't quite dare to believe it. Lin Feng grabbed his hand and patted it. Sis, why would I lie to you? It's just a villa. It's nothing. Alright then I'll listen to you. Feeling the temperature of Lin Feng's big hand, her fangirl heart was in turmoil. Chapter 66, The Spring of Fatty. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lin Xian was also more familiar with his new car. And as for the matter of the driver's license, Lin Feng naturally went straight to Fatty for help. Last time, he could have asked him for help with his own license, but this guy had to rely on his own strength. On this day, Lin Feng received his license plate, and with his strong hands, he directly installed it himself. Well, not bad, this license plate number. It's pretty enough. Looking at his car, he revealed a satisfied smile. Now the house is also there. The car is also there. The feeling of being rich, it's so good. Thinking of the previous kind of straightened life, as if it was still vivid in his mind. Now he still became the rich one. After buying the car and house, there is not much money left in hand. Go out and make another profit on the weekend to subsidize the family. If he let others know that he was so rich that he had to go out and make another profit to subsidize his family, I'm afraid he would just roll his eyes and die. Not to mention that all he needed to do to make money was to take a look with those magical eyes, and it was a large fortune. As for his sister's license plate, Lin Feng was using the same cheating method, and directly chose Shanghai A52020 for her. This license plate number had a deep meaning, representing the meaning of I love you. Of course, This was still Lin Xian's own idea. Magic City University. Fatty, help me move today. Otherwise you don't want me to reserve a room for you. Lin Feng directly put down a harsh sentence. Originally, his sister Lin Xian had offered to move him, yet he had directly refused. How could it be his sister's turn to worry about this kind of hard labor? Come on, you guy, you really think I'm a drudge, right? Fatty had a reluctant expression. Hey, Feng Zi, let me tell you something. Looking at his squirming look, Lin Feng felt amused and curious. What is it? Didn't we go to look at houses 2 days ago? Yeah, what's up? You want to buy one too? That's not true. I'm not much interested in that house. I'm interested in that Xiao Zhao. He, this thing scratched his head in embarrassment. You who? Can't see what? This only met once. You are interested in others? You just know that people don't have boyfriends? He, I've already asked her. She's currently single. Fatty smiled mysteriously. You've asked? When did you ask? I didn't see you say a few words that day either. Asterisk. You guy, you wouldn't have secretly left someone's contact information, right, and then secretly developed by yourself alone? Lin Feng suddenly realized. This was all seen by you. Not ashamed to be Feng Zi. Che, just like you. It seems like this isn't the first time you've done this kind of thing. Then what do you mean now? Lin Feng couldn't figure out what this guy was telling himself when he was looking at someone else. Did he not have the money to date someone else? Impossible. Isn't this guy a rich second generation? You know, I've chased after beautiful women before, but none of them have succeeded. So I'd like to ask you, the big brother, to give me a trick, so that I can get a beautiful woman. Dead Fatty. You are trying to laugh me to death. He was failing to hold back and snorted a loud laugh. That's not right. Didn't you used to go out and ask people out all the time? How come it never worked out? You're less likely to lie to me. Lin Feng remembered that this guy used to hook up with pretty girls all the time. I used to be just having fun. You know, not going out. That's just going out with my kidneys. To each his own. But seeing this Xiao Zhao today, I feel like I really have a heart. The kind that goes for the heart. Otherwise I wouldn't be looking for you to make a move. Fatty beamed. I don't know why didn't look at Fatty this way. Lin Feng especially wanted to laugh. Then how do you want me to give you tips? Just tell me how I can chase her into my hands. Fatty looked at Lin Feng with embarrassment and said, in the past 2 days, I've been frantically testing her, but I always feel like she's not the least bit interested in me. Chasing a woman isn't like chasing you like this. Dead fatso. No wonder you can only go for the kidneys. Lin Feng laughed and scolded. You want to chase her? You can. You have to impress her with sincerity. Instead of testing her in a frenzy. What are you testing her for? Whether she likes you or not. If you really like people, you can rest assured and boldly go after them. Don't engage in so many means. If you like it, say it out loud. Of course, you've only known each other for a few days. You can't just say you like her right off the bat. That way they'll just think you're too purposeful, and directly pull you out of the picture. After listening to what Lin Feng said, the fat man's eyes were glowing. Brother, you're my own brother, not my own father. If I'm able to chase after her, I'll definitely reward you with a big kiss. Scram! I don't want your rotten mouth. It's dirty and stinky. I'll treat you to the most luxurious dinner in Magic City. Finally, after half an hour of fetching scriptures, Fatty managed to get the real scriptures from Lin Feng. Happy as a little kid getting candies. Afternoon, Lin Feng moved all the things inside the dormitory that he didn't use off into the car. They were rarely used anyway, so he simply moved them back to Shanghai Garden. Then some of the things that are often used, or put in this dormitory, during the week, then live in the school dormitory, and go back to live there on the weekends. Live in the dormitory because it is convenient to go to class, and there is a new house. Also need to add some furniture and appliances and so on. Although it is said to be well decorated, most of the things have, but everyone's living habits are different. Need to use things are also different. After organizing things, Lin Feng drove the big G, chugging along, driving to Shanghai Garden. This is Lin Feng. Xia Mingxue, who was taking a walk in the school park, was currently flipping through her cell phone and inadvertently saw a post that surprised her. How could it be? He shouldn't be that kind of person. At least the time I've spent with him, I think he's quite nice. How could he be that kind of person? At the same time, many students at Magic City University had seen such a post. The content was, Lin Feng borrowed the fat man's money to fish, specializing in cheating the feelings of female students, and when he got tired of playing with them, he just kicked them away. Anyway, it was said in a very unpleasant way, and there were some photos attached to it. The very photos of Lin Feng with a woman, except that the woman's face was mosaicked. It also said that he pretended to be a rich second generation and played with his feelings, and there were several comments underneath. User, watermelon-loving rabbit, no way? We still have this kind of person in our school? Chapter 67 Extra. Breaking news. User, Sugarbean, you just realized? There's a lot of people like that, right? User, you are my liability, but this is Magic City University. Which one who can go to school here isn't a genius? User, Ivy, so what? People change. Besides, you can still go to a good university if you have money. User, Black Widow Spring, Gmail people should pay attention. Don't be cheated by this man. Oh. User, waking up from a dream, I've never even seen him, much less recognize him or know him. User, trained to Tang Dynasty, those gold-worshipping women. You finally have a target. This handsome man is young and golden. Hurry up and throw yourself in to earn a wave. There were all sorts of comments at the bottom. Undoubtedly, all of them were students from Magic City University. This was a circle of the Magic City University. Any big events or scandals or whatever inside the school would appear in this circle and make it known to everyone. However, Lin Feng didn't know the slightest thing about it. Lin Feng, now you've lost all your face, letting you not want me and insulting me. This is what happens. Wang Tingting, who was putting on her makeup in the dormitory, said as she did so, if you regret now, it's still not too late. I can delete this post. At the same time, you can get me. It's up to you what you will do next. This Wang Tingting is not to be described as vicious. As the saying goes, the most poisonous woman has a heart. For the sake of money, anything can be done. And Lu Hao, you scum, you also give my mother a weight. Although you are not a student of Magic City University, I still have a way to make you also have a ruined reputation. You this kind of not lift male, want you also not much use. If it is not you have money, my mother in the first place will not run to you. I guess also I do not mind you. If it is other women, which can endure the loneliness, into not even go in, just young. Wang Tingting cursed. Hey, Fengzi, I have a shocking news here. Do you want to know? It's about you. Fatty, who was sitting in the co-pilot, happened to brush up on this post at this moment. What news? Lin Feng glanced at him. I'll warn you first, don't storm out when you find out, or else I'll be heartbroken if I crash this big G. Fatty took a precaution in advance. You have a fart to put. Don't give me a hangover here. Someone put your photo on the internet and said that you are pretending to be a rich second generation, specializing in cheating women's feelings, and that. What? Lin Feng immediately stepped on a sharp brake. It almost didn't make the fat man hit the handrail in front of him head on. My day. You damn well said you don't storm off. This tirade of his maneuvering immediately made the fat man break out in curses. Lin Feng realized that he was too excited just now. It was good that there was no car behind him, or else with this one sharp brake, there could really be a traffic accident. Then he stepped on the gas again and drove forward. It's talking about it? Who posted that? He grimaced. I don't recognize it, but there's a photo on it. The person in the photo is you. This woman's face is mosaicked, but judging from that outline, body and whatnot, it's quite similar to that one Tingting. At those words, Lin Feng snatched his cell phone. Asterisk. Which asshole in the end? How dare you slander me like that? He then threw the phone at Fatty. Could it be that Wang Tingting sent it? It should be unlikely, right? What good would it do her? Lin Feng wasn't sure. Can't you see? Her face is all mosaicked. It's not like anyone else knows it's her. So of course it won't have any effect on her. Right, but why would she do that? I think it's probably because last time when you bought a car, didn't you bump into her? You dumped her in front of so many people. She was jealous and hated you. So now she's getting back at you. Fatty carefully analyzed. Bull I dumped her? Damn it, it's obvious that she cheated on you first, okay? Lin Feng was furious, but the audience will not think so. Others do not know that she cheated, right? Not to mention, this fat guy's reasoning ability was pretty good, and he was right on the money. I'm going to ask to understand. If it's really this woman who's spreading rumors, I'm going to make her look good. The fire in Lin Feng's heart was really big. Che, you bear to lay hands on her? Fatty had a beat-up expression. It didn't take long for the car to drive into the Shanghai Garden neighborhood. Looking at his newly bought compound, all of Lin Feng's anger from earlier dissipated quite a bit. After parking the car in the garage, he moved all the things in the trunk inside the house. Only after he finished all this did he have the time to pull out his cell phone and look at the post. Below the post at this moment, there were already hundreds of comments and thousands of reads. Good enough. Wang Tingting, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Destroy it if you can't get it. If I knew you were this kind of person in the first place, I wouldn't have died to be with you. Even if you didn't post this, it must have something to do with you. This photo, other than the two of us having it, no one else could have it. So it must be your handiwork. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. His fists pinched and cackled. The only bit of good mood is gone. I even said that I bought a new set of yard now, so I can be happy. But I didn't realize that this stinking woman is so vicious. The mood is gone. Lin Feng also didn't choose to comment below to clarify. This kind of thing, in other people's eyes, maybe the explanation is to cover up. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. So simply don't care about anything. Directly look for that woman. Let her clarify herself. Return the innocence. However, just at this moment, a bell rang. What is she calling me for at this moment? No way did she see this post as well. So she came to find me? With a skeptical attitude? He still pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Feng? What are you doing at this moment? A familiar sweet voice came from the opposite side. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng felt like he was in a better mood again. Perhaps because her voice was sweeter. I just moved. What's wrong? Moving? Bought a house? Hey, you found out about this. Not bad. Looks like you've made quite a fortune lately. How about it? Where did you buy the new house? Why is she asking? Does she want to come over and take a look? It's in the north side of the city. Bought a new house. Not going to celebrate? The woman on the other side said with a smile. Indeed, I have this intention. Are you going to come over to celebrate then? Lin Feng ghostly asked this. Yeah, waiting for your announcement. But right now I have something I want to ask you. Speaking of this, her tone became of strange. Chapter 68, Schoolgirl's Attitude. I know what you want to ask. You want to ask about that post in school, right? Lin Feng said helplessly. Looks like you're still a bit self-aware. Xia Mengxue let out a light laugh. Alas, apart from this matter, what else can there be? The emeralds were sold to you and I don't have any right now. Then aren't you going to explain the authenticity of this matter? Then what kind of a person do you think I am? Lin Feng asked in return. We haven't spent much time together, but I can feel that you're a kind person. And so far, I'm still satisfied with your character. As for the post saying that you borrowed money to pose as a rich second generation to hook up with a beautiful woman, I can't agree with this. You gambling stone so powerful. To make money is very easy, so there is no need to borrow money to pick up girls. As for that you spend money to go that fishing, in exchange for double happiness. This I am not clear, but I think you should not be like this kind of person, right? Xia Mengxue spoke eloquently, making sense in every sentence. Well, your guess is completely correct. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. So, you're being falsely accused? Xia Mengxue revealed a surprised look. Yes, this is indeed a false accusation. Subsequently, in order to leave an impression of a good man in Xia Mengxue's heart, Lin Feng still confessed the whole thing. After all, there was nothing bad to talk about. It wasn't his fault. Cluck cluck cluck, I didn't expect you to have this kind of experience. I sympathize with you. For this kind of woman, I also hate it. If you can't get it, you destroy it. This is the common problem of most women. Don't you know? Women are fickle and jealous. There's nothing that they can't do. I'm unlucky. My first girlfriend met such an extreme. Lin Feng said helplessly. Then you should be single now, right? Yes, returning to being single. It's quite good. Having a car, a house and money. LOL, do you want me to introduce you to a beautiful woman to get to know? She asked tentatively. As pretty as you? Lin Feng ghostly asked this. What? Am I pretty? You're not pretty. At those words, the hint of dejection Xia Mengxue had just gotten immediately dissipated. You are super pretty. Otherwise how would you be ranked the #1 school flower? However, this sentence caused her face to be filled with peach blossoms, revealing a charming smile. You people, can you finish your words? What? You still want to find a beautiful girl as good looking as me as your girlfriend? If I can find one, that's fine too. I'll take you as the standard for finding a girlfriend in the future. Lin Feng didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional, taking her as the standard. Shay, then what if you can't find one? Can't find one? Impossible. He especially wanted to say back to her that if he couldn't find it, then it would be you. In fact, this was what he was really thinking. Being able to have such a superb schoolgirl as his girlfriend. This life is worth it. I just don't know what kind of strength is needed to be able to have such a dream. Haha, okay, not to talk to you. I called you just to ask about the post. It's about your innocence. We as friends. It's not too much for me to ask about it, right? Of course there's no problem. I also have to thank you for caring about me so much. The feelings between the two, in this phone call, rapidly heated up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng thought about it again and again, or decided to call and ask the woman who framed him first, although he had broken up, but still kept her cell phone number on his cell phone. Of course this is not his intention to keep, but did not have the time to delete it, also did not think to delete her contact information. The other end of the phone kept beeping. No one had picked up for half a minute. Just as Lin Feng was about to click end to redial, a mocking voice rang out from the opposite side. Yo, ex-boyfriend? What? Still have my phone? Wang Tingting's voice, at this moment, sounded so disgusting and loathsome in his ears. What do you care about me? That post in the school circle was posted by you, right? Hearing this voice, placed in the past was the voice of chaos, but now it became the most disgusting voice. Oh, you mean about that post? Well, I admit it, I did post it. What's wrong? Angry? Wang Tingting sneered in her heart. As long as Lin Feng was angry, she was happy. Who made Lin Feng not want her? Now, immediately, right away, delete it for me, and issue a clarification to return my innocence. Lin Feng practically roared. On what grounds? Wang Tingting wasn't the least bit scared of anything because of Lin Feng's tone. On the contrary, there was a slight excitement in her heart because she sensed that Lin Feng's heart was already filled with anger, and being able to see him angry, her first goal had been achieved. When did I pretend to be a tycoon to cheat on someone's feelings? How did I wrong you? Get it straight. You were the one who cheated on me first. His tone was getting heavier and heavier at the moment, having tried very hard to suppress his anger. Yes, it's me who was at fault first, but I've also already admitted my fault to you and begged you to get back together. And you won't say yes. Oh, if I accept your apology and accept your request to get back together, then what kind of person would I become? I'm not the kind of receiver who has no bottom line. Can you eat what others have eaten? Hearing this, Wang Tingting was instantly annoyed. Don't say it so harshly. You men, how many of you are clean? What's wrong with receivers? Don't women have any receivers? She retorted irritably. I don't want to say that much, just one sentence. Publish an apology and admit your mistake for me right away, and delete this post, otherwise, you'll be waiting for my revenge. After saying that, Lin Feng directly hung up the phone, not caring if she had anything to say. Who? This crazy woman, dare to accuse me so falsely. Let's see how I'll clean you up. But saying this on the lips, would it actually really do so? After all, this woman was also someone he once loved. Could he really do it? He asked himself. He couldn't do it, even if she was hurting herself so much now. Just said those words are just a moment of anger. Words on the mouth. But, even if not real, but also have to give her some color to see. At this time, Fatty also came out. Peek, if you want me to say you just go directly to the school to find her. Then bring her out. You guys then go to open a hotel. Punish her severely, make her admit her mistake. Kneel down and beg you to let her go. Ha ha, how about it? Roll. I don't want what others have played with. You want you to go. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Fine. I can barely want her. After all, her body and posture, it's not too bad to look at. Play a one-night stand and then abandon her. Let her know how powerful she is. He said while making a disgusting gesture, looking extremely lewd. Chapter 69. Kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes. Forget it, let's see what happens on this matter first. It was night. The night of Magic City is estimated to be more lively than the daytime. People who are busy with their work during the day will come out at night to relax, or go to the riverside to take a walk and blow the wind. This charming night scenery, or go to the riverside barbecue stalls and eat that ridiculously expensive barbecue. There are also people who come out to various service nightclubs to seek comfort and seek excitement. No, Lin Feng and the two of them also came out in that tie red big G. I said Fengzi, that Xia schoolgirl is so hot. Aren't you going to chase after her? Look at her. She has a background. She has a body. Her face value is ranked number 1. The suitors behind her. It is estimated that they can run around Magic City. You are close to her now. Why not try it? As the saying goes, the nearer the water, the better the moon. Fatty, this guy tried his best to set up the two of them. I admit, I have that little bit of heart for her, but it's only a little bit. You all know that her family is not ordinary. Didn't you hear her say that there is family strife now? If I go after her now, am I not dragging myself down? Jumping into the fire pit? Lin Feng gave him a blank look. You're wrong if you think like that. If you really intend to want to chase after someone, at this time you stand on her side and face it with her. She'll only rely on you more and recognize you. You this guy, even still thinking of waiting for people through the crisis and then want to go after. By that time, even if you catch up, so what? Maybe there will be other magnates to pursue her in the middle of the road. If it was someone else's first, you'll just look for a place to hide and cry to go. Fatty had a look of hatred that made him helpless. Yes, Xia Mengxue was good-looking and a rich woman, so how could there be fewer people pursuing her? In terms of the Magic City University alone, there are quite a few people who have fantasies about her, not to mention the magnates who are acquainted with their Xia family. In reality, there are still some conservative people who choose to marry for the sake of profit. However, he himself has only a hint of good feelings towards her now, and does not have too deep of an obsession to want to get her. Now he has understood an axiom: the easier it is to get, the worse the quality is. Women were the same. Just like Wang Tingting, Lin Feng was drinking a small wine and nibbling on an Orleans baked chicken wing while his thoughts were racing, and he didn't notice that not far behind him, there was a thieving man wearing a black leather jacket with a huazi in his mouth. At the head of the group was a slightly chubby man with braided hair. The remaining 3 were a bit thinner but all taller, and all 4 were wearing black duck-tongued hats. Brother Young, is that kid the target this time? One of the men opened his mouth and asked. Yes, based on the comparison of the photos, the kid on the left is our target this time. As for the fat guy on the right, don't bother and don't deal with him. The man in the lead was called Brother Young. It was obvious that he was the boss of this group of people. Looking at the dress, it was clear that it was not a good bird. Later on, you guys go easy on him, don't kill him, at most, just maim him, pay attention to the proportion. If we accidentally give him hiccups, we not only can't get the money, but also may face the sanctions of the law. This Brother Young seriously instructed. Okay, Brother Young, don't worry, the brothers certainly have their measure. Ha ha, then if that fat guy blocks it, are we still going to do it? Are you stupid? Won't you guys hold him to keep him from stopping? If the four of us can't handle two people, how can we still get along in the future? Brother Young, that fat guy looks pretty strong. I'm afraid we might not be able to stop him alone. Idiot, wouldn't you two go together? Sixth son and I will deal with that target person. Listening to his little brother's barrage of questions, Young cursed at them with his head. When the two of them finish eating, they will definitely pass by our side. There's not many people on this side and it's rather dark. Even if there's a camera, it's difficult to see what we look like. When we finish our business later, leave immediately. Yes, Brother Young. Yes, boss. Lin Feng and the two of them had eaten almost as much at the moment. Fatty, you kid eat less. Look at your figure. If you eat again you won't be able to see your own brother. Lin Feng said with a smile. My brothers are at least bigger than you. Haven't you heard that brothers are determined based on fat and thin? Where did you hear that? Ha ha, can you have some common sense? It's decided based on the proportion of height. And you guys, disking every day will only make him more and more Duan. If you don't abstain, he'll really wither away by then. Haven't you heard of strong lose ashes flying away? Fatty was instantly offended by his words, but there were no words to retort. After all, what Lin Feng said wasn't unreasonable, and it was true that he often comforted himself. Ever since the last time he spent money to buy double happiness, he hadn't met any more gold-worshipping women. He couldn't meet any even if he gave double the money, so he could only rely on his hands. Alright, let's go. We're done eating and drinking. It's time to go back. Lin Feng greeted and got up to pay. Brother Young, they're getting ready to leave. We're ready to move. Afterwards, Lin Feng and the two of them walked towards the car parked not far away, and right at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared next to his car. Some were holding baseball bats. Some were even holding short daggers. What do you guys want? Looking at these few people, Lin Feng frowned. Kid, you're lucky today. Our brother Young invited you to dinner. One of the men snorted coldly. Hey, this handsome man, we don't want to make trouble, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have, so we can only follow orders. Alright, brothers, just cut the crap. Give it to me. Remember, don't kill them. The boss wants him alive. Lin Feng was stunned. There really was such a desperate guy who dared to hit someone here, but he wasn't scared because in his opinion, these few people weren't even enough for him to stuff his teeth. Although he hadn't practiced for many hours, the strength of his body was much higher than ordinary people, so he wasn't afraid. Alright, boss, don't worry, absolutely alive. That burly man promised and then swung his baseball bat towards Lin Feng. On the other side, the fat man didn't flinch when he saw the scene. It wasn't the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He directly met him and fought with this burly man. Kid, you're arrogant. But today, it's going to be you kneeling down and licking the soles of my shoes. The burly man roared, waving his baseball bat, constantly smashing into Lin Feng's body. Chapter 70, Who exactly is the enemy? But he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. His strength couldn't even hurt Lin Feng. Bang bang. A loud bang came. Every blow from that burly man smashed empty. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was swimming with ease, kicking him down to the ground one by one. Don't you want to lick the soles of your shoes? I'll fulfill you. Lin Feng condescendingly looked down at him and laughed coldly. The burly man was instantly stunned and hurriedly climbed up and ran. Want to run? Too late. Seeing this, Lin Feng threw a punch. Bang! That burly man's leg was instantly broken. Ah! The strong man screamed miserably and rolled on the ground holding his leg. Lin Feng then left him alone and looked at a few other people. Holy, this is too ruthless. Seeing the scene in front of him, Fatty was stunned. This was too bloody and violent. Bang bang bang. A severe beating. It was completely Lin Feng who was abusing people. This result made these few people never expect it. However, right at this moment, a man in black saw the right moment and directly smashed a stick on the fatty's shoulder, almost knocking him out. Bastard! Little bastard! How dare you touch your fat master? You're really tired of living, aren't you? Saying that, the fat man immediately swung his fists towards the man, but he didn't have a weapon, so in the end, he couldn't defeat him. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately resolved the enemy in his hand and then kicked at the stick-wielding man. Boom! With a muffled sound, this stick-wielding man directly fell to the ground, spitting out a broken tooth from his mouth, obviously not lightly injured, and then also fainted. Lin Feng walked to the stick-wielding man and directly hit his belly with his knee, directly kicking him unconscious. Kid, you dare to hit our tiger and leopard gang's men? You're dead. That Young roared angrily. Brothers, give it to me, chop this kid to death. When Lin Feng heard this, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just with you guys, you want to kill me too? Dream on. After saying that, Lin Feng's body violently sprinted and instantly arrived in front of that Young, grabbed him by the neck collar and then lifted him up, then viciously threw him towards the wall. Bang! With a dull ringing sound, that brave brother directly fell to the ground, a sharp pain attacking his entire body. You, what do you want? Seeing Lin Feng's ferocious appearance, Brother Young instantly panicked. Lin Feng snorted coldly, then slapped him up, causing Brother Young's mouth to spray with blood. Didn't you want me to kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes? In that case, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Lin Feng directly grabbed Young's hair, then violently pressed it on the ground and slapped it hard, then stomped his foot on his mouth. Don't, spare me. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Young wailed as he begged for mercy. The sound of slap 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 resounded throughout the street, but luckily, there weren't many people passing by and the light was dim. Lin Feng looked at Brother Young and let out a cold smile, then he directly grabbed his arm and pushed harder. Ah, don't, please, I was wrong. Brother Young screamed miserably. That painful look made the onlookers could not bear to look at it. After all, Brother Young was their leader. Ah, don't hit, pa. Lin Feng still kept pushing harder and harder, not stopping for a moment. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. Spare me. Bang! Young's face was deformed. His pitiful pleas resounded throughout the street. Humph! Seeing that he had tortured him beyond recognition, Lin Feng let go of him. He then directly raised his right leg and kicked it viciously towards Young's crotch. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound. A piece of glass directly shattered. Brother Young's crotch was rotten by Lin Feng's kick. Ah! After beating these people up, Lin Feng called it quits. Fatty, let's go. Humph! Little brat. Next time keep your eyes open. If you dare to offend our brothers again, your what's-his-name tiger and leopard gang will be removed from this magic city. Fatty warned fiercely. Afterwards, the two of them directly turned around and left the place. When they left, the burly man who had been knocked to the ground by Lin Feng slowly stood up, covering his crotch, a hateful gaze flashing in his eyes. Little bastard, if I don't take this revenge, I won't be a man. Boss, what now? The few people on the side couldn't help but ask when they saw Young's wretched appearance. What to do? What else can we do? Hurry up and send me to the hospital. Ah, it hurts. Brother Young screamed in pain, his hands tightly covering the crotch of his pants, and at the moment, he could still see some unknown liquid flowing down. After returning to the school dormitory, Lin Feng directly drilled into the bathroom and started a shower. After such a fight just now, he was covered in sweat. He couldn't sleep without washing himself, and after the forced questioning just now, he had already learned that these people had actually received money from others to deal with themselves, which was a bit intriguing. Who have I offended? If I really want to say that I have offended someone, then maybe Rueli the one who kidnapped Xia Minxu's few people count. But these few people have not already gone in to step on the sewing machine? They shouldn't have come out so quickly, right? And also know that I'm here, so this possibility should be able to be ruled out. That is to say, in this magic city, I still have people who have offended. Carefully think about yourself seems to have not offended people much. Right, always honest myself, will not take the initiative to provoke others. Can't it be that asshole? Just at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had just offended a person a few days ago. To be precise, it should be him who offended himself, right? That's right, this person was the one who had given himself the cuckold that was evil to the world, Lu Hao. He was also the only one that could be counted as the one who had offended, and he had the ability to spend money to hire someone to deal with himself. So thinking about it, this possibility was getting bigger and bigger. Humph, asshole, no matter if it's you or not, just beat you up and force you to find out, won't you? Although it is said that in this society, beating up people is not right, but others have spent money to find someone to blatantly deal with themselves. Can't they return the favor? So it was immediately decided that this rat bastard would first be found out and forced to be questioned. Having a hidden viper behind one's back was an extremely dangerous thing. By the way, after the battle, these eyes of mine unexpectedly have another magical function. They are actually able to slow down. This is absolutely heaven-defying. He forced himself to hold back his excitement while taking a shower. In fact, he had missed one more enemy. That was Brother Panther of the Tiger and Leopard Gang. Lin Feng had retrieved the pair of black and white jade beads of the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eyes. Brother Panther was definitely not going to let it go. Chapter 71, Strange Reappearance. Fatty, this meat of yours is still a bit useful at critical moments. Ha ha, you just know it? Otherwise, why do you think I want to grow fat? Fatty dejectedly said. Shay, said you fat, but also wheezing on. Go to bed early die fatso. Tomorrow you have to go to class. Don't get up again at that time. You go to sleep first. I'll play 2 more games of chicken and go to sleep. Fatty replied while playing. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't try to persuade him anymore. This guy had already become a part of his life towards the game. Since this was the case, he didn't care about him anymore. He directly climbed into bed and started to enter a state of sleep. The next day, to Lin Feng's surprise, Fatty got up on his own without even having to shout, which impressed him. Not bad, Fatty. There's progress. So don't underestimate me. You think I was able to get into this Mordor University by copying up That's strength on my part. He raised his huge fist. Today's course is 2 professional classes. Soon past, Lin Feng's plan is, after class, go to the antique street Taba. Now in addition to gambling stone, is Taba can make money, they have a cheat as long as it is the real thing, all cannot escape this pair of fiery eyes. To go to the antique street Taba is not all to make money. If you encounter a relatively rare good thing, you can also be used to collect, and now is not very short of money. There is no need to find a piece to sell. A piece of real antiques in general is the longer the more valuable, so he intends to have a good thing on the newly purchased villa, in addition to picking up leaks. In fact, there is a method, more violent, that is gambling. However, in the mainland, this is illegal. Only in the Australian islands, it is legal, but the Magic City is quite far away from the Australian islands, so it is not very convenient to go back and forth. It's not too late to go back later when you have the chance. In addition to Yunzhou Antique City, there are many other antique cities in Mordor, but Lin Feng today went to the treasure building, which is also relatively close to the treasure hall. If there is time to spare, you can also go to the door to pick up a little bit of leakage. Some people say that this treasure building should be the most popular place in the Magic City antique market. May also be because of the reason that the antique market near here is more concentrated. The place where the treasure house is located, also known as the Old Street, may have existed for a relatively long time. So here, some old objects are often sold, and good luck can pick up some real treasures. Peek, look at this thing. What is it? Is it the real thing? Fatty picked up a turquoise antique pot, covered in dust. At a glance, it is indeed an antique. Lin Feng blinked his eyes and instantly saw through the pot. This thing isn't worth anything. Not worth money? Are you sure? Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just nodded. But how could all this escape the sharp-eyed stall owner? Little brother, you don't know. This is from the Ming and Qing dynasties, Mongolia. Nowadays, it's rare to see something so well preserved. How can it not be worth money? This boss was a thin old man, wearing a black hat and a pair of old-fashioned glasses. Lin Feng did not pay attention to him. Is it true or not? He has no points? Still Ming and Qing dynasties, it was just a fart. This was simply last week's. Under the penetrating eye, the layer of gray and black dust on its surface was directly polished, revealing a silver-white new thing. This old guy thinks he is an elementary school student. So easy to fool. With that, he pulled Fatty away. What's wrong, Feng Z? I see this old man's old objects here. They're all quite old. It feels like they're all good goods. Fatty had a puzzled look on his face. Not bad? Under my fiery eyes, these are fake goods that are made old, and they can only fool laymen like you. He only has one old object there that is real, and it's still a Qing dynasty period thing. That's the pair of old glasses he's wearing. What? Are you sure? This really shocked his jaw off. This old man, hiding can be really deep. The original real goods even wear on their own body. But these things of his, the counterfeiting technique is also too superb, right? You think? People nowadays, for the sake of profit, what things can't be made? This is just to pit amateurs. Then, the two walked towards the next stall. The old objects sold by these stalls were relatively distinct. Some stalls specialized in selling some porcelains, some specialized in selling some antique paintings and calligraphy, and there were also stalls that specialized in selling some ancient coins, even some European and American ancient coins. It was just that they didn't know whether they were real or fake. However, the two of them wandered blindly for a long time without encountering any heartwarming old objects. Fengzi, have we come to the wrong place? What the hell is this? It's all ordinary stuff. A lot of it is decades old, such as what ocean old banknotes and some messy. This is also called old objects. He almost spat out a mouthful of 82-year-old phlegm. Don't be anxious. Good things, in the back, and not the whole antique market are good things. If that's true, it's still your turn to pick up leaks? Lin Feng this way to stroll down, also did not see what rare things. even if it is open perspective eyes, did not encounter. However, right at this moment, a small stall in front of him on the right caught his attention. Bang 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 bang. Immediately afterward, his heart beat more and more rapidly. This is, that feeling? He held back his excitement and walked slowly to the stall. What? You found something good? Seeing Lin Feng's look, Fatty immediately became interested, because as long as Lin Feng showed this expression, it meant that a treasure was about to come out. Lin Feng didn't reply to him. Instead he looked carefully at an object on the stall. It was a jade pendant. Although it looked dirty and dusty, it was recognizable as a jade pendant. It was not known if this boss had gotten it on himself, or if it had originally looked like this. Only this jade pendant was not like the usual kind of jadeite jade pendant, but was half black and half white. That's right. Looking closely, this was still two jade pendants, a pair, with the left being white and the right being black, presenting an 8-trigram yin and yang fish style. There were also some traces of carving on it, but because it was covered in dust, it wasn't very easy to see exactly what was being carved. But could this be difficult for Lin Feng? The answer was no. What exactly is this? Why do my eyes have such a strong feeling? It's even stronger than any previous time this kind of feeling appeared. Afterwards, he immediately opened his penetrating eyes, and when he looked at it, he was really shocked. It was actually engraved with the very same yin and yang fish, a black one and a white one. Lifelike. Hey, Peak Sun? Phone Z? Chapter 72 Strange Jade Pendant. Seeing him staring blankly at the stall in front of him, Fatty hurriedly called out to him, but the guy didn't hear as if he was still gazing at the strange jade pendant. Pa! However, it took a slap from Fatty on his shoulder to pull him back to his senses. What's wrong? Lin Feng, who had come back to his senses, looked confused. What's wrong? Where the hell were you staring at just now? That look, it's like you've lost your mind. Was it that exaggerated? I was just looking at something. Afterwards, Lin Feng's line of sight moved to the boss. This boss looked like he was estimated to be less than 50 years old, with a thick beard, holding a folding fan, lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. On the thumb of his left hand, he was also wearing a turquoise jade trigger with some strange lines carved on it. These patterns, however, deeply attracted Lin Feng's gaze. How is this the same pattern as the one inside the tomb we went to pick up before? It can't be such a coincidence? His heart had been flooded with huge waves, linking it to the black and white jade pendant on this spread table. He was already 90% certain that this old man had definitely been to that ancient tomb and had managed to bring out some things, and these things in front of him were probably brought out from there. At least this black and white jade pendant and the jade trigger he was wearing on his hand. Lin Feng was able to confirm that they definitely belonged to that ancient tomb. And then he thought again. Wasn't his perspective eye thanks to the black and white beads inside that stone box? This pair of black and white jade pendant cola must not be anything mortal either. So he decided to take it. Boss, how do you sell this jade pendant? Lin Feng asked, pointing his finger at the pair of black and white jade pendants. 20,000. No haggling. The boss didn't even bring his eyes open and directly set a price. Holy, this old guy, isn't this talking nonsense with his eyes open? Nope, talking nonsense with his eyes closed. Fatty muttered. What did you say? However, this sentence of his fell on the ears of the boss. It had to be said that this old man's hearing was still good. Nothing, I'm saying it's too expensive. Fatty awkwardly waved his hands in a hurry. Boss, I genuinely want it. Can I get a discount? Lin Feng asked again. No, if you can afford it, buy it. If you can't, get lost. The boss's tone became cold, presumably because the fat man's words just now had angered him. But this couldn't stop Lin Feng's determination to get it. Alright, 20,000 right? I'll buy it. Just for the fact that this was something that was brought out from that ancient tomb. $20,000. It was definitely worth it. Through the penetrating eye, it had already been verified to be true and fake. 1,000% genuine. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to buy it. No way? Phone Z, are you sure you want to spend $20,000 to buy such a dirty jade pendant? Moreover, is there a jade pendant of this color? It doesn't look like it's real? Fatty came up to his ear and whispered, afraid that the boss would hear it again. Well, this is indeed a jade pendant. Only that this color of jade pendant is relatively rare, and it is indeed genuine. Alright, look after yourself. I believe in your vision. Afterwards, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and scanned the collection code placed on the stall table. XX to $20,000. A not-so-small collection announcement sounded. Here, take it. The old man directly picked up the pair of jade pendants, and without giving a package, directly shoved them into Lin Feng's hands. Let's go Fatty. The stinky old man, with such a bad attitude. You still want to buy from him? I don't want to but he has something I like here. You're talking about this dirty not trashy piece of in your hand? The fat man's face was full of incredulity. Yeah, Just this thing? This thing doesn't look anything unusual. Fatty, do you remember that ancient tomb we went to some time ago? Lin Feng brought up that time when he went down to the tomb. Of course I remember. I remember it even if it kills me. Damn it, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. When it came to this matter, both of them hated itchy teeth. Didn't I bring out a stone box? There were 2 beads inside, one black and one white. And then, suddenly, a light went off in his head. No way. You mean, this jade pendant you're holding in your hand was also unearthed from that ancient tomb? Only Lin Feng nodded slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a coincidence? Isn't that another way to get rich? Speaking here, Lin Feng hurriedly covered Fatty's mouth, signaling him to keep his voice down. The jade wrench that old man was wearing on his left hand just now, it's also from that ancient tomb. How do you know? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. The carving pattern on top of that jade trigger is almost identical to the pattern in that ancient tomb. Hiss. Then in that case, this old man has also been to that ancient tomb? Not necessarily, that's what I thought at first, but now I have another possibility. That is, his stuff. It's possible that someone else sold it to him, and the tomb robber, someone else. Upon careful consideration, there was indeed such a possibility. However, it was no longer any of their business. What do you care? Let's go. Keep strolling. You have picked up the treasure. I want it too. Going back empty-handed is right for me? Fatty's heart was suddenly active. Okay, let's go. The two had arrived at a stall specializing in selling paintings and calligraphy by this time. 2 handsome men. Hey, take a look. My antique calligraphy and paintings here. Can be rare treasures. Only this one. The boss yelled vigorously. That's right. Go in and take a look. In case I can find the real handwriting of a great painter, then I'll be really rich. Lin Feng raised his feet and walked towards the inside of this store. The walls were filled with all sorts of paintings and calligraphy, and looking at the paper as well as the style of the paintings, most of them were from ancient times. There were very few works by modern painters. Lin Feng's eyes, constantly scanning back and forth at those paintings and calligraphy on the walls. And rare treasures. Liar, they're all imitations. If it wasn't for the fact that I know a little bit about calligraphy and painting, maybe I would have really thought that they were genuine. But with perspective eyes, it's not so bad that I can't see them. No, this painting, there's something fishy. When his line of sight fell on a dusty painting and calligraphy in the corner, it was hard to hide the fact that his heart skipped a beat. He walked over and gently brushed the dust off the painting. It was a landscape painting, in which the peaks of the mountains stood tall and high, the clouds and mist surrounded them, and the river was clear and clean, flowing endlessly. The whole picture gave people a sense of tranquility and serenity, but Lin Feng didn't feel that serenity in his heart when he saw the painting. He carefully looked at the picture and realized that there were many places in the picture that had problems. For example, the colors of the mountains and the river in the picture were a bit strange and unnatural. There was also something wrong with the colors of the sky. The colors were too bright, as if they had been overly retouched. These problems convinced Lin Feng that the painting was definitely fake. Boss, is this painting a fake? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 73, Picking up a painting within a painting. The boss' face immediately changed when he heard this. He obviously didn't want others to find out the truth about this painting, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure and said, "How can that be? This is a rare treasure in my store that took years to find." "Oh really? Then what's the explanation for these problems I'm seeing?" Lin Feng asked, pointing at the flaws on the screen. The boss wanted to speak, looking a little uncomfortable, but all of a sudden, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it looks like I recognized the wrong person. This little brother's eyesight is very good. This painting is indeed a fake." Lin Feng smiled slightly. In his heart he thought, this boss is acting really strange. It seems like he has to be more careful. The painting in his hand, he naturally knew that it was a fake, and he was only pretending. The actual target was another painting. This painting was discovered by him just now. Surprisingly, it really did let me stumble upon a painting within a painting. My luck is really good. Look at this painting hidden underneath. The paper is definitely not modern, so it's definitely an old antique, and it's still a landscape painting. Tong Pak Fu? Asterisk 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 asterisk? This is really an authentic painting of Tang Pak Fu? His breathing became more and more rapid as he struggled to hold back the excitement in his heart. This was an authentic painting. That value, unimaginable. If possible, it would become a national treasure antique painting. The surface of this painting is also an authentic painting, only, it is not in Tang Bohuan era, but then he was many years later by a painter. However, it was a rare piece of artwork, and it was worth a lot, so Lin Feng immediately decided to dish it out. "Boss, this painting, how do I sell it?" "This amount." The boss directly extended a palm and shook it. Lin Feng asked tentatively, $50,000? Overthink it, it's $500,000. What? 500,000? Boss, this joke is too big. Lin Feng was shocked by his opening price. Yeah boss, what kind of painting do you have here? $500,000, is it authentic? Fatty was all pissed off and laughed. It's from the Qing dynasty, Xu Da's real work. Look carefully. Boss finger pointed to a place in the lower right of the scroll, where there is a big red mark. Although a little fuzzy, but still able to roughly see it, it is Xu Da's inscription. Boss, $500,000 is too high. If it's a fake, the one who loses big is me. If it's a real painting, it's not necessarily worth this price, right? Lin Feng started bargaining. Then how much are you willing to offer? This number. Lin Feng followed his example and stretched out 2 fingers. 200,000? The boss looked at him incredulously. Yes, 200,000. If you're willing to sell it, I'll just pay for it. If not, then keep it and keep getting dusty. 200,000 is too low. 30, I've already backed down 200,000. I can't go any lower. The boss gritted his teeth. 250,000. Lin Feng wasn't willing to show weakness and continued to cut the price. Okay. Really convinced you youngsters. Humph, little brat. 250,000. Although it didn't sell for 500,000. But 250,000 isn't bad. I got 2 friends to appraise this painting. They both said it's a fake, and it's still a high imitation. Ordinary people can't really see it, but even if it's a high imitation it's still not bad. It'll earn you more than $200,000. Ha, I'll be able to eat it for a few more years. He snickered in his heart, while packing this painting and calligraphy for Lin Feng. Fengsy, such an expensive painting. Are you sure you want to buy it? What if it's a fake? Fatty looked uneasily at the painting in the boss's hand and then at Lin Feng, but he saw the corners of his mouth rise slightly. No matter if it's real or fake, it's good that I like it. This painting is very good. Even if it's fake, it doesn't matter. Then he took out his bank card, and directly swiped his card to pay. The cell phone payment is limited to 1 day, so he could only swipe his card, after which the boss gave an invoice, and that was the end of it. Walking out of the antique calligraphy and painting store, the two did not leave the hidden treasure building, but continued to stroll. But after continuously strolling through several stores, they didn't see anything good. Forget it, let's go. Let's go out and see if there's any stores for gambling stones or something. It's better to gamble on stones. Lin Feng beckoned, then walked towards the front door. There were quite a few antique markets near the hidden treasure building. Since it was an antique market, there was no shortage of gambling stones. Having perspective eyes and not going to gamble on stones, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Walk by. Don't miss it. Come, take a look. The good sheep's fat jade, golden jade, cheap out, a knife poor, a knife rich, like gambling stone want to get rich overnight, can come in to see a look spend a small amount of money, make a lot of money. The antique street yells repeatedly, but I have to say, it really attracted a lot of people to watch, especially the stone stall. And there is also on-site gambling, buying raw stones from the boss here. All can help to solve the stone for free. The seller is also willing to recover at a high price when the bet goes up. The math is good. I gambled down again. I advise you to stop gambling. You've cut down 3 pieces today. If you gamble again, your wife is going to lose it all. Yes, listen to me. Don't gamble anymore. I feel that the raw stones here are all waste stones. There is nothing that can be gambled up. I suspect that he is just taking some waste stones to cheat people. Yes, there is this possibility. But the crust of these raw stones does have the characteristics of emerald. Don't you know that raw stones can be faked nowadays? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. These people, it's true that they're quite miserable, but they can only be blamed for being unlucky and picking some waste stones. Moreover, these raw stones, there are indeed fake ones, but there are also real ones, and they still contain emeralds. When he was in the huddle, he opened his perspective eyes and observed. Then he squatted down and picked up a palm-sized stone and looked at it. This kind of Muna material, worthy of the pronoun of out of the miracle. This is the piece. Although it is not a glass seed, but at least it has reached the glutinous ice seed. Some places are still positive ice. Boss, what's the price for this piece? Lin Feng picked up a piece of raw stone that wasn't too big or small and asked the boss. The boss was a young man. He should be around 30 years old. Seeing Lin Feng's support, he immediately returned with a smile on his face. Handsome, this piece is the material from Muna. I think you should have heard of it. Muna produces wonders. Guaranteed you'll be able to open good goods. 10,000. Make up a whole number. You are too black, right? Such a small piece of material. You open your mouth to ask for 10,000. And I look at it as not worth this price. I cannot see the potential of 10,000. Lin Feng's ability to make this price wasn't bad. making the fat man on the side want to learn. This open out then. Out of a bracelet is no problem. The rest, do an egg face, ring face, can do a good job a few of it, earrings or whatever. This is worth at least 100,000 plus Chapter 74, A Sudden Class Reunion. Say it like it's true, 5,000. Sell it or not. Handsome, you're making it difficult for me. Directly halved 8,000. Okay, 6,000. No more. Look at these customers of yours. They've all gambled down. Lin Feng pointed at the people around him. Ha ha, it's their bad luck. It's not my fault. The boss snorted. The shirking of responsibility was quite good. Obviously he had mixed the waste stones and faked them, but he also said that it was someone else's bad luck. Not much to say. Just 6,000. If you sell it, sell it, Lin Feng said forcefully. Okay, here you go. The boss could only compromise as he was in the way of these customers who had gambled down. Then you want to unravel it now? Yes, cut it for me now, but do it my way. After saying that, Lin Feng took a marker next to the stone unscrambling machine as soon as he could, and on the raw stone in his hand, he drew a few lines. Cut it according to the lines I drew. Don't deviate at all, otherwise you'll be in deep. Okay. The boss picked up the raw stone, fixed it on top of the stone decomposer, and started to decompose it according to Lin Feng's request. Baird. The stone disintegration machine was accompanied by a noisy sound, but no one felt it was noisy, because when this sound stopped, it represented hell and heaven. As the saying goes, one cut to heaven, one cut to hell. That's what it means. Hey, do you guys think this handsome guy can bet up? I think it will bet down. I think so too. This kid is so young. What experience can he have? I guess he's just trying to make a fuss, wanting to get rich in one go. But it's not that easy. The onlookers exchanged whispers. Lin Feng didn't feel dissatisfied. Let them talk. Wait and hit his face with the results. This was his favorite thing to do. After less than 5 minutes of cutting, the first face was cut. The boss took the raw stone and opened it trembling. I go. This, up? His voice immediately drew the attention of those around him. No way, it really went up? Let me see. The boss looked at Lin Feng. Handsome guy, are you going to continue cutting? It's already gambled up now. If you keep cutting it, if it doesn't go up, it'll depreciate in value. Continue. Follow the lines I drew. Cut them all. Joke. Perspective eyes for fun? This is disrespecting psychic abilities. Seeing this, the boss stopped dissuading him and had to continue cutting. Little brother, don't cut it. I'll buy this raw stone of yours. 100,000? How's that? Sorry, wait until the cutting is done. Lin Feng directly refused. Damn it, 100,000 is good enough to say. He doesn't even want to explode. Handsome guy, I'll offer 200,000. Why don't you sell it to me? A rich woman with mediocre posture opened her mouth and said, sorry, those who want to buy, please wait until I finish cutting. The piece that the boss opened and cut just now. What kind of jade flesh is inside? Many people have seen it. Glutinous ice seed. Some places with a little bit of snowflake cotton. This kind of material is already very good. So many people are dumbfounded and want to take it. Half an hour later. My goodness. How did this guy buy a piece and gamble it up? This luck is truly unbelievable. Ha ha, don't all of you grab it from me. I'll take it. You're the only one with money? I want it too. The one who was most surprised had to be this boss. He knew best what kind of goods he had, and 6 out of 10 were fake. The rest is either ordinary raw stone, or even indiscriminate. Now opened a piece of glutinous ice to ice material. He cannot be surprised? Handsome, don't say anything. I'll give you $500,000. Sell this piece of jade back to me? The boss said awkwardly. This, Lin Feng hesitated, but this hesitation of his was just a hint to the boss that he wanted a higher price or else he'd sell it to the being. Boss, your 500,000 is a bit low, right? I'll offer 550,000. A chubby man interjected disdainfully. After a lot of competing bids, in the end, it was successfully sold for $620,000. Lin Feng netted more than $600,000. With this, the people who were just complaining about the boss taking the waste stone indiscriminately, immediately began to snatch up the raw stone. Everyone, don't grab. There are plenty of raw stones. He smiled from ear to ear. Feng Zi, when will you be able to teach me the stone gambling skill? Fatty shamelessly came over. You can. You'll know if you watch more and buy more. His words immediately ushered in a blank stare. What do you mean by more? Then if you gamble it down, you mustn't lose money. In fact, regarding gambling on stones, Lin Feng really didn't have much that he could pass on to him. After all, he was picking up money through his perspective eyes. This heaven-defying ability, not everyone could have it. However, If it was Fatty's blood that splattered on top of that pair of black and white beads that day, maybe the one who got the ability to see through could really be Fatty too. Alright, that's it for today. A trip down. The harvest was alright, at least I was able to have a full meal. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Do you call that eating a packaged meal? It's more than enough, okay? Every time you go out on a trip you make a fortune. You're definitely the most jealous person in the world. Fatty scoffed at his words. You guy, your ability to pick up money is really not bad. Afterwards, the two of them came back to the Bund, but instead of a barbecue tonight, they ate a seafood buffet, a buffet of more than 1,000 per person. It had to be said that the consumption over here was really high. Who would want to spend thousands of dollars on a meal for ordinary people? One meal would cost a week's salary. The two of them were feasting in a corner by the window. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone on the table rang. It was a WeChat message. Class reunion? He picked up his phone and found that it was a message from his high school classmate Yang. What classmate reunion? Fatty was energized at the sound of it. It's from my high school classmate. Che, I thought it was from our class. Lin Feng replied. Who organized it? When? Where? And who were there? It didn't take long to receive a reply. It was organized by Lu Chanshan. The location was at the Four Seas Hotel in Songsan Town, and there were a total of 12 people who were currently confirmed to attend. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng finally agreed to Yang's invitation. Yang was one of his closest classmates when he was in high school, and both of their homes were closer, so their relationship was still relatively iron. That Lu Chanshan, on the other hand, was the class president of her high school class, and her relationship with Lin Feng was also good. Even, she had a crush on Lin Feng. At that time the school prohibited student love, so she had been hiding her feelings. Even at the end of the college entrance exams, she didn't find a chance to confess, and then somehow, she broke off contact with Lin Feng. The two of them had a meal and it was dark again. It's really good. It's worthy of being $1,000 buffet. This seafood, it's just fresh. TSK, this king crab, it smells so good. Fatty looked satisfied. Eating once or twice is enough. More than that, can't afford it, but the ingredients are really good. Some of the things I've never even seen before. Chapter 75, Changes within Lin Feng's body. In Lu Hao's villa. What? This group of losers? To think that so many people couldn't deal with a college student. What a damn shame. Lu Hao angrily slammed the wine glass in his hand, shattering it all over the ground. Hearing the sound of glass breaking, Uncle Hai outside the door immediately walked in, looking at Lu Hao sitting on the sofa suspiciously. What's wrong, Uncle Hai? They failed. Failed? 4 people. Can't deal with one college student? This news really surprised him. Yes, and the 4 of them, they were even beaten up by that Lin Feng. Saying this, he pounded his fist on the coffee table again. Luckily he didn't have enough strength to break it, otherwise it would have broken again. Seeing this scene, Uncle Hai frowned. Since that's the case, I suggest that you stop there. Don't mess with him anymore, or else when the time comes and you suffer and something happens, how am I going to explain this to Grandpa? Uncle Hai, I can't swallow this. Even if you can't swallow it, you have to swallow it for me. Either that or you can make peace with him. Make peace? That's impossible. Those who mess with me never have a good ending. Hearing this, Uncle Hai shook his head. Alas, if you're like this, how can Grandpa give the business in the family to you? Thinking about this, Lu Hao's anger instantly drained a few points. Yeah, he still has to inherit the family company. He definitely can't let those top management catch anything. Otherwise, it won't be convincing enough. Kid, now these days we'll let you bounce around first. I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me. He secretly swore in his heart. Uncle Hai, I know. I'll pay attention. Don't worry. I'm not going to deal with him now is all. Isn't that right? You are the son of a rich family. There's no need to bother so much with a little yakuza. You are the one who is going to achieve great things. How can you be restricted to these petty things? Uncle Hai is right. After the two of them casually chatted for a few sentences, Uncle Hai walked away, leaving behind a gloomy Lu Hao, sitting on the sofa while drinking and thinking about something. Old undead. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog in our family. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in my father's way, I'd find someone to do you directly too. Lin Feng, who had returned to the university dormitory, was currently planning for tomorrow's class reunion. Instead of this being a class reunion, it would be better to say that this was a gathering of high school classmates competing for money and careers. I wonder what she's like nowadays. Looking back, Lin Feng's emotions became sentimental. It's just that, so much time has passed. It's time to let go. For tomorrow's party, it's better if I don't act too high profile. It's better to be a bit more normal. But, just in case of accidents, I'll drive there. Huangyang County was where Lin Feng went to high school. His hometown was in the countryside. At that time, because his family's condition wasn't too good, he could only go to the county for high school as well. There was only one middle school in the town, and the highest he could go was to middle school. The county town. There are two high schools. One is the county first high school, belongs to the highest level, is also the best. Of course, the promotion rate is also the best. The other is the second high school. I heard that this second high school, most of them are mainly to study art, to strive for college. It is usually not very good grades, to rely on sports, art, music, dance and other art classes to make up for it. If you do well, you'll still be able to get into a good school. But Lin Feng's high school is in the first high school. He grew up with top grades, especially in elementary school, has always been the first in the class. Junior high school is not bad, either the first or second, and finally also to the school's first results in the county first high school. At that time there was no shortage of glory for the family. Even now, there are still people in the village who often praise him, and even often used as a teaching material, saying, "You have to learn from the Lin family's Lin Feng brother. People from childhood is the first place. Tomorrow happens to be Friday, so it's fine. Then we can just go back to our hometown, and after the gathering, we'll come straight back." Although he was now a rich man, his parents, however, had long been gone, or else he would be able to enjoy his happiness with himself now. Thinking about it, he gradually closed his eyes and entered a state of sleep. However, at this moment, in his eyes, there are two rays of light. A black and a white light is rotating. The speed is getting faster and faster. In the end, it even directly turned into a pattern of an 8-trigram yin-yang fish, with the two rays of light presenting a state of balance. And even more surprising is that these two black and white light even began to start towards his limbs and bones began to flow. Wherever it passed, blood vessels became wide and more resilient. Even the dark wounds that had appeared in the past were repaired along with it, and the muscles also became stronger. These two magical black and white rays of light had baptized his entire body. Only the sleeping Lin Feng was not aware of it. This sleep, he slept with incomparable peace and comfort. The Chaos Sutra, which was running involuntarily, was absorbing the spiritual chi between heaven and earth all the time. May I ask, on this earth, which other cultivation mind method could be so powerful and magical? One that could operate automatically and cultivate passively? As the sun rises, Mordor, located in the eastern coast of China, the sunrise is also quite a bit earlier than the general mainland. So, very soon, the fiery red sun was hanging in mid-air. There weren't any classes today, so after Lin Feng slept in, he drove his car alone and arrived at the farmer's market. The two people in the village, Lu De Trial and Uncle Chang, used to take care of our family quite a lot, so this time when we go back, let's buy some good goods to bring back to them. Want to do it? So he came to this farmer's market. This farmer's market is the largest one in this neighborhood, and vegetables and fruits and seafood and whatnot, all kinds of varieties are also more complete. Well, this king crab is good, or live. Buy 2. No, buy a 3. He too a person 1, and then the remaining 1, give it to that grandmother. Boss, get me 3 of this king crab, Lin Feng said generously. What? Are you sure you want 3? The boss's wife looked at him incredulously. Normally, the most you could buy was 2. This was a king crab. 1 would last forever, not to mention that it wasn't cheap. 1 had to be a couple thousand. 3, that's 6 or 7,000. On a normal day, who would be so extravagant? Even the rich second generation wouldn't be able to do that. But these people of theirs usually ate ready-made at big restaurants. This was also the case when this batch of king crabs were average in size. If they were very big, 1 would have to be 3 or 4,000, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Hurry up and load it up for me. Chapter 76, Perspective Eyes even have this kind of ability? This boss's wife even disliked herself for buying more? He shook his head to express his helplessness. With his confirmation, the boss's wife excitedly and carefully grabbed a huge king crab and began to organize it. All cut up? Yeah, cut it all up for me. Nowadays, buying food was different from before. Nowadays, they would all help cut it up. This was the advancement of the service industry, which was like before. Buying a chicken was a live chicken with feathers. After paying the money, Lin Feng carried the processed king crab and continued on. Let's have a few of this eastern star spot as well as the stormwater sea urchin or something. One trip down his hands were filled with large and small bags. Until he couldn't hold them he gave up and continued buying. This trip cost quite a bit, 10 or 20,000 there, right? He muttered, then put all the items into the trunk. Then, he drove to Tea City and bought a few tins of authentic Dahompo and West Lake Longjing. Uncle Chang likes to drink tea, so let's give him this Dahong robe and green tea. After arranging everything, Lin Feng returned to the villa, picked up his sister and went on the highway to his hometown in Songshan Town. The big G roared on the highway. The ear-splitting engine noise made Lin Feng stare straight at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The soundproofing of this car is garbage. Since you know the engine is strong, why don't you do a good job of soundproofing it? After 2 hours of wild driving, the car finally entered Huangyang County. This Huangyang County is now developing quite well. At least there are quite a lot of skyscrapers. Before it was all rows and rows of ordinary bungalows. Looking at this tiny county town where he had once studied in high school for 3 years, Lin Feng felt a lot of emotions. Little Feng, if you're free in the future, come back and visit more often, Lin Xian said as she leaned on the seat. Okay, sis. Lin Feng's hometown, in Linjia village, wasn't very far from the county town, so he arrived at the village entrance before lunch. After a few years of development, Linjia village is no longer the previous scene of dilapidation. Every family has built a new house to engage in the construction of new rural areas. The old house or the government asked to dismantle. After entering the village, Lin Feng did not rush back to his home, but came to the nearest small house. This is a small bungalow with only 1 floor, or the government helped build it for free. There was an elderly grandmother at the door who was organizing the small leaks. Looking at the grandmother, Lin Feng felt a pang of heartache. Although it wasn't his own biological grandmother, it wasn't far off. This grandmother, when she was less than 50 years old, she lost her old partner, and then when she was 60 years old, she lost her daughter. In her entire life, she had only 1 daughter, and because she couldn't have children for some reason of her own, her only daughter had left earlier than her. When he was a child, this grandmother was also especially good to Lin Feng, no matter what, just like her own grandson, and would call on him for any good food. These little bits and pieces, Lin Feng could remember them all in his heart. Grandma, I'm back. Upon hearing this, Grandma lifted her head to look at him as well as Lin Xian behind her. At first she was stunned before reacting. Is it Little Feng and Little Xian? Although she was old, her ears were quite good and her eyesight was not bad. She recognized it was the Lin Feng duo with a glance. Grandma, it's me. I've come back to see you. Grandma, Xiao Xian is also back. Good. It's good to be back. She quickly put down the work in her hands and got up to grab Lin Feng and Lin Xian's arms. Grandma, I bought you a little something. As he spoke, he placed the king crab in his hand, as well as some other ingredients and supplements, on the table inside. Little Feng, just come back. Why did you buy so many things for your wife? You keep more money. You still have to study. Old woman, I'm already old. I don't need much care anymore. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a sore nose and almost burst into tears. Grandma, you sit down. Lin Feng assisted her to sit down. Afterwards, he immediately opened his penetrating eye, and gave his grandmother's whole body a big scan. Of course, avoiding places that he couldn't look at, and mainly checking her physical condition. After all, at such an old age, there would still be more or less some old problems. Grandma really does have some dark wounds in this body, and by the looks of it, they've only appeared recently. Under Lin Feng's penetrating eye, he found that at the knees of her legs, there were internal injuries, bruises within the muscles, and there was also muscle atrophy. Why don't we buy some kind of bruise medicinal wine and rub it on her? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, his eyes unexpectedly shot out 2 rays of light that could not be seen by ordinary people's naked eyes, and the target was none other than his grandmother's knees. This is? Lin Feng, who had a puzzled look on his face, stared blankly at this. In the next moment, the muscle that had originally had damage, surprisingly began to rapidly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a moment it was as good as new. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? How could there be this kind of function in my eyes? He was truly surprised. No, aren't these 2 rays of light, one black and one white, exactly what my perspective eye produces? Can it be that this is another thing it produced after absorbing that magical energy? Surprisingly, it can directly heal? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It seemed that this Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eye had some other effects that he didn't know about. This scene shocked him, but this excitement made his grandmother notice. Little Feng, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like this? Is there something wrong with you? If you have something, go and get busy. The wife is still able to take care of herself. As soon as the words left her mouth, she exclaimed, what's wrong? How come my knees suddenly don't hurt anymore? Hearing this, Lin Feng concluded that the scene just now was definitely real, and at the same time, he was even more curious about his magical pair of perspective eyes. What other incredible abilities would it have? Grandma, it's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. What's wrong with your leg? Nothing, just a few days ago I accidentally picked water and fell. Now it doesn't hurt. Strange. Well, it's good that it doesn't hurt anymore. You have to be careful. The 2 of them chatted with the grandmother for a while before they left and headed to the following 2 homes. After half an hour of visiting, they finally left their house. Finally, it came to the hill behind his house, where his parents were buried. Dad, Mom, I'm back. The duo knelt in front of the grave and softly called out twice. Your son and daughter have come back to see you come. Dad, Mom, do you see? Immediately afterward, one of the two took out a bottle of wine and opened the lid, pouring it in front of the grave. Sitting down in front of the grave, they recounted their various experiences. My son is now able to earn a lot of money, and can afford to support my sister, so my sister will be taken care of by me in the future. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? Little Feng has been able to earn big money. After sitting here for almost an hour, he returned to the front door of the house. However, just as he was about to enter the house, an abrupt voice rang out. Yo ho, whose car is this? So flirty. Lin Feng sniffed. It's actually this kid. Chapter 77, Dog Eyes? The man got closer before he could see what the car looked like. Asterisk. This is Mercedes-Benz Big G. I Lu a mother Lu. Who is this? So rich, even open up this kind of luxury car? Afterwards, he looked around for a week, and finally, cast his eyes toward Lin Feng's home. It won't be Lin Feng the kid, right? But Lin Feng happened to be in his blind spot and didn't see it. Just as soon as this thought came out, it was snuffed out by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm still not clear about what kind of family he has. He definitely can't afford to drive a small car of this level, not to mention the ordinary models of Mercedes-Benz, or even a 100,000 level ordinary car. It's hard enough for him to want to buy it, right? If he can afford this kind of car, I'm going to eat. If it's really his, it's a rental. Lin Feng, who had already become a tycoon, had such words in his mouth. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng's house. He just saw Lin Feng and Lin Xian. Ouch. Lin Feng, it's really you? I said, why is there a car parked in front of your house? Fairy, you're back too. TSK, you look really pretty. This bastard's mouth was watering as he looked at the pavilion like Lin Xian. Seeing him in this state, Lin Xian didn't even want to bother with him. Lin Feng faintly replied back. Well, I'll come back to see my parents when I have time. What's up, Air Qianzi? So what? Is this your car? Air Qianzi asked tentatively. Yeah, what's up? It's really yours? He looked surprised, then immediately concluded that it must be a rental without a doubt. Not bad, Lin Feng, looks like you're doing well out there. Where did you rent this car? I'll rent one to go to. This guy, worthy of working in a jewelry store? He spoke in a roundabout way. His words made Lin Feng's face go black. Lin Xian just wanted to speak, but he stopped him. Damn you, you bastard too strong son. Since you were a kid you liked to go against me. When you grew up you still can't change your. Where exactly did I provoke you? Is it sleeping with your wife? Lin Feng was furious, but he didn't say this directly. He didn't want to fall out with this bastard right now. Lin Feng, lend me your car to take a few pictures to pretend. Lin Feng lazy to take care of him. Want to shoot as much as you want to shoot it. Shot. The guy took the phone with a cigarette in his mouth and left. When he left, he did not forget to remind a sentence. Lin Feng, don't forget the class reunion when you don't want to be late. You're a tycoon Also the word tycoon at the end was aggravated. Little Feng, this Air Qiangzi is really getting annoying. Lin Xian skimmed her lips. Ugh, all grown up. He's just like this. If it wasn't for the fact that his parents' character is okay, I wouldn't even want to look at him more than once. It was night. A quiet night with a sparse moon star. After Lin Feng parked his car at the Forest Hotel, he went upstairs. Originally, he wanted to call Lin Xian to come along, but he was refused. The reason being, Lin Xian wanted to spend more time with her grandmother. The flow of this party was, first eat, after eating, then go to KTV to sing. Besides that, after singing, the boys discussed going to a foot bath to enjoy life. Hey, you guys say, the people who come to the party tonight, can there be more than 10? Aren't there a dozen who are sure to come? You silly the actual prevail. Some people said will definitely come. In the end, did not come, all kinds of excuses. Right, this party. I heard that Lu Chanxian will also come? Oh, Lu Chanxian? The class flower of our class? Ha ha. Forest Hotel. In a large private room, the boys' siege group was playing dice than size, and the girls' siege group was gossiping. At this time, the door of the private room was opened, and to the eyes was a girl who was dressed very fashionably, wearing a revealing short skirt. Yeah, isn't this Huan? Welcome, welcome. However, this beautiful girl, looking at the crowd with a bit of disgust, found herself a seat and took out a Kleenex to wipe the sofa. Not long after, another beauty arrived. Compared to the previous one, this one was more dignified and ladylike. Qianxian, you finally came. After she answered, she looked around the room, appearing to be looking for someone. After not seeing anyone, she was a bit disappointed and found a seat. Hey, You guys, Lu Chanshan wouldn't still like that Lin Feng, right? Who knows? Maybe, they've been together for a long time. Why don't you say that they've been together for a long time and got married and had children? Gossiping sounds all around, but Lu Chanshan didn't pay attention to it. She only cared. That man will come. Seems to be a feeling in her heart. Her eyes looked towards the door. Just at this moment, the door of the room was opened again. Into the eyes was a handsome young man. This person was none other than the late Lin Feng. Yo ho, Lin Feng is here. The school bully is here. Quickly give up your seat. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, these people looked enthusiastic, but in reality, they were masculine. However, Lin Feng's gaze went directly to Lu Chanshan's body. The two of them glanced at each other. In her eyes, she seemed to carry some sadness, some complexity. Lin Feng, come, sit down. A few of us will play dice. You guys don't bring the other schoolteacher down. She has to study hard. Just playing. It's not in the way. Being immersed in studies all day long. It's not tiring. Unable to resist these people's invitation, Lin Feng had to agree and join the dice-shaking brigade. Alright, people have arrived. Order your food. There's hot pot and fried food here. Vote on what to eat. Let me take the lead. I'll choose hot pot. I'll choose hot pot too. I'll go with the stir fry. After a burst of fiery voting, in the end there were more people who chose to eat hot pot. Good friend Lu Hua came over to chat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what's up? How's Magic City University? Okay. Got a girlfriend yet? When he asked this, he also glanced at Lu Chanshan who was not far away. Talked, but split. No? What about Chanshan? Do you still have thoughts about her now? Lin Feng didn't know how to answer this question. To be honest, to Lu Chanshan, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was owed. At the time he graduated from high school, he also had the thought of going over to find Chanshan, but lost contact with her and didn't find Chanshan's contact information. So later, Lin Feng met Wang Tingtingness. Now, she was right in front of his eyes. The relationship between the two of them was very delicate, and said that he didn't take the lead in speaking. Lin Feng didn't know how to face her. Moreover, it seemed that he now had a trace of indefinable feeling towards that schoolflower Xiaomengxue, and he didn't know if that was liking or not. Chapter 78. Why do I need to prove anything to you? Brother, if you like it, go after her. If you don't like it, don't give her hope. Shanshan is a good girl. If it wasn't for the fact that she hasn't been rejecting anyone, I guess I would have wanted to give it a try. Lu Hua smiled. Soon, the ordered dishes were served, and the group began to frantically clip the dishes down to cook. Hey, Lin Feng, I heard Xiangzi say that you rented a big G, right? Su Sun suddenly asked, attracting everyone's attention. They all looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. I didn't rent it. Where did I get the money to rent a car? This Su Sun is Xiangzi's best friend? The two of them are inseparable every day. Their baseness is infinite. They have nothing to talk about. This must be what Xiangzi told him. He only came back yesterday, and he knew about his big G, and he all but said that it wasn't rented, and now it's a way of trying to make a fool out of himself? Hey, don't be embarrassed. Well, can afford to rent the big G, is also very good. This kind of car a day also want a few $1,000s, is not the average person can afford to rent. But you want to rent a car, why not tell me? I also do this industry. If you come to our store, I guarantee low rent to you. Su Sun said in a conspiratorial manner. Ha ha ha. Su Sun, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Hey, Su Z, how much do you earn in a month? Less than 50,000. When these words came out, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Good guy, sneaking around with your business and making a fortune in a muffled voice? Yeah, that's a really high return for you. One of the girls looked at him enviously, her eyes glowing. Take us with you, that company of ours, it's really too pitiful. There's no overtime pay for overtime work, and it's only a single day off. Hey, our one too. Hearing these people's compliments, Su Sun was satisfied. Ha ha, well said. If you're interested, you can talk to me after dinner. Su Sun, do you have a girlfriend? A gold-digging female classmate asked, committing nymphomania. Her impression in Lin Feng's heart had always been that she was a gold-digging girl. When she saw who had money, she showed this look, not the least bit shameless. In order to live that kind of paper-drunken life, she could do anything, including her own body, the kind that she could sell. There isn't one yet, but it's getting ready to find one. This guy didn't know if he was saying this on purpose, just to cater to her. However, all of this was like listening to a monk reciting sutras to Lin Feng, and it managed to get him off that topic of renting a car. Lin Feng, what Su Sun said can't be true, right? Lu Hua asked in a whisper as he came over to his ear. You believe his words too? Lin Feng gave a blank stare. I've never believed his words. Then why are you asking this nonsense? I'm not. He was interrupted by Lin Feng before he could finish. He didn't want to say anything more on this topic, let alone on this occasion. There was no need to confess either. He didn't like to be too high profile per se. A meal that lasted almost 2 hours. Let's go. After eating, let's go over to the KTV next door. Su Sun seemed to have become the master of this party. There was no way. He was rich, but it was only on the surface. Lin Feng, let's go. Lu Hua yelled and pulled him away. Lu Chanxian, who was following behind, looked at Lin Feng's back and didn't know what she was thinking. Lin Feng followed a group of people out of the restaurant and went to the KTV next door. It was a relatively high-class entertainment place. The decoration inside was luxurious and the service was very good. Lu Chanxian silently peeked at Lin Feng the whole time. I wonder how he's doing now, even though I still kind of like him, but he should already have a girlfriend, right? It's been so many years since then. Even if there was me in his heart in the past, it's probably washed away. For a while, she was suddenly a bit gloomy. Forget it, let's pretend to go to the restroom in a while and then just sneak away. No one knew that she would want to sneak away, and it was all because of Lin Feng only. She had come to participate in the party this time, but she also just wanted to take another look at Lin Feng. The night was late and the crowd played until 1 in the morning. Let's go back to bed. Too sleepy. Didn't you sing high just now? Ha, where's Qianqian? Have you guys seen Qianqian? One of the girls asked. Hey, yeah, where's Qianqian? Why is she missing? Only after hearing this, Lin Feng looked around and realized that she really wasn't there. Just now he had been chatting and drinking with Lu Hua. He hadn't paid special attention to Lu Chanxian. At that time she was still chatting with the two girls. It's possible that she left first, right? Indeed there is this possibility. Forget about leaving. Maybe there is something urgent. If there's an emergency, you should also say hello to us, right? Lin Feng started to look around with his penetrating eyes. Indeed he wasn't in the bathroom either. It's just that, if it's gone, it's gone. He sighed. Lin Feng, are you going straight back home? Hua Zi took out a Lushan cigarette and handed it to him. What about you? He asked rhetorically, while resulting in the cigarette but not lighting it on the spot. I want to go back directly. Do you have a car? If not, do you want me to give you a ride? No, I drove myself. You drove here? Lu Hua became skeptical. At this time, Su Sun also came over. Lin Feng, how are you going to get back? Do you want to take my car back? I'll call a chauffeur and send us back. He was smoking while looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were full of dejection. Thanks for your kindness. No need. You call a cost to send us back yourself. I'm leaving first. Bye. He really didn't want to see this guy's face again. Ignore him. This Su surname is never like this. Hua Zi muttered in a low voice. Lin Feng then walked towards the road. The crowd thought he was going to stop the car, but the moment he pressed the key of the Big Ben, the bright yellow lights of the flirty red Big G parked not far away lit up and stunned the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh my god, no way. It's really the Big G? Didn't Su Sun say that he rented the car? It's also but the fact that people can afford to rent it also shows that they have the ability. Don't forget he's a school bully. I guess he didn't get few scholarships in school. Seeing this, Hua Zi hurriedly walked to Lin Feng's car. Lin Feng, you kid, I can't see through you more and more. Lin Feng knew what he meant and said helplessly, what's wrong with me? Didn't I tell you I drove here? Then did you buy this or? Of course I bought it. It's still full payment. Lin Feng rolled his eyes breathlessly. When did you become a thug? Chapter 79, Those Who Love. There are gains and losses. In his impression, Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who had a good family. It was considered wealthy to be able to drive an ordinary car, but now he was driving a Big G. Could this not shock him? Brother, without further ado, you just have to believe me. It's enough for me to have this ability right now, and I don't have to prove to others if I can afford any good cars. Lu Hua nodded. Indeed. Then I also have to congratulate you. Happy with the luxury car. Thanks then. If you're free, come find me at No. 6 Courtyard of Shanghai Garden in Magic City, and if you need my help in the future, just call me directly. You guys, Lin Feng's car, is it rented or not? I guess it is. At that time in high school, he even applied for a poverty subsidy. If he's really so rich, he shouldn't have applied for it. Then people can't be rich now? This group of people were still discussing Lin Feng renting a car even now. They were really speechless. The next day, a certain airport in Magic City, Lu Chanxian pulled her suitcase and walked onto the airplane to Y Country. She looked out of the window and stayed dumbfounded. Lin Feng, goodbye forever. I hope you can have the time you want here. If there's a next life, I'll definitely be with you before I graduate. Her beautiful eyes slowly shed 2 lines of tears. Her destination was Country Y. She had left early last night just to keep herself from enjoying the sadness of separation. Xia Family Villa. This was the Xia family's home base in the Sujiang region. Meng Xue, did you personally bring back all these superb emeralds of yours? An old man with half-white hair sat on a stone bench in the middle of a quadrangle. This person was none other than the person in charge of the Xia family and Xia Mengshua's grandfather. Grandpa, I could still lie to you. Xia Mengshua beamed. Grandpa, these are indeed the materials that Miss personally took down. I can testify. Mengshu also stood in solidarity. Ha ha, good. Worthy of being my granddaughter. This treasure appreciation ability. It's almost catching up to me. Elder Xia laughed out loud. Grandpa, I know a young man who is also a student of our school, but he's probably the most powerful one I've ever seen in regards to stone gambling. Probably even more powerful than Grandpa. What? More powerful than me? Xia Mengshua nodded. Rare. You girl, I've never heard you praising others from your mouth before. Today is actually unprecedented. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, she gave a petulant cry. Ha ha, girl, you're not looking at someone else, are you? Grandpa, you are talking nonsense. I'm just more appreciative of his ability to identify treasures. As she said this, a trace of dissimilarity flashed under her eyes, and even her voice was lowered a few points. Look at you. You must have a few moments of that meaning. Okay, this kind of thing, you grasp it yourself. If you really want to talk about your boyfriend, you must give the old man my gatekeeper. The old master stroked his chin and said, but then again, is he that good? Grandpa, if there's a chance, I'll bring him over to meet you next time. Being able to meet you is also his chance, isn't it? Alright, I'll wait. After 3 hours of driving, Lin Feng finally returned to the gate of Shanghai Garden. He was just about to drive in, when the cell phone in his pocket rang, took it out and saw that it was Fatty's call. Fatty, what's up? He Feng Z. There is a Jade exhibition in the north of Maine. It happens to be the annual gambling festival. Do you go? I heard that it is one of the grandest exhibitions this year. The scale is also one of the largest this year. Oh, gambling stone festival? Hearing this, Lin Feng's interest came. But in that kind of place, however, a place like northern Burma, there would be more good jade. After all, a lot of jade in the country also came from Burma, who made their geographical location superior, abounding in jadeite gemstones and these things. How about it? Want to go? Fatty's voice carried a bit of excitement. When will it be held? It's this Friday. It's 3 days in total. 3 days on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Okay, go. You book the airfare for me. Damn you. Airfare you still need me to book for you. Fatty cursed, but still agreed. Who let him have a favor in mind for Lin Feng. Fengzi, can you help me pick a few good pieces of material? I'll pay for it. You're in charge of picking it out. I also want to buy a new car. He. It's okay to help you pick, but I can't guarantee that all the raw stones I pick for you'll be able to gamble up. Don't blame me if they collapse. Lin Feng took the lead to give him a shot of prevention, to save this guy to blame himself. But, is it possible to collapse with your own hand? But in order to cover it up, if there's no possibility, you have to create a possibility. Otherwise it's really easy to arouse suspicion. The two discussed and then hung up the phone. I don't know if I can still encounter that mysterious emerald this time. And I also don't know if I can continue to absorb and upgrade this perspective eye. As soon as he thought that his perspective eye could even absorb and upgrade, unlocking even more amazing superpowers, his heart began to move. Thinking of Maine, he recalled the scene where he saved Xia Mengshua at the border last time. If he didn't have his perspective eyes, he might. Just his heart was in the right place. There was no way to save her. At most he could only call the police. It had to be said that Xia Mengshua's luck was also against all odds. Meeting herself. What's wrong, little Feng? Are you going out of town again? Although he didn't turn on the speakerphone just now, he more or less guessed something. Sis, it can't be helped. In order to make a living, I do have to go out. He sighed helplessly, but this scene fell in Lin Xian's eyes. But there was only heartache. She couldn't wait to take this dependent brother into her arms. Little Feng, you must always remember that you still have your elder sister. No matter where you are, remember home. Elder sister will always be waiting for you at home. Sister, I will. Saying this, Lin Feng was on the verge of holding back his tears. He hurriedly turned his head away, stepped on the gas and drove in the direction of his own yard. Grandpa, this time for the Northern Burma Gambling Festival. I want to go and take a look. If there's any good material, I'll bring it back. Our Xia's jewelry. Right now, we're lacking some extremely fine jadeite. Xia Mengshua sat beside Elder Xia, chatting while massaging him. Indeed. Then you go. You have to be careful, that is. I heard that it's not peaceful over there. How about this? I'll let your Uncle Ming and Xiao Lu go with you. Grandpa will just arrange it. Thinking of northern Burma, she also remembered that incident from before. To this day she still had a trace of fear. At the same time, it also evoked some thoughts about Lin Feng. But this matter, she didn't say anything to her family, in order to not let them worry. Chapter 80, Dangerous Situation on the Plane. Let's hope this trip goes well, but I definitely can't be alone on my own anymore. No matter what time it is, I have to have Uncle Ming and the others, there by my side. It would be perfect if Lin Feng, he'll be there too. He's so skilled in stone gambling, he'll definitely be able to open the very best emeralds. Oops, why do I keep thinking of him? With that, her face flushed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was Friday again. Dead fatso, hurry up and get up. Look at what ing time it is. Lin Feng shouted and cursed at the other end of the phone. Alright, get up right away. After packing his bags, Lin Feng said goodbye to his sister and took a cab to the airport. After arriving at the airport, but he never saw the fat guy, he was probably still dawdling, so Lin Feng picked up the phone again and called, but he didn't get through. Buzz_TM this dead fat guy. If you miss this flight, I'll go alone. I'm too lazy to care about you, he said indignantly. There were still 20 minutes before the plane stopped checking in, and after 20 minutes, it would not be possible to check in, so Fatty had to get to the check-in desk within 20 minutes. Watching the time pass by second, 10 minutes had already passed, so he took out his cell phone again and continued to dial, but he still couldn't get through. There were only 5 minutes left. Lin Feng anxiously paced in the waiting room. There were still 3 minutes left. Finally, the fat man's magnificent figure rushed to stand in front of the check-in desk 3 minutes before the cutoff time for processing. Phew, tired old me. Damn lucky I caught up, or else I really would have missed it. He was breathing heavily while checking in. Sir, please take your boarding pass. After receiving his boarding pass, the fat man pulled the small 20-inch case in his hand and made his way to the terminal. When he saw Lin Feng with a black face, he immediately felt bad. Hey, Peek, you still know to come, huh? He looked at the fat man in front of him with a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of an odd color. Brother, didn't I catch up? But it exhausted me to death. You went to get laid? You've got a lot of fun. Someone who has to catch a plane and still has time for a booty call. Asterisk off. Asterisk off. I was stuck in a traffic jam, and when I saw that I couldn't make it in time, I just swept a shared donkey, or else how do you think I got here? Racing all the way? Luckily it was a green light all the way, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to catch up. Only after hearing this did Lin Feng's face look a little better. In a place like Magic City, it was really easy to get stuck in traffic in the morning. Sometimes you could get stuck even if you were just riding a bicycle. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. The flight from Mordor to Najini in Myanmar will start checking tickets for boarding soon. Please prepare for boarding. The loud broadcast echoed throughout the entire terminal. It didn't take long for the two to board the airplane. The two bought first class. Now that they had money, of course they had to enjoy themselves. Otherwise, what was the money for? You can't die and still have money to spend, right? That was definitely the most suffocating thing. Lin Feng, lying on the seat, looked at the scenery outside the window, slowly closed his eyes, began to recuperate. The airplane was flying smoothly, and many of the passengers had entered a state of resting their eyes. However, right at this moment, the airplane suddenly started to lurch, and it was getting more and more violent. What's going on? Yeah, how could it be so bumpy? Taking a train isn't like this. Will I die here? Oh my god, what's happening here? Will the plane fall? It's my first time to take an airplane. I should have known better than to take a high-speed train. Some timid passengers, those who were taking an airplane for the first time, all revealed a look of fear, but at such a high altitude, if something really happened, the result would be hard to imagine. The two people sitting in the business class, Lin Feng and Fatty, were no exception. Fengzi, what's going on? We won't crash, right? What are you talking about? Don't trust the captain so much? Although Lin Feng said this on his lips, he was also a little worried in his heart. After all, it wasn't as if there were no incidents of airplanes crashing, and once they crashed, the casualties would be almost 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't unbuckle your seatbelts. Stay in your seats and don't move around to prevent bumps. The flight attendant's clear voice rang out from the radio. Right now the plane is bumping badly due to the unstable airflow as it flies into the turbulence layer. Please trust our captain. He will definitely bring us to safety. The stewardess struggled to comfort the passengers. However, right at this moment, a violent coughing sound rang out. Cough. Vom. An old man in the economy class covered his chest with his hand and coughed violently. What's going on? I guess the old man has a cold? It doesn't quite look like he's catching a cold. Look guys, he's covering his throat with his hand. It can't be something stuck in there, right? A flight attendant in the back saw this and immediately walked over. Old grandpa, what's wrong with you? She asked softly, but the old man didn't pay any attention to him. To be precise, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to him, so he used his right hand and pointed at his throat. Old grandpa, are you having trouble with your throat? The smart stewardess, at a glance, knew that it was a throat problem. Then she immediately bent his body slightly forward. Old grandpa, how is it? The old grandpa was still unable to speak. Seeing this, she also began to get anxious. She didn't know anything about medicine or anything, and didn't know what was wrong with the old man. But what she could be sure of was that it definitely wasn't a cold. Passengers, please ask if there are any medical personnel. There is an old grandfather here who is in a physical condition. Please help take a look. Thank you. The two people sitting in the business class similarly heard the flight attendant's plea for help. Feng Zi, why is this old man of yours so unlucky? Everyone has bad luck sometimes. Lin Feng struggled to sit still. The stewardess's voice kept ringing out. Seeing the old man's breathing getting harder and harder, the stewardess was so anxious that she was about to cry. Feng Zi, why don't you go take a look? By the looks of it, it's possible that the old man's dentures were dropped down his throat. He joked. This guess of yours is really possible. Lin Feng sniffed, and after hesitating for a while he immediately got up and walked out. Coming to the side of the stewardess, Beauty, let me take a look? Sir, are you a paramedic? To be on the safe side, she had to make sure of this, otherwise a lot of trouble would arise. I'm not, but do you have a better idea right now? Chapter 81, Saving a Life. Upon hearing this, the beautiful stewardess looked around the room. Indeed, no one had been willing to lend a helping hand for so long. So be it, we can only beat a dead horse now. Alright, then take a look. Lin Feng had already turned on his penetrating eyes at the moment, and the results of the penetrating eyes were a shock to him. Good lord, does Fatty have prophetic abilities? He even guessed so accurately. He really let him guess. Beauty, the old man is getting his dentures stuck in his throat. We have to hurry and help him get them out, or else I'm afraid he'll suffocate and die. His expression was serious. Ah, dentures? Oh, then please help with first aid. Do you know first aid? Lin Feng nodded, then immediately picked the old man up and pressed his empty fist against the old man's abdomen, then gave him hard pressure. This method was called Heimlich's first aid, and it just so happened that he knew it himself. Otherwise this old man would probably have to meet the king of hell. After 3 rounds of first aid, finally, snap a sound, a piece of 2-finger-sized dentures, from the inside of his throat, fell out. Cough, cough. After continuing to cough a few times, the old man's condition only improved. Seeing this scene, the crowd of flight attendants applauded, and the surrounding passengers also applauded. Sir, thank you very much. If anything goes wrong, we really don't know what to do here. It's fine, the old man should be fine. Lin Feng waved his hand. At this moment, the airplane wasn't bumping around as much, so it must be about to pass through the turbulence area. One of the stewardesses had already cleaned the dentures that had fallen out of the old man in front of him. Master, these are your dentures. They've been cleaned for you. Thank you. The one you should thank is this gentleman. The stewardess pointed to Lin Feng, who was just about to return to his seat. Young man, thank you. If it wasn't for you, my old bones would probably be planted here today. Old man, no need to be polite. Without further ado, Lin Feng turned his head and wanted to leave, but the old man pulled him back. Young man, come on. This is my contact information. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to come and find me. The old man took out a green card and handed it to him. There were a few golden fonts printed on it. Lin Feng didn't look at it carefully. Old man, it's just a favor. No need. Don't be polite. Take it. He struggled to stuff it into Lin Feng's hand, and in the end, Lin Feng took it. Then he returned to his position. Well, Fatty asked curiously. It's fine. Fatty, don't you have the power of prophecy? What? When did I prophesy? Or did I give you a divination? I don't have that ability. He snorted. The old man did fall inside his throat with his false teeth, as you said. At these words, Fatty was instantly demented. What? You're telling the truth? Then what else? Degree Omicron degree, asterisk 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 asterisk. Feng Zi, then did I indirectly save his life? Hearing this, Lin Feng burst into a blank stare. Your logic is really horrible. It's not like you saved the person. I'm the one who told you that his dentures fell in. Fatty skimmed his mouth. The two then stopped fighting and continued to rest. Fortunately, this bout of bumps had no danger. Otherwise, it would have to add another color to China's aviation industry. But the airplane also landed on time at Ruwali's airport. Fatty took a deep breath as soon as he got off the plane. It's really northern Burma. This air contains a smell of emerald. You'd better be honest here, or else you'll be dragged to karma waste. Lin Feng reminded. Che, my skin is thick. Who can karma it? Let's go. The Stone Gambling Festival is starting tomorrow morning. Let's go to the market first now. We might be able to come across some good material. Well, never stepped out of the country. This exotic flavor is really strong. Looking at the Burmese people on the road, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Having always lived around the Magic City, He had never even stepped out of the country's borders. I heard that there are a lot of emeralds here, the best emeralds too. I wonder if I can come across the kind with magical energy. If I can come across it, no matter how much money I spend, I have to buy it. If not, I'll just secretly give it to be absorbed. Although I do not know their pair of Yin-Yang Reincarnation Eyes can evolve to what kind of appearance, but on the charge of it to get promoted, their eyesight, perception, etc., can be promoted, must be at all costs, to go to it to promote. Besides this, perspective eyes also for their own brought a huge amount of wealth. It is also it changed his life. Moreover, there was some amazing information sealed in this eye, such as that legendary alchemy, and so on. Peak, I have prepared $2 million this time. I hope to make a fortune. Whether I can get rich or not depends on you. Don't put all your hopes on me. I can't guarantee that you'll be able to turn the tables. I rely on luck too. Didn't you say that you have supplemented your knowledge of emerald? Did you not learn anything at all? Fatty rolled his eyes in surprise. Even the most powerful ones need a bit of luck, okay? Taidu has his moments of hitting his eyes too. This is the city of Najimi, a city in northern Burma that is the closest to the Yunnan province of China. Although the city limits are not as good as those cities in China, it's not bad either. At least the emeralds won't be scarce, and there are several emerald mines around it. Two people directly hit a car to the nearest trading market. This trading market is an ordinary street, but the street on both sides, filled with a variety of jadeite jade. Some are selling edges, that is, after cutting the edges, but the quality is not good, at least in Lin Feng's eyes. Still do not see these. The best is the glutinous ice seed. Blast seed will not be taken out to sell edges. Casually processed can be doubled to sell out. There are also some as half gambling material. Open the window, but the head is not big. The largest is just 2 palm size. There are also some that are cut in half. The kind of slices are very few. Hey boss, I've got some good stuff here. Burmese. Boss, I've got the goods. Burmese. As the two walked down the street, the sellers around them shouted loudly, but Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to them. Whether there were good goods or not, his own eyes could see it. I'm not really short of money right now. These ordinary emeralds wouldn't be of much use to me. Just have enough money. My main goal is to look for emperor-level emeralds. Look for emeralds with energy. Absorb it to improve my perspective eyes. Let's put everything else aside. He thought secretly in his heart. This piece of material. Fatty, you can consider it. Lin Feng's eyes caught a piece of open window material that wasn't too bad. The piece in the window was a lake blue color. It had already reached ice, but there were 2 cracks in the middle, so the price for this definitely wouldn't be too high. You mean this piece? The cracks are too obvious. Look at this. It must have gone through the whole piece. Forget it. I guess it won't come out as a bracelet. Others definitely won't want it. Chapter 82, Picking Up Leakage Mode opens. Fatty, if you believe me, you'll buy it. If you don't believe me, just pull back. This piece of material you can see on the surface there are 2 incorrigible cracks, but in reality it's not cracked in. Lin Feng came to his ear and spoke. A lot of people here understand Chinese, and with the proximity of China, there are a lot of Chinese coming here, so over time, they will be able to understand it, and even speak it. Are you sure? I'll ask the price then. Boss, how do I sell this piece? $50 million. Chot. *******. This price directly made the fat man break out in curses. How ing black. Lin Feng also spat out a sentence. Isn't this going to cost more than 160,000 when converted to RMB? Such a small piece of raw stone was so expensive. But if it was of excellent quality, it would be fine. Too expensive. 5 million. No, you cut me to death. The owner was a dark man, who should be less than 30 years old by the looks of it. 8 million. How about it? When the fat man heard this, he quickly shook his head. He wasn't sure if this would open up. Spending this much money on a piece of material with cracks was too much of a gamble. 7 million. It can't be any less. After some battle of words, Fatty ended up paying 7 million chot, which was about 20,000 yuan when converted to RMB. Hey, peak, not bad, right? I guess this boss also thought that this piece of material was full of cracks, or else he definitely wouldn't have given it to you at such a low price. Hey, Feng Zi, you're my brother. Thanks to you. This guy immediately turned into a lewd look. However, all the way down, Lin Feng himself didn't come across a piece of good material that he was satisfied with, and he didn't know if it was because this was a street or because of bad luck. The fat man picked up 2 pieces of material is not bad. Most of the other are sold on the edge of the material or the kind of half open. The quality is not very good. Bean seed, glutinous seed of the majority. Eye seed are fewer than pathetic. There are the kind of small pieces, the most to do a pendant or something. This kind of material is generally carving people to buy directly to do the finished product shipments. Like Lin Feng, Purely gambling stones to make money. See, do not have to see. What the heck? Shopping half a day. What good material did not see a piece? Lin Feng sighed, and even began to doubt a little bit. Here in the end is not the emerald capital. However, it is possible that the good materials are monopolized by people, may also say, or only in the more advanced, more formal trading market to see. Since there are no stone decomposition machines on this street, the 2 pieces of raw stone purchased by Fatty can only be carried on his body. Luckily, I have a suitcase, or else just these 2 stones could exhaust me to death. Fatty muttered with a bitter face. Just be content. You've just arrived and you've already made a small fortune. What else do you want? Don't always think about being able to come across any imperial green, that kind of superb emerald. There is also not your turn. Said this sentence at the same time. Lin Feng's heart cannot help but snicker. Even if there is the emperor level, that also cannot be your turn to dead fat people get. He also thought of relying on it to enhance the perspective I it. After this period of time to understand, Lin Feng already know, almost as long as the emperor level of Jade generally have that kind of mysterious energy exists, Emperor Green is all there. As for the other emperor color, do not know. After all, up to now, he has not seen the other emperor color it. I think the other emperor color is estimated to have this kind of energy it. Purple, in ancient times, is to represent the supreme. Noble, is the emperor's energy, so the emperor purple jade, then the general emperor level is more precious. Rarity is also higher. Of course, it also depends on the market, as well as the people who collect him. There are also people who think that the Emperor Green is the best. If the guess is still good, the energy contained within the glass-grade Imperial Purple Jadeite is definitely better, or more intense, provided it contains this kind of energy. Lin Feng pondered carefully. The 2 of them casually found a place at noon and dealt with lunch. Then they directly took a car and came to the hotel that they had booked. Nowadays a lot of things can be handled online. It's so much more convenient. With the development of technology, you can get some of the things you want without going out. Fatty, let's go around the more formal trading market in the afternoon. Let's see if we can make a fortune. Ha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The kind of broken stones on the street won't fill your stomach after all. You think this is rice? Lin Feng laughed and cursed. After fixing things up in the hotel, the 2 of them stopped a car on the street and came to the largest jade trading market here. Looking at this big shed in front of him, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. This market is only considered a jade trading market. Well, the scale is large, and the ground is all stone. White, black, yellow, everything. Peak, we've come to the right place. The stones here are of better quality, he said with a fist pump. That's for sure. Don't you see? This is a formal trading market. It's controlled by a certain family in this northern Burma. Let's go. Let's start sweeping mode. Lin Feng's perspective eye was the first to open up. Scanning from the nearest stall, the raw stones in this stall were all relatively large, and most of them were all gambling material. Full of gambling, of course. If they were gambled up, the value would definitely multiply several times. This quality is just better than what I saw on the street in the morning, Lin Feng muttered in a small voice, because under his penetrating eyes, he saw a few good pieces of blue background glutinous ice jadeite. There was even a piece of positive ice type, but there was no glass seed. At least not yet. At this moment, the fat man went off alone to look at the stones. Lin Feng didn't want to stop him. It was only abnormal for 2 big men to be crowded together. Ha! What luck! This came across a red jadeite. Ha, another fortune. When passing by the 4th stall, Lin Feng, through his penetrating eye, unexpectedly saw a piece of red fei that wasn't small in size, and it was full red with no cracks. The quality was above glutinous ice, and one side was still a positive ice type. Boss, how do I sell this piece of raw stone? $100 million. The boss was a skinny man wearing a duck-tongued cap. 100 million? Lin Feng was also surprised by the opening price. The 100 million here referred to the chot, not the yuan. 100 million converted to yuan was around $337,000. This price wasn't expensive. I guess this boss didn't realize that there was a possibility that it was a red fei in here. $50 million. Lin Feng directly came with a half cut. No. You can't buy such a good raw stone at this price. The boss shook his head straight after hearing this. 80 million. He offered another price. 60 million. Lin Feng still cut down. You can't buy it at this price. The boss laughed bitterly, in broken Chinese, but Lin Feng was able to understand it all. 65 million. Any more and I don't want it. Chapter 83. The Emperor's Stone that appeared one after another was soothing. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and pretended to leave, which really made him flustered. Okay. $65 million sold. After paying the money, Lin Feng held up the piece of raw stone and continued to stroll. Being able to come across a piece of red jadeite put him in a good mood. Just then, the fat man's urgent voice came over. Fengsy, quick, help me see how this stone is? He jogged over and then pulled Lin Feng to the stall he was at just now. Fingers pointed at a gray-black raw stone in front of him. There was also a faint hint of green on it. This stone I feel is highly likely to open out Imperial Green. Hey, you help me identify it, Master Lin? This guy even used the name of Master. Are you that confident? Lin Feng didn't use perspective to show him. Instead he first used a flashlight to shine a light on this piece of raw stone he was talking about. The lightning effect was indeed okay. That touch of charming green was exciting. There should be 70 to 80% certainty. You help me look at it. Do you think this piece of raw stone is worth buying? Lin Feng still didn't answer him positively. Instead he opened his penetrating eye. Under the sight of the penetrating eye, Lin Feng's expression became odd. It's a good thing Fatty didn't impulsively buy it straight away. Otherwise it would have to be a loss that he couldn't afford to wear his chaps. Afterwards, as he pulled over the Fatty, he whispered, "This piece of raw stone you're looking at, it doesn't open up Imperial Green. On the contrary, this piece of raw stone is still faked by this boss. That splash of greenness, he painted it on with some chemicals, and then polished it many times. It became as realistic as the real raw stone. So you're hitting your eyes." Lin Feng's words hit him hard. What? Fake? Are you saying that this piece of raw stone was faked by the owner? His face was covered in shock, which then turned into anger. No, I'll find him and settle the score. Just as he was about to turn around to find the boss and go to the theory, he was pulled back by Lin Feng. You don't need to rush to find someone to theorize. Think about it first. What kind of place is this place? Someone else's chassis. You don't have a say in it. Besides, didn't you not buy it yet? It's not like you have anything to lose. That's what the words say, but he faked it. Fatty, just pretend you don't like it. Nothing happens if you don't buy it. This dead fat man is also really stubborn. But since Lin Feng has said so, he doesn't want to be such a trouble, in case it causes people to abduct themselves to karma waste that won't be fun. With Lin Feng's reminder, this guy is even more careful. As long as you look at the raw stone, we'll call on Lin Feng to appraise it. Directly take him as an appraiser. Suddenly, a strong desire appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. It's that feeling again. Another jadeite with energy has appeared? He suppressed the excitement in his heart and searched in the direction of that longing. Eventually, coming to a stall in the third row of stalls, a piece of raw stone with a beige crust, quietly placed on the ground, was the size of a soccer ball. He couldn't wait to open his perspective eyes to take a look. Asterisk. Imperial purple. The structure inside this raw stone made him tremble. Under the penetrating eye, a trace of rich purple mist slowly flowed. Could this be some kind of purple energy? Although this idea was a bit exaggerated, these purple mists made the perspective eye incomparably long for this was definitely something good, as this longing was even stronger than the longing that arose when he saw the Imperial Green before. However, fortunately, this piece of raw stone is also a piece of full gambling material. This is not giving him the opportunity to secretly get down and absorb these energies. Said to do, he immediately pretended to carefully observe the appearance of this piece of raw stone. His right hand stroked on the top of this piece of Emperor stone immediately after. A magical suction generated. With this suction, that the original stone inside the purple mist, but also began to slowly flow into the palm of his hand. It was strange to say that this original stone was clearly a hard stone, but it was able to make these mists flow. The moment he came into contact with that purple mist, Lin Feng's entire body felt as if he had inhaled immortal qi. One word, refreshing. 2 words, refreshing. But no matter how refreshing it was, he couldn't show it, or else if people saw it, they would think that he had really inhaled some kind of extreme happiness. In less than 5 minutes, it absorbed all those purple mist inside, and immediately afterward, that familiar scene appeared again. The inside started to crumble like a spider's web, but the cracking stopped near the distance from the skin, as if it was afraid that others would find it. Afterwards, Lin Feng gently placed this original stone that had turned into a waste stone inside in its original position. After absorbing this energy, Lin Feng only felt a trance and his gaze was suddenly a bit lax, but only for a little while. My eyesight has actually improved. After this absorption, Lin Feng's eyesight, from the original 100 meters, had actually directly doubled and increased to 200 meters, and even further, anything 200 meters away could be seen clearly. And the strength of perspective has also greatly improved. Originally could only see through 1 meter of thickness. Now it is actually able to directly see things 10 meters underground, which is really amazing. I didn't expect that the energy contained in this Emperor Purple's jadeite is so powerful. Once absorbed, it was able to enhance so much. Compared to before, the difference is too great. After adjusting his mindset, Lin Feng started searching for extreme emeralds again. Having tasted the sweetness, where would he be willing to stop? Surprisingly, there's another Imperial grade raw stone. In the next few hours, he found extreme jadeite one after another. Some of them were still in the same stall. which had to shock him. Ha ha, getting rich, getting rich. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. Encountering so many Imperial Emeralds in one go and all of them containing that mysterious energy. If this is all absorbed, it shall not be able to see through 1,000 miles? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he began to secretly absorb a piece. Can get free, why pay to buy? This is not a pure and pure great injustice? He wouldn't waste money. Since it contained energy, it was definitely something to absorb. Ah, cool. Lin Feng tried hard to suppress that coolness and absorbed these Emperor Chi as hard as he could. The ones he met behind him were all Emperor Green. Not a single piece was Emperor Purple, which made the rarity of Emperor Purple even more clear. Not far away, the fat man glanced at him and saw this expression of enjoyment, and couldn't help but be interested. This guy, what has happened? With this expression, it couldn't be YYing the boss's wife across from him, could it? At the thought of this possibility, he was immediately startled. This is a boss's wife who has reached menopause. Your kid's tastes are also heavy, right? It had to be said that this guy's imagination was really rich. Chapter 84, The Gambling Festival begins. He slapped one hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Crazy man, what are you thinking about? So happy? Asterisk 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 when did you kid come over? Scared me. Lin Feng glared at him, thinking that someone had found out that he was doing something bad. However, he didn't put down the raw stone in his hand and remained in a state of absorption. This was because he wanted to absorb the energy in these raw stones as quickly as possible. Otherwise it would be troublesome if someone else bought them later. What? Which raw stone do you have your eye on again? Lin Feng asked. The two pieces I'm looking at are both too expensive. One of them even has a price tag of 5 billion shots. This guy is crazy. It's not big and the price is so high. I don't dare to bet on it. Tell him that he won't even sell it for 1 billion. Help me appraise it. Or help me pick two pieces of raw stone that you think are good. Fatty grinned. You think I'm really a treasure appraiser? He said so on his lips, but since he promised him before coming, he would help him pick some, so he couldn't come here for nothing, right? Alright, let's go. I'll take you to pick some out. In order to reduce time and allow himself to absorb a little more of that energy, Lin Feng directly intended to pick it for him. Got it. Hey, brother, you're my own brother. Upon hearing this, the fat man then started to playfully smile. There are still two pieces of Imperial Green that haven't been absorbed yet. Absorb them first, Lin Feng secretly thought. After about half an hour of secretly absorbing, the energy in the last two pieces of Imperial Green was finally absorbed. Feeling the swelling sensation in his eyes, an anti-smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Fatty, this piece of raw stone is good. You can consider it. He pointed at a palm-sized piece of moissy sand material in front of him and said, This piece? Fatty said suspiciously. You are still here doubting my ability when I pick it for you? Or my vision? Hey, no. What you say is what? How dare the fat man continue to say Immediately picked up that piece of moxisha material and carefully observed it. This is an open window material, only a small window, but was able to see the inside of the blue bottom. Visual estimate has glutinous ice seed. After inquiring, he learned that it would take 52 million to buy it. Fatty, keep chopping. 10 million. In the end, the boss may have been in the way of this piece of material being relatively small, and finally agreed. Crazy man, really? This piece of material, if it can be opened up with good jadeite, it will definitely go up big time. In the next few hours, Lin Feng appraised the fat man while also picking out a few good pieces of jadeite for himself. High ice type sunny green. There were also two pieces of yellow jadeite, blue jadeite as well, and two pieces of glass type seaweed flowers and floating flowers. Fatty also bought a few pieces of high ice goods. A trip down. The two bought as many as 10 pieces of raw stone. Can only once again make a car? Sent back to the hotel. Peek. Do you think we will be stolen if we just exist in the hotel like this? This hotel has surveillance, right? If even the guests' things would have this kind of problem, then there's no need for him to keep this hotel open. Well, that's also true. Then let's put it in the hotel first, and then consign it back when the exhibition is over. The next day, the Jadeite and Jade Fair came as scheduled. Peek, I still have more than $1 million left. It's more than enough to buy one or two pieces of material. How much are you going to spend on the stones? Me? Buying a couple million would be about right. In fact, his main purpose was to have that kind of imperial-grade raw stone. All other qualities were put aside, and he would consider it again if there was a good one. You're rich. You're marvelous. After the two of them ate the breakfast provided by the hotel, they directly stopped a car to head to that trading place this time. The Nugung Trading Market. Uncle Ming, Uncle Lu, for this time's public market, I'll leave the safety to you. Xia Mengxue looked at the two gratefully. This is our part. Miss, you don't need to be so. Yes, miss, being able to follow you on a trip here to see exotic places is also my chance, Xiao Lu said with a smile. Usually he has been working at Xiao Lao's side, Responsible for security type of work. Seldom go outside. This time is also under orders. In that long stayed in the Xia family, has long been numb to the environment, but this time to be able to change to a new environment is also good. The three of them, Xia Mingshui, also headed towards the trading location this time. If I can bring back quite a few high fei this time, then my voice in the family will be secure in the future. Thinking of this, she unconsciously thought of Lin Feng again. I don't know how that guy is doing these days. This time, the Stone Gambling Festival was held at 8 o'clock this morning, and it was divided into 2 stages, without a doubt. The open bidding and the secret bidding. Lin Feng and the two of them quickly arrived at their destination. As the distance wasn't particularly far, the two of them got off the bus and walked straight towards the trading market. In order to organize this trade fair, the organizer had specially set up the site. Alas, the exhibition here, in addition to the quality of the raw stone is better, the price is a little lower. The rest is worse than the domestic. Look at those exhibitions in the country. The environment is much better. There is also a seat to have food and drink. And now in this? Fatty face of disgust. Just be content. We came here to buy raw stones, not to travel here, much less to enjoy it. Lin Feng glared at him without any good humor. Gentlemen, ladies, welcome to this gambling stone festival. This conference is still as usual. It's divided into open bidding and secret bidding. I'm sure you all know the rules, so I won't say any more. Below, I announce that this session of the Gambling Stone Festival officially begins. The host was a local man from northern Burma, but he spoke Chinese quite well, at least it wouldn't sound lame. With the host's announcement, the crowd all started to go and pick out the raw stones, taking flashlights and starting to scrutinize them. This was an opportunity to get rich overnight. No one would let it go. Lin Feng and the two of them were no exception. Peek, you go over there, I'll be over here. Let's split up the two of us. Start messing around together. Lin Feng nodded. This kind of betting on stones, they all bet on their own. They usually don't say anything about joint investment to bet on stones. After all, the relationship involving interests, it's very hard to split, especially when the bet collapses. No one wants to be responsible. Lin Feng walked towards the other side. Now there are too many raw stones here. Not until the necessary moment. Cannot open the penetrating eye. After all, now this thing use is also limited. When the time to fail again can be troublesome. This can also give themselves to verify what they have learned. If they can identify jadeite without relying on perspective eyes, then their experience has also been improved. Chapter 85, It's a Small World. Extremely fine emerald. It was now the observation period for the dark bidding, where the crowd started to take notes on the raw stones on the table, observing them, and waiting until the bidding started to write down the price they were expecting to put into the dark box. Only after that is the open bidding. Whoever bids the highest will go to whom. There is no reserve price for this dark bidding of raw stones. Again, whoever gives a high price goes to whoever. Except that no one knows your bid. These raw stones are all very average. There are bean seeds, and there are also glutinous seeds, but the glutinous seeds are popular and one of the more numerous species. Glass seeds and high ice seeds are rare to find. Lin Feng didn't stay on top of those materials that had already been unraveled for much longer. Instead he focused on the full gamble material. This kind of material was the challenging one, and also the most likely to be bought with high-quality jadeite. This time he carefully and meticulously observed the raw stone in front of him with the flashlight, and he didn't use his bottom card in the slightest. This crust is very old, and the sand grains are very fine. The seed water should be good. Looking at this lightning effect, there should be between glutinous ice seed to positive ice seed. He is now observing exactly a basketball-sized gray-black raw stone, belonging to the material of Mwanji. The possibility of this material being full of green is still good. If it produces an imperial green, it would be enough to stir up the entire northern Burma and even the Yunnan province. After his own naked eye observation, he concluded that this piece of material is between glutinous ice to positive ice. Apple green color, no cracks. And then, open the perspective eye to take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is such a large piece of black moss in the center. This material, even a bracelet cannot come out. Lin Feng, who had learned the result, laughed bitterly for a while. This kind of black moss was hidden in the interior and not necessarily visible from the outside. This was the deadliest contraption and the thing that most affected its value. This kind of stone, discarded and tasteless. Lin Feng directly skipped it. This palm-sized moissy sand material, look is not bad. Fine particles, this light, even penetrated half of the stone. It is estimated that there is ice seed. Open the perspective look. Sure enough, as his own naked eye judgment, ice seed of jade. He took a notebook, quietly noted down the raw stone he had seen. What quality, number how many, looked around, but did not even come across a piece of glass seed. It seems that this glass seed emerald is really getting less and less. The first row of raw stones he has finished shopping. there is nothing that can make his heart move. There are a few pieces that can rise greatly, but the size is not big. It is not enough to impress him. It feels like there's not enough money to go around. Seeing several pieces of raw stone feels like it can go up big, but others must have seen it too. Can the bid be low? The fat man cried a face, disliking himself for being poor. But would he be poor? A proper rich second generation? No, let's record it first and then talk about it. Later on, let's see if Feng Zi has money to lend me, or let him help me appraise it. On the other side, a woman wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and a short yellow pleated skirt was also carefully observing the raw stones, with two men by her side. The direction was shining a flashlight one piece at a time in Lin Feng's direction. This time the raw stones don't look as good as the last one. How do I feel? A lot of them haven't been melted, and there are a few pieces that have too much cotton, she muttered with a sigh. The raw stones here didn't all come from one open mouth, but from various open mouths. There were both new and old materials, and there were 3 giant raw stones in this exhibition. 2 of them weighed several hundred pounds, and the last one, which weighed 2 tons, was really huge. I just don't know if there is any emerald inside or not. Lin Feng moved one by one to the right, not raising his head at all. Such a small raw stone. He was holding an egg-sized gray-black raw stone, triangular in shape and a bit flattened. But looking at the crusty appearance, the performance was very good, with all the characteristics that a jadeite should have. This lighting effect is also good. It should come out full green. It's just too bad that it can't come out with a bracelet. Otherwise, it will definitely rise greatly. He sighed, and then opened his perspective eyes again. It seems that my ability to appraise this is still good. Well, and guessed a piece. Under the penetrating eye, there was a piece of green inside. Ice seed, without any impurities. This kind of material, if it was a piece with a big head, then the value would really go sky high. Keep it in mind first. Later on let's see if the dead fat guy wants it. However, just as he raised his head and walked to the right, a pair of watery beautiful eyes happened to meet his eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere became a little bit marvelous. Both of them seemed to have forgotten to breathe and blink. The distance between the two was just 20 centimeters. The clear sound of breathing, the charming body fragrance, drifting towards Lin Feng's nostrils. Why are you here too? The one who was the first to come back to her senses was Xia Mingxue. I came here to gamble on stones. Lin Feng didn't hide it, and there was no need to. Which one who came here wasn't a stone gambler? Looking at the schoolgirl's stunning face up close, to be honest, his heart was moved. On her face, he couldn't actually find a single flaw. It was simply perfect. Both sides did not expect to meet each other here. It seems that God is pulling the red thread. Then you go and get busy first. Lin Feng dropped a sentence and headed to the side. Well, I'll come find you after the public auction. Xia Mingxue responded. There was a bit of faint loss in her heart, and she didn't know what it was because of. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel this way? Unable to figure it out, then she continued to stroll around the stones. Half an hour before the bidding started, Lin Feng quickly browsed through the rest of the raw stones, during which he also ran into Fatty. This guy, his book was filled with numbers. He didn't know if they all wanted to buy it, or what. Strange, to not have encountered a single emperor stone. The quality of this public disc is really bad. However, just as he was about to leave this row, that long dormant longing struck again, more violently than before, even making Lin Feng involuntarily walk towards that corner. What's going on here? Isn't there no emperor stone? How did this craving appear? Is it hard to believe that it's a higher grade of emerald? He really couldn't figure it out, and seeking that longing, his eyes rested on top of a black stone. This, he gulped involuntarily. This big? This is an emerald? In his perspective eye, a fist-sized piece of turquoise emerald, quietly lying inside the black original. The purity, as if it was a piece of green glass. Getting rich, this piece of raw stone. I must get it. He resisted the urge and didn't absorb the energy contained within at the first opportunity. Emerald is a type of emerald that is even more advanced than Emperor Green, with a higher purity, and at the same time, it is also rarer. Moreover, outside this emerald is actually a layer of imperial green wrapped around it. This piece of raw stone, how could this happen? This is definitely a raw stone that is rare to come across in 1,000 years.